stop. You said stop saying silly things. What do you mean? What's silly? I'm speaking facts. Are you gonna lie again and say that we do measure curvature? Because that's a lie. That's flat out lie. We calculate it, formulate it, pencil whip it.
Pardon, I'm sort of new to the party. Guy who was smoking a bowl. I'm kind of curious about We Are All Very Silly's opinion, but I'm guessing he's muted because he was being disruptive, derogatory, something like that. But if he does have an opinion, even if it's wrong, maybe it'd be good to hear it. I just came.
Yeah, it's up to the mods if they want to unmute him. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with talking to him, but maybe it's good so
Not
that
if
way
you're
the
being
developers that are
disruptive.
interested can hear what he has to say and why he's wrong. Maybe that would be a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, because if he's just being disruptive, if anybody in here is being a dick, and sorry, don't know if language is permitted here, but if anyone's being like a jerk or something, they should be muted. I'm just saying, like, if you have a wrong opinion, I don't know if that's something you would mute someone for in here or what the deal is. Okay, he's just making noise. I hear you.
Yeah, we get a lot of trolls in here. If somebody's muted, I don't unmute them unless the person who muted them is happy for that, because we get a hell of a lot of trolls in here, dude.
That's fair, totally fair, and I won't question mod policy. I'm just curious. Good to know.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who he says he works as a surveyor, I think, or he's somewhere involved with that as far as for his job, but he just completely lies, or won't admit the facts that are being said. So, I mean, however you want to look at that, but he's been here amongst a conversation for quite a while. He knows better. But
he admitted today that angle measurements are taken from a flat Earth.
there you go. See, how can you think about this? What's your name? Soroth. Think about this. How can you say exactly what Radwin just said? If he admitted that you can take angles from a flat Earth, right? Clearly, you have a baseline and an angle. That obviously that has to be. But then still spout in the side chat like how it's still a globe. That makes zero sense.
Without hearing the context of the conversation, I wouldn't be able to make a judgment. If it was just verbatim like that, sure, that does sound suspect. I'm not going to make an assumption one way or the other. It's something that I guess I'd have to hear for myself. But like I said, there's nothing wrong with banning trolls, muting trolls. You get it in every server. There's always going to be trolls. But that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just one of those guys.
Well, sure. There's disagreements. Like I'm responding to Silly right now. Like if it wasn't, then that's the case, man. You make your case to the mods, have them unmute you, speak your piece again. If you probably might have to repeat your point a second time if you had it. But really, as a newcomer, I can't just take what you're saying and say, oh yeah, that's how it went down. And I'm not being insulting to the mods or anything, but I can't take what the mods are saying at face value and be like, yeah, he was a troll, total troll. Without hearing the argument for myself. But I'm just saying I've seen trolls in a lot of discords, and it's very easy to troll in a discord like this where the opinion is unpopular or the subject is unpopular, so you have a lot of people who are willing to be derogatory or whatnot. It happens in a lot of religious chats and philosophical chats as well. Beliefs are one of those things that, and even if you interpret those beliefs as facts, it's one of those things that a lot of people will disagree with, and sometimes those disagreements can evolve into mockery, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like when someone says, like that they have proof of it curving, but then they bring a claim that's a belief. It's not true. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying.
I'm pretty sure I'm not an AI, Majin. I hope you're not lagging, man. I am stuttering a bit. I don't. I've had people come off and say I sound robotic, and I'm sorry for that. Sometimes I do sound like a robotic dude, and that's my bad.
It's fine.
It's a bit like you get those people that say, I believe that Nelson Mandela died in prison. And you can show them all the evidence in reality that Nelson Mandela didn't die in prison. In fact, he came out and became the president of South Africa. But they will say, no, I believe he died in prison. So then they start to troll you and say, you're ridiculous because I remember this and my mum remembers this and my dad remembers this. He died in prison. That's the kind of people we're dealing with.
Sure, they call that the Mandela effect, right? And that's kind of what that whole argument is based off of. Anytime you have an opinion that borders on belief that could be fact but is disputed, and we could even take something, like you said, Mandela, that's a good example. Another one would be like, for example, the belief in like, let's pick a religion that's not even in practice anymore, like, ancient Greek mythology. Like, there are very few people alive today who believe in Zeus or Hermes or any of that. But if someone were to start a Discord on it, and that was the subject matter, you'd get some people who were genuine about wanting to have the conversation, and other people who would just want to like stir the shite pot, as it were.
Yeah, well, the Mandela effect, I use that because you can verify that he didn't die in prison. Now, if you want to talk about some ideas around timelines being changed, and you're in philosophy, my friend, which is fine. But when it comes to the shape of the Earth, this is an empirical discussion. You know, what can we prove now? What we can prove now is there is no curvature and no motion, and that is absolute. Like, there is no direct evidence of curvature or motion. We stand behind that because we can verify it, just like we can verify Mandela didn't die in prison. He came out and became the prime minister or whatever it was. Do you get my point here? We are
Absolutely. If I may, I don't mean to interject.
Sure in an empirical argument. If you want to take it to philosophy, if you want to talk about Mandela, that's different.
And that's the thing about it is, I'm going to sort of follow what you're saying. When you're dealing with an empirical discussion, regardless of what side you're on the empirical discussion, and people can be wrong. What you said earlier is like, to me, seems somewhat important to the fact, right? If people are wrong, it is important to allow that wrong opinion to be voiced, as long as it's held in sincerity. Because if people are sincere in their presentation of what they believe are the facts, it's important to prove them wrong in either a public forum or in a place where you can reach others to tell them the truth, right? In that respect, there is difficulty, right, when you're dealing with people in an open forum. Are they sincerely presenting their wrong opinion as something that they sincerely believe in, or are they just presenting it to stir the shit pot? And that's really the thing, to me, is the most important. Whether you're right or wrong, you should present your argument sincerely with the evidence that you have, if you have any. To me, the muting, the banning, all of that should be held exclusively for people who do not hold their beliefs or what they presume are facts in sincerity. That's just, my opinion on the subject, though. But
yeah, what's interesting is that a lot of the people that are perceived to be untowardly muted or banned are people that we've been dealing with for years and years, and they follow us around. Yep, and so newcomers who are unfamiliar with that context will falsely malign us as being malicious.
Right, and that's what I'm
in this
not trying to do, like 100%. Like I come in here, I see a muted guy, and I'm like, okay, he might be a troll, he might be a bad actor, but he might be sincere, and people just might have been offended or whatnot. I leave myself open to the possibilities here, but I am under no circumstances making any assumptions
You're
about.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do get frustrated with people who may in fact be sincere but present as otherwise, and we misinterpret it. I mean, that happens. And there's some allowable.
If you're dealing with someone that you've been dealing with for years, I'd imagine that that's something that you guys are pretty cemented in. You've figured out that the people who are like stalking you for years, harassing you for years, they're probably not going to be holding their beliefs sincerely. But that's just life.
Yeah, there's some really interesting underlying psychology to this. Some of us speculate that these people that do this, that harass us, stalk us, follow us around, and disrupt our channels, that they may realize too that they can't prove that Earth is a globe, and they're frustrated. This is their coping mechanism. They come in and do this to basically play devil's advocate with themselves in a sick way, because they can't cope with the fact that Earth is actually not a globe. And it makes them angry. I mean, it's when you go through this process of understanding how to align sensible reality with how you conceive of it in your mind so that they're harmonized together, you go through a frustrating ordeal. You have many questions. It makes you feel lost. You have two buckets, one of knowledge and one of beliefs. You take inventory and you realize that things that you held for your entire life as knowledge claims were unfounded beliefs. And it can kind of bring you to a very scary place to realize you really don't know as much as you thought you did. And society is probably under one massive delusion. Flat Earth is something that is not being hidden behind conspiracy theories. It's available for anybody to see and measure and experience. And that's kind of what we're trying to bring to the table here.
Well, certainly that's understandable. To me, I can sort of vibe with that idea of preconceived beliefs being shattered and suddenly, not to be comedic or punny or anything, but it can be earth shattering, right? Like you suddenly have your entire belief system uprooted. Suddenly the world, in this case, the literal planet.
Yeah, or guys ever consider you schizophrenic?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Outside of a religious experience, this is one of the most profound worldview shifting things I've ever undergone in my adult life, and I'm not a young man. It's something we take very seriously. Those of us who are here in earnest, we want to have adult conversations, and it seems like we get those very seldom.
Sure. If I may, I just want to disclose my position here. I'm here as a neutral party. I'm not going to disclose or make a statement as to flat Earth or no. I'm mostly interested, and I'm kind of guilty about this, I'm interested in the arguments. I like seeing people hash out their beliefs, their facts, their deeply held truths through, for lack of a better word, fire, steel, and sword, right? I like people, discussing things, presenting evidence, making arguments. So if I'm here, you're probably not going to hear me present too much of a forward argument on any side. I'm going to wait until somebody speaks in an opposing way to someone else, and then I'm going to raise questions. Some of them may be provocational, so to further discussion, that sort of thing. That's what I like to do. So, sorry for blending the background.
No, listen, I started off the same way, and it took me several years before it really started to sink in. I resisted. I tried to play neutral. I thought, okay, these flat earthers have some great arguments, but they got to be missing something. There's no way in hell that basically all of society around the entire world is caught up in this madness. And to me, the hardest thing about this is realizing that it's harder to accept that the world has gone mad with delusion than it is to accept that there is no evidence of the globe and never was.
You know what's funny about this, guys? It's a very bizarre hoodwinking, right? But to be fair with the whole thing, it's It's right in front of everyone to see. If you want to, if you want to know more, it's right in front of you. Here's an example. Here's the hoodwinking. All right, let's take surveying manuals. All right, does it discuss curvature? Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But when is it recognized in any project? Never. It's never recognized. It's never practically accounted for. Because what you would have are unlevel levels and diverging verticals if it was put into practice. Now, it's a mental image that people just nod to, that eventually we'll get around to curvature, but it's never put into practice. So the answer is right in front of you, right? The whole where the trick comes into play, meaning it's never used, but it's recognized in the mind only. So it truly is pencil whipped in this regard. But much of the globe story, when you talk about this kind of universal duping, it's not really the case. The duping is simple. It takes a person to nod to the duping or the agreement to be signed, so to speak. So you have to nod to this stuff that you're being told. But the people aren't in cahoots with this. You and I, right? It's not the people. The majority of the people go on about their day. There's only a few. Who's putting out these books? Your neighbor? No. People you work with? No. Anybody you've ever met putting out these books? No. There's really just a few distributors of information from the top of the hill. So it's not some vast lie. It's a small lie that people just nod to, because really, if I were to ask you guys, what happened when you started looking? Where were you off beforehand? Were you just not looking? Were you going about your day, understanding what you've been told? You're spinning. It curves, right? So was it ever really looked at? And until it was looked at, was that the changing moment for you guys when you actually started looking at the information that you've been given to test it, to check it? So it seems like that's where a lot of the individuals that come in here, they haven't checked, they haven't looked, they just accept, like we all did, until you see there's something to be seen here.
You're roboting hard, Rodo.
Okay.
I can pick this up if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
To appeal to our philosophy. Sure. It's more than just also looking at the superficial information and just the evidence before you, but it's applying philosophy to think about how it is that this information was assembled. So like in the surveying manuals that RotoOx had mentioned earlier, how are they construing a globe? What is happening is they're taking Euclidean geometric measurements using angles, surveying the Earth flat, and then applying a process called a mathematical reduction to contort those Euclidean measurements into curves. This is also done in the Nautical Almanac by the same process. In older almanacs, you'd have sine and cosine tables where you would take your angular measurements in a Euclidean fashion and then contort them to geometric curves. In modern days, they call these geodesics. So the mental map of the globe is preceding the actual territory, and people are conforming their actual measurements to the map that they conceived prior. This is what's so bothersome. We see this again and again and again. So some of us have undertaken to reverse engineer a lot of this. I've got a spreadsheet where I've been able to reverse engineer the perception of Earth curvature from initial behavior of optics to vision. The diffraction limit of your eyeball under perfect conditions over flat surface. Fuck. All right, I'll step aside for now. Take over.
Maybe you could say that last bit again, because you're back now.
Pick it up, Roots.
May I ask, Mark, are you saying all that in one sentence? Because I think the way Discord's algorithms work is the longer you speak in one stanza, the server transmits that as a single message, and that's why it lags towards the end. If you mute yourself and then unmute yourself and then pick up where you left off, I think you might avoid some roboting, but if not, then it's just your internet connection, man. I don't know if you have slow internet or what.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I heard you for a little bit. If you're trying to say something, you're definitely muted now.
You still roboting, Amish?
I think it might be his internet connection, yeah.
I've got 2 bars now. Is this better?
You're still cutting off a little.
Try it. Try it again, and we'll see if we can fill the gaps for you if there is any breakup.
Probably some curvature getting in the way.
Yeah, I was near the end of a point. We reverse engineered not just the mathematics, but the thought process behind it. It uncovered that everything is basically affirming the consequent and concept reification.
Did that make sense for you? Do you want me to elaborate on that a little bit?
Go ahead, Roots.
Yeah, so what Amish is trying to say is, by understanding the math, by actually taking these arguments and putting them into practicality, what we've found and what you will find if you look into this is that what we're seeing in perspective and what we're seeing in the distance is basically the same math what they use for the globe. In a layman's way of explaining it, they have backwards engineered or hijacked perspective. And the way things drop in the distance, the way things merge into the convergence point, the way we observe the sky is basically the core of perspective, but also the core of the globe model. So they hijacked perspective and built a ball that matches perspective. So the reason why these numbers exist, why the ball has a radius as it does, is because this is the rate in which things do drop over distance. Remember, drop over distance isn't due to curvature, it's due to perspective and atmospheric conditions. But just the perspective argument, this is the same basis of the math, of where they got their math for their ball. So they're reifying, there is no direct evidence of the ball. They're reifying their argument by saying, look, things drop at this rate. Look, things move in the sky at this rate. So if we lived on a ball, it must be this size. Does that make sense?
I understand the argument as that's presented. I'd like to hear a contrary from a different opinion. Like I said, I'm not here to present that or otherwise, but I can definitely understand the point.
Yeah, we would like to hear that too, because this is our contraposition. Our contraposition is that we can explain these phenomena without having to jump to globe curvature.
We reverse engineered the optics of how the eye sees to see how they construed globe curvature. And we've also reverse engineered how the Nautical Almanac construes a dual polar origin coordinate reference system of a sphere out of the way that people think of the stars. If you were to have a different interpretation of how the stars manifest, you can still retain angular perspectives and use the stars navigationally to triangulate distances without having to invoke curvature, so long as you get rid of the dual polar coordinate references. So if you're familiar with like cartography and ancient sailing, they used to sail by rhumb lines, straight line distances connecting ports to ports using navigation stars. Now, if you were to take those flat distances and stick them on a ball, you would say, well, these rhumb lines weren't really straight after all. They were curves and they tend to spiral up to the north, as you see here. But were the sailors really taking turns? You know, and this means that there might be greater distances in between points that are not accounted for. And those distances are stripped out in modern mathematics and modern GPS systems, modern maps that assume that the sky is a sphere has a one-to-one correlation with the globe as a sphere, which represents the flat and non-moving reality that you actually inhabit. So there's some really interesting second and third order effects to what we're discussing here with regards to this idea of Earth not being a globe. The challenge is institutional knowledge. It challenges the credibility of people, of governments, of military, academics, and all of it. And this is why I think that we're so heavily censored. And it's not because there's some malicious entities that are trying to gatekeep this knowledge. I think it's because they're worried that their whole worldview is going to collapse. And people are so emotionally invested into this worldview, this cosmology, that they lose their minds when they talk to us. We've been documenting these conversations as a community on YouTube for about 10 years. And there's a psychological profile to be had. There's some PhD could write a dissertation off of what's going on with the mentality of people who come in here and lose their minds. And these aren't just typically normal folks either. I mean, we talk to engineers, we talk to astrophysicists, people that work at national labs, people in the military, they lose their minds too. And yeah, so when I say I crave adult conversations, I really mean it. It's really tough to find people that can remain level-headed through some of this. I'll back off now.
Just so you know, those positions are certainly understandable. I'm going to be in the background here. Like I mentioned, I'm not here to present a position, but I do see some tangential conversations in the chat that are of interest. I don't know if they directly address what you were saying, but I'll be looking at those and just sort of, absorbing as I go along. I don't have any questions to bring up since there don't appear to be many speaking people who are from the contrary side who are presenting their arguments at the moment. Some of them may be muted, but again, some of those might be trolls. I'll pack a bowl and see how you guys do over as long as I'm here, but it's definitely an interesting subject. And thank you.
All right, I'm through the Amish Valley, Brooks. So I think I'll have a stable connection here, at least until I get to the office and have to go on mute. Yeah, I appreciated hearing from our guest. This is the kind of stuff that we're craving to have, like just people who are interested, honestly interested in what we have to say. People that maybe are not coming in with cognitive biases against our position in the first instance. And let me tell you what, there are a lot of people out there that call themselves flat earthers who are presenting terrible ideas. Things that we'd call science fiction fantasy, and we don't entertain that.
doesn't mean the Earth's a ball. It just means this topic can get very complex, and some people do the the work and really try and figure it out. Some people just go with the best sounding argument.
That is something interesting. I think I have my first provocational question that I sort of want to bring up. And it has to do with those bad actors. Like you mentioned individuals within your own community of flat earthers that may present fantastical sci-fi arguments. I forgot exactly what my question was going to be, but it was in regards to that. Like when you talk about this level-headedness and this honesty in their community, even in your own community, perhaps, do you ever see an issue with, I don't want to say policing, but like, calling them out. So like, for example, even in my own community, we have the D&D community. I play Dungeons and Dragons. I love Dungeons and Dragons. I know it's not a factual topic, but we have a lot of bad actors in the D&D community who try to stir the shit pot when it comes to certain arguments for people. And the way we call them out is just like, we sort of point out their lack of knowledge in the game. We say, hey, you're just here for political reasons. You want to change certain aspects of the game. You don't really want to involve yourself in it at all. Is there anything like that going on in the flat Earth community? Do you guys ever actively try to stop fantastical arguments from occurring within the community or stuff like that?
Yes, I've got a great example that's recent. Have you heard of this? The final experiment.
You sort of cut out there. You said the what experiment?
The final experiment.
Final as in last. No, I have not actually. Like to hear.
Okay. I'll give you a quick rundown. So, people we would term anti-flat earthers got together and crowdfunded, or actually individually funded, trips to Antarctica and offered flat earthers opportunities to go. Their claim was that if we go to somewhere near the South Pole and film a 24-hour sun revolving around our heads, then Earth can't be flat. Earth is a globe. So within our community were people, flat earthers, who thought, no, there's no way that the 24-hour Antarctic sun could ever exist on a flat Earth. But there's also no way that they could prove it because we know the Earth is flat. These flat earthers were coming from the standpoint of reifying yet another map. In this case, something that's called the azimuthal equidistant projection map. It's a North Pole centered map with radial lines splaying outward to an outer perimeter where the southern hemispheric lands are stretched and contorted such, and the Antarctic island is blown out into a ring. The South Pole effectively ceases to become a single point of origin and becomes a ring. These flat earthers also claim that south of the equator, the sun can be observed making a wider polar orbit around the position of the North Celestial Pole, or close to Polaris. And others of us in the community thought that they're crazy. I mean, it's not in any of the observations. We have flat earthers that live in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. During their summer times, when the sun is closer to their geographical positions, they see the sun rise due southeast instead of due southwest, not due northeast, not due north, as we might see it happen during the north, in the summer of the north. So a bunch of these flat earthers got pissed off when the final experiment was carried out and multiple observers, including flat earthers, filmed a 24-hour Antarctic sun going in a gigantic circle over their heads over that course of time. They started accusing those who went of providing falsified footage, computer graphics imagery, there's some interesting controversies that came out of this. But in my mind, all they did was affirm what was already observed and shown in nautical and celestial records from the beginning. As a flat earther, I have no problem contending that Antarctica is an island, and then during their summers, the sun encircles it. I can get into the reasons why later, but there are many others of us who are from the same position. And now we have this situation where a lot of these flat earthers who reified that azimuthal equidistant map as a true projection of reality have now left and gone back to the globe. And we have other flat earthers who are still upholding that pizza world map as the truth and have decried the final experiment and all southern hemispheric observations as that don't comport with their version of the map as being false, as being made up, and there's a conspiracy theory. They believe in a gigantic ice wall that makes a ring around the Earth. And a lot of them believe that there are lands beyond the ice wall where you can find giants and you can find aliens and all kinds of weird shit. So for us, this final experiment kind of did a good house cleaning job of really exposing flat earthers that aren't rugged empiricists like the rest of us consider ourselves to be. Rugged logicians and rugged empiricists.
I see.
During the lockdowns... Oh, sorry, I'll step back.
Sure, I apologize for interjecting. That is actually the latter part of my earlier formulated question. Is it seems like you guys are dealing with trolls even within your own community, where they're. I guess that's where I would ask the bad actors in your examples, the ones that organized this trip to. You said Antarctica, I believe it was. Do you believe that they were doing so maliciously? And if so, do you feel like that's the majority of bad actors within the flat Earth community? Is people who do so maliciously?
I think there was a mix of malice and ignorance. Some of the people that did go on this trip have a track record of being bad faith actors, but some of them are not.
Right, we call them
one of the things
in the philosophical community. Yeah, like they'll pretend to hold the position, but they're really there to sabotage it. Yeah, I can see that. Sure. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. No, yeah. So, yeah, I forgot where I was going to go, but it's okay. Yeah, so what this did is during the lockdowns, okay, I'm not going to get into all that, but during the lockdowns, a lot of people migrated into flat Earth out of curiosity because they were bored. What is this flat Earth about? And also, this flat Earth thing was just hitting its stride, was starting to get very popular on social media. It was the most searched term on Google for a while. So a lot of people went into this for escapism. They're upset with the current dynamics of politics, and they're upset by the lockdowns themselves. Many of them, they're looking for answers. They turned to flat Earth, and what they found before them was a whole feast of nonsense. They uncovered flat Earth science fiction that mostly came out of the Flat Earth Society, which wasn't a legitimate organization of real flat earthers, in my opinion. The very founder said that it was a parody. Leo Ferrari. He was from the Royal Society in Canada. To him and to its founding members, the Flat Earth Society was just a philosophical exercise. And there weren't real flat earthers in it. Now, over time, I think flat earthers did migrate to Flat Earth Society and bit off on it and believed what they were doing. And perhaps some of them migrated over to our community eventually when we got up and running decades later. So it's a very messy thing. There are what I would say honest, real flat earthers who are in this for the rugged empiricism, for the science, the logic, the mathematics, the reason, the philosophy. And then there are others who are in this for the escapism. And they don't bother developing solid foundations in what we've uncovered. Our community kind of traces its origin to the 2014, 2015 time when consumer optics came out. There was a Nikon P900 super zoom camera with an 80x optical zoom and a fat aperture. People were buying these cameras and zooming in on boats on the horizon during their beach vacations. And we're saying, isn't this weird? Like, isn't Earth curvature supposed to be at about 3 miles? How come I can see like 10 miles out? How come I can see an island that's 30 miles away from my height? What the hell is going on? So a lot of us in our community, we grew out of that. Like, that was our foundation. And we've since attracted all kinds of people and caused all kinds of chaos and problems. So we do almost as much house cleaning inside as we do on the outside with our stalker fan base that tends to cause problems. I mean, just a side note regarding that, some of the anti-flat earthers out there, they try to dox us. They try to call our employers, our spouses or whatever, and try to embarrass us. A lot of the times it doesn't work out well for them. But there's some notable cases in the public eye where they've gotten people's livelihoods threatened and have resulted in job firings and divorces and things like that. It's really sick what some of these people do. So hence our defensive measures that you see here.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm definitely against doxing or taking the initiative beyond the conversation or beyond the debate to attack a person, not even just personally in terms of ad hominem or what you want to call it, but you can insult someone in a debate if you want. You can be a jackass and call someone an asshole or a bitch or whatever. But in my opinion, when you take your personal grievances outside of the conversation and try to ruin someone's livelihood, even if you think the idea is ridiculous. Like, I'd imagine from a flat earth perspective, if you had someone particularly malicious, they might be tempted to call someone who believes in a global earth something, and then, call up their employer if they're particularly peeved. But taking that step to not do that is what I think is civil. So yeah, you guys are taking the right course to ban, prevent, and do anything you can against people who dox you or do something malicious to affect your livelihood in real life. Because whether or not what you believe is true, and a lot of people do have beliefs and things that they hold as fact, and I'm not one way or the other. Like I said, I'm a neutral party in this. But when you hold something that you believe is factually true, it's not fair to suddenly have your entire likelihood ruined because of that, whether you are right or you are wrong. And I'd say the same for any person who came in here and believed in the global earth, and then someone in here who was on the flat earth side decided to call up their employer and be like, hey, this person's a harasser, they're a malicious individual or whatever. That's not fair. Keep it in the debate. Yeah.
Agreed. And I'm going to go here in a minute, and I have to mute myself. I have to crunch numbers on spreadsheets all day. I'll say this. I mean, you're going to hear conversations. You're going to hear from people that are on the moderator staff that have different dispositions. I mean, I myself have called retards under fits of anger, shouting as loud as, I mean, I've been there. We've all had these ugly moments out of frustration. And then you'll hear others that they kind of operate that way on a continuous basis. That is their default position and not an exception to their personality. So, I'm not going to say we're perfect. We've got bumps and bruises and warts and hair coming out of it too. But ultimately we're trying to keep this thing on the rails as much as we can. If I were to describe this room, we try to set up basically a courtroom. This is like we're having an evidentiary hearing. And we want people who think that they can prove that Earth is a globe to present their findings. And we'll go through our side of the matter and we'll have discussions. It's not really set up to be a debate. We're kind of past that point.
Absolutely.
So there are places you can go to listen to debates on this topic. Most of them are not very productive. They turn into shouting matches, and usually the first person who quits in a fit of rage is the one who loses in those kinds of settings on the internet.
So I may ask, the debates, you say it's like a courtroom. I'm here for the arguments between the lawyers, right?
Yes.
I am the bastard that is here for the debates. Maybe I won't get that here. I would like to hear some opinions from opposing sides and, evidentiary stuff. And if you guys handle that in the server a certain way, that's great. Can you recommend a server or a channel that I can go to where I can hear more of the debates, more of the arguments, more of the clashing of swords type of stuff, even if it devolves into shouting matches or whatnot? I'm just kind of curious, because admittedly, this is the topic that I've been kind of avoiding. Flat Earth versus Global Earth. It's like,
Yep. So one community is Flat Earth Debate by Nathan Oakley. And he's tied into another character named Quantum Eraser, who comes in here on almost a nightly basis. And Quantum Eraser runs a YouTube channel called Ballbusters. So you have Ballbusters by Quantum Eraser and Flat Earth Debate by Nathan Oakley. They run a joint server together that you can join. Somebody in here might be able to DM it to you or somehow share it. We're not really allowed to promote other servers.
Before we get too far into the weeds for that, I am curious. In this debate server, is it a fair mix of people who are pro and against on either side? Because when I search Flat Earth Debate by Nathan Oakley, I'm not trying to be discouraging here, the first result is Raging Flat Earther makes himself look very silly. And that seems kind of biased. I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, you're going to hear a lot of that. Nathan has very strong feelings and passions, and he deals with a lot of dishonest people that may present themselves as being honest. There's a type of trolling tactic. Are you familiar with sea lioning?
That's a new one I haven't heard of. What is sea lioning? I gotta hear this.
Well, it's when your opposing side comes in and basically pretends to be honest. I'm just here to learn. And every time that you present an argument or information, it's never good enough. It's never convincing enough to them. They shift the goalposts, and why can't you answer my questions? And then they'll often get in, when they start getting frustrated, they'll start cutting you off and asking questions. They'll pile on and gish gallop, and and then they pretend to be the victim, and you guys are just being mean to me. That's
so it is a combination of things. It's not just the moving of the goalpost. It's the I'm a hurt child, you've harmed me, and the gish gallop and a few other things combined, and that's what makes up the sea lion archetype. Is that okay? I'll have to be aware of
this. Is I gotta go soon. This is a precursor to something even deeper and worse that we face called bulverism. BULVERISM. This is like sea lioning that then turns into character assassination of an individual and an entire group.
Oh, that's rough. Is that like at the end of the gish gallop, and when the individual is done pretending like as though their rubric for evidence hasn't been satisfied, they then proceed to ad hominem? Or
yes, and guilt by association, straw man, gaslighting, it's all there. It's all mixed into one. And they try and tie this into a deep character flaw of you as an individual, and possibly malign you as a dangerous individual, and hence your whole ideology and framework is dangerous to society.
I see. Well, I'll definitely be on the lookout for that then. I can detect bias, so even if those channels you recommended to me and the debates you recommended me are one-sided, I can sort of sift through that and see where the sincere, and I know you guys have been calling me out saying that word sincere, where that sincere opinion is being presented versus where they're just trying to be aggressive or derogatory or whatnot. I appreciate it. I'll probably be checking out some of the debates, and since you guys said the activity here gets a little more heavy, a little more aggressive, maybe more towards the night, I might come back just to see if there's anyone voicing some particularly controversial opinions or otherwise, but I'll be listening in just as I do. Thanks for answering my questions. I really appreciate it, guys. I'll be in the background.
Welcome. This is a graveyard shift. In a few hours, it'll start to pick up. And by the evening, U.S. Eastern Time, and the nighttime, U.S. Western Time is I think, heightened activity. So please, if you want to DM me, I'm great in private conversations. Like, we can have grown-up discussions about deeper topics and whatever's on your mind. So feel free to add me as a friend if you want to chat.
I appreciate that. I might not be here for the private conversations, but I appreciate that very much. Thanks for welcoming you guys. I'll definitely be here and be hearing you guys out. Thank you so much.
If you want to check out a good debate, there's one between the main surveyor and which it gets it. That's a good one.
Mr. Silly, glad you're unmuted. Could you send me a link to that debate that you just mentioned involving the surveyor? I'd be happy to look at it.
I'm driving right now, so kind of hard.
Oh, no.
Okay. Hey, Sora, just real quick, keep in mind, this is something I always try to point out, that he won't tell you. This is why I get frustrated with this guy. You have to understand that this dude, main surveyor, I've caught him lying. Oh, many people have. They lie. A lot of these social media surveyors, they go on, they live stream and they do a calculation and they go, this is what we predict will be our measurement. And they will have arc minutes and seconds. And then they'll set up an instrument, and then they'll have a target like across the lake, mile and something away from them. Okay, and then he will fiddle with it and fiddle with it and fiddle with it, and all he's doing is waiting until the conditions are right to where optically that target is now on its crosshairs of which he quote unquote predicted it would be. So the problem here is that these anti-flat earthers are out there just lying, straight up lying, because
I do understand that. I feel it's fair, and I appreciate you elucidating that for me. I do want just to keep my own intelligence in respect here. I won't say that I'm a scientific expert. I do feel as though I can tell if someone is mucking the numbers or adjusting parameters just to fit their conclusion. And I'll keep that in mind for sure. I still would like to check out that particular debate that Mr. Silly just brought up. You said it's by Master Surveyor. Was that right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're roboting, dude.
Or once it gets it at the time, but
you're cutting out a bit, sir. Let's just wait till you get better signal.
Is it still roboting?
All right, you're coming in clear.
Yeah, it was done by Modern Day Debates. It was either Austin Whitsitt or Whitsitt Gets It versus the main surveyor, but spelled out like the state.
Main surveyor by Awesome Debates, did you say? I'm sorry.
Modern day debates.
Modern Day Debates, main spelled like the state surveyor. All right, I'll check that out, as well as the Flat Earth debate by Nathan Oakley that was mentioned. I'll definitely be checking out Old Dude's recommendation of the link to the home server. And I understand there's going to be a bias. There's going to be a lot of more than likely the most popular position is the one that's going to be most represented. But I can keep that in mind, and I can keep an open mind. I don't want you guys to come across thinking that I'm just going to take any of these links, look at them, and be like, "Oh yeah, that's the truth." Or right.
Just real quick, Soroth, I wanted to just kind of close up with this for myself, and then I'll go on mute. The thing about it is, when I've even spoke with surveyors through here on Discord, and I've let them know. Like, for instance, there's this one that goes by the name Shoe Bill. He's been a surveyor for over 30 years, whatever. He's been doing it a long time, or 16 years, whatever it is, 20. I forgot, but I've told him in discussion, look, I'm not disagreeing with you that when you do your calculations, that it's not going to add up to the already calculated curve model that has been built. See, this is where maybe Globers misunderstand. We're not saying that that's not going to happen, because that is what will happen, because they're using a system and they're trying to find out according to the system. But here's my main point, though, and this is where they turn off their ears and close their eyes. The point is if you transfer these lines and measure it physically, they will not add up to the calculated and formulated and pencil whipped answers that they come up with that match the model, quote unquote. That they won't do that. They won't even admit that. So that's like what I try to point out, especially with you, since you're like new to the conversation. Just remember that. So when they go, look at this is my prediction, this adds up. Look, if you're going to have it to a certain model, a system that's already in place, that's not what I'm disagreeing with. But just remember, if they were to transfer that and measure it, actually, not calculate it,
if I may,
measure it.
I want to reiterate and reframe what you're saying. What you are saying is that, and I want to make sure I understand this, the models that will be presented in, for example, the Olson Witzig Gets It versus Maine Surveyor Flat Earth debate, you're saying that those models, those drafted numbers, those drafted measurements have not actually been measured out by hand, and therefore the conclusion is that you can't rely on those. My question then would be, have you seen a situation where those models, numbers and such are measured by hand? Do you have a link to a video or a debate of some, well, not a debate, because if it's a by hand measurement, I would have to see it being done somehow, either by record of experiment or by video. Do you have anything like that? Just out
So I actually want to create that, because lo and behold, it doesn't exist in a video on YouTube of someone saying, "Hey, let's set up a theodolite and let's transfer this benchmark for 3 miles." That doesn't exist. But
right, and I can understand that the absence of that doesn't mean that the former is correct, right?
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. But there is a situation at John Wayne Airport where they built this. They built over 4,000 feet of this track, of this railing that had to go 4,000 feet along the airport, like within the terminals, I guess, or wherever it was. But the point is that they transferred that line all the way to the end, and they were off. They were off according to what was the mathematical formulated position for their elevation. And my buddy, who was actually a Glober, he was telling me, dude, this is proof of the Earth being curved, because it didn't line up. And I laughed at him. I said, "Oh my gosh, dude, no, you're the opposite, bro." I said, "You proved that it didn't drop away from you." And it's like a fucking light turned on in his head. He's like, "Oh fuck, I think I'm a flat earther now." Just off that one thing, because he realized, wait, you're right. When you transfer it manually, or like with your hands, and you actually do it, and it doesn't add up to the drop. Now, if he stood 4,000 feet away and took a shot, he would say, yes, it would drop optically. So it's almost, you have to remember, like when they do this, when they take shots from a distance, they're just hijacking reality, but then they add a curve. It's in the formula. Ask any surveyor. Hey, what gives you that? What gives you their answer? They'll tell you it's called atmospheric refraction / Earth curve correction. So it's either or both. But it is a formula. They don't physically get that. They just pencil whip it in, and
that is something that I would definitely promote that though within your community. Like you said, that sort of by hand measurement for that long doesn't exist because possibly it's arduous and painstaking and time consuming to do it. But that's definitely something I would recommend you promote or
it
others.
Actually does exist.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It does exist.
I thought he said he didn't.
Yeah, no, it does exist. So, I actually posted in the chat earlier, but
no,
it's called.
Oh my god, no, it doesn't, dude. Okay, I know exactly where you're going with it. So once again, Sorrel, listen to this, okay? Once again, he's going to say a guy transferred it, but they were using the system. So in other words, they weren't doing it by hand, they were doing it by GPS. Is that the one you're talking about? I forgot your original name. It's not We Are Silly. It's I forgot your other name, your real name, or well, not your real name.
I'm sorry. Let me just step in real quick. I was under the assumption that Mr. Silly was someone else speaking for the Flat Earth.
No. He's talking about.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
No, if you click on his profile, he's a troll that comes in here every time, right? His name is literally Flat Earthers Are Silly. If you click his profile,
I get.
Right? He's been banned from most of the servers, but yeah.
Sure. So Mr. Silly is obviously presenting the contrary, and he's saying that the measurement has been done by hand. I'll look at the data, but I'm also going to take into account that he's speaking from the opposing side.
What he doesn't get, Soroth? Hold on. Just cut you off, just real quick. What he's not telling you is that the by hand is still calculating a drop, not physically measuring it, should I say, they're using these GPS units, and within those units, they have an algorithm that will automatically calculate. So he's completely lying right now. Completely. It's not a measure by hand like my buddy did it on the job site. That's not the way they fucking did it. He's lying to you completely. That's I just want to point it out. He's just completely. He's a liar, dude. So go ahead. I'll mute up now.
Oh, sure. That's okay. So if Mr. Silly is lying, I can check the data against units and see what physical measurements were actually taken. But here's my suggestion: is that within the community, since the assertion here, I have to call it an assertion because I haven't looked at it yet, is that Mr. Silly's data is partially measured, but part of it is just formulaic. Then my suggestion, not just to the Flat Earth community as a whole, because you guys aren't a monolith, you guys are individual members, and you have to promote the desire to go out and do research and do certain experiments. My suggestion would be that you take that measurement, make it more explicit rather than implicit with formulae, if that is what Mr. Silly is doing, and then you upload that as a video, as an experiment, or otherwise. But again, yeah, it would be very time consuming and be painstaking. But that, I think, would be the next step in trying to solidify a position. But
look, they're also not accounting for potential equipment errors, calibration errors, atmospheric conditions that can alter what you're seeing in the distance. Right? They're not taking that into consideration yet. If we present anything, they're the first to say, oh, this is invalidated because this is a particular type of mirage, right? But then they're not even including any possible mirage effects or vertical temperature gradient differentials or anything like that in their observations. They're cherry picking. It's very dishonest once you look deeply into it.
Well, DJ, hold on, just DJ real quick. Also, to add to what DJ just said, there's a reason. Think of this, Soroth. There is a button on the total stations where you could turn off the Earth curve correction. Now, just think about it, okay? Just for a second, okay? Why would they do that? Why would that even be a feature if you're supposed to always be accounting for Earth curve, for that Earth curve? Where they're grabbing from the arc, they're going to say that this is my distance from the surface to the center of this ball, that has this certain diameter. But the reasoning I will tell you is because there is times where they're not shooting, at a distance where where they have to include the way the light's going to mess up the shot in a long distance away from you.
Right.
This is why they usually. Why don't do that.
Why don't you just point them to the chat and show them what you're talking about? Since I posted it 3 times.
Perfect.
If you take a still shot through that time,
I saw your post, Mr. Air Pressure. I didn't want to make you think I'm not looking at them or otherwise. I'm familiar with that atmospheric refraction and the Coriolis effect.
Hold on. You're familiar not with even what I'm saying. If you take a snapshot, like I posted above the last one, that one's on the line. If you take a snapshot anywhere else during the day, that beach doesn't meet the water, it'll be somewhere else. This is what they're shooting through with one snapshot and claiming that's Earth curve. That's how they're trying to fool you.
Sure, I've seen what you were saying, and I'm not in disagreement or agreement. Like I said, I'm a neutral party in this. But I do see that I was just affirming what I'm sorry, was it what Mr. Apocryphon was saying? I understand why they wouldn't account for that if the distance wasn't far enough. It's like when you're trying to shoot a target with a sniper rifle from 1.5 miles away versus a few hundred feet away. You don't use the Coriolis effect. You don't factor for it because it's not far enough to worry about it. And that could.
This has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect, right? This is to do with different types of mirage effects that take place when you have differences in the vertical temperature gradient, right? Which causes things to appear higher or lower or squished or stretched, right? So in that Skunk Bay time lapse that Radwin posted, you'll see everything is getting higher and lower and squishing and stretching throughout the day, right? These are known types of mirage effects that take place, and we couldn't take a single snapshot at any point in that time lapse and say this is accurate, right? This is showing accuracy, right? Because there are always this soup of conditions that need to be taken into consideration. Now, this can happen on small, medium, and large scales, right? So it's just specific factors that they're not taking in. And APOC was mentioning about how they're cherry picking, right? They're sitting there and waiting till the condition matches their prediction, and then they'll present that as, look, here's evidence of Earth curve, whereas that's absolutely not the case.
And say that that's the evidence. I can understand.
Interrupt. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, you're.
But so if you notice, I'm not sure if any of them actually looked at what I posted in the chat, because all the things they brought up are completely irrelevant to what I posted.
I wasn't talking about what specifically you posted.
I think APOC covered that already, and I think the thing that Soroth is asking for is something that we can do, actually produce like a video and such, but it's not really that. I think the practical use of the Earth being a flat and stationary plane has been always thought of for everybody that's on the surface of the Earth. So videos don't need to be produced. All you got to do is understand what people do every day. Like professionals, the way they measure across the surface, the way they build across the surface, that's already it's just a duh. We don't need to make videos on that. All you got to do is just educate yourself with how people do things. That's the simple way to go about it. So
I understand what you're saying, but
I think you're trying to make it sound like there's something that needs to be done. We don't need to do anything. You need to educate yourself on how things are done, and then it's easier for you to understand, we're practically using the Earth as a horizontal plane. So it's not the fact that we need to do something, it's that you have to educate yourself. To Mr. Sorrell, I think that's what you got to realize here.
I can appreciate that. That's actually my intention here. As I mentioned before, I'm not in here to actually argue or present a particular position, and I think at this point it is an opportune time for me to not exit the discussion but abstain from it while I listen in, because it seems like you guys are on the cusp of maybe having a productive debate about this, and I'd rather be in the background and listen.
Well, it's not a debate. In the case of the Earth being a horizontal plane, it's not a debate. What Silly is trying to actually do is show that the Earth is measured as a curving surface, and it's not. It's actually used as a curving surface overall, like the land being said to be stitched together like with all the pointed lines that are transferred, which was APOC was talking about, which is planar surveying. That's the actual measuring the surface. Now, the idea that the overall surface is a curved one is only calculated using a Haversine formula. So the geodetic surveying is just turning all those measured lines into a curved surface. That's all it's doing. It's just a calculation, sir. There's no measurement.
I can understand that, Mr. Veritas. I do apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, there's no measurement being done by Silly, so it's not in contention whether or not they're measuring using geodetic surveying. What's in contention is, are they measuring any curve when they're doing surveying? That's what's in contention.
That's fair, sir. And that's the reason why I'd rather abstain from the conversation at this point. With all the information that's been presented, I feel as though I have enough to look up the debates, because that's actually, I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were here for that. That's actually what I'm here for. I am here for the arguments, and this might not be the right channel for it, which is why other members have provided me some other sources to look up arguments, debates, that sort of thing. Here, it's more of an understanding of what the subject matter is and what the facts are, and I'm perfectly happy with that. As I mentioned, I'll just be in the background. I mostly bring up some provocational questions, usually on the neutral side. And by the end of the night, I was told that there might be some more conversations in here. I don't know if there'll be debates. Maybe they won't be, but I'd still like to hear them. And yeah, I really thank you all. I'll be looking into these various things that members and non-members have provided. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Make one suggestion to you. Please research the construction industry and how buildings are constructed upon the realm. Thank you.
Will do as well. Thank you. You guys take care, and please proceed.
Thanks for coming by, Soroth. Look, we appreciate you. You've been very polite and well-mannered, and it's been good listening to your conversation, especially with Sporadic E. Just wanted to let you know, right? Sometimes we have some good conversations and debates in the home server, right? So I could send you a couple of links, right? We got a channel in the politics and religion server, which is similar to this, except it's a little bit more of a chilled environment. We have some more fruitful discussions in there, in my opinion. It's usually less people. Usually busier in this channel, but it's usually a bit more combative, a little bit more like an arena at times, a debate arena.
I like that.
So yeah, if you join the home server, the politics, religion, and this one, and keep an eye on them, and I can always tag you if there's a good conversation going on, right, in either of those three platforms.
Sure, I'd appreciate that, as long as it's not too much trouble for you, Mr. DJ. Thank you all.
That's okay. Yeah, look, I'll just shoot you through a couple of links now, and that's that. I'll do it right now.
I was just going to interject.
Come back.
Oh, sorry, Rich. I was just going to interject while Soroth is still listening. I've been listening in for about the last 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And the one thing I want to mention is Soroth mentioned that there is a bias on the Globe side. That is true. But the problem is not so much the bias. Like, as I mentioned, we know there is a bias. So that's okay. So with that being said, the problem really exists in my opinion, with surveying, is that they're using a model in the first place, a WGS84. There are several models they use. Let's see, there's a bunch of different ones. They use the AGS. They use a AUS Geoid 98 for Australia, a GRS 80. These are all ellipsoid models. So they're taking their plane surveying and they're laying it on the template of a geoid or an ellipsoid model. So the problem is they're using a model in the first place. Why would they need a model when all their measurements in the beginning are planar surveying? And most of this theodolites have a maximum of about 1,000 yards. So a little more than a half a mile, and that's it. So anybody that tells you that they can use a theodolite to measure distances greater than that are beyond the scope of that equipment. That's another problem right there. So I just wanted to mention those several things there. Thanks.
So, anybody find a substantial drop over distance in order to prop up the globe claim?
Not without transforming flat Earth data. Nope.
Exactly. That's what we would need. We would need something empirical, and so obviously repeatable, testable, observable, and measurable. Falsifiable. That Globers would need to have empirical data that shows drop over distance consistent to their supposed globe. That's the thing they do not have. So that's a big problem, because everywhere we look and everywhere we use the Earth practically, it's flat. Plumb lines. Yep. I mean, if you look at like the one thing I posted that was actually from Indio a little previously, it shows these plumb lines warping and curving in different directions. Does anybody here honestly think that plumb lines are doing that when you get near a mountain, that it curves back and forth at different elevations? That's ludicrous. Think if you were building a building with those curved plumb lines. What would that look like? It wouldn't look like a square and true building at all.
Maybe that's how they built the Leaning Tower of Pisa, yeah?
I guarantee you that an architect or the engineer who designed the Leaning Tower of Pisa was using the horizontal plane. They just had problems with the foundation.
Or think of these superstructures like the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, St. Lawrence Seaway. If they kept adjusting every so often for the curve of the Earth.
Well, again, I mean, the Suez Canal, isn't the Suez Canal over 100 miles in length?
Yeah, it goes 100. I think 120.
Right.
I tried to remember this.
So if P then Q, right? If in fact the ball, or if the Earth is in fact a sphere, if P then Q, so the Suez Canal would show a 1.26 mile drop over that 100-mile distance.
Yep. 6,600. Yeah, 6,667 feet.
Yeah.
In just 100 miles. So
a 600-story building over 100-mile spread, which again, if P then Q, great, but it's not. So what do we do?
Yeah, a mile. That's a mile of curvature. So a half mile on each side. So the next time Rob Noxious comes in here, he says he uses the Bedford level from like 1900, a repeat of the first one. He uses that. So the Suez Canal debunks that completely just in that one statement. Just mention Suez Canal, period, end of discussion.
We got the Suez Canal, we got the Great Wall of China, we have the Australia Railway, we also have the Great River Nile, we also have the Amazon River. There's many, many features around this Earth, quote unquote around, that are in fact longer than 100 miles that people are just whistling past on a consistent basis in order to prop up and believe in their globe.
I like the St. Lawrence Seaway. It goes from northern Minnesota all the way down to the Atlantic Ocean. A series of locks and channels. Every inch is accounted for. It's like 700 miles. No curve at all.
Exactly.
Speaking of rivers, have you looked at the Nile, where it originates and where it actually goes to? It actually flows, quote, uphill, if you will, based on the globe claim.
Yeah, it's really spectacular if you can finally get the globalists to acknowledge these things. But they don't. They never acknowledge any of it.
Yeah, even the Panama Canal is a good example. Those series
that goes up. Panama Canal is a good one because it goes up. It lifts them up into a lake that's higher than sea level They go across the lake and it drops them back down. Won't even discuss it. Try to bring it up to a globalist. They'll be like, nothing to see here. Just bird box it. Brain fart, NPC. Not going to talk about the canal. Why? Why won't you? Why are you going to ignore water, the physics of water?
Yeah, because they have to ignore the physics of water. They have to.
Because their proof is everything other than the Earth. Everything other than the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
That's what they're of the surface of the Earth. You're like, hey, what's your proof of the surface of the Earth? Everything other than that. And you're like, huh. So you won't talk about the surface. Nope. But what will you talk about? A galaxy, a star, refraction, volcanoes, satellites, but not the surface. You won't talk about that. Nope.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, this document, earthsurvey.us, that I got, that was something that Indio had posted in the other server. It talks about these models, and let me see if I can find it real quick. Deflection of the vertical, hold on one second. They're talking about how they're actually astronomical designations for the ellipsoid. That's where these models are from. Anyway, I can't find it right now, but I'll post the link for it. Yeah.
I like the title already, Sonny. The use and abuse.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at.
Sorry, they have nothing but if you read some of these documents, like it says with the adoption of the geocentric datum of Australia, the GDA 94 example Featherstone from 1996, these simplified assumptions, see that assumptions will not necessarily remain valid. Period. This is because the geocentric GRS-80 ellipsoid by Moritz in 1980, used for the GDA 94, is best fit to the level surfaces and plumb lines, now they're saying, of Earth's gravity field on a global scale, and does not provide a best fit over Australia. What? Why? Why? Why doesn't it do that? Unbelievable. Why do they have all these separate? They have different ellipsoid models to suit their needs. Why would they need that?
Because depending on the lie that you're telling, you need to grab the model that helps pump up your lie.
Yeah, how big of a distance, right? So they have to have it fit their globe paradigm at all costs. So they're going to jimmy the numbers. They're going to insert another model, whatever suits their needs. They just said it doesn't work in Australia. They have to use a different one. What? What, the land is too flat, I guess.
Looking first, the Australian Railway or their globe claim? Oh my.
oh boy, won't say who this. Just random DM. Hi, I've been looking to talk with flat Earth believers and people who think this consumption is real. I'd like to talk to you about how you came to this conclusion. I don't want to debate about something that is objectively false, the aspects of Earth. But I want to hear about you and how you came to this feeling and correct it so you can look forward at the Earth and the world to whatever.
You got that one too?
Yeah, well, you got
Peter.
Yeah.
Well, that's big of him. He wants to help correct it for you.
Matthew, quit it, Matthew. Here, I have a question. What is the object? He said objectively false. Okay, what is that he's basing that upon?
Probably logic, reason.
No, that wasn't a question for you, Peter. That was actually a question for one of the people that received the message, in order for them to provide a rebuttal to this person that asked this question.
I feel bummed out because it seemed like it was tailored right to me. Like he heard me on live stream, but no, it was just a spam, like some sort of spam bot that just threw it out there.
So a mass troll, then, if you will. He put one line in the water, and a whole bunch of us bit. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like what a concept that I want to save you. Why? Why do you even care about me? Why do you give a shit at all?
Well, forget about that. I just want to know. I'm curious, right? What is his evidence that he's using to base what he said? Objectively false. Okay, what is it? Yeah. Bring it forward. Let's talk about that thing, because that is what's giving you this right to attack us. Let's talk about your point, bucko.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it? That so somebody has wrong think, but you won't challenge your own thinking on that wrong think. Like, imagine if you go like it was a dime store psychologist here. You go to a psychologist and you say, "Hey, I got some hang-ups." And the psychologist is just like, "Well, you're wrong. Fuck it. Get over it. Here's a magic wand. Just wave this magic wand and change your worldview. And then you'll be okay." You'd be like, "Really, dude?" I just told him, listen to the live stream and join the chat. That's it. That's all you gotta do. There's plenty of flat earthers to talk to. What's your take there? Was that Matthew? I wasn't sure if I heard it right.
Oh yeah, I don't know what this person meant by objective, true or objectively false. But my guess would be that he thinks it's beyond, like, it's not a subjective opinion. It's more based on evidence and observations or something like that.
What kind of evidence?
Observations of the locations of the stars and sun and moon and that.
So sky. So the thing away from the ground is what the ground equates to. Got it.
Exactly. Like you use the external to like determine the shape of the ground.
So not the Earth. So looking at the lights in your ceiling to measure the floor.
Well, I mean, kind of, yeah.
Kind of, you know what? Kind of do that at your hardware store, Matthew. Tell them you're putting in flooring, like a carpet in your living room, like 20 by 25 feet, and tell them that you want to measure the 2 ceiling lamps to put in your carpet. See what they say.
So ironically, it turns out that most rooms in most houses, if you look at the ceiling, you have a pretty good sense of the size of the floor.
Oh my God!
Yeah, because want to know why? The walls are built plumb, and if those walls weren't plumb, the ceiling profile would be slightly different to the floor profile. But guess what? Those walls are built to a profile of plumb, therefore maintaining the rectilinear format. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I wasn't talking about the actual ceiling. Like as Killian mentioned, they're made as plumb, perpendicular to the floor. But we're not talking about the ceiling. We're talking about the lights. You're talking about the lights on the ceiling, not the ceiling itself, because you don't have a measure of the ceiling itself on Earth. So that's fallacious, Matthew. Why would you bring it? Why would you mention the ceiling?
You mentioned the ceiling.
Lights. You're talking about the lights in the sky, not the ceiling.
Yeah, you mentioned the ceiling. I was talking about the lights.
Yeah,
in the sky.
the lights in the ceiling. The lights in the ceiling aren't a measure of the ceiling or the floor.
Right.
Yeah, suddenly, like hypothetically, let's say you're in a room. It's got dimensions, like 12 by 12 or something like that, right? Like just a side room. And you want to put carpeting in that room. Could you stand at every point there and like systematically like take measurements up to a fan or light on the ceiling, and then do the math to figure out exactly how much carpeting you need?
Probably. I mean, assuming that the ceiling is level and not like a vaulted ceiling or something.
Do you ever wonder why they have to do like a popcorn ceiling, or they have to do a knockdown? Do you know why they do that to the ceilings?
No, I don't know.
This is why Matthew's an engineer, a mathematician, and not a carpenter or architect.
Yeah. You never had a summer job where you worked in the construction crew, or?
No, I never did.
What did you? I mean, you don't. Okay, I know this is a personal question, so you don't have to answer it because we stay away from that. I mean, I'm just kind of curious. Like, what in your college years? Like, what the fuck did you do?
Oh, I made huge amounts of money doing computer programming and software engineering and like data system management, that type of thing.
Well, that goes to show you then. I mean, yeah, had you just worked a summer job where you did some construction, you'd been like, huh, they purposely got texture the ceiling because it doesn't match the floor. And it looks weird. It looks wavy. You know, it's a little bit off-putting. So by texturing the ceiling, it gives it more of a uniform look. It's called finishing.
I thought they textured the ceiling with popcorn for the acoustics.
Yeah, it's got more than one reason for it.
They popcorn the ceiling to give the ceiling depth so it doesn't appear flat.
Yeah, it was big in like the 70s or 80s or something, but then everybody sort of universally decided, oh, that's gross. We should do something different. I don't like it that much.
They got knockdown ceilings. Yeah, so if you just Google it, what's the reason for a texturing ceiling? Texturing a ceiling offers several benefits: concealing perfections, enhancing aesthetics, providing sound absorption.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
So there you go. Now you know that if you were to go up and just start measuring your ceiling, that's perfectly imperfect, you won't get the same answer.
I would expect that those imperfections would be fairly slight. So if you wanted to see how much carpet to put in a bedroom, and there's a whole bunch of furniture in the way on the ground, you could just measure the ceiling and say, oh, it's a 10 by 12 room, and that would be pretty close.
Or you just do the floor.
But all the furniture is in the way is what I was saying.
We have to move the furniture to put the carpet down anyway.
Or you could measure the ceiling and get the same answer.
I guess you could, as long as you got your verticals being perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a vaulted ceiling or something, obviously that wouldn't work.
Yeah, if the plumbs aren't exact, you're measuring the ceiling. Let's say you have an 8-foot ceiling. If you're off a half an inch.
We do order extra too. It's always like 30% extra.
Exactly.
There's a lot of waste to construction. Think about like every house, like every fourth house, you could build a whole new house with just the waste being produced. It was stunning. I mean, when you look at how much garbage is produced in construction.
But nice deflection away from the topic. But the thing is, we're talking about the ceiling, but the point was we're not going to be measuring the round ceiling light to determine what the dimensions of the floor are.
No, think of it this way. What he's saying is to build the Suez Canal, you wouldn't use the surface of the Earth. You would measure to the lights in the sky. You'd use only star observations.
That's not quite what I was saying. I was saying the observations in the sky help us determine the shape of the Earth, and the heliocentric model is the best explanation for those observations.
Okay, so how does the heliocentric model that you're claiming a model that you don't have, but how does this heliocentric model account for 100 miles of level water?
We say that water is curved. The surface of water is curved over large distances on the surface of the Earth.
But the datums that were used to make the canal are not curved.
I would say they are curved.
Yeah, go look at it. They're not.
They typically draw them flat on maps, but the datums themselves are curved.
No, they actually manufactured it with a datum that's the same all the way across the entire 100 miles.
Oh, that's not true. Across 100 miles, the datum would curve.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yes, it is, Sonny. And I'm right, and you're wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do. I've read the details of the engineering of the Suez Canal, and it's made
ask
on
any engineer. Sonny, I promise you, talk to any competent engineer, and they will tell you the same thing. They will tell you the truth.
The water isn't curving. That's bullshit.
It's not BS. It's true.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
True.
Yeah, you just have to have it to be true for your religious belief of the globe.
I'm sorry, it's not a religious belief. It's just the...
Yeah, it is. You have no proof of the globe. You just believe it. It's a religious zealotry. Yeah, that's what you have. Zealotry. Globe zealotry.
No, it's a good explanation for the observations.
It's not an explanation for what we actually have in the natural world and in reality. No, it isn't.
Sonny, it does explain the natural world. It explains the observations very well. And there's no other alternative. If there were a better alternative, I would believe that instead.
Yeah, it's level. That means no part higher or lower, all the way across the whole entire 100 miles of the Suez Canal. The water is not curving. Neither is the datum they used to make the canal.
Has this guy never heard of sea level?
No.
Yeah, I've heard of sea level. I think that sea level is curved.
Against sea level, yeah. He cannot admit to sea level.
Matthew just said level is curved.
Right. Level is curved. Sea level is curved. It is not a flat plane.
I can't believe...
All right, present your evidence. Present your evidence in the side chat, Matthew, for drop over distance.
It's the best model for the observations.
Okay, no, present your evidence. You just made a positive claim. Can you back it up with empirical evidence?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
For observations like sunsets and sunrises.
No. Empirical evidence of the Earth curving, right? Not something that can be explained and reproduced on a small flat surface.
Yeah,
right? You have to make a bunch of assumptions, right? That's why I was asking for specific validation of drop over distance or a geometric horizon, which you also just made a positive claim for.
Yeah, we don't have physical evidence. We don't have measurements of Earth's curvature. Instead, we make assumptions based on the inference to the best explanation. That's how science works.
Yeah, you have to make a bunch of assumptions because you don't have any empirical evidence to present, where we have mountains of empirical evidence to go over, which you have no explanation for, right, other than to chant nuh-uh.
Did you just say that's how science works?
Yeah, science, the project of science is to the inference to the best explanation, to find the best explanation for the observation.
Bullshit. Science isn't about explanations, you numpty dipshit.
Well, I mean, if you want to go the QE route and just chant some second grade definition of science.
You're saying that science has to do with explanations. It's not QE's fucking...
Yeah, he found it in like a second grade science.
It's the scientific method. Cause and effect.
He just equates science with
you're
with
full
an
of
experiment.
Shit, man. You don't
he says
know
that
what
all science is
You
experimental.
think science is how explanations suit your your predisposition? That's what you just said.
Yeah, I'm just saying that science explains
I'm
things.
glad you don't teach children science because you don't know anything about science. Show me a citation of how science deals with explanation or the best explanation. Show me that. Put it in the chat.
Let's see, I don't have one off the top of my head.
Yeah, you don't have one on hand. Yeah, I bet you don't.
I mean, it seems pretty straightforward that science explains things, right?
No,
But you said, there. But you said there were
Go ahead, Elba.
presuppositions, though, Matthew, in your response.
Queen.
Thank you. Matthew, didn't you say that there were presuppositions or assumptions? Did you not say that within your response?
Yeah, so you look at all the different assumptions or all the different explanations and see which one works best.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you that they are all assumptions. This is what you said, correct?
Yeah, so...
Okay, thank you.
For example, we assume that H2O, the water is H2O, that it's 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen, and we look at that assumption and that explanation and see if it works. And sure enough, like it explains electrolysis, it explains the specific weight of water and all this type of stuff. So that's an example of science explaining something, that water is H2O.
But you don't have Google on hand that you can put a citation. You're full of shit.
You need Google
try some
to tell
Okay,
you
well, here-
that water is H2O?
The science is the pursuit of an application of knowledge and understanding of natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. That's a good
social world.
Well,
yeah, we're not talking about the social world. We need
right. You're talking about the natural world.
We need a citation that cites exactly what you said about the explanations fitting your assumptions. We need a citation for that. That's what science, according to you, is.
Yeah, I don't have one off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to explain before, the thing that I posted was an actual measurement done with like chains, done in the early 1900s. Wasn't done with geodetic surveying.
So now you've changed your name to Globus Come Get Muted, have you? And then your username's Flat Earthers Are Silly. And you want people to treat you with respect in here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe you can change it to banned instead of muted.
A 100-foot-long chains. How did they measure the deflection of the chains? And I know he's muted, as he should be. How'd they measure deflection of the fucking chain? Ridiculous. I want to see somebody develop a hypothesis with a dependent and independent variable using the best explanation for a presupposition. Let me see that hypothesis.
Well, I could provide an example. If I hypothesize that the Earth is a globe and the heliocentric model is fairly accurate, then I might, if I assume that, then I might hypothesize that the full moon would stay about the same angular size all night long because it's not changing distance.
So not about the Earth.
Right. It would have to be about the
Good job, not about the Earth. Yeah, so not about the Earth. Looking up at the sky.
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to ignore evidence. I think
the lights in the sky again.
Yeah, I equate it to, or an example would be looking out the window of a train can help you determine how fast the train is going.
Is that how they determine how fast the train's going?
No, but if you're a passenger, that's one way.
Why?
To determine how fast the train is going, you could do.
Yeah, why don't they look out the window?
Because it would be inaccurate.
Then why the fuck would you mention that? That's retarded.
As an analogy. It's not a retarded analogy.
Yeah,
it's a good analogy.
Yeah, it's retarded. Just like looking at the moon to determine the surface. Oh, and your moon, looking at the moon to determine the surface, what's the independent variable that you're manipulating?
Oh, I'm just talking about observations. No, not an experiment.
Yeah, I said a valid scientific hypothesis. You don't understand science at all.
I think I have a pretty good understanding of how science works.
Which kind of science? Pseudoscience or or actual science?
Regular science.
So you understand natural science, how it works? Please explain.
Well, I'm not a scientist. I'm just sort of, I understand the idea of science fairly well, I would think.
So you understand science as a concept?
I understand the project of science and what scientists generally do, and a little bit about the philosophy of science, that kind of stuff.
So not natural science.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, you said philosophy of science.
Yeah, the philosophy of science.
We're talking about natural science, not philosophy.
I'm talking about the philosophy of natural science, for example. So I'm talking about science, meta-science, metaphysics, so to speak. Which is, by the way, why scientism is false, because scientism doesn't access the philosophy of science. It just talks about scientific truths. It can't talk about the philosophy or the meta-science. So those people who are scientists and think that that's the highest truth, they're just wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about natural science, not philosophy. So is you going to explain natural science?
Yeah, he misquoted the definition of pseudoscience, by the way.
Who defined pseudoscience?
Something parading as being scientific without using the scientific method. Like people claiming to be doing the scientific method without using the scientific method.
Yeah, that would be an example of pseudoscience, sure.
So astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, evolutionary biology, cryptozoology, geology, archaeology, paleontology. No independent variable. There's nothing they can manipulate. They're just guessing and making shit up.
Yeah, I guess I would say that if your definition of science excludes marine biology and geology, then I don't know if it's an accurate definition how most people use the word science. Because generally, marine biology and geology are taught in science departments, not in philosophy departments.
Yeah, I didn't mention marine biology, but nice job trying to put words in my mouth.
Oh, so you agree that marine biology is science?
It depends. If they have an independent variable, can they provide the method that they use to show a cause and effect? Probably can.
Marine biologists generally observe marine animals and come up with ideas about, descriptions of those animals and their habitats and behaviors.
Yeah, observing and making up things about what is going on is not science. So if they can manipulate variables in marine biology and have a valid hypothesis, then I would say that is science. But not all parts of biology are science. There's no such thing as observational science. That's pseudoscience.
Well, then why is that a word?
It's pseudoscience.
You can name
Observational science.
you can name anything. It doesn't mean it is a natural science.
Right. I just reject the idea that that all observational science is pseudoscience. That's just not true.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's true.
do they use this natural? Do they use a scientific method?
When they're observing things, no.
So when they're observing things, if they don't use scientific method and pass it off as science, that's called pseudoscience.
Using the scientific method to do experiments is part of science. It's not the entirety of science.
It's the entire point of it.
No, it's not. The entire point is to apply knowledge and figure out understanding of the natural world, use systematic methodology based on evidence, those kinds of things.
Use what?
Science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural world following a systematic methodology based on
Following
evidence.
a systematic method.
Right.
Yeah, if they don't follow the systematic method, then you're not doing anything.
Right. So using a systematic
So
method. You
the
don't just.
systematic method is the scientific method.
Oh, no, it's not. Not always. It can be part of it.
100% it is.
I mean, the definition's there in the side chat of pseudoscience, right? A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
Yeah, that's a good definition. Thank you. I mean, I could ask this question: what would you call geology? If it's not a science, maybe we should just come up with different terms for these different things.
What can they manipulate?
You could just call it geology.
Yeah, you could just call it geology, the study of Earth or whatever. But what are they manipulating if you want to call it science?
Oh, I was asking what you would want to call it if you don't want to call it science. So geology and astronomy, for example, those two fields, what category would you put them in?
Pseudoscience.
Observational things, observing stuff. I mean, what can you do with it? There's nothing concrete that you can do by just looking at something and then coming up with an idea of what it is or what is going on.
Well, I don't know. You can make $1 billion with geology, finding oil in Texas. I mean, lots of people did make billions.
It doesn't mean it's science, though.
That's pretty useful.
Useful doesn't mean it's science either.
I mean, engineering is useful, but it's not science. Programming is useful, but it's still not science.
Yeah, manufacturing is useful. It's not science.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I would say they use scientific ideas in all those areas, but it's not.
Okay, in what way?
Isn't science.
In what way?
They could apply things that were discovered in science.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant.
But it's not science. I mean, science is not the only way to come to truth, but it is a way to come to cause and effect. And that's the issues that has arise with this new everything is science world. They want to say mathematics is science.
So, Matthew, what was the reason you took your telescope to Santa Barbara to recreate the Black Swan observation?
Oh, I was visiting my brother who lives near there, and what were we doing? I don't know. I was driving to or from there and had some extra time, and I was like, "Oh, this is where that Black Swan is." So I drove there, and I keep my telescope in my car anyway, so I set it up and looked at it. I mean, it's just a cheapo, like $70 telescope. It's you know, you could do the same thing with binoculars, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, I generally recommend people do their own observations. And if you guys have any access to any telescope, or if it's clear at night, it would be at least interesting to look at some stars, look at some planets, look at the moon through a telescope at some point. One of the easiest things to see is Jupiter and its 4 moons, or you could say a round circle, a round light in the sky that is commonly called Jupiter, and then 4 dots that are typically near that circle, just to describe what you see. And then those 4 dots change positions.
Okay. Therefore, the Earth is a globe?
No, it's just increases the number of observations you have personally done, and sort of you can use those observations to think about the cosmos or something. Think about what might be true.
Yeah, but you're going to have to throw in a whole bunch of assumptions. I mean, when you go out and actually do these observations over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't align like with the globe mathematics at all. Nowhere near. It's magnitudes off. No, I mean, your picture in the side chat here alone, I mean, is a huge percentage off what you would expect if the Earth was a globe. I mean, I can show you an observation now that doesn't have any valid explanations from the globe side, where we can see 22 times further than what you would be able to see on a globe. And there isn't any valid explanation for it from the globe side. Usually they just try to pick apart the location, which can easily be validated as well. Yeah, there it's in the side chat there. Right, there has to be a horizon, right, at 0.6 miles. Right, a geometric horizon. Like, there isn't one anywhere at all on the surface of that water that we can see. Right, and we can see a 14-mile little peninsula that sticks out and goes into the water that should be hidden behind 120 foot of curvature.
Right. So
I mean, just to say refraction here is absolutely ridiculous, because there is no type of mirage effect or gradient that could be taking place here, right? That would allow this to be possible.
Yeah, so when I see observations like this, I say this is counter to what I might expect, just sort of on the surface of the explanations, but my belief in the curvature of the surface is stronger than this observation. And so I say, based on my presupposition that the Earth is a globe, then I chant that refraction is probably what's happening here, especially if it's over water. That's not too surprising. So this
it isn't. There isn't. I mean, when you just use the word refraction like that, right, you're misusing it.
Bending of light. Maybe I'd say it that way.
Okay, so how does the bending of light make the horizon disappear entirely and be undetectable and completely flatten out the surface?
Because it curves along the surface of that lake all the way to the other side, so that you see the other side before you'd see a horizon.
Okay, so where's the horizon gone? Where's the physical horizon gone?
It's behind those mountains on the other side.
Really? So nothing else is being affected?
Dipshit.
Oh, no, I'm not a numpty. I'm pretty smart.
But he said, my belief overrides observation.
There you go.
That's just wild.
No, yeah, you guys are talking to somebody who said even if NASA came out and told the truth and said the Earth is flat, he would still believe he's on a spinning water ball in space. He's a numpty dipshit.
100%. I would not believe NASA because, that would be irrational.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like a flat man, dude, don't be so aggressive. His value system, his worldview isn't based on what government says. He's already explained that, despite NASA saying that it's a globe, he already says, yeah, they're kind of like scumbag. This is a kind of a scumbag organization. So if they were to switch and go back and forth or change, it would be completely irrelevant. In Matthew's worldview, NASA is just as irrelevant as yours. There should be a point of agreement, not a point of contention. You should be like, damn, you don't trust NASA? Me neither. That should be a fallback position. It should be a fallback position that you guys always have some baseline for agreement. You're taking agreement and turning it into disagreement. It's kind of cringe. I'm not going to be honest with you. It's kind of weird.
For sure. I just find that he isn't willing to accept any evidence, even truth, from the people who have been lying to him. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, he already says NASA's been lying to him.
This is Soroth. I'm sorry for chiming in. I mentioned I would be listening in. I do have a provoking question to bring up. Earlier, we spoke of bad actors within the flat Earth community, those who either propose mythologized explanations or those who, for lack of a better word, intentionally or otherwise malign the flat Earth community by presenting troll arguments or otherwise. Here, my question is, why wouldn't that also be true theoretically for the global Earth community? What if NASA is a bad actor in that sense? And despite the sincere beliefs or the sincere fact-finding of those who propose the global Earth, NASA is also a bad actor representing the global Earth. Wouldn't you have to hold that as a possibility?
Yeah, because systems of authority. People in the flat Earth community who have circumvented flat Earth or tried to get inside flat Earth, some of those people are bad actors. They're not flat Earthers at all. The same thing you saw NASA, or not NASA, the NSA and CIA do this for civil rights movements in the 1960s. You saw them do it for atheism in 2000. They insert bad actors into social movements to drive the conversation away from government accountability. Now, on the flip side of that, this same organization, the executive branch of the federal government, then superpositioned itself to be the authority in matters of creation. So that's where you got the difference. On one side, there's a decentralized movement, and the other side, a completely centralized system of listen to the experts. They know what's best for you. Don't do the thinking. Don't do any thinking. They've done all the thinking for you. So on the meanwhile, you're able to adjudicate which flat Earth speakers you want to listen to and which you don't want to listen to, and the marketplace of ideas were sorted out. On the globe side, there isn't any alternative to NASA. There's NASA and about 7 or 6 other space agencies that almost equal one more NASA in terms of spending. So there isn't another option. There isn't like somebody could say, oh, hey, well, what is X space agency doing? What did they say? What did they come up with? There isn't one. That's it. The only one who's ever claimed to have done a manned space flight, and that was 60 years ago. No one else.
Yeah, Crit, I think the reason why I was pointing out the thing about Matthew is I think the reason was because no matter what you show this person for proof that the Earth isn't a spinning water ball in space, he's just not going to accept it, period. Because he said he wouldn't even accept that truth from NASA. So just trying to show Matthew anything about flat Earth, he's just not going to register it. He's going to find a way to curve it or make it a ball or He just won't accept any flat Earth evidence or truth. Period. He won't from anybody. That was my point. NASA or otherwise, any one of us.
Yeah.
He just won't accept it.
That's true. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that was going to be the case. I was just kind of trying to fill some dead air by presenting that observation to him, knowing that he would say that. It's to be expected from Matthew. I mean, that's why he sits in here and a whole room filled with flat earthers waiting for someone to debate. Don't even bother engaging with Matthew most of the time. Because we've already tried, and he just denies what you present him, misuses the word refraction, and then just kind of like appeals to his own belief system, basically, over anything else. So
yeah.
It's like to accurately represent the globe idea, just for anybody who's interested.
Right, it's akin to a cultist being in a place, and if you're going to ask the cultist anything, they're just going to be like a blind belief system. So that's exactly what he's doing. He doesn't have to agree with NASA or any other organization, just so long as his belief system's intact. You guys understand? That's how that works. Cultists only want their system of belief to be intact. They don't care about who's saying what. Yeah.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, too. Like, he did get spanked when we stopped engaging with him, and the only person he really would engage with him is, like, DMOC or QE. And he didn't like that. He really didn't like, and he would leave the call. And so now I think he's getting to the point where he's gotten too comfortable again, and we might have to turn him back over to QE and DMOC. These are the guys you will talk to if you stop being responsive. If you stop engaging, stop being responsive, we've got our damage control team that will come in and shut that shit down. And just like you agreed too, like as soon as they engage with you, you disconnected from the call. So you've got a choice to make. Do you want to be responsive and engaged, or do you want to talk to people who are going to talk at you just like you're doing right now?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I appreciate that. So I do admit that I've gotten angry and rage quit after the 15th insult from QE, and when he says, we don't even want you here, we don't want to, you should just shut up and not say anything. And I'm like, all right, I will then. And then I leave. But I shouldn't let that get to me as much. So you're right.
Say, do you want to prove him right, or do you want to prove him wrong?
You mean by leaving? It shows that I'm just... Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Nate Higgers.
But it is a little bit hard when you get so many insults in a row from somebody like Nathan Oakley or QE or somebody.
Yeah, I get it, because you want to be the one insulting. You don't want to be the one taking the insults.
Oh, no, I don't want to insult anybody. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, that's a demonstrated lie. Come on now.
Look, I like all you guys. It's just your ideas I think I disagree with. I'm not insulting people.
I've heard you insult people. Yes, you've insulted people. You've told a guy before that I was listening to, you said, it's a good thing that I don't have to tell you that the earth is a globe because you got your friends and family to do it for you. That's what you said. You're insulting, dude.
How is that
I've heard you.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And
you don't
also
think is that not insulting?
Yeah, this fawning.
Yeah,
there's these emotions. I started first. So there's these emotions called freeze, fight, or fawn. Fawning is what Matthew does. He tries to be nice, and he says things like he said to me earlier. If you want to use QE's version of science, like saying it in a nice way.
Second grade, he said, if you want to use QE's second grade level understanding of the scientific method.
Perfect.
That was an attempt to belittle it. You're right. That was an attempt to belittle his ideas.
All right.
That's your tactic. That's what you have is tactics.
So you're incorrect to say that you aren't insulting because that's what you do. You like doing it. Come on, let's be real here. You like insulting flat earthers whenever you can.
No, you're right. So I admit that I do get insulting, that I do say unkind things, and I should not do that. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. There's no excuse for that.
I'm just saying, man, we're calling a spade, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I need to be kinder. Look,
This is
me insulting people and being angry and being unkind wouldn't help the conversation. I think it's best for me to attempt to have an honest conversation and talk about that instead of like me insulting people. So that's what I'm attempting to do. But you guys are right. I don't always live up to that ideal.
Maybe because you're human and everybody wants to be right about things. But we're in this conversation, we're being real, right? We're being real with ourselves. We're having a real conversation, and wherever that goes, it goes. But what I'm saying is like, because everybody wants to be right. Nobody wants to be wrong. So, we all get in our skin. And the thing is, we're always trying to have a conversation where it's a bit palpable for everyone listening. It's never the case because we're dealing with controversial topics. So it is what it is, right? It's the nature of the
you're
beast,
right.
so to speak.
It is what it is. I mean, literally, this is called Discord, right? And so if things get heated occasionally, I don't mind that. I don't hold it against people, and I try to do better myself. So it makes sense, though. You're right.
Matthew, you're suffering from extreme cognitive dissonance. You've been explained countless times how Earth is measured, the observations, the scientific method, and you resort to double speak and extreme cognitive dissonance. So, we've dealt with this so many times. You've been wrong every time. You can't prove your point.
To explain why I still believe it, I think that each of those explanations you've given, I have an explanation for those on the globe side. So I think that there are good answers to each of those points. If I were to just ignore those answers and not come up with an explanation and just kind of like plug my ears and ignore it, then you'd be right. So cognitive dissonance is just kind of like ignoring things. I think I engage with the arguments and have an answer for all of those arguments.
Stop the cat.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You've been proven wrong every single time. For example, elevation angle measurements and how they measure Earth is flat.
So for that specific example, I think I have a reasonable explanation of how you could do elevation angles on a curve.
Well, you can't do elevation angles on a curve, though, because you'll need a horizontal plane surface to do that elevation angle in the first place.
Yeah, you're right. Angles are between two straight lines or between a plane and a straight line.
Right. The plane surface is the ground of the Earth.
Yes.
So that's flat. This is cognitive dissonance right here. It's flat, and you're still saying that it's not flat, even though you just admitted that the measurement needs a horizontal plane surface ground to do it. So that's your cognitive dissonance right now.
What I would say is that at any point on Earth, you can figure out what the horizontal plane is. The horizontal plane itself is a geometric concept, and that concept is perfectly flat. But
it's not a concept. It's a measurement.
A horizontal plane
of the ground.
Yeah, you use the concept of the horizontal plane to make the measurement of the elevation angle.
To match the Earth's surface.
Again, it's not a concept. It's a measurement.
Yeah, you hear that, folks? You use the horizontal concept to create the ball Earth that's spinning in outer space.
Wow.
It's retarded.
Like, this guy is so special.
Honest to God, I'd rather believe in space aliens than fucking flat Earth. That shit's retarded.
Yeah. So you think water curves also, or do you think level is curved like
Bro, have you seen a rocket go into outer space? I have. And
so you use rocket. So the pictures on your TV screen is your proof of globe Earth. That's all you got?
Wait, what?
Pictures on your TV screen is what you're using for globe Earth proof?
Dude, they literally have like fucking proof.
Literally? How did you verify it literally?
You're trying to make me get specific, and I'm not a smart guy.
No, it's your claim. It's your claim. Back up your claim. How did you verify the pictures on your TV?
We can agree on the last.
They have astronomy. There's this thing called astronomy.
You're not a smart guy. We can agree on that.
Galileo. Yeah, there's this thing called astronomy, and basically it has to do with gravity and all that stuff. Why do you think we
need a citation for astronomy having to do with
what I think y'all need to really
put a citation in the chat.
And I don't need to interrupt
put it in the chat.
I think y'all need to really consider how round Earth is compared to other planets.
You're talking about, and
most
that's why you're just rambling on. Yeah, that's why you're gish galloping, because you don't have proof for your globe.
I mean, look at most planets; they're like oblong shape, kind of like.
So not about the Earth. So looking at the sky once again.
I just think it's really fucking ignorant to like discredit the fact that the Creator is real, and we live in such a distinct point in our universe, in our solar system, that we are allowed to, make life. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think that principle alone is something that should be discussed, because it is
water is flat.
It is truly
you're going to go against the fundamental physics of water, huh?
Formula that is, in a sense,
what God formula. Is. No, what about the actual measurement of water on Earth being flat, horizontal, sea level?
What?
What?
You never heard of sea level?
He's too busy looking at the sky.
I'll agree with his statement that he's not very smart. I'll agree with him on that he's not very smart.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not a very smart guy.
Yeah, correct.
Why do you think the Earth is a globe? If you're not that smart, why do you think the Earth is a globe? I mean, if you know you're not smart, then wouldn't it be reasonable to assume? Wait, wouldn't it be?
Have a basic understanding of gravity.
Wait, if you know you're not that smart, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're easily fooled?
Could be. Now that gets into some deep discussions. Now, are you under the belief that we are living in a hologram?
We don't have deep discussions.
Anything like that.
I think they're stupid.
Well, I think we are. I think everything we live and breathe and feel is simulated.
So you think you're in a hologram. So if you and I were in a situation somewhere and you pissed me off and I punched you in the fucking face, you think that pain would be simulated or real?
Anyway, how come your hologram is a flat Earth?
I think it's kind of like it's like that movie with Jim Carrey.
How come your hologram is a flat Earth?
It's up to Jim Carrey. He's God Almighty, dude. Not me.
All failed.
You know?
Yeah.
By the way, you remember those games in the mall as a kid? You put a quarter in and it would go around and around and around. And then
you see where he's going now? His best proof was looking at the rockets going from NASA.
Okay?
And then the next proof was he looked up at the stars and the planets. That he didn't mention anything about Earth itself.
Well, the Earth is bound to the sun, which makes
so you're still looking up at the sky, are you? Is that your globe proof? Looking up at the sky?
Which is extremely rare.
Yeah, so nothing about the Earth yet.
Do not rotate around their suns in a perfect circle.
When are you going to bring up something about the Earth itself, the surface of Earth?
Well, did you know that the surface of Earth that we live on right now is basically like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet above what they used to live on? Like when you go to Italy, the street levels are like higher now.
So sedimentation,
old street levels.
How does that? So yeah, so sedimentation.
Yeah, that's all being,
like the abyssal plains in the oceans.
That's all geomagnetic, or not geomagnetic, but what do you call it? Tectonic plates moving and shifting, which only would happen if the planet was round.
Really? Plates are curved.
No, but
just to clarify, this guy's proof for the globe is NASA
is round.
Gravity and streets in Italy. Those are his proof for the globe. NASA, gravity,
ball
in Italy.
Of steel, is it steel in the middle of the Earth? The molten ball of metal in the middle of Earth.
Okay, when did they go to the center of Earth? When did they go to the? When did they go to the center of Earth? Who went to the center of Earth?
They mapped it with LiDAR.
How did that? Oh, really? How did they do that? Explain it.
Scientists understand what the center of the Earth looks like.
Scientist? Which scientist?
Geologists, they understand what the Earth looks like inside.
They understand, or they just make shit up like you are.
No, they understand. It's usually
really
math.
How do they understand it?
A lot of times. So this is the thing with scientists.
LiDAR measures the surface, dude.
A lot of times, scientists don't use like what you would think is like an interpretation, a visual interpretation. They use a lot of math, especially.
How do you know what we think?
They use a lot of math.
How do you know what we think?
Pure math.
Yeah.
So math makes
you
it
know what we think.
Math tells them what's in the center of the
I
Earth.
like this. I'm gonna stop streaming because I like this. But
they do mathematics, and they tell themselves, oh, 4 + 8 equals iron core in the middle of the Earth. Okay, got it, buddy.
What does having a flat Earth do for you, though? That's what I don't understand.
Well, we can avoid the idiotic claims of globe earthers, for one, that you've fallen for hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, did you know we used to think the same thing you do right now?
No.
Yeah, we did. That's why we're here. Because we know more about the Earth than you do. We know more about the globe Earth fantasy than you will ever know in your entire lifetime. Collectively, much, much more magnitudes more than you will ever know. We knew about the globe Earth before we got the information about what size it's supposed to be. We went out and checked in nature, which you have not done, obviously. That's why we're here, because we checked the data.
I mean, man, honest to God, like
Mogwai, you're making Mogwai. You said a false claim, buddy. You're talking about. You said something about like we've used LiDAR to find out the center. Dude, let me ask you a question, and just be real. If you don't know the answer, just say I don't know. But I'm just going to point out how you're lying. Do you know how deep LiDAR works?
You know what it is, to be honest. I just use that word.
so you're just spewing shit. Then you're just saying things. I just wanted to point you out and expose you.
You think I'm fucking telling the truth?
I just wanted to. Oh, so you're here just disingenuous. Okay, I just want to point out, guys. Like, Glober's listening to this guy. Don't. He knows nothing. And actually, on ironically, LiDAR actually disproves the globe position because that's not the way the equipment even works. It doesn't have a curvature on it. It's literally an XYZ algorithm that's planted into the software that's going to give you the depths that the light's bouncing off of. It actually proves the flat plane that we're talking about, or should I say, the way it's measured, should I say, because it's from that zero baseline all the way across, no curve. And the deepest it goes, by the way, for those listening, it's about 13,000 feet. The deepest they can use LiDAR, which is what? 13,000, what's about 2 miles? No, something like that, yeah. Anyways, don't listen to Globers like this. Nonsense.
What about geology, though?
No. Just look up that borehole claim. Like, see how far they actually went.
You can look up the principle of horizontal origin. That's geology uses lateral continuity and horizontal origin.
What about wingsuit flyers when they fly?
Yep.
What?
They're more focused on like how to maneuver through the sky using lift and drag. They're more focused on lift and drag, not necessarily the shape of anything below them.
Created by the round Earth.
Oh my God, dude! Again, everything. Ironically, everything you're speaking about has nothing to do with a shape below it. It just it's created off of an XY diagram, if you will. Now, first of all,
have you ever heard this theory? This is really sideways.
Do you understand what an XYZ diagram means? When I say that,
obviously, yeah.
Okay, so is it not just like this infinite grid in all directions, creating a flat plane? Is it not that? Yes or no?
No, it's a round plane.
So you think XYZ is
round plane?
Oh, okay, let that be enough for everybody listening. This guy is to be ignored. Going further even more.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our second example. The first one, he said he didn't know what he was talking about. He was just saying shit. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's round though.
It's tracking. What? See, why are you just holding on to that? Because clearly, even if you like really thought about what you just said,
No, I
you'd be
watched
like, oh
Planet
wait.
Earth. They explained it all.
So you know that it's not
David
round then, right?
Attenborough.
You know that it's not a sphere, right?
That's what he said in his voice. He goes,
You know it's not a sphere, right?
Listen, I don't need your crap.
He's broken. You broke him.
I did.
My friend just bought me a game. I think I'm gonna play.
Can I get a refund on this conversation? Because this is clearly this guy's broken.
Can we get a new Glober? This one's worn out.
All right, I'll mute up. You guys have fun. I'll get back to building
he
this
kind of
website.
defeated me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just kind of like over it.
Well, dude, most people come in here, they think that they know about the globe, right? And they find out pretty quickly that the flat earthers know much more about the globe than what they do, right? And you probably don't know any of our arguments at all, but you wanted to come in here and insult us off the bat, right? Rather than asking us questions. You probably don't even know what we mean when we say the word flat earth, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the earth, right? We're not claiming a disk in space, right? That would be stupid if we did claim that. But you probably think that that's what flat earthers think, that the earth is.
Yeah.
A flat disk in space. Yeah, we don't think that.
You know, DJ, most of them are like that, though. They come in this room, they think they're, all right, let's, deal with some stupid idiots called flat earth. Yeah, the reason why, though, is because there's people online parroting that, constantly pounding that into their small brains. So then they step up to the plate, they get batted down, and then they go back and watch their videos again with, all their online streamers to build up their confidence again, to come back and get whooped again. Ironically, that's all they do for years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, I get it, dude. Like, most of us were at that stage as well. At one point, we thought it was stupid when we first heard about it and didn't know anything about it, right? But once you look into it, right, look at the empirical evidence, the long distance observations, learn about the globe, right? Learn both sides of the argument. Go out and even test the Earth yourself, like many of us did. You'll find that it's not a crazy claim to question the globe.
Notice the consistent double speak between our globers today. Matthew said, level is curved. This guy said, a round plane, the exact same cognitive dissonance double speak.
Yeah, that level curve always frustrates me, and I just stayed quiet the whole time. You guys were getting Matthew on that, because I just bit my tongue. I was like, oh hell nah, but I'm busy doing something here, so I bowed out of that one.
You truly know something's wrong in the world when you have a mathematics professor saying what level is the opposite of what it actually is defined as. It's unbelievable.
I know.
Guy here yesterday that said dictionaries aren't a good reference for words, for the meaning of words.
Well, because they're changing the definitions.
They're not.
Based on what flat earthers are saying, they're changing the definitions in dictionaries, online dictionaries. They're trying to change the lexicon to rule out the actual reality of the physics of water.
They need Obama to do a press
Well, any
conference.
grown adult at this level is perfect. He has never done any type of construction in his life.
Yep. It's pretty obvious. So level is curved. So let's say I'm in manufacturing in a big factory, and I need to manufacture a steel plate 100 feet long that's level within a certain tolerance. So does that mean level is curved?
Well, you know what the funny thing was is that you asked him. You said, "Are plates curved?" And he said, "No." Like that's the funny part. Like I don't even think he caught himself saying that.
Shut up.
There goes tectonic plates.
No, they're curved.
No. Now you're saying that, but at first he's like, "Are they curved?" They're like, "No." And then I was like, "Wait, what?" He just flat smacked himself. Now you're saying it, but you didn't say it earlier. I'll go get the clip if you need me to.
Yeah, I typed it out in the chat when he said
it. Oh, you did? All right, cool. I haven't even looked at chat. Let me look at the chat.
The chat is just cooking right now, bro.
When is Mother's Day? Tomorrow or today?
304's Day? Yes, tomorrow. Oh, it's on Sunday.
Get over there. It was yesterday.
Well, my parents leave for the weekend. They always leave me.
Doesn't that holiday fall on Sundays?
At 35 years old, they still leave you at home alone?
Shut up.
That's funny.
Yeah, because I ruined the vibe.
Well, if you spew nonsense like you did here, I can see why.
Yeah, I'm drunk right now. I'm a drunk. I'm a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Hey man, don't give drunks a bad name. That's just you. You're a bad dude, not drunks.
Shit.
I'm a happy drunk when I get drunk. I'm the life of a party when I'm drunk.
I used to be, but now not anymore. Shit. The world's lonely. I should have fucking found somebody to spend life with earlier. Now I'm fucked.
Well, now you're in a chat here where we can help you with the reality of the world you actually live in. I mean,
you might actually find love that way too.
Yeah, there's hope here, man. Really, there is.
Watching baking.
At least you're gonna have the truth behind now. You know, like you won't be living in your lies.
I want to learn how to play a flute.
That's good. Hobbies are great. Hobbies are great, especially things dealing with, reality itself, like playing an instrument is a great thing.
Yeah,
so listen, Mogwai, I know you just got here and that's okay. We understand. I think you can kind of get the drift of what we're saying here. We don't think the things that you think we think. So once you stay here a while and hear what we're actually stating and the actual facts of what we're saying, you start to get a better idea of where you are, and that's important. So let's just think about it for a second. Since we know the physics of water is flat, on every experience you have of water that's contained, like from your sink in your kitchen to your tub in your bathroom to a swimming pool to a lake to the oceans, the horizon is flat. That top of the water on every situation is level. And so if Earth is actually the way we see it, observe it, measure it, flat, stationary, and contained, that means you're much more important here than you've ever thought you were. That requires a creator. So you're at the center of this creation, not on a speck of dust flying around in an infinite black vacuum of space. That can't exist. It violates natural law. So you're more important than you think you are.
Interesting.
Yeah, and you can go out and observe Earth as it actually is, and you can break through that cognitive difficulty you're having now with your mind trying to tell you, no, it can't be true. Like basically what you're saying when you're in cogdis like that, cognitive dissonance, is you're saying that when you go out and look at the horizon and it's a flat, straight line, your mind is telling you, I've been taught that line is curved my whole life. And now these people are telling me it's actually the way I actually observe it and experience and function in the world. is on a flat stationary plane. You don't sense any of this motion they're telling us in 4 different vectors going up to millions of miles an hour.
Yeah, but that's all that had to do with scale and like the fact that we're like so small.
Listen, it has to do with fantasy. The globe Earth is nothing more than the adult version of Santa Claus.
Dude, I got Santa Claus ruined for me in 4th grade in the bathroom. Some kid was like, "Hey, do you know Santa Claus isn't real?" when we were peeing. And I fucking hate that kid.
Yeah, so you might feel the same way about us because we're pulling the Santa Claus away from you and you want to hold on to it.
That same kid a few years ago, this was like, okay, when he told me Santa Claus wasn't real, that was like, I want to say like 6th or 7th grade, you know? But like, and I believed in it for that long. But then like, I think he told me, no, it was later than that. I think he told me in like 11th grade, we were in the bathroom. I don't know why, I'd always catch this fucking guy in the bathroom. And the one time he was like, "Hey, have you ever microwaved a banana peel and gone to town with it?" And I'm not gonna lie, I tried it that night. It was hot.
Smoking banana peels, huh?
Guys, I'm not sure if we're this bored.
No, I don't know. It just came to my mind.
All Globers are degenerates. I tried telling you guys that before.
He's poking fun at you guys. He's just trying to. I've already detected that this guy is just in here for the funsies.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
a long time ago. It's these guys who don't have bullshit detectors.
Yeah,
I guess I can take this shit seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we're pulling Santa Claus version 2 away from you, and it's uncomfortable, you know. So, I mean, it would probably surprise you, Mogwai, if I told you that there's more evidence of actual Santa Claus existing than there is a globe. I'll end with that.
Sonny, this guy doesn't give a fuck.
No way.
Sorry, he doesn't give a fuck.
No problem.
That's the raw truth. He doesn't give a fuck. This is all a fun and game thing for him, so he's just trying to get as much content as he can out of it. That's all he's doing.
I would say W content, but
Trying to get content.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Lonely.
Fuck that guy.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, I upset you, man.
Yeah, no, you're just a bullshitter. That's all you're doing. You're making a mockery of this channel, which actually people are being charitable to you and trying to extend some kind of olive branch, but you're just pissing all over it and laughing. So fuck you.
Damn, bro. Holy.
Bro.
He gone.
Yeah, we're not this bored.
Had nowhere else to go with that.
All right, Fry, you need to calm down, dude. This is your final warning, Fry.
Bruh. Why you do this?
Why you do this to me? Oh, what's going on, dude? How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Are you like 60% flat earther now, or where's the number at these days?
Well, I was 60% flat earth, but then, Katy Perry went to space. Now I'm like 100% flat earth. Nah, I'm joking.
Subcord, where you at, brother?
Another bullshit.
CB, we need a soundbite that says, "You are now listening to CB in the morning."
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
I'll get Julio on that one.
Or some kind of like spin to it.
Okay, I like where your head's at. I had to wake up. My computer was smoking. And I opened the panel. You guys are cooking, man. So I'm like, all right, let me jump in here.
No, it's good content. I mean, yeah, Sonny's laying the smackdown, but the other guy was just... After they get cooked, dude, they try to look for their gimmick. You know,
Yeah.
'cause they're attempting to try to bring that globe evidence, and then when you prove them wrong, they're like, "Shit, what can I do now?" Well, I just turned this into a mockery.
Yeah, just bring up a banana.
Yeah, he's trying to talk about warming it up and then like screwing it. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've never heard that before. It was very strange behavior.
I thought he was just talking about the peel, so I'm like,
Oh yeah, he's a degenerate, like I said.
Yeah. Clipcord, do not clip that. We're gonna move on
Sickos.
smartly. Yeah, Miggy, I don't know if you realize you made an iconic line all that time ago when you said, "Clipcord, where you at, brother?" That
Yeah, I
is,
know.
so iconic, dude.
Because yeah, really, where is he at? Like for real.
I know, literally, where is he, bro? What the heck?
We have to take stock of our crucial members here, man. Like, let's say
We're paying Clippers, guys. We're paying Clippers per clip. So if you want to join our clip team, we are definitely looking for more Clippers. So we are hiring.
and we had AI come and tell us about how to clip audio clips, and you know, he's like, dude, it's so easy. Everyone can do it. He was talking to everybody yesterday. I was like, dude, don't we have a guy on this? But he was more telling. Yeah, he's more saying like everybody can take the initiative to do this thing. You know, we all have the ability to do it. And he's like, yeah, just do it. That's how we get content. You know, you take your clip and you post it in somebody else's timeline or whatever, and you know, talk about it or whatever.
Yeah. Also, on that same topic, New Perspective has a YouTube, and he's got several clips. He's got some really good conversations with me, talking with. I'll post it again with Mushkane on some basic information. Sounded pretty good from what I heard, but apparently he's got more clips on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, you've been on fire lately, Sonny. But I've been noticing.
Right on. Well, it's just getting more concise, and listening to QE a lot helps, and also just listening to the way the conversation is forming and what these Globers are saying, and based on what they're saying, then we can redirect, or I can redirect how I'm approaching them, and you get a much better feel. Like I've always liked that about you, Miggy, is the way you're able to listen to them. And if we're listening carefully enough, we can determine like where they're coming from by their tone of voice. Like we become very astute in this listening skill, and our intuition. Like that's the thing that they can't overcome. When they say something, they don't realize they're stepping into a pit of examination, and us using our intuition. And there's no way they can overcome that. They think they're getting away. Yeah. They think they have cloaking, and it's like their cloaking has failed. Like it's not working. They're coming in here like the emperor's new clothes. And we're going, look, buddy, you're naked. And you think you have a full suit, a 3-piece suit on.
Yeah, it's just listening to them. And most of the times, they're always, not even sometimes, they're always going to step in it. So they're always going to say something that leads to an assumption. And last night we were discussing the calculation and measurement argument with Donald C. And he spiraled like out of control, trying to make it sound like it's possible to have both because the calculation or measurement came from a calculation. And so he's like, yeah, well, same thing. It's like, dude. And he's saying, well, we do measure distances. I was like, he's trying to confuse the audience by saying they're measuring distances, therefore the Earth is curved. I'm like, dude, no. A distance measurement is not drop over the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, you got to talk about how the curve is measured, not the distance between point A and point B and point C, We're not talking about that. We're talking about how it's curved between those points.
Yeah.
Measuring that.
It's like they have forgotten like basic skills in geometry that you learned pretty much like in 3rd and 4th grade. Like our teacher would say, like, draw a straight line. Now draw a curved line. Which one is longer? Like simple things.
He was trying to say that an odometer is a great way to measure the surface of the Earth curved. Yeah.
Oh, like Eratosthenes used? Was he driving like a 73 Cadillac or something?
Yeah, but that's what we're dealing with, you know.
Someone ought to do a meme with that. That would be great, man. With Eratosthenes in a early 70s Cadillac or mid 70s Cadillac with a freaking disco ball hanging, you know, or those dice hanging from the rearview mirror, like something classy. Disco Eratosthenes. He's discoing along the trail from Alexandria to Syene. Sounds like a good song. What's that dance? Oh, yeah, that's right. The hustle. Globe hustle. That's right. Can't you see him, like Eratosthenes doing the hustle along from Alexandria to Syene? Like, that's how he measured the distance, doing the hustle. I know somebody's going to come up with a meme of Glovers doing the hustle. That's going to be fantastic, I'm sure.
We got W Young Man in the chat too. Have we talked to him?
Not yet.
We got the homie Amish in the house. What's up, Amish?
W Amish, guys. Put some respect on that man's name.
It's sad how these trolls don't at least give him a chance so they could hear what he's got to say. He's got profound wisdom, that one.
Yeah, saying for the last several months, Amish is like top 15 best flat earther right now. Just saying it.
Yeah, Amish is doing great. Good stuff. I was going to say this W Young Man, he's changing his name. He has something that says, I don't know. I can't tell, like, from what he's got written. I guess it says flat is not a shape. Earth equals Earth shape. Like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
So, CB, are you around in the morning times? Like, that's the best time for you to be on? Or,
around? Am I around? Around?
Yeah. Yeah, like a globe. Fear?
Oh man, I usually wake. You guys, I'm surprised the panel is this lit this in the morning. Yeah, I usually wake up, do some yoga. I'm on the balcony doing some yoga right now, getting a little workout in. This is a great time for me. Yes, I can actually sit down with my computer. Most times I'm on the phone on the fly, like on the go.
Yeah, busy man and whatnot. But this would be I think the best time for like doing stuff.
It depends if there's a 304 sleeping over, but if not, I'm here.
Man, that doesn't depend. What you talking about, bro? The homies first, bro. G's up. You ever heard the term G's up, hoes down, bro? Come on, man.
Bros before hoes.
Yeah, dude. Even Sonny knows it, dude. He's 60 years old. Oh my god.
That's so true.
That's a throwback.
Man, you best get up and come talk to your homies, man.
Where's that movie from? Where's that from? What movie is that from?
I forgot about that for a second.
Fucking hell, bro. Do we need to take you to the re-education camp again?
I'll just leave her in the bed. I'll come over and flat smack on the balcony. I'll leave her in the inside.
Fact, bro. Man, she gonna be there when you're done. You know what I'm saying? Ready and waiting with pancakes and eggs, bro. You know?
You know what? I tell her to get back in the kitchen. Yeah. All right. You guys are awesome.
And we just want to make sure that you got your head on right. It's like homie's slipping, man. He's kind of going back into the dark ages. Well, we got to bring him back into the light.
Fair enough. I've been putting in some good work here, though. Let's be honest, man. I've been putting in that work, boy.
Yeah, I heard about your stories, man. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in both senses. I mean, here though.
Oh.
Community.
No, but
I mean,
this is a given. The other one we don't really know. So that's.
This is a family show, so.
Yep.
Oh my God. There's actually a movie with that title. I had no idea. I think they mentioned that in another movie, but look at this. I found it.
What'd you find?
Oh my God. I actually found a book at the bookstore yesterday that said Why Men Love Bitches. I took a picture and posted it in the chat.
Hoes before hoes. Oh my God. Yeah, so we can get, cooking with something going on in the mornings. Oh, we used to do that, but we reignite that. Because I'm a day walker now, so yeah, I mean.
This is going to be great. This is better than like 3 a.m. for sure.
Yeah, I do. I think so. I do think so.
It's probably more healthy.
Because most of America's. Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying it's probably healthier for us as well, not being up dumb late overnight all night.
Yeah, we're getting older, so yeah. We gotta be up with the morning crowd. We gotta shellac Joe Coffee and Bread Maker.
Facts.
They're the target audience. We're trying to I was thinking having a morning show would be something also that can actually go mainstream. Because people waking up in the morning, they want to hear the latest buzz and what's going on, and we could bring that kind of current event kind of situation happening. So yeah, alongside with the fact that the Earth isn't a globe, wouldn't that be great? I think it would. And a little controversy, you know what I'm saying? Get the blood flowing. I don't know. I think it'll be a smash hit, man. Especially with the combined knowledge of what we have. So, I mean, we got the right stuff. We definitely have the characters for this. I was struggling with the idea of where it's going to be, though. It's up in the air, bro. Like Rumble's not that. It's great because you can actually have your full-fledged, show on there. But the problem is, dude, it's not that much people on it. I mean, let's just be real here. Yeah, I mean, the numbers really aren't there with. I mean, it's great. You can talk about your show and have it there, but I don't know. I'm still debating on whether
I might be able to debunk that, but I think you should just dual stream because we're not saying anything too crazy that shouldn't be said on YouTube, right? You should dual stream because I was just looking at some numbers on FNF's Discord. They posted a like a chart of like the most streamers, like the most watched streamers or something like that, and all of the top streamers are all on Rumble. Like the biggest streamers who are getting all the views, they're all like exclusively on Rumble. Let me see if I can get you that post real quick. Oh, here it is, right here.
Are you talking about red pill content or what?
Well, no, it's like Steven Crowder, Timcast, Associated Press, Vince, Timcast. This is I'll just post it in the chat, but these top guys are all streaming. The top live streams in the United States. Let me post it for you guys. The top guys are all on Rumble. So I don't know. You should just do both. You should dual stream like Myron does. Do both, and then I don't really picture you saying anything that's too out of pocket that wouldn't necessarily be able to be said on YouTube. So you just do both.
You know what's weird is that the things that we think are out of pocket, Myron's already doing that on YouTube.
I know.
Canceled. He's not canceled yet.
Well, he's been doing better. He's been focusing more on like geopolitical stuff, so he's not going too crazy on YouTube. He's trying to, get the numbers up and stuff like that. So I would just dual stream for now.
But he's still on campuses, man. I think then that crowd right there. They always push the boundaries. You know what I mean? Like they're always gonna they're dancing on that line, bro. Like so. At any moment, it's gonna be like, we didn't like that shit right there. Let's take that off.
Yeah, for sure. But there's the screenshot in the chat there. Like this is the Steven Crowder is the most streamed guy. He's on Rumble, Timcast, Rumble. So quartering on Rumble. He's number 8. Jimmy Dore, Rumble. So
Crowder's like he's what's his demographic? Like the late 20s, mid 40s, late 20s, mid 40s, something like that. He's hitting that demographic.
Yeah. I'd say it's pretty wide net.
I don't mind Steve Crowder, man. Like I mean, he gets you engaged, and I think that's what people want. They want to be a part of. Like give me something that's got meat on the bone, so I can. And right now the basic people are really looking to him as like this guy right here is talking some mad shit, about like what the governments are doing and shit like this. I think he's all like Republican and this and that, so he's got that crowd, the MAGA crowd. But
I used to follow Crowder a lot more than I do now. I haven't really watched him in years, but I used to watch him a lot.
Those are your top guys?
Those are the top streamers currently, right now.
Yeah, Owen came off the back of being a Glober, though. I think his transition was something unique for, the audience. Did he lose a viewer fan base? Do you guys know anything about that?
Owen? Yeah, probably. Well, he lost a lot when he got booted off of all these apps like YouTube and stuff. I tried to follow him on DLive and all this stuff, and then I sort of stopped watching for a while. I haven't seen him.
What was the thing that pushed him over the edge? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
That is a good question. I think I forget. Honestly, I think he started. I don't even remember.
Are you asking why Owen went from Globe Flat? Or
no, well, yeah, but I mean, I know that. What I'm asking is what pushed the limit for them to cancel him on, wherever he was. I think he was on real prolific on YouTube. I think they got to him. Like what was the thing that like, he's saying this, we got millions of viewers. No, we got to cancel that. What was he? Is it just the transfer from Globe to Flat that canceled him?
No, it wasn't that. That's not why he got canceled. I don't know if he started questioning the Grabblers and stuff like that, right? He was questioning the Jays and all that.
Yeah, he started doing a lot of JQ stuff, like a lot.
Yeah.
Like, he turned big time hard on that. That's what really messed him up. He just started blaming everything on them.
Yeah. And that's the other thing too. It's like I don't necessarily want to focus on the boogeyman, although that can be a topic that comes up. But I mean, your principles are what they are, right? If you think that there's a government elite organization that's out to thwart the efforts of anybody trying to root themselves in foundational truths, then you're going to want to talk about it. But how do you guys feel about that? That's one thing I wanted to bring up. Because if it does come to the place where we have like a discussion, well, what about these elites? Who's actually pulling the levers and pushing the buttons? Who are those guys? You know what I mean? Like, who are you going to point to? Are you just going to be like, well, them, they, them? And then people want to know, like, what do you mean they, them? Are you just talking about anyone? Like your school teacher? Like, who's they, them?
Talking about them boys.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to have to put some names or some groups to that. So at least people can go, oh, so that's who you think it is. I thought about that, man. It's like, I don't know, it's like you want to get into that or not, like as far as the show goes, not now, but.
Oh, wow. That would be some deep shit, honestly.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because then once you start laying blame, oh, no, I'm telling you, it's the Bilderberg Group. Those guys, they're wealthy. They're the one percenters. They own, all the corporations. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, and once you start pointing fingers, then you get a group of people that are listening to you. And if you have a lot of people listening to you, then they're like, you know what? Yeah, fuck these guys. And they're going to, like, maybe might not instigate it per se, but you give them the fuel to light the fire. Because you're like, okay, yeah, but these are the guys we're talking about are doing all the pushing of the buttons. And they're the reasons why you're in the state that you are. And then what you do is you put in the mindset of people some kind of activist idea, like, oh yeah, let's do something about it. Fuck these guys, like, so even if you're not meaning to do that, you still kind of give them the gas tank, here you go, here's the gas tank. And so I don't know, because you gotta, like, once you get prolific, man, the words that you say are very powerful. Like, you can sway large swaths of people, man, to do shit. Not that you're gonna want them to do that, but they're just gonna be like, yeah, man, you've been harping on the fact that you're saying that it's the Illuminati, it's the Bilderberg, it's whoever, now we're gonna do something about it, right? So that's where it gets dangerous, bro. That's what I'm saying.
DM me when you do that show, because I'd like to listen to it. And the idea I like about that is people could hear about new groups like Trilateral. I didn't know who they were till I started researching that stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's things that, yeah, you guys get what I mean, though. What I've been saying.
Yeah, of course.
So you don't. I don't know. That's why I want to stay away from that topic. Like, I don't want to go too ham on it, because then everybody's gonna be like, "Yeah, man, whatever our name is or whatever." These guys have been talking about this specific organization, so we didn't actually say like go and do something about it. But they're gonna be like, "Yeah, but we've heard so much, and they have a lot of good ways to think that they're the ones responsible for me not being able to know what reality is, so I want to do something." So it's kind of like a indirect way it might lead back to you, so it's like
yeah, I would be careful because there was a recent video of Dave Portnoy. Maybe you guys are familiar with Barstool Sports. He also moved to Rumble, by the way. Advocate for free speech, but he had some people in his bar that paid for a table, a bottle, and all this stuff, a bunch of money. And I guess you get a sign, and they chose to, on their sign, they said, F the Jays, right? And it went kind of viral. And Dave Portnoy found out, he started freaking out and stuff. And so trying to cancel people, get people fired, and all this stuff for doing that. So you don't need to put yourself in harm's way by doing it. Like Myron's always saying, like, let me do it. I'll say the crazy shit. I'll take the arrows. Like, don't go out there and lose your job or lose your Discord or your community over something like talking about them boys, So just be careful, chat.
That's what I'm saying too. It's like the reason why I wanted to hear you guys kind of like reaction to that, Because there's a lot of people that say, yeah, but it's going to be one of the topics that we talk about. Obviously, there's going to be some roads that lead to these guys. You know, like some roads will lead to them. Like, what do you mean? We're not going to talk about that? Or, well, I'm just trying to say, like, that could very well be the case that you can, like, do a little, you know, those little string maps where everything leads to these guys. They're like, oh, well, this money is moved to this organization, and that organization leads to these guys being in control of that organization. So obviously it's those guys that are in charge of all of this. So the reason why we're in the state of affairs we are is because of those guys, you know, and so we're just, you know what I'm saying? You're pumping up this kind of like, hey, man, let's get them kind of an idea. And kind of, I see the kind of progression that can lead to if we're discussing these. So you have to be kind of situationally aware of the conversation, so you can avoid like having to point out the boogeyman. Like you could just,
if nobody's tracking Alpha, I'm tracking. I hear you.
You get what I mean, Flat Earth Ranger? Because I feel like once we get out there, man, it's not just this small group that we're concerned with. It's the larger group that's listening to us. Like we are talking to a large group of people now, and if you go mainstream, that's a little bit different. It's a whole new ball game. It's not like the way it was when we're having these Discord conversations. It's like you're affecting people's lives in a way that they're thinking differently because you're proposing these new ideas they never heard of. So that's kind of why the reason my thing is never to go to the boogeyman. Because the boogeyman, everybody should be able to just know once they piece it together. So we don't have to talk about them. We can talk about the information that they could lead into knowing. Like, so we stay away from the boogeyman as much as we can. Because once we start pointing fingers, right, then we're, giving somebody a reason to cancel us. If you catch my drift. But it seems to be within the realm of the controversial topics that we discuss, which is the reason why I'm telling you ahead of time, if we're going to start doing this, it needs to be where it's about the information, not so much about the people behind the information. Because, like, we're going to leave it to the people to, like, understand whether or not they know the situation. So, in other words, you give them all the evidence, they can draw the conclusion of who they think the boogeyman is. Without us pointing to, well, I guess we have to talk about this organization now. Like, I mean, it should be fairly obvious at some point, right? That's been my take, though, because I've seen people's, like, really prolific people's channels get canceled. And I think we can be very, very smart about it. We don't have to do it the same old way. We can still be controversial, but at the same time not engage in that kind of pointing of fingers. That's used to be the one of the things that people would like to do, like Speculation Sundays. Oh, who do you think's behind all this, right? Why are we in the way that we are? What I would say, if we're going to even attempt to do that, is to go back in a historical sense, right? Back when this all was... That's why I did Origins of the Fallen. Like, when I did that, I had in mind that we're talking about not just what's going around with current events, like who's pushing the buttons and moving those levers, but actually, where did it all begin? So, I was trying to get at that foundation. Anyway, I don't know, man. I think it's real important for all of us to get out there and vocalize what we know. It's high time that we 24/7 has put its face on the map. Move forward into a bit more mainstream avenues. And yeah, dude, I'm telling you, what sets us apart is that we're unlike any other group. As far as the internet goes, and as far as like any flat Earth conversations are going, I think honestly, man, I think we're the best thing going because our group is dynamic. It doesn't have one guy who's only vocalizing. It's many people who are part of it. And I think that's what makes us amazing. Because we all have we're all alphas, not alpha veritas, but like alpha males. Like all of us are a part of the group that we can all shine and be number one. And that's what makes a group like us very dynamic. And it's hard to point out well, who's a Mark Sargent here? We all are. For example, not that we are like him, but You guys get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Absolutely. I get it.
I am Mark Sargent. Everybody's
no, except for you're not. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Like on Atlas Shrugged, you know.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to be then like pointing to us like, well, you have your, your leaders, your guys who, well, in this realm that we are in 24/7, everyone can be. And it's all about how you can every day learn how to be better, learn how to, argue, learn the form and structure of an argument, like understand logical fallacies, listen to people, like all these things, all the skill set that you would need to dissect a conversation. I think that's what everybody can learn to do. Like, and when you're in here, I think that's what happens. We're fostering that environment. We're curating a specific culture where people can learn to be a leader in like how to articulate points and how to dissect conversations. That's one thing that we're good, because we're bouncing ideas off each other every day. Dude, we're sharpening swords every day. I think that's essential for, to exist in this realm that we're in. That's what makes us like extremely potent when it comes to like having conversations with people who are very difficult to have conversations with. And one other thing too is that people complain about the mute button that we have here. I know you guys have heard this many times. They're like, dude, just go to a neutral platform where we have a moderator that's unbiased, and then you can have a conversation back and forth, you and the other guy. And they want to make it sound like that's fair. Not in this realm. In the realm that we exist in, that's not fair. What's fair is people get to the end of a point. And that can only happen if people are held accountable for what they say. So in order for that to happen, we already know we're going to want to investigate the claim all the way to fruition to find out, where the truth is in there. And so the other side is they're not going to want to adhere to that. They're not going to want to adhere to like following a point to its logical conclusion. They're going to be like, no, what about gravity? Yeah, but what about time zones? Okay, so, and it never ends. So we have to use the mute button to stop the conversation. So it's essential. It's a part of the culture, right? The mute button is like a part of the program. If we didn't have it, I mean, you'd be like modern day debate or whatever. Like, let somebody speak for 10 minutes and tell you like all these points, and you have to dissect those points. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's important. Mute button is essential. Except for they want to hold the mute button. That's their point. Come to my server. Come to my room. I guarantee there'll be an honest and open debate. Yeah, but that's not what we want. We want for you to realize that a point needs to reach its logical conclusion. That's why we want you in here. Otherwise, that will never happen on your forum.
Yeah, I like it when they cry about the mute button. Like, yeah. You guys always mute. Yeah. Fast. We'll run the panel how we see fit. You'll do what you're told.
Yeah. You're coming into the number one channel for a reason. Like, the reason is because people are going to hear the end of this argument, not hear halfway through, jump to another one, and like, dude. But that's the same with everyone that doesn't want to be held accountable. They just don't want to be, you don't want you to hold to one point. They want to just say whatever they want and move on to the next point.
You can't just behave in any way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I went after you.
I was just going to say, if they can't stay on mute and let somebody get to the conclusion of their point, then they deserve to be muted.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Yep. It's like, you can't just behave in any way and then complain about getting muted. If you are cordial, then what's the point of muting you? There's no need for that. You can't just act like an asshole and cry. But either way, you'll do what you're told. Like that. Oh, you muted me. Oh, you guys always mute. It's like, okay, well, it's you. You mute yourself. I'm gonna turn into Crit here. This is what Crit would do. Oh, you silenced yourself. You moderated yourself. Do you want to participate? Okay, well then, this is what you need to do. If you don't do it, then you moderate yourself. Nice job. I see what you're doing, Crit. You're on next level right now. Dr. Law, what's up?
I have a suggestion, guys.
Go ahead.
What up, Dr. Law?
Hey, what's up, Crit? How about we use the shock button? Whereas if they can't shut up, we shock them. That's the only way to get them to stop.
Well, we have what's called shock and awe, because we come at them like a ton of bricks, but I don't know about electrocution.
It'd be a small shock.
Punch!
Yeah, I mean, well, it's good to see you on the panel. I mean, I've seen you in here, but I don't hear you often talking, so.
No, I'm just listening to you guys destroy these globetards, and I'm just learning. It's taken me 10 years, but I'm still learning.
Good job, man.
Yeah, well, yeah. Thanks for being here. We're trying to get everybody on the same page with like what we do. The culture has been curated. All we got to do now is get people on board with the culture. And I think that learning curve about how we do things here is a bit difficult for those who say, hey, the earth is flat or the earth is a globe. Because there's flat earthers coming from other forums into this one. And they think, well, you guys are going to be doing what the other flat earthers are doing. They're, talking about ice walls and moon maps and whatnot. And they get a kind of a rude awakening when they're here. So we're not doing that. So they want to talk about points that have no relevance to like any discussion for people to root themselves in foundational truths. So they want to talk about 3-body problems and rockets working in a vacuum, stuff like that. I mean, they have their place in a tangential conversation, but at the same time, it's not relevant to them for someone to know if the earth is a globe or not. Got to start somewhere. I just don't think starting like from Coriolis is a good place because you're already giving them the fact that the earth is a globe spinning. And how do the physics work on a globe that's spinning? Well, you say Coriolis, and I say that's not true. That's already giving them the earth that's a globe spinning. What about those guys from the Fresh and Fit podcast, CB? When we had Germany, or what was his name?
Oh yeah, Devly Germany. Yeah,
Devly Germany. About him. Like maybe at some point in the future we can kind of contact them and see what they got to say. They want to, because it has to be where we can have a conversation like the way we do in here with other guys, where the red pillars. And I don't mean to be like on, live or whatever. Just have it like in a back chat. See how they feel about it before we even air anything. You know what I mean? I think that would be a good thing to talk to their main guys. Because I think what they haven't... What's his name? Zerka? I think is his name. He was one of the guys they had on there. But he's not us, dude. Like, 24/7 wouldn't be doing what he does.
Yeah, he's on another he's on a whole another wavelength, but that'd be okay.
I was thinking at some point maybe we can get in contact with them and just run through them about it, see what they say. Maybe they will dig the vibe. They'll be like, dude, I think we can do something with this. If not, that's fine. I just
split their community located because there's going to be people in there that rock with it, and there's like that don't. Just like we saw when we collabed with them, remember? Those guys were like, "Yeah, this is cool," and the guys were like, "No." They're like hating on some of our people, but
yeah.
It's a good discussion overall.
You need to turn on the hearts. You need to turn on the hard sell though. You gotta come with the goods.
Yeah.
What can you? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Flatman.
No, go ahead, Alpha. Mine can wait. Go.
No, I was just gonna say I think the hard sell would be turning on what we can bring to the table when it comes to the conversation to get the people's minds working forward to think about like what are we saying, what are we putting forward, and I think we offer something that's very tangible, which is an understanding of the physical and natural world, where it doesn't need to be. Well, let's talk about the 3-body problem. Like that's, what about the ice walls? Like that's what people want to ask, dude. But it's like you're not rooted in what's real out there. You go outside, you don't experience the globe. Period. So walking them through that. I mean, it's like because they do it with the topic of like, feminism and all that. They do that with that. So they in the kind of a way that we're doing it with the Earth's conversation. They're doing it with like a controversial topic like that. So
I kind of messed up because Myron did mention this recently. He was like, look, they lie about everything. But what he says that it's more important to him to expose the boys and talk about geopolitical issues and the wars going on right now. And he's like, I'm not that concerned with Flat Earth. He did say this a couple, maybe 15 streams ago. I totally was driving. I could not record it, but it'd take me a while to find that clip. But he's like, that topic doesn't interest me as much. He's like, it doesn't matter to me as much. It's like something as tangible as like a current war that's happening right now. But he's so close, guy. He's so close. When he's like, they lie about everything. Like, you're right there, dude. Myron is so freaking close to it. So
he just needs he needs the right person to turn on the hard sell. The right person will get him like thinking about it, like imploring him to reconsider. Like you'll be like, okay, look, let me give you an angle to think about. Like you can do whatever you want with this. I'm just gonna give you an angle just so you can see what we have to offer, right? And in the case of critical thinking, which is something that you need for the topics that you bring up, right? It's going to be needed in every instance of like understanding what reality is. Even in the case of anything political or sociological, it doesn't matter. In all realms and all facets of reality, you have to use this type of critical thinking. And so the filter that you need to apply applies to everything, even flat Earth. So if you're going to talk about what the Earth is, what a woman is, it doesn't matter what you talk about. You're talking about real topics that deal with critical thinking. So it needs to be, I don't know, because like it's probably come across his mind kind of like a conspiracy theory. So he's like, yeah, it's a cool thing to talk about. However, it doesn't apply to like real world things, like, so it needs to be more kind of bread and butter with him to make it more tangible. So we don't come across as like, dude, but have we talked about the moon maps? He doesn't have time for that. He wants to talk about what shit is going on right now. So we could show him it's just opening the door to like realizing that people are just looking at reality like totally like, so flat Earth is like it's a board and all the chess pieces that are on the board are all the political topics or all the different ideas that people have on top of the board. So the reality that they're building their ideas on are on this Earth. You know what I mean? Like he's never seen it that way. The perspective he got of it is some kind of, nuanced, esoteric topic. And it's really kind of like, well, it could be a hit or miss. But it's never really been brought to his mind or at least pitched to him how important this is. So I think that would be, you know what I mean? At least an angle to give to him. Like, dude, I'm just telling you to consider this because perhaps maybe you have an idea of what you think is important. But we're telling you how important it is to talk about this because you don't have this critical thought about the Earth. It undermines your reality. Because all these things are happening on the Earth. Political things and things in social, worldviews and stuff. But then you're just building all that off of a globe. So you think you're a tiny speck of dust in the vast cosmos. So you're just putting yourself into this position where all this stuff is happening on this thing that you think is, in a giant ever expanding universe. But that you're basing all your information off of a lie, of something that's not true.
Who are you talking about? Myron Gaines?
Myron Gaines, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was right. That's interesting.
Hmm. I'll get a link to his
All I
channel in
wanted
case
to-
anyone's not familiar.
You
All
guys
I
get what I'm
wanted-
saying?
Sorry, Alpha. All I wanted to add was I'm just so happy we've got 3 billionaires, one knighted by the Queen, one self-made, and one funded by the government, not helping people who really need help, just wasting money on this idea of going to space. You know? Branson, Bezos, and Elon. 3 great billionaires. I'm just so happy they're out there walking around. They're contributing so much to society.
Esoteric, you're a Fresh and Fit kind of a guy, right? You watched that show? I think I remember.
I don't watch the show, but I know who they are, and I have watched before in the past. Yes.
Nice.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm confusing you with somebody else. I was confusing him with your other friend.
Equalizing the Game. He's the one.
Yep. I confused him with the other guy. Yeah, so that's kind of my viewpoint on it, to give to somebody who's really close to looking into this more. Like, I think the emphasis should be on like the importance of it, because I think right now that's why he's kind of putting it to the side, because he's like, that's interesting at sometimes to talk about, but it's not like foundational for me.
Well, I think that's just what they say though, because in reality they don't want to do it because they know that it'll undercut their credibility in their circles.
Okay, I typed that in the chat actually. I was sort of picking up on that. Like, Myron does seem like he's okay with having like divisive topics and very controversial topics. But I can see from an outsider, like topics like this can split communities, right, Biggie? Like,
yeah,
it'll split a community in half, and like, I don't know. Do I want that for him, or like, I don't know. He probably wouldn't even care at the end of the day. I genuinely don't think he would care. He's going out on a limb talking about the Jays and all kinds of stuff. So, dude's bold, super bold. I don't think he would care.
Well, take a look at Benjamin Owen. He did that.
Yeah, right.
But
Benjamin Owen did that.
But he did it when it wasn't even like. Right now, it's kind of slightly becoming more and more okay and mainstream to talk about flat Earth. Slightly more, slightly. When Benjamin did that shit, like when it was still not cool, like
yeah, and so he's still. Well, I mean, the crossover is what I'm talking about, right? The crossover happened, and he did that, and I mean, he did lose some. Well, according to, I haven't really kept up with his numbers, but according to those who follow him, his numbers dropped a little bit, rather significantly or not, I don't know, but I would say that he didn't like disavow flat Earth all of a sudden. Well, shit, like, nah, man, forget about what I said. Like, no, I was just thinking things, through or whatever. But he stuck to it, so he hasn't let it go. So that speaks volumes for somebody who's committed to truth, and whether or not somebody, what I mean, wants to prioritize that knowledge base as to something it's valuable, or it's like inconsequential. We don't need to talk about it because we got the war that's happening now. We got to discuss that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So, regardless, right? Myron's going to do what he does because he's got a fan base. I think this is the reason why CBL is saying we start off with talking about the idea that people have a misconception about what the Earth is. And so we bring that forward, at least who we are, so they already out the gate know what we stand for. So everything built on that will be, it doesn't matter what it is, it'll be built on a flat Earth. So they'll hear people articulating points well, but they know they'll be like, dude, how can this be coming from a person who thinks the Earth is flat? This is amazing. Like, how can they critically think about the world around? Like, that's going to be what they, in the back of their mind, when they're listening to us talk about other topics, that's what they're going to be doing. Like, this is coming from this dude's a flat earther. Like, what?
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. I do agree. We could get rid of the image that people have of us. Oh, yes. They must be like, they hit their head and they're all stupid, blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
There's wisdom here for sure. Maybe they'll actually listen. Yeah, I like what you're saying.
I'm going to tell you, man, because what we've been doing so far is we're destroying the globe. I mean, like it is no contest. When you talk about Heretic, Amish, myself, Indio, AI, like Radwin, like you, like when it comes to people, there's no contest, dude. These guys have nothing to say. Their jaws are dropped, dude. Conversations are completely halted. They leave the room. We don't even have you noticed this trend? That we're not even banning these guys anymore. They actually rage quit or they leave the channel because they don't have anything to say. That's how good we've gotten. I don't know if we've taken stock of that or not, but I've noticed that people leave the chat because they got nothing else to say. They ran out of their whole idea of how they're going to tell us how the earth is a globe. Have you noticed that? We're not banning people anymore. They're just leaving. I mean, the bans come from like these trolls, but the ones who are in here having conversations with us, like 24/7 has endurance, dude. And I think that's kind of like the amazing thing of us, because people are coming in at different times. So it doesn't matter if it's me, if it's Timbo, if it's any one of us. Like there's always somebody to take the place of the other person, and the conversation never stops. So the person who's talking gets exhausted. They're like, dude, I guess I have nowhere else to go with this. And you're like, okay, next. And so that's why 24/7 dominates, like all the arguments for globe. Because number one, you would need endurance, right? And one person couldn't do it all by themselves. Like I couldn't do it all by myself. Like if I was to take this challenge on, the globers would be coming in like a flood. But if I have a rotating, group of individuals who'll be like, okay, I'm going to take this. You know what I mean? I'll be like, all right, I'm going to head out. I know that it's going to get handled, I'm just kind of like showing you guys where we're at, man. Like with this whole thing, I think it's time. I really do think it's time for us to be going mainstream. But we had years to curate this platform. I think we're solid. We're good in our stance. Now all we need is exposure. And the image of flat earthers, it's going to change. It won't be. Listen, I'm trying for it not to be where it's like a shouting match. I swear, dude. I wake up every morning. I'm like, let me just try to rethink how I want to do things, because I really don't want to have that to be that way all the time. I mean, it has its place, right? To get all up in somebody's business, but I mean, if you want to make it palpable for audiences everywhere, you gotta have at least some kind of temperament, some way it comes across. You get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's just, yeah. If you're all about the yelling and screaming and the numpty dipshits, that's fine, but it just can't be 24/7 that way. Anybody feeling me on that?
Some decorum.
Yeah. That's all. Like, it has its place. Don't get me wrong. Like, sometimes you didn't even say that. But just like 24/7? No, I don't think so.
I feel you on that. I can feel Mary Mom, Jenna, or whoever sometimes when QE's just blasting on a person, won't let them say nothing, and they're like, just let the idiot talk for a minute, please.
Well, yeah, I mean, with me and Indio and some of the other people, we like when they get tired out. Like
Bro, you're not wrong. Sorry, I'm listening, and you're not wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, it's yeah. Well, if we're gonna go mainstream, it's gotta be with decorum. Has to be, dude. There's no two ways about it. We can't just decide on being like shock and awe all the time. That would be nice, but it's not going to be listenable. People are going to turn on you. People are going to turn on your podcast and be like, dude, this all day? And I want to listen to somebody at least have a conversation, just talking. So if we can manage to do that and be a bit tempered, I mean, we got the right stuff. I find it like this. I don't know if anybody else has this philosophy, but you wake up every day and that's a chance to be a brand new version of yourself. Not somebody else, of yourself, I agree. Take stock of what you do. Take stock of what you do, who you are, what you think. Be like, okay, today's a new day. Let me see what I can do about making it better. Like every day should be
Like,
you know,
I
improve.
agree with that. I haven't come in this room a lot, but like one thing through my travels and just talking to a lot of people, Globers, but not just on flat Earth, but on multiple topics, what I've learned is the way, like, you know how when a Glober comes in here and they immediately throw out all their fallacious lines of reasoning that they've, picked up here and there, and then you guys try to pin them down on. Again, I haven't been in here for a while, but generally, like what I've seen happening is you guys try to pin them down immediately on, how do they measure the Earth, the physical Earth, obviously, and that's the correct thing to do, logically speaking. But people, humans, not just Globers, but all humans, the way they think about things isn't purely through logical sequence. They think like they want to gain like a holistic picture of what's working. That's why they always ask you, well, how does that work then? Well, how does this work then? Because what they've been presented before is, flawed though it may be, some sort of holistic picture which roughly represents what's happening, right? What their observations. So there's just I'm not even saying like change your tactics, just be mindful that that's the reason that they do, say, like, ask those questions. The ones who are being genuine, I'm saying. The ones who are trolling, well, there's no helping them. But the ones who are genuine but asking troll-like questions, like, well, what about this? What about that? Just jumping, scattergunning from one point to the other point, is because they've thought about things in a flawed, holistic way, and now you guys are now presenting them like the apophatic method, basically, where you're just one by one telling them, okay, well, we have to analyze each claim individually and see logically how we could deal with each of those claims, which is the correct way to do it. But that's a whole other problem, that their thinking isn't that way. So they have to change their way of thinking first before they can approach flat Earth or any other topic, to be honest.
Yeah, and that takes time to break down the problem within one's own epistemology. So if you're gonna do that, it's not just let's just tell them the truth like a sword. This is the truth right here. Deal with it. And it's more like you have to understand where they're coming from. And the guy might be someone who thinks that, reality is not real and he's a brain in a jar. Then you're like, oh, wait a minute. I'm about to have a logical discussion with this character, but he thinks that reality isn't real. How's that going to work? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not, you have to figure out why they think what they think and the reason, how did they get there? What was their journey to that way of thinking? Because they didn't always, us as young people, right, kids and whatnot, we didn't always think like these worldviews of like how reality is and such. Like, that came over time of learning something from somebody else who was teaching it, and they were like, we thought, hey, man, that's a good idea. What if everything cannot be known and we're just all brains in a jar? And so they adopted that, and then now that's their current worldview, and that's what you're challenging. So you have to figure out why they even thought that in the first place, why did that make sense, and so on. And then you have to go at the angle where you're going to discuss maybe that's not a good option, right, for them. And propose it to them, just give it to them, like, so if you're thinking that this is true, then how do we root ourselves in anything where we understand what the meaning of words are or what reality is if we're rooted in we can never know anything to be true? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's more of like trying to address the problem than just you try to forget about their problem, like the reason why they can't think that the Earth is flat, and just hit them with the facts. Like, this is the facts. Why aren't you listening to me, you globalist, cult globalist? You know what I mean? Like this. I think it should be more like, if you describe it all to them, you lay it out, and they choose to still want to adhere to the globe, then you're like, well, see, now that you know that your worldview can't work and you still want to hang to this idea, that just shows, that demonstrates that you don't want this. You don't want to change it. You want to stay in a belief system, and you don't want to root yourself in knowledge that you can obtain by using your senses. So
I just thought of an analogy for what I said, because what I said, a lot of the time I say things in a very dry, abstract way, and it doesn't even register to people who are partial. So here's the analogy, right? So imagine if, and this is going to be a made-up example, this is not really, it's not going to be true, but it's a made-up example. Imagine if it turned out, right? Imagine if we, instead of finding out about flat Earth, we found out the cars' engines didn't run on combustion, right? And we could logically point out how it's impossible that cars' engines don't run on combustion. Again, made-up example. And imagine if you now go and present this to an average person, right? Good faith person, not a troll. And you say, look, cars' engines don't run on combustion. and you start laying out the logical steps as to why that can't be the case empirically, logically, deductively. And their first question, well, how about this then? Well, then how does the piston move? How does that move? They're thinking about this holistic system, which has been explained to them through the car's engine, which runs on combustion. And now you're like, you can, and again, the analogy here would be, we said, look, imagine in this example, like, this can't happen. The combustion can't happen because in order for combustion to happen, you need this, and this. And we don't have this. Therefore, it's impossible for combustion to happen physically. And then they're like, but then how does that? That's what happens. It's literally what happens with flat Earth. It's like they're like, well, how does the stars? How does the sun? How does the moon? How does the stars? How does this? How does that? And we're like, look, light in the sky don't dictate what happens on the Earth. Therefore, we need to do a physical measurement of the Earth. Do you have a physical measurement of the Earth? Like, whoa. They just think that you're being pedantic at that point. That's literally what's happening. That's the psychology of what's happening.
Yeah, you have to make it real for them in order for them to at least have something tangible to adhere to. Which I get that perspective, and usually my approach when it comes to this. But in order to understand how to administer truth, you'd have to understand the dynamic of the conversation, where the person is at, and how you're going to be able to do it. It's not really cookie cutter. You can have just like the facts, right? Show them how long-distance observations provide evidence that the Earth is not curving in the predictable manner that it should if it was a globe. So you can do that. I mean, but it's not going to stick to the person who's always been thinking that the Earth is a globe. And that the curvature of the Earth is the reason why we can't see past distances where we should be able to see. So, and then, of course, if the Earth was flat, in their mind, they could see forever and stuff like that. You have to make knowledge a bit more accessible to those who don't have time to look into things, right? Because you got, and I use these names like Huey does, like Joe Coffey, right, and Brady Breadmaker. They're the ones that we're dealing with, just the average Joes, coming through here. They don't really know too much. They've just been listening to people tell them all their life the Earth's a globe. So in some way, if you make it tangible for them that they can do something about it, perhaps that could give them a choice to make, right? Well, they can choose to check it out for themselves because now the information's not like, well, you need to go to university, you need a giant telescope. You don't need any of those things. You just need your cognitive abilities to actually go and check out the information we're telling you, which is the truth. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Just make it tangible for everybody so they can do something about it.
I think there's also there's something like, even though the lights in the sky don't dictate the shape of the Earth, and it's good to drive that point home for them. In terms of the lights in the sky, they do debunk the heliocentric model. So that is true, as presented. The lights in the sky won't give us the objective reality of what's happening on the ground. But because the heliocentric model incorporates both the ground and the sky in a very specific relationship, you can debunk their model by talking about the lights in the sky. So I don't think that's an area to be, or just basically or celestial observations, generally speaking. It doesn't just have to be about the lights in the sky. They can debunk the heliocentric model.
Yeah, we're just having a discussion about these basic ways to have discussions in here, but does anybody want to weigh in on what we've been saying?
Somebody weigh in.
CB's busy doing downward dog, so we gotta keep the conversation flowing.
Is it way in or way out?
Yeah, you can weigh in if you want.
Anyway, sorry, Chad. I'm just shit in the background. We got a lot of people in the panel, though. Somebody chime in.
We got Jump 9555 if he wants to have a discussion. I think he's always in here listening. He's not usually wanting to chime in.
Make me want to jump, and it make me want to jump.
Oh, it's exciting, bro. Can you imagine having a mainstream conversation, getting really popular on the internet? Dude, that would be amazing.
I think we just got to keep putting in the groundwork. I've been saying this since the end of 2024. We just got to make it slightly cool. You know, it sounds corny to say that, but like, what's really big right now is reaction channels. Channels who don't take a stance. They don't, even if it's a controversial thing, they're not going to take a stance. They'll just react to it. And there's big channels that do these reactions. Hassan, what is it? Hassan, what's his name? Abi? And H3, you got Myron, you got a lot of channels who will just react to things. Or it's a lot more than that, but you know, it would be great if we got it to the point where the topic was approachable, cool enough for people to at least react to it. Hey, let's listen to this debate between Alpha Veritas and Matthew Lawrence, or something like that, right? We just need to kind of keep pushing forward. It doesn't even need to be, we don't need to make people flat earthers. We just need to get people to hear the discussion. So I think we're doing the right things. I think your show's going to help with that, Miggy, as well. Like, especially on camera, live streams, stuff like that are really big. So
I just want to change the thing. The mind I want to change is who we are as people, like investigating claims and such. I think they are looking at, there's a very bad light that flat earthers have been painted into, and I think that's kind of already solidified one way or the other. You know, like we're esoteric to all get up, you know, or we're like shouting at people. Like there's this really bad image of us like going around like that's all we are. I think this a bit more dynamic than that. So I want to bring that to the table. Like each and every one of us had some kind of engagement with the earth in a long distance view kind of way. So again, that's the thing too. It's like people every day, if you're alive on this earth, you've done a long distance observation. No one can say that's never occurred. Well, when did you ever measure the earth? Think about this, right? They're claiming the earth is a globe, and that globe has a distance to the horizon that you could see according to your height from the ground. Now, if you see a lot farther than the predicted distance that should be obstructing your view, the earth is not a globe. It's pretty simple. But it's not like you got to do some fantastic thing. You've already been seeing the earth as a horizontal plane. So it's
it'd be nice if there would be some accredited professors or people like that would come in and have official debates with us, but I think they're all just too scared.
Well, I mean, this is the reason that I'm saying this, Duncan, is that once we go mainstream, it's going to be in their face. They're going to be like, oh, hell nah. I'm going to go in there and show these flat earthers what science actually is. So I'm hoping for it. This is my hope, is that it's going to actually get somebody to be like, okay, now they're talking shit and they're getting mainstream. Let me just step in here and weigh in. Like, that's what I want. Because more often than not, people, once they go mainstream, they're going to be challenged by academics. This is just a natural progression. When you're not really known and you're in a small category, people really don't care. They can say what they want. I don't really need to be bothered by it. But if they know that their students are listening to these podcasts and they're like, oh, no, that just won't do. I need to step in and do something about this. That's what I'm hoping for. Because right now it's like, yeah, you guys think you have a loud voice, but you're out in the country. We can't hear you. But now we're in the city. They're like, oh shit, I hear you now. Like, I need to do something. So PhDs and all them are going to want to get involved. Because they were at the beginning of like flat, when it was really getting mainstream, like, just with these other prolific types who went back to the globe already. Like, they were involved with those guys. So now it just seems like, because we've been doing it for such a long time, we know what it's all about. And it doesn't have to deal with like, maps of the moon or other lands out there beyond the ice wall. None of that. It is only talking about what we know to be true, the foundational understanding. All that stuff is kind of like what people can think about. Well, what do you think could be out there? Who knows? But that's not what the point is. The point is grounding everyday individuals on the truth that's fundamental. So you can't do that with moon maps. That's not going to work. oh, what do you think a star's made of? Like, who cares, bro? Like, that's not the point of discussion. It should be rooting somebody in critical thinking. That's just giving people the tools, bro. Getting people to recognize what's real and what's not.
Yep, the basics of geometry, of scientific method, that's where it should start.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a lot of good points, right? And I think it's high time that we bring this to the forefront as a group of people who've been discussing this thoroughly. So we have our talking points, all of us do. We have our styles. Everyone here has a style. But I think more than that, I think we're going to show who we are as people who can critically think, and I think that's going to make a big difference to those people who have this bad light painted on us. Like we are a specific. They do a stereotype fallacy. The lady came in here yesterday telling us who we are. She's like, "Oh, you flat earthers, I know who you are. You don't really think the earth is flat. It's not really the case. You just want to belong to a group." Like she's just demeaning it because that's what she's in mainstream. So that's what I'm saying. She's heard this mainstream idea. That's who we are. So she's coming in here telling us who we are. She's never been in this room. She doesn't know who we are. She hasn't had conversations with us. So how the hell is she telling us who we are? That was offensive. So it's like, okay, now that you know, because we're talking, and then even after we told her, like Timbo gave her the breakdown, she's like, no, this is why I think the earth is flat. It's because I know that my observations and what I'm doing. And she just turned around and she's like, no, I mean, I still think you guys are, you guys are just wanting to belong to a group and shit like this. It's like, I don't know. We just need to be representing our position correctly and not spending time on esoteric topics. But it's you can have conversations and not break away from your principles. You can talk about things. People that come to the show could bring up ideas of like, well, there could be more lands out there. Be like, yeah, that's. If you think that's true, what's the evidence you're bringing forward? And well, Admiral Byrd went out there and he said that there's a land bigger than America out beyond the Antarctic plane. So it's like, okay, and like, I mean, I don't know.
Well, if you look at history of celestial navigation, navigating at sea, we've always discovered new lands. So it's, in my opinion, there's more evidence that there is more lands than isn't.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't. They want to say that we're only just people who got our heads in the clouds. They think they're grounded. They think it's the opposite. So when you give them a reason to think that your head's in the clouds, then they're going to be like, yep, see, there you go. I told you. That's what flat earthers do. They got the pie in the sky idea. Here we go. More lands. There we go. Go ahead, flat earther. Tell me how there's more lands. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they want. If you give them what they want, they're going to continue to think of you that way. That's why it's like, I mean, speculation has its place if you want to have it, but, know that it's not foundational for critical thinking.
I guess that's my weakness. I'm willing to talk about any topic with anybody, so.
Well, that's the thing, though. But if you compromise your principles, that's where it's wrong. It's one thing you can't do. Your principles should be always that you're going to filter the information through empirical means. How is it possible that you know what you know? You can't just say, well, that's interesting. That's a great thing to think about. You can be like, well, that might be your point of view, but if we have no evidence to back that information up, and it's just a belief system, and I mean, we're going to have a whole bunch of people thinking there's more lands out there, no information to validate that there ever was any information for solidifying there's more lands out there. Just some guy saying something and putting it into your mind. That's it.
Well, I guess just make it clear that you're speculating up front.
Well, yeah, you could do that, man. But what I'm saying is the airtime. I don't know. I think there should be an established way that, because dude, mainstream, like I said, it's a whole lot different than just in a Discord call. This small little group, you can do whatever. You could talk about three-toed gnomes, dude. For all we care, doesn't really matter. It's not affecting the viewpoints of a large number of people. Mainstream, you are. So you got to tighten your shot group, man. You got to really come with the goods. Does that make sense, Duncan?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And I tell you what, I got the goods, man.
Well, that's awesome, man. And the thing is, people that are in this room right now, we all have battle scars. So it's important for all of us to be held accountable to things. And a lot of people in here have been shellacked, but at the same time, not because of they don't understand truth, but it's because of like sophistry, technicalities, and so on.
And it always devolves into words meaning things, I think.
All right, you got AI. He posted a clip. Looks like a clip here. Flat Earther interview on TV debunking the globe theory. I think that's what the title of it is. So look how many people have seen that clip.
Anti-flat earthers. Anti-flat earthers can reframe what we do and malign us if they promote shitty flat earth arguments and boost their numbers and get everybody in the world watching their content instead of ours.
I just posted,
this is happening with MC Toon.
Yeah, he's got his, like, I guess when you type in certain keywords, he's like the first thing that comes up on Google, bro. Google's algorithm pushes his links to the top. So,
yeah, and MC Toon goes out of his way to find these dumbasses. They're probably not even real people, holding themselves out as flat earthers, saying the most ridiculous nonsense. And then they get millions of views, and then the whole world thinks we're crazy by association. That's the name of the game that we're putting up with.
Yep. That's why Amish, like I've got it in my head right now, like it's not going away, that I'm gonna put 24/7 on the map, like mainstream. I'm gonna do it, dude. I'm tired of it, dude. These guys have been painting us in a bad light for a long time, and they come in here and they say, well, isn't this what flat earthers are? Or psychoanalyzing us or whatever. And it's just like, it's high time that it's like, you could be a genius, you could be a well-spoken person, but if nobody hears you, then what's the point? Right. Of your genius, of your articulations, like of your talking points? Nothing. It doesn't mean diddly squat if nobody hears you. So it's, okay, what AI has been doing, Overlord, and I there's so much value in him coming in here and like telling everybody, dudes, it's so easy. All you got to do to make this bigger is just take a clip of what something somebody said that's really cool, really juicy information, and share it with others. How hard is that? Now, he's trying to make it very practical, right? But, this day and age, everybody's like, yeah, but I'll be honest, what everybody's thinking when he's saying that is probably like, yeah, but who's got the time? Dude, right now? Ah, man, I'm listening, like, it's true, man. Think about it, dude. If we're being honest, who in here was raising their hands and say, AI, I'm with you, bro. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to check this out. I'm going to take advantage of this information you're saying. We can all do this. It was like, yeah. And he knows it too. I mean, but that's the thing, though. If we took the initiative and we're like, okay, let's just stop pussyfooting around. Let's really do it. yeah, you would start changing the minds of people because the content would get pushed out on the algorithm. I think more than that, it's everybody taking an active role in pushing out the content. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it takes all kinds. Like, some of us are behind the scenes with mastermind groups doing research and trying to come up with great arguments. And there's a lot of that happening. And some of us also carry that over into our debates and our discussions online. Some of us might be a bit too busy to be promoting, to be marketing. But others of you who may not inclined that way, you could be doing great work by spreading the news, by taking the clips that some of us are generating, because we're the ones creating the content, and getting it out there. It takes all of us together.
Yes. That's what I've said before. I'm like, we all need a clipcord in our life. We all need a, AI overlord who's trying to like get everybody together and like working behind the scenes. Amish who's diligently researching topics, who's always, it probably has already been in the field that deals with some of the topics that we deal with in here. So, I mean, you need people like that to be around. Like all of us, that's why I'm saying 24/7 is ready for this, man. I'm telling you, just what's been happening now is kind of like, okay, we're getting to the precipice, right, of this being something that gets pushed out. So before we do that, we got to tighten the shot group, get everybody in line with what's going on, and then once it transitions over to that, you're not like, oh, dude, are we mainstream? Like, it's like, no, you already know this is what it is. I don't know. I've just
Yeah, it takes all kinds. Like, you don't have to be a flat Earth satellite engineer to make a difference. You just have to have a big, loud mouth and a few truth buttons to keep pushing. So keep doing that. If that's what you got, and you're great with people, I'm not. I suck at small talk. I really am. I hate it. And if you can get out there and get the word out, please do it. I mean, everybody's got different talents in different areas.
Thing is, Amish, like these numpties don't know when you're talking to them that you got the information to substantiate the information that they think has been solidified. So you can tell them, well, really, let's talk about how GPS works. Like the guy with GPS, I'm like, dude, if he was honest with himself, he would not have brought that topic up, because he thought if he brings it up and says it, nobody's going to challenge him on it. But you did, and he's like, oh shit, now I got to talk about it. But he didn't. And I was like, dude, he does not want to engage with you. Because when they're talking, I know, like, I hear them, dude. I'm like, this guy's saying this. I know what he's doing. He's doing it because he thinks he's talking to a room full of flat earthers who don't know jack squat. And here you go, like, hey, well, let's talk about GPS. That, like, threw him off kilter, and now he's like, but we don't need to talk about that. He's just like, and you're like, no, like, seriously, dude, I want to have a conversation about it. He's like, no, dude, no, I don't want to. No, well, what's the point? And like, I'm like, yeah, I know what you're about, sir. You never wanted to have that conversation. You thought you were gonna get away. That's the thing, dude. The hand gets caught in the cookie jar, and they don't want to. No. Well, no. Did I say that? I didn't mean to. Like.
Yeah, that guy was cooked. Let's see, that was yesterday mid-morning or something like that. That guy. So for anybody who out there is interested in clipping, that was a great discussion. The guy basically threw out GPS on the table, and I called his bluff, and he folded.
Like a lawn chair, bro.
Yep.
Oh man, it was a great sight to see, because you're equipped with the knowledge to handle it. I mean, and of course, it's different when somebody works around people in the industry, and then you can be like, yeah, that's not true. Or at least challenge them. They're like, well, how do you know that? Because I'm always asking them the question anyways. It's like they're putting out words, and I just simply ask them, how do you know what you know when you put this information out? You said this word. Just tell me how you know that. I want to hear you articulate it. Just me saying that puts them in a position that they're compromised. They're like, yeah, we don't need to talk about that. And like, well, wait a minute. You just brought it up like it's backing up your point. Now you don't want to talk about it? It sucks.
happens a lot too. Yep. Call their bluffs, folks. I mean, Challenge them on the details. It's always in the details. They try and overlook. They try to replace. They try to subtly replace one thing for another in a conversation, and hope you and the audience is not tracking. So you got to be on your toes with this. Yep, and challenge the details. Chances are they don't know. Even if you don't know something, you can still challenge them. Put yourself in the role of the student. Let them be the teacher and let them teach you, and see how quickly they start to collapse because they're bluffing. 9 times out of 10, they're bluffing.
That has been my form throughout. If you notice what I do, that's exactly my form. Because I think too, it's like you can be somebody who can articulate that point. For all I know, he might have known how that works. But I know for a fact it's not going to lead to Globe. 100%. It will not lead to Globe. So I don't care what he says about it. Because when it comes to like surveying, let's take that for example. Shoebill or whatever his name is, Larry, the other guy over there. He had a conversation with Andy Hold My Beer. Andy Hold My Beer was told him, I want you to talk to me like I'm a 10-year-old and you're just gonna be basic with me and all that. And he's like, when he got right down to it, it was all a calculation of the Earth's curvature, nothing to do with measurement. He told him straight up, dude. Shoebill, the advocate for Globe Earth, the guy who's been doing surveying for 30 years, the professional guy, said it was all to deal with calculations and no measurements. That wouldn't have blown your wig back. I don't know what else will, man. Because that guy, he's an anti-flat earther. He does not want any points to come to flat Earth. Yet he gave up the ghost on that point where his profession was even showing that he's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. He's only using it as a calculation. Like, how amazing is that? You heard it from the people who are vehemently against flat Earth. If that doesn't speak volumes, I don't know what is. I really don't know. I don't know how to help you at that point.
Do you even know the real basis of flat Earth? It's electromagnetism. It's the fact that reality isn't even existing unless we're here to witness it. You know that, right? You fantastic. What is this?
What is this, dude?
I thought this was a base chat. I saw 24/7 flat Earth. I was like, oh, they know what this is about. And then I hear an idiot talking about the actual curvature of the physical Earth. Like, what are you, retarded? You don't even know the theory of flat Earth? Jesus Christ!
Theory? Theory? Electromagnetism? What?
I mean, it's all theory. Right, it's all theory, but flat Earth as a concept is more realistic.
Hey, you Gabe, I got a question for you, man. You Gabe, what is electromagnetism, you Gabe?
The entire basis of the originality.
We're not going to hear you ranting. We have a mute button, dude.
I don't know, man. Like, can we hit the brakes on this? What is electromagnetism, you Gabe? All right, never mind.
Electromagnetism. That's a fact. Nobody's talking about that.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Electromagnetism. I just fucking told you that.
What is it?
Electromagnetism's electromagnetism, you retard. That's what the audience is hearing you say.
What is it? You, Gabe, what is electromagnetism?
It's electromagnetism, bro.
Crickets, isn't it?
He literally just made a prime example of what we were just talking about.
I just want to ask.
No, you don't want to ask. You didn't tell us what electromagnetism is. That's important. The audience is hearing crickets and not you speaking.
Alpha Veritas, you're all.
Yeah, that's my name, but you didn't tell us what electromagnetism is. We only hear crickets. We don't hear you giving us the explanation of what it is. Tell us what it is.
Alpha Veritas, there are no.
Yeah, that's my name. Go ahead and tell us
what electromagnetism is. It's like Indio says, these guys throw themselves on the gears, right? I was thinking of a great point to bring up, and this guy comes in.
I didn't hear any crickets. What crickets are you talking about, spastic?
All right.
Huh?
So you're either able to tell us what electromagnetism is or not. You can make a choice right now. Go ahead.
You need the definition for electromagnetism?
No, I need you to articulate your talking point of what it is. You brought it up. Now tell us what it is. Go.
The basis of flat Earth is
No, not the basis of flat Earth. We're asking what is electromagnetism.
He's like a broken record.
Pretty much.
For the seventh time, for the slow people, it sounds like you are. Okay, I'm gonna try to accommodate that because you're slow, right? So I can talk slow. What is electromagnetism?
You're already slow, mate.
Okay, so no answer for that, right? We're trying to get to the point that you're bringing up. I mean, you said it. Now we're trying to be enlightened by your wisdom, but it sounds like you don't have any, right? You're just squawking.
The audience, first and foremost, the audience wants to know if this guy's credible.
Stop muting me,
The
little
audience
bro.
wants to know if this guy
Whenever
knows
you're
what
done
he's
muting
talking
me,
about.
little bro, and you're done monologuing, little bro, let me know.
Well, yeah,
This is
but
what we can.
yeah, you're not able to do it, right? The thing you said you were going to do, you're not doing it, which is telling us what electromagnetism is. Well, that was your whole point. This is your big shining moment. Tell the flat earthers what electromagnetism is. Go on.
But buddy, that was never my point. That was your.
Oh, it's never your point, but you brought it up.
And he said that that's
all electromagnetism.
Our point that we didn't make. His big criticism was we should have made this point.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Now you don't know what it is? That's convenient.
Alpha Veritas, you're embarrassing yourself. This is humiliating.
No, I'm embarrassing you. There's a difference. I'm embarrassing you because you had a point to bring up that flat earthers think electromagnetism. No, well, you don't even know what it is. Do you?
It's embarrassing how much of a human.
Yeah, I know it's embarrassing. That's why I'm showing you that you can't say things without supporting it with evidence, and you don't know what it is. So it is embarrassing. I agree with you.
And humiliating yourself like this is.
No, it's humiliating you. You're the one that's being humiliated, not me.
How do you keep humiliating yourself?
Well, that's gonna get tired pretty quickly. So
I don't know. You keep muting me and monologuing like.
Yeah, muting's essential because people like you don't know how to stop talking. All you can do, if you want to keep your mic open, is just give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's all you got to do. Let's hear it.
You done monologuing, dork, or what?
I'm waiting for you to tell us how the Earth's a globe.
Buddy, I never said the Earth is a globe, you
Okay. Well, seems like you don't have a conversation to bring forward. Perhaps when you get more information, you can come at any time. We're here 24/7. I will unmute you, but if you continue to persist to interrupt the conversation, I'll have to put you back on mute. Otherwise, I don't think you should be muted, but like a child, if you can't control your emotions, I will have to put you in timeout there, sir. Don't want to do it. Don't make me do it. All right, go ahead, Amish.
Sounds like you're coping right now.
Timeout for you.
Before this guy came in, I was going to make a point to say it's always going to be the map preceding the territory with these guys. It's always going to be we're going to take some measurements and assume that there's.
You're roboting, Amish. Pretty bad. I might add. Amish, come back. You can blame it all on APOC. He was wrong, and he can't live without you. What's up, APOC?
What's up? I'm just over here just messing around with this. I'm setting up my thing, bro. It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, you, Gabe, was hot under the collar, but turns out he didn't have any information to substantiate any of his claims. Poor little fella. He came to the grown-ups table and he's like, I'm going to talk about Earth. And we're like, dude, what do you know? Nothing.
Yeah, I heard him. He's kind of going crazy. You know, his energy is. It sounds like he wants to just like bite the head off of a glober, but I think he still needs to like hold up, bro. I was just remember I was just telling CB this yesterday or the day before. Remember Inversion, the guy that used to come to X? He was a flat earther. He had like a triangle or like a pyramid, like a blue and white pyramid as his.
I remember that guy. Yeah.
So the other day, 2 days ago or yesterday, I don't even remember now. I did a space on X because I wanted to test out my mic and I wanted to hear it. You know, like I threw my sock account in there so I could like check it. You know, like check the levels. And then he jumped in, and then we ended up talking for like an hour. But I was telling him how the problem with a lot of people on X, like remember that would come to our spaces that we were having.
Correct.
They would go in there, but like I was trying to explain to them, like imagine you leave the globe, you find out, okay, this is total bullshit. Yeah, okay, the Earth isn't a globe, but then you jump into an ideology that's like equivalent to the globe, because then you start talking about things that you cannot prove. You just sound like a different type of glober, right?
Interesting. Yeah.
Like you're like all of a sudden, yeah, the Earth is flat. And you know what? There's this, and I used to think this too. Like, yeah, logically, I get it. Like the turtle field. That's what I like about Amish, because he's like, hey, stop talking about. Like, I'm like, you know what? He's absolutely right. Like Amish is dead on. Because if I start talking about, like, you know what, it makes sense. Like turtle fields and the past of them, I get that. Like I understand the argument, but I can't go out there and be like, F you, Glover, it's a turtle. Like, there's the center, like this black sun. Like, I can't talk about that stuff because I would then sound like a different type of Glover, just saying a bunch of shit that I cannot prove. And like and Virgin was like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, because you have all the like the Flat Earth Fridays, the Ether Cosmologists, like all those guys. Like, they just sound like a different form of a Glober, talking about ideas and concepts and theories that we cannot prove. So, I mean, even if it makes sense, even if it makes logical sense, but it's still not facts.
That's the thing, though. They say that the globe makes sense, though, APOC. So when you say that, it sounds like a globe. Well, the globe makes sense. Of course it does. And you're saying the same for like those who talk about esoteric topics like the ether and such. But I don't see it making sense. It's an idea that somebody had put forward and to consider it, right? However, if it was to make sense, then it would be using your senses. Now, our senses cannot detect anything that's in the fringes of knowledge, right? We have to be able to provide evidence of the thing that makes sense. Otherwise, it's nonsense. So that's the important thing.
Yeah, right? I get what you mean, but what I meant by that, by saying it makes sense. For instance, if you look at the path of how they have the ISS with the raw data placed above us, just going this like elliptical path. If you take the raw data and did do it on a map, like, okay, I get how they're saying it makes this ring, and then they like show like the magnetic field on that's created under the certain light, and like it matches that spiral thing. Okay, yeah, all that. It's better yet. Hold on. Instead of saying making sense, let's say, well, things do like match up. Let's say that instead. Like, okay, yeah, I get it. It makes it match, but that doesn't mean that that's what it is, and we can't.
Well, the thing is, you can use any map projection. You can put it on the back of a chicken, and so everything that could be conformed to that back of the chicken would be conforming to however it looks like it's traveling. So as it's traveling, you can say, look, the way it goes around the feathers, the tail feathers, and it goes around the leg. Well, it makes sense. Well, why? To what? You're giving the concept of how it's moving across, the sky in a way that it's looking like a chicken. Like, that's not true.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, no, I agree with you.
So it doesn't matter what you're saying. The only thing that really matters is what you can prove, and then that's what's not happening.
Yeah, and you're spot on, because in the sense of like, remember Trulon, he mathematically proved that the Earth can be a pyramid, and you're right, like mathematically it made sense, right? And it made sense on a sphere, it made sense on a flat Earth, it made sense on a flat plane, should I say? Like, he mathematically had this, like he proved it. But you're right, though. That's just still like, it could be on the back of a chicken. Mathematically, doesn't mean that it's on the back of a chicken. So I totally agree with you. You're right about that. Yeah.
So whatever it's proposed to be on, then that thing's going to conform to the thing that they're using the math for.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's all it's doing. And so somebody can say, like, yeah, I could see the point of the globe, because you can see the way the ISS travels in a sine wave and it's moving, doing these patterns, and I get it. It looks like it makes sense. But when in all reality, they can't provide evidence that that's what's going on. Like, who's doing that? You know what I mean?
Dude, the toroidal field stuff
is a whole bunch of nonsense. Right? It requires you to look at the azimuth equidistant map, which is just a globe, where they destroyed one of the points of origin by blowing it out into a ring, making it not usable at all unless you apply a non-uniform scale. And it's based off of conceiving the stars as a sphere in the first instance, when stars don't even behave as such.
Yeah, there was I forgot his name. He was talking about how even the way the stars are optically, like how they look like they're, let's say, going downwards to the horizon, but they would still just be like flat across us, like above us, like a table on top of a table, like a flat board on top of a flat board, being parallel to it. But optically, our eyes would create this dome of vision, they call it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like I get what you mean, because that's an optical thing, like that's a perspective thing. And then I think that's where all that other stuff can go take you down the road. But you're right, you do have to be careful.
You can do another way with it too. You can say we don't know what the stars are, and the stars operate like a personal, observer-dependent perspective of phenomena that we can't explain, that move with respect to your position on Earth, on a flat Earth.
Mm. I mean,
there are multiple ways. I mean, this is why we don't want to make bold claims about something, right? Because we could possibly exclude other possibilities that could still work and could also be true.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what's not true.
Uh-huh.
I can tell you what's not true is treating the celestial sphere as 2 points of origin and using can't work.
Can't cut out there.
The north and south celestial pole. Yeah, the north and south celestial poles in the sky, and plotting spheres into this conceptual hamster ball cannot be used reliably on a flat Earth. Early sailors figured this out, so they used sine and cosine tables in their nautical almanacs in order to bend flat Earth into a ball so that they could have a 1-to-1 mapping from an outside celestial sphere ball into an inner Earth ball. And that would preserve the geometry. Anything else won't work. But that doesn't mean that the stars are in a sphere around us. That concept was created. The map precedes the territory. If you were to treat the stars as a field instead, a field of lights, and you have elevation angles and they rise and fall in elevation with respect to where you are on Earth, you can map that to flat Earth and preserve distances and do triangulations and get position fixes just fine. The problem is turning it into spherical geometry and then mapping that or projecting that to a flat world. Now you got problems.
Yeah, it doesn't line up. It doesn't add up. And that's that's where their argument comes from. They're like, "Oh, you can't do this without it being well." If you, but it's so like, it's
based on a concept.
It's deceiving though, because what happens is you can be like, "Well, wait, hold on. If I create a ball and then say you have to use the math to conform to the ball," yeah, obviously stupid, right? Like, because that's what you created.
Yep.
But and that's what it comes down to. Like, yeah, that's why I said earlier, like, I can talk to Shoe Bill and be like, look, I agree with you. Your surveying stuff, when you comport to the model, on a lineup. Yes. But that's why I always say, yeah, but transfer that shit, leapfrog it and see what happens. You're going to be off. 1,000% you're going to be off. Because it's not conforming to the ball that way.
Right. So what you're touching on is a term we keep hearing from time to time in here is internal versus external critique or validation. So what these globers do is they use circular reasoning. They validate the spherical coordinate reference system by using the spherical coordinate reference system to validate the spherical coordinate reference system.
Exactly.
So we're like, no, stop doing that. Stop doing that. What you need to do now is you need to try a planar survey. And if Earth is a globe, you're going to be all fucked up.
Exactly. That's where
and like to your point about line transfers, right? That would work in theory, but I don't think we have the precision to do a line transfer to validate flat Earth with a line transfer.
Well, because then they'll say, well, how do I know if you're 0.000, and then you didn't stay horizontal, you did curve and if you add up enough 0.0002s, it could become
and it could be a globe.
Right,
but then you also can't prove that it's flat either. So unfortunately, it's not the win button, man. But what we do have are laser transfers.
The win button would be every time you establish level and you're creating a perpendicular position. That's the win button, because then that means that's parallel to all the way through, and that's how you're still at that elevation. I think that's the win button, me personally.
But you need to be able to measure the deviation that's created where these line transfers are conjoined.
That doesn't happen though, does it?
No, it doesn't happen. You need to be like, and then you've got to think about the materials themselves, subject to thermal expansion and contraction, subject to load-bearing weight distortions and all kinds of other things. I mean, under their own weight, they're going to distort too. So those variables are much bigger than any claimed curvature amount would be.
And we had somebody in here that was talking about that. It wasn't APOC, it was some other guy. I don't know. Do you guys remember who it was?
Right.
It was.
But this worked out in our favor.
He was talking about like that very topic that you just said. The materials expanding and contracting over the the temperature outside. So that was more of a consideration than the curvature of the Earth was. When they would have to.
It's kind of the same. He's right. It's the same as with the Coriolis. I mean, there are other factors, other variables that have much greater magnitude of error that would conceal any potential Coriolis claim that is actually claimed by Globers. Windage and breathing and trigger discipline, all that other shit's gonna outstrip any precision that you would need to determine if Coriolis is true. And so same with these line transfers of like steel beams and crap like that. There are going to be other variables that are much bigger in magnitude than the curvature of the Earth, and you have no way of falsifying it.
Well, that's why when we build shit like bridges and even like the tops of the roofs of buildings, that's why we have expansion joints. That's exactly what we're creating those for. It's to allow that expansion. Naturally, the heat will hit the steel and it will expand. And dude, on some bridges, they go up to like fucking like a foot, bro. Like wide, bro. Like it's crazy to think that a fucking the steel can expand up to a foot, but it's an overall thing. Like longer the span.
Right. So listen, APOC, so if there's 8 inches per mile squared, in the first mile you got 8 inches. But in a mile-long spanning of bridge, you might have several feet of deflection due to load-bearing limits.
You're taking my point.
Contraction. Yep. So the problem is the Globers are perfectly content thinking that their curvature is hiding within that margin of error. And so our job is to say, no, you got to prove that exists. As long as you claim it hides within the margin of error, you're unable to prove that it exists in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, you took my point. That's exactly what I was going to say, because if APOC pointed this out within a short distance, and it's the expansion is actually contracting would actually be greater than the amount of curvature that would be considered, I think that would be a factor that would supersede the curvature.
Yes.
At any point. So you couldn't.
That's a lot. That's a lot like the artillery claim, where they're like, oh, the artillery, the Coriolis frickin' adjustment in the field manuals. When you're the round, like the uncertainty of the round, like how much it's off, is like way bigger than any Coriolis adjustment would be. So it's like kind of like a moot point.
Exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that last night with the USS Iowa and these 16-inch guns shooting like 40 kilometers or something. And the target grouping, the random dispersion caused by just, confounding variables outside of any Coriolis or curvature claim. was much greater than any Coriolis or curvature claim could be determined. So, I mean, this is a case where you could say, yeah, Earth could still be a globe, and you still can't prove it.
Dude, that's like a mic drop, to be honest. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean,
it is a huge mic drop.
Like, that means that variable buries the curvature.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could adjust for curvature, and it statistically wouldn't change your outcome. Whether you're building a bridge, shooting a bullet, or launching artillery.
And just to let you know, if you're gonna do a mile, it's more than 8 inches as far as the expansion of the steel. It's up to 2 feet.
Yeah.
So I mean,
you're
you
cooked, bro. You're freaking cooked with a globe. Like, there's no way you're gonna come out of here talking about the Earth's a globe with the building of a bridge. I mean, that should be honestly, APOC. That should be on the top priority list of having a discussion from that particular argument. I'd lead with that, man. If you said this is what we installed with these structures being made,
right?
Yeah, that's how to use the line transfer argument, I think, with much greater effect. It puts the onus back on them because they have the burden of proof in the first place to show us where the curvature is. You've heard other things too, like, you say there's terrestrial refraction of curvature. Great. When I'm looking at the horizon now, Chief, how much of that is due to curvature and how much of it's due to earth bend, to refraction of the atmosphere? Right?
Right.
Nope. They have no way to differentiate. So, you could still say, hey, Earth could still be a globe, dude, and you can't prove it, which is my point. Nobody's been able to, nobody can. So why should we accept that there's a globe?
Talk about a frustrated glober right there, buddy.
Yeah.
That reminds me of Amish is, remember we were talking about the other day, be it yesterday or the day before, we're talking about how the horizon, it can look really short or really far, right? And I posted that video of that guy that's right now in the middle of the ocean. He's going from Oregon to Hawaii. And in one of his videos, dude, the horizon is like super close. Like, it doesn't even look like fucking a football field away, dude. Like, it looks close. Like, that would be scary, dude, to be like, wow, I can't see anything fucking beyond, like, wow. Like, it just looks super, super close. But anyways, like, it brings the argument, like, if that, and I think you're the one, or someone said, oh, that explains like the oil rigs, why they look blocked off, like that halfway picture, where they look like they're behind the curvature of the earth. It's like, no, it's the phenomenon, the optical effect, to where the horizon that on some days looks, there's a video of him and he goes, man, I guess he captured the sunset this morning, and I posted it earlier, I'll post it again right now. He captured the sunset and he said, man, like the sunset looks so beautiful today. And he's like, the horizon looks like endless. He goes like, it looks like I can see forever in all directions. But then on that other day, dude, it looked like he couldn't even fucking see a football field away before it was the horizon. So like, that goes to show you, dude, it just depends on the conditions.
Yeah, so get this, APOC. I love this sunset discussion. On flat Earth, let's say your observer height, your eyeball is like 5.5 feet off the ground. And you're off the water, and you're gazing out over the ocean. It's nice and calm. And 30 miles in the distance, there are going to be rougher waves for whatever reason. Maybe the ocean floor changes topology, right? The waves are now 5 feet, 5.75 feet. So just 1/4 of a foot higher than your eyeball. So let's say 30 miles away, we've got these waves that are slightly higher than your eyeball, okay? And let's say that there's a whole pattern of them. There are like 30 or 40 of them heading out towards where the sun is setting. You would not be able to see them, but they would obstruct the bottom of the sun.
Right.
Yeah.
Just depends on the swells. If you look at the 2 videos I posted, that goes to show you, like, and dude, it's the same dude. He's still in the ocean. Like, it's not like all of a sudden he went to a smaller fucking ocean. It's just optically, dude, look how close that horizon looks compared to the other one where the sun's setting.
It's just like what? So come on, Globers, is the Earth breathing or what? Like, did it get smaller? Did it get bigger? Like, what's happening here, folks?
Yeah.
Like, it just
You got shoaling, you got waves that come and go, and they might be so far away your eye can't resolve the difference in height from sea level to the top of the wave, but it's obstructing that much bigger sun further away, the bottom of it. And it looks like the sun is sinking into the water. Well, I mean, it kind of is. It's behind the crests of like maybe 30 or 40 waves that are just above your height of eye, that are so far away that you can't see. That's just basic geometry.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. These Globers, they don't have a leg to stand on, dude. This all. It's fucking a wrap, dude. I don't even know how there can be Globers in 2025 at this point. With the technology, the cameras that taking all these observations, and the way like we understand it now, like it's all bullshit, dude. These people are they're getting cooked.
I want to see measurement of globe curvature in infrared. Please, for the love of God, give that to me. Right? I mean, we got hundreds and hundreds of videos of the opposite. It'd be nice to just have one that maybe looks like it could be a globe after all, but we don't have any. Nobody's done it. It's weird. I have to go again. Thanks for entertaining my chat. Good to talk to you, APOC and Alpha. I'm going to mute up here.
No problem. Yeah, matter of fact, McToon, dumbass, he just announced that he's going to go to Florida or be in Florida. He's going to go take some observations of boats that they can't call them back from over the curve. And what Amish just said, I should like jump in his chat and be like, yeah, do an infrared one, bro. Let's get that on record. let's see you show the ball with that set up. But I think the two videos I just posted just totally destroys his fucking any position McToon's gonna take. That, oh, look at, I can't zoom in on the boat that's behind the horizon. Yeah, because it's fucking blocked, obviously. The horizon's not even the horizon at that point. That's not even like, you get what I'm saying. That's not the true position of where it would usually be. It's not going to add up to the ball, that's for sure. To their math, their geometric horizon. But I do want to do that too, though, off the coast over here in California. I want to get, like I said before, I think I want to contact Jaron and be like, hey, since you're a Glober now, let me get that infrared camera from you. Since you don't need it because you're a fucking idiot again. And then just go set up my P950 and I think he has a P900 with infrared capability. It was a converted. I want to go set both of them up, fucking rent a boat, and just fucking go off. And then on throughout the day, like see how that changes. Because I have that one video where the guy, he recorded 3 hours and it goes from a boat being covered to being fully shown.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay?
What are you saying, Gandhi?
Little life.
What happened? Oh, sorry, it's Gandhism. I thought it said Gandhi. My bad. I wasn't making fun of the way you talk. So what's up? Oh, you had nothing to say. Okay, it was a drive-by. But yeah, I do want to do that. It'd be cool to show how it's not a ball, a sphere. And that's it. Once you show them that, like, that's it. It doesn't matter. Fucking TFE, 24-hour sun, and fucking North Pole, South Pole, and the star. None of that matters. All that is fucking. It's for the birds. Because if you disprove, that it's a globe, as we have, it's not a sphere. We debunked it. That's why none of their fucking excuses or what's the word I'm looking for? They're not examples. Whatever they have in their fucking that they're bringing to the table, it's all just, you can just throw it all off. Nope, sorry, none of it is on a globe because we've proven that it's not a globe. But yeah, hold on. What's the damning evidence that disproves a globe? The fact that it's not a globe, that's pretty damning.
Their claims is what the word you were looking for.
Yeah, there you go. The claims. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's their claims are doesn't matter. So to answer you, Gabe Itch, it's a funny name, by the way. I can see that being on like on Xbox Live or something. You Gabe Itch. So the point is that whatever you bring to the table, okay, no matter what it is, it can't be on a sphere of a 25,000 mile circumference because that has already been proven that it's not. So if you think that it's a globe, or if you think it has a 24,900 mile circumference, whatever you believe it is, I think that goes up and down depending on what person you talk to. It's been discredited. Like, okay, that's been debunked because of the black swan long distance observations off the coast of France, off the coast of California, off the coast down in, I think that third one I saw somebody showed, I think it's somewhere in South America. They have like, it's like 200 miles, something like that. But I'm not deflecting, bro. I'm literally answering you. What's wrong with you? I'm telling you, the long distance observation that goes against. Do you? Okay, let me ask you this, bro. Do you know math? Do you know your own paradigm's math? Do you know that if you can see 10 miles away at 1 foot above, just go Google this, bro. How big the Earth would have to be, the ball would have to be. Go Google it, and then get back to me, and we'll go from there. How about that? I'm waiting. Do you have an answer? Let's, dude. Why are you still like chat skanking? Just what's the answer, dude?
It's more like chat spazzing. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Okay, here I'm just gonna give you the answer because clearly you're a fucking idiot, and you're not gonna give the answer. The answer would be 1.6 million miles, bro. That's how the circumference would have to be. If you can see 10 miles away at a 1 foot position in your fucking paradigm, you would need a ball that's 1.6 million miles in circumference. So that destroys your globe, bro. Like you're spazzing out, just like was that Sonny? I think it was you, Sonny. So, just like Sonny said, dude, you're spazzing, bro. The point is that it's not a 24,901 mile circumference spheroid or oblate spheroid or pear shape, depending on who you fucking believe. That's the point. You get it? It doesn't. Dude, this guy is fucking. He's too much of an idiot to even follow the conversation. So I don't even know why I'm wasting my time with this guy. The evidence is in the fucking actual fucking video of the guy being 1 foot above the water and seeing an object that's 9.41 miles away, and you can see a horizon. Who knows? That can be another 30 miles away. We don't know because the amount of compression of an angle can be way, like, a lot of data goes into that tiny little remainder of the water behind the oil rig. So you probably don't even understand what I'm talking about. I'm probably wasting my time, dude. You know what? I think it's time to go teach the cats to change a tire again, because I'm going to get be more successful than talking to this fucking goon. He's an idiot. he's a moron, dude. Why don't you go watch some Professor Dave videos, or McToon, or go watch the Booger Eater Craig. Go pick your boogers along with him. Why don't you go learn some more let's learn how to talk shit to a flat earther. Because you're not bringing anything, bro. You're just saying, give me the evidence. How about you try a point? How about you come in the chat and try to give us a point? Or you probably muted.
I would love to make a point. I would love to make a point. But remember, now that I'm unmuted, right? My question was, you said when I joined, you were saying about, we've debunked it, bro. We have debunked it, bro. So I said, make 3 points disproving the globe and evidence it, and I'll counter it. You couldn't get through 1 point. Your 1 point was 50 tangents. So, nigga, make a point, evidence it, and I'll counter it. And then you can make another point after that, evidence it, and I'll counter it. And then another one after that.
Okay, you ready?
The end of time. Do you understand?
Okay, here we go. Here's the beginning of counter. Counter that you can see 10 miles at 1 foot. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Gotcha, bitch.
The floor is yours.
I'm gonna take my time. I'll get you the answer. Well, what was your question again? I'm about to type.
You got to give him a chance to chat GPT at first. There, hold on, Google it.
Actually, I'm glad you're using ChatGPT. Okay.
I'm not using ChatGPT.
Okay.
What do you need time for?
But it's okay. I'm using a high level AI right here. So let's get into it.
He's using AI, guys.
Okay. To see 10 miles at a 1 foot elevation. Go ahead.
What is the statement?
You don't even know how to argue.
Correct statement.
Okay. You can see the surface. Okay. The surface, meaning zero, right? The baseline.
I don't know what the surface means. Yeah.
You can see. Okay, the water is the surface here, dude. Are you not even able to follow along that?
You're
the surface of water.
Bro, make a point. I didn't
even have to use AI.
You're
not able to rebuttal anything,
bro. I didn't even say anything, and you stuttered. Just finish your point.
You're not going to be able to say anything.
I already did.
AI.
Bro.
Okay, I'll say it again.
I'm trying to actually have a conversation with you.
Okay, I'll say it again. Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it again. Shut up, so I can say it again.
You're not helping yourself.
If you could just shut up so I can say it again. All right? You chanting over and over is not going to help. So listen, we'll do it again, okay? Pay attention. You can see the surface 10 miles away from a 1 foot position above that said surface. Now, go AI the fuck it up and ask it, how am I able to see that?
What's the point of talking? We could just use AI ourselves.
I know, you're right. Let me just go.
What's the point of discussing it? You're not able to rebuttal or go against anything. You need prompts from us to put into ChatGPT or whatever AI you're using. Why don't we just talk to the AI?
All I asked him was to make a point.
You're not able to make a point yourself. So what's the point?
Buddy, whenever
you
you're
need help from AI.
Like a dork, whenever you're done muting me like a dork.
You need help from AI, bro. Just hurry up with the AI. We could just talk to the AI.
He deafened himself. He put himself in the corner like a baby.
Mm-hmm.
It's useless talking to people like this. Hey, can you give me an exact prompt to plop into ChatGPT, please? We could just talk to the ChatGPT. You don't have any remaining brain cells to rub together. And like the chat says, debating AI is lame. We know what it's going to say anyway. We're here to cook you. That's fine. We'll just boot him out of here.
Yeah, he puts on deaf and then just ban him. He doesn't belong here anyways. He's fucking deaf on himself. Doesn't want to listen, then get the fuck out.
He's gone. See ya.
He doesn't even want to answer the first question. What?
Loser.
But I need an exact prompt to put into please. Could you? What you should have done is given the observation and make him figure it out.
The funny thing, CB, is that I don't know if you remember or not, but I went through that answer that it gave me, and it said it goes against the not only the geometry. But it also goes against because remember what if you use the maximum refraction? It's no, it violates that. It goes against that because you're not supposed to see that far, even with maximum refraction. Even the ChatGPT would have told him himself. So that's why I was actually kind of wanting him to look it up, but he's not because when he reads that, he's going to be like, wait, hold on, I got to ask it a different way, so it
favors my question or position. Even mathematically, you can't see the surface. The surface would be a zero. How do you calculate zero? Anything times zero is zero, right? You cannot see that. It's not going to allow you to do that. You wouldn't be able to see it. Once it goes behind that mathematical, once you're in the hidden part, it's like it's equivalent to this. It's like saying I can see beyond the vanishing point. Well, then that's not the fucking vanishing point. You get what I'm saying? Like the vanishing point is the vanishing point. Like you can't see beyond that. So to say that I can see beyond that, well then that's no longer the vanishing point. Then you don't understand what a vanishing point is.
But can you give me a prompt for ChatGPT?
Can you give me a prompt? All right. It's hilarious, dude.
Like, I don't know why he's so confident either. Like, this false bravado. Just give me 3 points and I'll debunk it. You or what? It's not going to be you.
Yeah,
you know what's interesting? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, because I can't think for myself, give me a prompt.
You know what's interesting too? I will say this. I noticed as well, there are people who are ride or die with Jaren, and because now Jaren's like, oh, flat earthers are idiots and they're not about the truth, and look, it is a globe now and it has to be a globe. Dude, those flat earthers, quote unquote, that are now like, oh yeah, we're with Jaren, we believe him, like this is right, it is a globe, it has to be a globe because Jaren's saying that it is and he saw the sun above him. Like those people have that same fucking like how would you say it, not courage, but like they're taking a strong position, like they think they're right. Verbato, I think you even said the word right now, the verbato. They are like coming in here like kind of like that guy just did right now, like, oh, it has to be a globe, we know it's a globe, and they're just because Jaren said so, just because Jaren was like, yeah, it has to be a globe, guys. Matter of fact, he just posted something the other day and he's like, he had like this little like globe like calculation thing. He's like, this is the hours that of sunlight, and then if you move it along the globe. But the problem though that his own little followers are now ignoring, before they used to get it but now they don't for some reason, that's all mathematical. Like it doesn't matter because you have a graphic of a globe and you're sliding it, like just like I said earlier, Trulon fucking proved that the world could be a pyramid mathematically. Or an octagon, he even made it. It was really weird too, like his fucking little website. Anyways, but just because, I don't know, dude. I feel bad for those guys, man. They're fucking more lost than when they became a flat earther. They're even more lost because they went back to the globe. Crazy.
Anyways, hey guys, I'm back. I still think the Earth is round, and
round
yeah,
round like a pancake, round like a coin, round like an LP,
round like an 8-ball. I think it's round like an 8-ball. Right?
Yeah, round. An 8-ball isn't round; it's a ball. Do you know the difference between a ball? Let's go back to basic shapes. I think you need to start there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Circle, square, triangle.
Yeah.
Trapezoid.
Yeah.
That's all
so is flat. Here's a test for you. Is flat a shape?
No, it's a plane of existence.
So flat is something to do with existence? Like where did you learn?
Flat is like a perspective. It's a perspective. It's like an angle.
Flat is a perspective. So if I'm tilting my head, is flat whatever I perceive
I'm talking
it to be?
about in terms of being on planet Earth.
Yeah, like I'm saying,
Like seeing
you have
something
no
flat
fucking
is an
idea
angle
what
of
basic.
perspective.
You don't
The
know
Earth
what
is not a
basic
planet.
shapes or surfaces are. So you just proved it. Flat is a surface condition, a description of a surface. But you didn't say that.
Right.
So now your next question is, what is your bestest scientific proof of a globe, of the globe?
The gravity when it goes around.
Wrong answer. So you just put your knowledge of science below fifth grade. Shut the fuck up. So below fifth grade. Yeah, because you should have said, Sonny, that's a malformed question because science only adjudicates cause and effect relationships, not shapes.
Wait, take it back. Take it back. What do you mean about Sonny? Take it back. Take it back. Explain it to a drunk guy. I'm really confused.
You just failed. You failed the fifth grade science test. You failed. So you're less than
trust
fifth
me.
grade knowledge of science.
His name is
You gotta tell me that one. I already failed that one.
Yeah.
his name is Sunny.
So you don't know what science is, and you think there's scientific proof for the globe. So now give us any physical proof that we can test or verify. Physical
What about
proof
the guy
of the globe.
who jumped from the thing? The Red Bull
Physical
guy?
proof of the globe is what.
Yeah, he
the next
jumped.
question.
He jumped from the Red
What
Bull.
is your next physical? We need physical proof of the globe, like a measurement of drop over distance. Do you have that from any source? Measurement of drop over distance on the surface of Earth, a direct measurement of Earth curvature. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. My Chinese friend just responded to me. Hold on 1 second. I have to respond to this.
Why do we always get crickets for like 10
repeat
years?
yourself? Can you repeat yourself? I'm sorry. I was really distracted.
No problem, drunk guy. The next question is: do you have actual physical proof of the globe? Physical proof of the globe Earth, meaning direct. I wasn't done yet. Physical proof of the globe Earth, meaning a direct measurement of drop over distance. Go ahead.
So a direct measurement of drop over distance. That's inertia, isn't it?
Holy crap, man.
I'm just like, listen, I'm drunk. I'm trying to fucking follow you here, man.
You're not drunk. You're just full of shit. So do you know what inertia means?
Dude, inertia means at the rate it's going, right?
Inertia means
Dude, I'm
rest.
starting to realize how fucking stupid I am.
State of rest. So I asked for
I'm
physical.
so stupid.
I asked for a direct measurement of drop over distance, and you said inertia.
Inertia is the last.
So we need a direct measurement of drop over distance on the surface.
I didn't know what it meant. Sorry. No, listen. You completely lost me, and I'm expired on this conversation. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a little bit.
Yeah,
too
you
much.
failed. You failed. So
I'm
the
gonna
answer
be
would be
honest.
no. What I asked you if you have physical proof or measurement of drop over distance. The answer would be no. You don't.
Yeah, but what about that one theory they did where they
So,
took a piece of
so you
paper
can't
and
just say I don't know.
it hit at the same time.
Or
That one.
I asked you if you had direct measurement of Earth curvature. Yes
That was
or no?
not mine. That was some other scientist.
Yes or
Remember when
no?
Curvature? No.
So yes.
curvature. No.
No. Okay. Congratulations. That's the first honest thing you've said the whole time.
Being honest, I mean, no.
Nobody else has it either.
Say this is probably my favorite Discord channel in this entire server. Like, you guys are just amazing. The other channels
Yo,
suck.
just to run it back, right? Just to run it back, right? This purported globe Earth has an alleged radius value, right? Circumference, diameter, all of that. It's got an alleged dimension to it. But when we go out and we test for that dimension, over the surface of Earth, we find that it's not curving at the rate that it should be. So what's happened is multiple times the radius value, which it's been falsified over and over and over again. So if your radius value is falsified, that also falsifies your diameter and circumference. It completely destroys the globe. We're like, okay, we should only see 1.22 miles to the geometric limit of a globe Earth from a 1 foot observation height, right? But yeah, we're seeing 10 plus miles or more from a 1 foot observation height, seeing 10 times further than we should. So, where do we go from there? Well, we can't just say that Earth could be a bigger globe, because then we'd have no freaking way of proving that, right? We can see for miles upon miles upon miles upon miles with no curvature in the way. So it's flat. Pretty simple, right?
Interesting how when you break it down, it's like really hard for me to even explain what the fuck I think, you know?
Right. And that's why I was like, for the sake of this conversation, let's run this back, right? And there's a radius value of 3,959 miles, right? So if you're putting all of that math and that geometry together, your curvature rate, omnidirectional. So in every direction, the Earth should be curving at a value of 8 inches per mile squared.
Interesting.
Which would put your geometric limit of a globe Earth at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observation height. And we've done the math over and over and over and over
You're putting
again.
it at a scale, because I've always thought it was a scale issue.
It's not.
We are so
there's
small, so we can't really fathom the curvature.
No, it's not even a scale issue. Can you see the text chat? Can you see the text chat? Okay. So I'm about to post something here, right? They're according to, the globe story, because it's what I've got to call it. You should be able to see direct arc of Earth curve. That's left to right. You should start to see that at 50,000 feet altitude. But here, I don't know what happened here. But here is a view from a U-2 spy plane at 70,000 feet, and it's a flat horizon, bro.
Don't you think there could still be like a camera thing?
No, because I don't know what kind of lens makes a curved surface appear straight and flat and level. There's not a lens that I know of that does that. There are lenses, however, that make straight lines curve.
Show him that observation from the ground, not from the sky.
That's true. Here, let me go get that Black Swan. Black Swan it's got all of the data attached to it. And it's what I was talking about being able to see 10 miles out from a 1 foot observation height, which is, that falsifies the radius value for this alleged globe Earth that we've been told that we live on.
Right. Interesting.
So, people come in here and they say a whole lot of things to try to defend this globe that only lives in the mind. That's the only place it exists, is in the mind. Let's see here. Well, that's a good one.
Thank you for your very detailed description.
Yeah, no problem. I think it's important to be clear and concise and, walk people through this, because I know that I needed walked through it at a certain point, because I was like, this doesn't make sense. I don't get it. And I'm like, I'm good at geometry. I'm good at physics. Once it was put to me in physics and geometry, I got it. I get it. I understand.
Can we have a conversation about why is NASA lying then?
It's money. Like, if you were offered $100 billion a year to lie, would you not?
Did you know that NASA in Hebrew means to deceive?
Yeah, Nasha.
I thought you do that. I love it. I love you
I
guys. You guys are the best.
yeah, I do know
Honestly.
that. I also I work for this awesome Israeli family, so I know a little bit of Hebrew.
Yeah, that's cool.
So take a look at the text chat here, and just look at the information. You can blow it up if you need to, and you'll. This is showing that the camera foot is at 1 foot height above sea level. This is showing 2 oil rig platforms, Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House, being seen beyond the geometric limit of 1.22 miles for a globe. So you see, these oil rigs are 6.21 and 9.41 miles away.
Right.
They should be the closer one, if I'm not mistaken, should be hidden some 62 to 66 feet by Earth curve. You shouldn't even be seeing half that. You know, half of that should just be hidden, and the other one should be damn near completely hidden by Earth curve, but it's not there because what we're taught, even in physics and everything, and you can go look this up, and I've got citations for it, is that water, large bodies of water, seek a horizontal equilibrium. They seek to lay flat on the surface. And if you've ever, we've all seen puddles, and have you ever noticed like the mirror flat reflection
Yeah.
in puddles? Yeah, it's something called specular reflection. And in these citations, and I'll post them, it states that these are let's see, specular reflection. Hold on, let me go get the citation here. It says that these bodies lay flat unless acted upon by a force such as wind. That's it.
Interesting.
That's it. There's no gravity or anything acting on it, right? It talks about the pressure system. So at 14.7 psi at sea level, this is enough pressure that causes this to happen, is for these liquids to level out. Hydrostatics. I've got some parts and pieces. It's all kind of chopped up just to highlight the important parts. There's a part that's like, this is a reality of life. Flat level water. And if we all have the same understanding that the Earth's surface is more water than land, then
true.
It would only stand to reason that sea level is called that for a reason. Because overall, the seas are level. We don't call it sea curve. We don't call it the bendy horizon. We don't call it curve horizontal. All these definitions mean 90 degrees. Horizontal to vertical, 90 degrees, and you can't get that on a ball. Because in order to have 90 degrees
I'm sorry.
to your vertical...
It's so hard for me to
And then you measure,
right.
Look how it's easy. Then you measure the height above that sea level, and that's the mountains, hills, valleys, And in Holland, you go even under that, line. That's topography, It's going up and down, but the base is zero all the time.
Yep. And that base from zero is sea level. That's the zero baseline, right? That's your horizontal. And that's where you can get the elevation angles for mountains and peaks and valleys and things from.
Let's say that you have a hill, small hill in the middle of the continent. It's a 100-meter hill. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's 100 meter above the sea level. But sea level is like how many miles? 1,000, 2,000 miles away from that hill?
Yeah, a few thousand.
Yeah. That means what?
Mm-hmm.
100 meters above the sea level, and sea level is 2,000 miles away from that hill.
No. In other words, what he's saying is that over 2,000 miles, there is a horizontal baseline of 0. That all of these peaks and mountains and valleys, the height of them is being measured from.
Let's say 100 meters, that what is like a scale, you know. But in between, you have bigger mountains, smaller mountains.
Right. Well, I've got an example of that, Sasha. Hold up. I've got something.
Oh, yeah. Wait, the elevation profile, yeah. That's easy. You can make elevation profile of your country, and you will find out, or any land if you want.
Here's an example.
This is from the bike route. You know that competition in the bike race. This is like about 100, 200 kilometers. It's written, I think. I cannot see a small picture now. It's and it's in England. It's from Glasgow to Kirkcudbright. I don't know where is that, but for sure it's 100 kilometers.
Yep.
It's the niggers. The niggers. The niggers. It's the niggers.
Yo. Wow. Triggered. It's the triggered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's like the state of the art globe proof.
That's so sad. People think they come in here. I don't know. It's
highly technical, isn't it?
It's wow. I just don't know why.
I've been there, done that. I'm not gonna lie. I've been there, done that.
Oh, shame on you.
A lot of the times when I'm in that type of mood, I really don't want attention. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like doing it to like get a rise and then go, ha ha ha, I did that. But yeah.
So do you understand how all of these measurements and distance tests and things that have been done, out of all of this, the geometric limit of a globe Earth with a 3959 mile radius is just not present at all. And so therefore, it's flat, right?
Not only that, nobody is using practice in the practice the globe.
Right. Yeah. Nobody uses or takes into consideration any curvature or Earth rotation in practical everyday application of life and work and construction and things like this. So
I don't like to leave without saying goodbye, but I was gonna go to bed because I worked all night, and like tonight's like, you know what I mean? It's like basically nighttime for me.
And you're drunk, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty drunk, dude. I just want to say goodbye to everybody.
heck yeah, man. I don't like long goodbyes. Have a good rest, and you're more than welcome to come back, bro.
Thanks. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Have a good day, guys.
Well, that was good. That was productive.
I shout out to you. I thought that will not work, but wow.
Thank you. I was like, I don't know if this guy's going to spiral out or if, we can keep his focus and his attention for just a few minutes longer. So he was like, I don't get it. And I'm totally like checked out of this conversation. I was like, okay, now it's time to run it back. Let's have a recap and let's walk through the most basic things. And yeah, no, that was good.
Yeah, he was on here earlier and he sort of did spiral. But kind of like talking about obscene things with a banana.
Oh, yeah.
But as soon as Alpha left, then he came back.
Well, I mean, he seems to have calmed down. Maybe he came out of his spiral. That's good. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with him earlier. He seemed calm the whole time. I say spiral. He really was calm still, but he just started saying some weird stuff. But anyway, I think he did a great job. both of you guys.
You too, Sonny.
Right on.
Kevin, oh my gosh. The ruler is not that large in space. Are you special? Did your mama use fluoride water in your baby formula? What the hell?
Bro, I'm not the one with the OnlyFans model. Fan page of yourself. Just saying.
No. Excuse me? I don't have OnlyFans.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, sir, I do not.
Yes, you do, ma'am.
No, that's immoral and disgusting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's gross.
Indeed.
So this ruler in space, you think this is a ruler in space?
I mean, that's what is exaggeration here, but a ruler works on any land, and it works on a globe, too. I could do it outside right now if you want.
You what?
Bro, that's not a ruler.
A curved ruler?
He's not understanding. Yeah, he's not understanding what he's seeing here, which is topography data, and it's all in a horizontal orientation, and it's showing that's showing that in comparison to a globe Earth. It's not curving. It's all of this data is shown in a horizontal orientation because that's exactly how it is. This is exactly how it's scanned. It's not a ruler. You just kind of jumped out of the gate and shot yourself in the foot. It's like watching a cyclist come out of the gate and just go ass over tea kettle, like first thing. Good job. Kevin, it's okay. You can mic up, man. Just don't try not to shoot yourself in the foot.
Hey, relax, Kevin. It's photoshopped because it has to be.
No, but it's real. It's what we see in reality.
You've seen that in reality?
Of course.
Funny.
On TV.
Yes, television.
Yeah. It's so real. You know, if they can make Sandra Bullock look like she's floating through space on a $2.4 million budget, imagine what the hell NASA could do with a $24 million a day budget, dude. And like what? A big sound studio and the world's second largest green screen or some shit like that? Yeah, I bet they could do a whole lot.
I've seen planets on a telescope, and that has to be.
Cool, good for you. I thought planets on a telescope.
And on top of that, they
tell me what we live on, though. They tell me what I live on.
Do you know what I find interesting?
Wait for the next edition.
I find interesting how he saw through a telescope. He saw the planet, but when you show the Black Swan a picture, they cannot see the horizon on 10 miles. But through telescope, they can see everything in the sky, and they can say, "Look, this is the gaseous planet Jupiter." But when you see the Black Swan horizon on 10 miles, that's not horizon. That's something happening in the air. Some light, it's doing something and confusing your life. Is it?
1000% yes.
Yeah, I knew it. Especially if you're in war and there is the ship on 10 miles and trying to attack the coast. And you're saying, this is not on 10 miles. Because this is on 100 miles. Because this is only projection of the ship. You know? Let's not shoot. Why are people scared of reality? You people who believe in globe.
Yeah, just like there's no atheist in a foxhole, there's no refraction chanter on the deck of a warship.
Bingo. Yep. You got Navy gunships that are able to hit a target from 100 miles away in a straight freaking line. Right? There's no earth curve that's in the way. Their target should be sunk behind a freaking water hill. Freaking silly clover He's
Yeah, but it can work on a basketball too. So what?
work on a we don't live on a basketball. We live here on Earth, and it's not. We can't find any curvature
Yeah, it's
anywhere.
called planet Earth.
You can make
Planet.
straight lines on a basketball?
No,
When
it's
you're
not
very
a
that
planet.
small,
either.
yes. When you're very
That
that
definition-
small.
That
Like
definition
ant
of the planet is
Smaller than
incorrect.
ant size.
Does anybody want to help him with the definition with the root of planet?
Yeah, it's not stars, but thank you.
But it's a planet.
Lights in the sky. Woohoo! Lights in the sky.
It's a planet with the sea level. What is curved? Is that correct?
It's a ball.
Yeah, it must be ball because it has sea level. Cannot be.
I didn't say it must be a ball. I just know it is a ball.
Kevin, you're
I
chanting.
know. I don't assume. I don't believe it. I know it's a ball. Just how I know there's
How do you know?
Oh yeah, he learned some things from flat earthers.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that's all because of sea level. Is that correct? Because sea level cannot work on the. That correct?
I mean, you guys zoom into one piece of the picture and you guys don't zoom out.
Can you tell me? Can sea level work on flat Earth?
Zoom out. Hold on. Let me talk about this. What do you mean zoom out?
When you zoom out, you see that it's black. That's
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying.
hold on.
Yes,
There's no
sir.
such thing as zooming out, bro. The world
Yes,
is
there
not an iPhone screen where you can pinch to zoom, dude.
Talking about the Black
Fuck
Swan
are you
pic.
talking about?
Black Swan
There's
pic.
no zooming out. There's no zooming
You don't
out.
remember from the original video where the guy zooms out and he zooms in?
Okay.
Yeah. So what are you saying?
There's
He's
no
zooming
zooming out
through
to
that
see
through
more of the
water
earth,
hill.
bro. The fuck?
Yeah, Waterfield.
Water of
He's
film.
watching around the curve somehow.
Guys, he's saying that the cameras. He's saying that the camera zoomed through the water.
Yeah.
I didn't say
Not
that.
a hill of water.
Hell of water.
Not a
that.
hill of water.
Yeah, we gotta talk to the army. We got some money to make.
Dude, what an epic clip. I totally forgot about that hill of water clip. That was amazing.
So zoom cameras are zooming around a curve of water.
Yeah, but
I
it's
didn't
not.
say
Not a
that.
hill of water.
It's not some hill of water. It's 8 inch per mile squared hill of water.
You guys all owe me royalties for that.
Hey, can we do that left and right too, so we could do that around the corner?
Right.
Well, what the hell are you trying to say, Kevin?
All right, I'm going to post a picture. You'll see. I got pictures.
Great. No, what are you trying to say? Here, look at this.
No, I'm going to post a picture so we're all on the same page. This is not a coloring book festival.
I think you've bastardized the whole. You've confused the whole meaning of the Black Swan long distance observation, Kevin.
I'll post in the chat.
No, Kevin, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, why are the oil rigs included in that image?
Because you guys chose it.
Okay, for what reason?
Is
So
that
Q
the
can
only
make an
one?
argument out of it.
Because you were breathing? Because you were born?
Is that the only
No,
one?
I'm just asking what you know about this whole Black Swan image. What's the importance of the oil rigs?
Because then you guys claim that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, which is not true.
That's
really?
right.
Oh, can you define horizon?
I agree with your definition. There's nothing wrong with the definition. It's just how you guys see it.
Dude, it's for they're for distance demarcations, and that's a big problem from a 1-foot observer site when the horizon is at least 10 miles away. Massive problem for the 39, 59 mile radius ball. You're gonna show.
Who cares
You're gonna
about
show
NASA?
me
You guys
other
don't believe in
pictures.
space. Leave NASA out of the
Oh,
picture.
dude, yes,
We're not talking
you
about
do
space.
believe in space. You see the difference?
It's based on
Or the ether.
So is the horizon on the Black Swan? Is it before the oil rigs?
Yes, it's in the front.
It's before them. So why can you see behind them?
Yeah, you don't know what the definition of
It
horizon
has
is.
nothing to do with what's behind it, what's in front of it.
You're retarded.
Yeah. I
Oh,
second
thank you
that.
for that generous words.
Yeah.
Anytime.
You think that the oil rigs are being blocked by something that is behind
Of course.
them? Of course.
It's blocking. There's like a middle object, which is hill of water, and then the oil rigs are behind that. Basically,
And you can see behind a hill of water.
Which pills are you taking?
That is due to Fanta Morgana. Anyone forgot what that is? You guys want to use the R word? No, we're going to use this specific what we see.
You don't even know what it is.
You guys are
He said
foolish.
Fanta, like a soda.
That's Mirage.
I think an orange.
Yeah,
Orange Fanta. I'll take a pineapple.
You know that a Fata Morgana doesn't change the position of the horizon
All right.
at
I'm gonna
all.
post it in the chat.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young, head of astronomy, San Diego State University. You're wrong.
There you go. So, yes. Look on the right. Look on the right.
know.
Come
The
on.
second
Don't
one's a black
be
swan,
naive.
dude.
Look at the one on the right.
Yeah, the
Look
wave.
at the one on the right.
Yeah, the wave.
That is what I see.
Okay.
Some days you can see left too, but most days I see right.
Then why don't you
Same
post
with
the
shit.
whole? Why don't you post the, wait a minute. Hold on. Why don't you post the original video that it came from? Then
I can.
go ahead, post it.
All right, let me go on your server.
Is that 1.22 miles?
Yeah, it matters not, Kevin, because that still doesn't work for the 39-59 mile radius ball, bro.
Who cares about that? We're looking what we can see, right? You have eyes. God gave you eyes that you could see. This is what we see on the right.
And you're seeing that's still beyond the limitations of the 39-59 mile radius globe.
Don't get mad. I mean, I know you're scared because where's the horizon here? It's in front of the oil rigs.
I'm in disbelief that you don't understand the reason for the oil rigs are distance demarcations. You're a goofball.
And Kevin, that right picture is the reality.
Black Swan, and also that's just a lie that's usually what you see because it's been like 5 or 6, however many years, and that's the only example of this you guys have ever shown. But still, it's Black Swan anyways.
Who cares about math or anything? Let's look at the observation. The observation tells us everything.
That's not what you usually see, dude, or else you'd have tons of those by now. That's the only one you guys have ever put up. But it's a Black Swan.
And the horizon still.
Who cares about the 3,121?
The horizon still isn't at 1.22 miles.
Yeah, you guys say math is not reality. That's why I don't bring up the math at all.
Yeah, because your horizon is still not where the globe requires it to be at 1.22.
And you didn't answer it.
So wait a minute. You don't want to bring up math. You don't want to bring math into this.
You guys say
right?
you guys don't believe it's reality. You guys say negative 16 happiness, right?
Because, right? Because math is involved in geometry, right? And a globe would be a geometric thing, right? But you don't want to talk about the math. That is fucking rich, right? So the oil rig that's closer to you should be hidden by over 60 feet. Now that's a nearly 100-foot tall rig or something like that. And it should be hidden by over 60 fucking feet of water hill. But you don't want to talk about the math.
Okay. You guys say math is not reality. That's why I never talk about the math. There's no point.
We have to talk about it in order to have something to make these comparisons.
Well, he wants to classify the distance to an oil rig as the same as theoretical physics.
I didn't say that.
That's what you're saying.
Now you're doing a straw man, but that's all right.
No, I'm wrapping up your intentions in a little bow.
Oh, us.
Yeah, you're a fucking goober. So you see, Kevin, we have to talk about the math so that we can make these comparisons. Wouldn't you agree? Because, like, logically, that's an agreeable statement.
Well, who cares about the math? You guys don't care about the math. Let's care about the observation, what we can see with our eyes, no?
Right. Okay, so it's the fact that it's not that we don't care about math, it's that we have tested y'all's globe math and found out that it's wrong, right? And so we've got numbers to compare that to. You've got a 10-mile distance from a 1 foot height when you should only have a 1 point. When you should only have a 1.22 mile observation from a 1 foot height. These numbers are important. These numbers are important for making the comparisons, for understanding how there's complete lack of curvature where it should be. It's very simple, Kevin.
Kevin's doing everything in his power to avoid the absurdities of the claims of this ball. He knows it's ridiculous. Therefore, he goes, well, yeah, what you're seeing with your eyes doesn't match up with the ball they told us. When you kind of brought up the black swan thing, you're the one that you first uttered it. So what next, Kevin? What else do you have for? Why else are you hooked on this globe feeling?
It's not a feeling. It's just that I know it's a globe. I don't believe it. I don't assume it.
How do you know?
I know it's a globe.
How? Enlighten us. How?
How? Or how I know, though. How I know it's a globe? How as I know it's a globe? Well, observations.
Well, how the hell are you making observations if you're ignoring the mass? So what observations?
What I observe.
Are you talking about what you see before the movie starts?
I mean, if you want to assume that, sure.
Where have you seen the Earth to be a ball? That's all I'm asking you. How do you know?
When ships go below the horizon.
Oh my lord, dude! Well, what if a ship disappears bottom up at a short distance, like in a little park pond?
Why don't we talk about what I see versus talking?
No, I know. I'm asking. This is what you're talking about. This is a boat on a small scale disappearing into the horizon. How do you explain that? Because it couldn't be the Earth's curve. Too small a scale.
Right. Kevin, you see exactly what we see, right? You see an oil rig at 6.41 miles. And the fact is that thing, according to the globe math, should be hidden. It's like a 90-foot oil rig. It should be hidden over 60 feet.
How do you know it's 6.4 miles?
You can actually go lay this out on Google Maps. You can actually find the distance.
No, I know. I didn't say how.
That's how I know. Because I checked it with Google. Because I checked it with Google Maps. I checked the distance. Yeah. Oh.
Can you show us? Can you show us?
Cool. You mean you can't go to Google Maps and go look at it and find the distance? Because I did. They've got this little scale. No, they've got this little longitude latitude scale. At least mine does.
Yeah,
where you can go and find the
obfuscations are muted. Let's stick to Kevin. Rob's coping. How do you know anything?
Now, Google Maps, right? Is it based on a flat Earth or based on a globe?
Yeah, Google Maps is flat. Yeah, Google Maps is definitely flat. All maps are flat, in case you didn't know.
I know how they do the pictures, though.
Yeah, all maps are flat, in case you didn't know. Topography, cartography, you name it. It's all flat. Horizontal.
Bravo is already cooking, you guys. I don't know why you guys muted him. He was being genuine, by the way.
Rob is obnoxious. That's Rob Noxious.
Obnoxious.
He named himself
He's a fucking hyperventilating clown.
With the water cooking us.
Yeah, Kevin, I don't think you're realizing that sometimes a boat disappears beyond the limit of this ball. And here's another thing you can look out for. If you ever can see a distant landmass, sometimes you can see a boat heading towards that landmass disappear, bottom up, or whatever, however you want to see it disappear. Well, how the hell is that disappearance because it's going over a curve if you're looking at a landmass well beyond it? How does that work?
I just gave you what I told you.
Okay. Answer to my question?
I literally just gave you what I told you earlier. What the heck?
So no answer. So maybe make some more observations and find a landmass in the distance, and you'll be able to watch boats disappear from your vision with the landmass in the distance still there.
You know, the first stage of loss is grief, and denial. I'm sorry, yeah, denial. First stage of grief is denial, right? And that's what Kevin's doing. He's in denial right now because he's losing. He's losing.
Jenna, do you have a psychology degree? Because if you don't, then you should just shut the fuck up with this nonsense.
Actually, my grandmother taught me all she knew about psychology. She had a master's in it. Thanks.
I don't believe in that, but all right.
That's okay. I have no reason to lie.
Crazy as hell.
Yeah, you're definitely coping. You're bargaining. You're giving instant. You won't even address my question or say, maybe I will go out and try that. You're like, I gave my answer. My answer has been given, and that is the answer I stand behind. I mean, what the hell, dude?
You were not satisfied with the answer that I gave you. And that's okay. You could cope with that.
I brought up something different. If you're the one that's convinced that a boat only disappears because it's going over a curve, then you can make more observations to see that you can see things beyond where this boat disappeared. Another thing you can do at dusk, if you're by the sea or a big body of water, I've watched a boat disappear, and then when it gets dark, the boat turns its light on, and there it is again. And guess what's beyond that boat? Other boats with other lights. Nothing's going over a curve, bro. In fact, the boats go over curve chance kind of played out. As I told you, you can make yourself, or I could dig one up if you really need it, but small scales at park ponds where a toy boat will disappear, bottom up or into the horizon, whatever. It goes bye-bye. We know damn well it's not going over the Earth curve. But yeah, invincible ignorance will work for you, Kevin. I guess. So anyways, Kevin, why you said the Earth is a ball is because now you have different reasons for why boats disappear. So do you have anything else?
Oh, no way. I was muted. I muted myself. Geez, I would have to recite everything I said the last 5 minutes. Do I have anything else to say? I do, but you guys don't agree with space, and that's totally fine. I understand that's your belief system.
No, you're projecting that because you're wrapped up in a belief system that our non-playing make-believe with you makes us believing something.
Oh, that's
you're the one that's naive enough just to gobble up the narrative. I mean, I used to believe it too.
I don't believe it. I just know
they had a worm. They had a worm on Sesame Street that was an astronaut. Slimy. You do believe it. What now? You're going to tell me you know that outer space is real? Go ahead and tell me how you know.
I know it's outer space is real.
Did you see a boat disappear into space?
What are you talking about?
How do you know this outer space, ever-expanding universe, moon travel, dune buggies on the moon? How do you know it's all real? Or how do you know you just didn't fall for something?
I didn't fall for anything. I did my own research.
How do you know it's real? How do you know it's all real?
I did my research like you guys did. I took the American Moon documentary and then the funny trip to the moon, and I gave it to the actual real astronauts where I live. And they looked through it. We went through the video together. They point out some of the things that are not true, and then they gave me a different perspective on it. And I was like, all right. So that's how it went down.
Well, I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Ooh.
It's a beautiful bridge.
All right.
That was kind of a weird answer, Kevin, but okay, I'll let you off the hook. You know because someone else told you. Great.
Kevin still here?
I'm here.
See, but you were shown, you were given the comparisons, and you're in a stage of denial right now. And it's like grief. Like you're grieving because like holy shit.
Ma'am, I'm not in the 7 stages of grieving. You're gaslighting me here. That's what's going on.
You're fucking
Yeah, it
look,
is. Now you're in denial.
You're denying a very clear observation, and you just that's all there is to it, man. Like we see the same thing. The observation that it's made, you can make it. I can make it. We all observe the world the same way from the ground across the seas, and you're seeing the same thing. You're seeing things that ultimately should be hidden behind curve of Earth.
That's crazy. But okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. I know, that's crazy.
I mean, I get it, Kevin. There's no other way of you seeing this whole outer space thing without you thinking that you know it's real. But I mean, if you're honest with yourself, you'll know, even if you check out your reasons for why you think it's a globe, there's holes in your reasoning. I mean, if you're honest with yourself, but at some point, I guess it takes some willing gullibility and accepting the path of naivety to continue on with it. I mean, if you don't want to know, you don't want to know. I mean, I'm not trying to like riddle you or anything, but it doesn't even sound like you would be interested in, because everything that points towards a flat Earth, you just kind of nod. Yet you keep coming back. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's essential that that being honest with yourself that you were saying, Old House. Some people can't do it.
Yeah, you guys are not psychologists, but okay.
I actually have a degree of bachelor's in psychology, but that's beside the point. You don't have to appeal to anything.
You have the license? You have the license? That's where it stands differently.
Yeah, it doesn't. It matters not.
It does matter, actually.
My lord, you are lost, aren't you? Anyways, you don't have to be honest with yourself live on air, but this is an opportunity. You've got to realize that your boat's going over a curve after you previously told us you didn't even want to talk about math of this ball.
You guys say math is not reality. It's not me.
Yeah, you laugh. Yeah, you laugh emojied about my oil rig distances aren't theoretical physics. You agree with me, right?
Agree on what?
That a distance to an oil rig and theoretical physics aren't the same thing. If I said that oil rig is 10 miles out there, and then I said black holes exist, can you categorize those two statements the same?
Who said that?
I did.
You did.
I'm asking you.
It's like he doesn't even understand what you're saying right
but what the hell?
Can we play some Jenga?
Do I not have a license to ask questions?
I didn't say that.
I know. Do I need a certificate? I'll draw myself up a certificate to ask questions if you'd like to answer. I'm asking, is me saying a black hole exists and saying, hey, that oil rig's whatever distance out there, are those equal claims?
What's the question, Daredevil?
Are they even in the same ballpark?
What does it have to do with the topic?
All right. Yeah, that's the second time you asked the question. He didn't hear it. He doesn't understand. He won't get it.
It has to do with the topic, because the very thing you were hyping up Rob for cooking, him denying, well, you don't know the distance of the oil rigs. How do you know? Well, even if you ballpark them.
I mean, maybe if you would have let him listen, like you would have listened to him, maybe he would have finished.
I've listened to him before. He's an idiot. Why were you cheerleading for him? What was he trying to say that was so important?
He was answering you guys' question, but you guys muted him.
No, he was saying, well, it was the same part where you stopped engaging. When you realized that all we were talking about were the distances of these oil rigs, and you guys, well, I thought you guys don't like math. The math I don't like is some priest or some friend of an old priest coming up with the idea of a black hole. I don't like when Einstein and his priest buddy start doing their chalkboard warrior shit.
Well, I think this is where I would have to walk out the conversation, because I do have friends like that. They're Freemasons.
You're part of their church of outer space nothingness. Just trying to keep it simple, Kevin, but I guess it's no. Me and you are standing in Santa Barbara, and I said that oil rig out there is 9 miles away, and then I said and pointed up to some point in the sky and said, and then by the way, there's a black hole up there. I mean, do you take both those things equally?
I mean, it's crazy how you and Jenna has been trolling me this entire time and this entire life.
Dude, I'm not trolling you, bro. I hate to break it to you, I'm not trolling you.
Oh, he feels trolled. He feels trolled, old. He feels attacked. He feels trolled.
I don't feel. I know you guys are trolling me. This live stream knows it. YouTube knows
If you're not trolling us, then you've got some serious problems with carrying out a conversation to its completion.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, I've been gone a couple of days, and I just don't understand it. Somebody said it earlier. People like him come back in here every day, rinse and repeat, and don't absorb anything. The problem is they can't be honest with themselves. They don't listen to the conversation, the things put to them. Go back.
Gaslighting too.
You can shut up while I'm talking. But half of them just go and watch another Professor Dave video and come back like nothing ever happened. It's crazy.
Kevin, you haven't answered one question in the last 10, 15 minutes.
I have. You're just not satisfied with it.
Okay, what was it?
Rewind live stream.
Oh, I'm real honest, buddy.
That's him avoiding another question.
Hello?
Hello.
So, how can you ballpark the distance? All Haas.
Well, compared to what they're claiming?
So you're not answering the question either.
Well, I'm just asking. I mean, have you ever been out?
What do you think, Ranger? Is he answering the question, or he's just ballparking here?
You can use your experience in life when you've traveled to something from a distance. So if the claim is that it's 9 miles away and the other one's 6 miles away, you can say, oh, well, one time I was so-and-so someplace and I was so-and-so distance away, and this looks similar to that. Have you ever gone on a walk and not ballparked some point you see in the distance?
Yeah, but I was asking you how, though. How?
Yeah, previous experience. I don't know, life experience.
Well, I guess we're on the same boat together, aren't we?
Yeah, he didn't hear you answer his very direct question. He just wanted to. You too. I did the same thing you did to me when you hurt my feelings. That's all he wanted to do, old Hoss. He didn't want to answer your question.
You're not a psychologist, but okay. Go on, Haas.
Yeah, what would you have a better chance of ballparking? The distance of an oil rig or the existence of a black hole?
We'll talk about black holes. What the hell is this?
Well, I'm just
you're trolling us here. What the hell?
This all started because you guys don't like math, I thought.
I didn't say I didn't like math. You guys are the ones who say math is not reality. I don't want to talk about something that will waste your time, right?
Yeah, they're talking about black holes math.
Who said about black holes?
Me.
You. Okay. You see, Ranger trolling me. What the hell is this shit?
Yeah, you're the one making that comparison.
I'm not making that comparison. You can.
You're sure hinting at it. Anyways, bro.
Bro, you said you had other evidences about space, and then you said, "quote unquote," we don't believe in that.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say we don't believe in space.
I said that, but I didn't say the other part you just said.
You said I would talk about space, but we don't want to believe. You don't want to believe in it. So, am I misquoting you? Okay, then what did you say?
What I said, that I know there is outer space. That's all I said.
Yeah, Neil. He said that, Neil. He said what you said.
Yeah, but when we suss that out.
The semantics, all right. So then we wanted to compare a black hole to what we see, our measurements, right? And on a scale of 1 to 10 or whatever, crazy to not crazy, wanted to compare them. And the whole time for the last 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes now, you want to avoid that for some reason. So,
well, we are live, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, we're here at least. I don't know what's streaming right now, but yeah, we got here, dude, because you and Rob wanted to deny the distances to these oil rigs, and you guys, well, I thought you guys don't like math. That was you comparing the distance of an oil rig to the existence of the math that would support the existence of a black hole. Are you following?
What black hole are you on about?
Oh
That's the
my
part I'm so
God,
confused
dude.
about.
Yeah, you are confused, aren't you?
I absolutely am not confused.
Okay, when
I'm
you
drinking
said
tea,
yeah,
and you're
when
drinking
you
some
said-
whiskey.
yeah, dude. When you said you guys don't like math, what maths were you speaking of that we don't like?
Well, you guys always say math is not reality. No?
Yes, when we're talking about theoretical physics, correct. I can, a guy wrote a book about the maths of superheroes. He explained why Superman. Well, he explained why his leaps and boundings seem like flight. It's because the gravity on Krypton is 7 times that of Earth.
I think I identified a disconnect.
I'm
so
here.
Kevin, that math checks out on his paper. Does that mean Superman exists?
Can we talk about reality?
Please. So we have these oil rigs that are 6 and 9 miles away. A 1 foot observer's height can see beyond the rigs. The horizon exists beyond the rigs. Therefore, this your boat's going over curve doesn't hold any water, because if boats were going over curve, they would have gone. You wouldn't even see the first rig.
Good old Kevin Koslana.
He's back.
Hello.
What's up, man? Yeah, you're telling people in here that they need to have a degree for psychology, but if you identify patterns in behavior, like while you're in a conversation for over years of having conversations, I think you can easily identify what the person or what archetype of a person is based on the speech patterns. It's pretty simple, dude. I do it all the time.
Yeah, you don't need a degree to do that, Alpha. You're right. You don't need a degree. You can just read a book, or it's just.
Yeah, when somebody's doing a little whatever it is, a little bit, you're able to identify, hey man, this guy is just trying to be a weasel. He's not really trying to have a conversation. You can identify that within the context of their conversation by their demeanor. Pretty easy, dude. You do it all. Everybody does this, right? Just identify what's being done, and you're like, oh, okay, this guy's a liar. He's not really being forthcoming with truth. You can just know that. It's just human intuition, bro. And you could further the education and find out the finer points by getting a degree in psychology. But it's something that people do all the time. You have to be a judge of character. Duh.
I mean, you guys are not definitely virtuous. That I'll say.
Yeah, well...
All right, nonsense aside, just to get back on point, you see the math that old Hoss just explained to you, that math, what we were saying earlier is that we don't like that make-believe math. That's why he brought up the black holes and that nonsense. Because real math that equates to reality is the math that we like to talk about, not the stuff that we can't quantify or validate.
Yeah, what also you have to realize is math should comport over to reality. So it's basically math is a language, and it's used to describe things. But it's not in.
Oh my goodness! You just agree. You just literally debunked yourself. Holy shit! It can explain things. That is what they're trying to. This exists.
Hold on. Can you just kind of keep yourself controlled? I said math explains things because it's a language. However, it in and of itself is not reality. If you would have let me finish, you would have been able to hear the rest of that you interrupted. So in and of itself, it's not reality. So if, like Old House was using, an example of math not being reality, was the identifying that Superman has gravity and Krypton 7 times stronger than Earth. So you could work that out with math. Is it real? Like reality, Kevin Kozlana? No, is the answer. Do you get it now?
I can't believe you're still sitting here and still talking, Alpha. What a fucking loser you are, dude. Holy shit. Wow.
Are you having trouble
dude, you are terminally online, bro. Dude, what do you do? What?
Yeah. Well, what I always do is I take the globe to the shed, because that's what you guys need. You guys need somebody that's on your guys' ass every day. Yeah?
What did you do to him?
Yeah. He's one of my groupies. But listen, guys, I know Kevin Kozlana is struggling right now, and so he's got to have these other dudes to come in here and throw their bodies into the gear, because it just can't happen. Like, Kevin's like actually listening to flat earthers. So here comes this guy, But anyways, back to Kevin.
Yes.
So what we're identifying is that we're talking about the physical and natural world, in so much to say that math doesn't, in and of itself, become reality. It helps us understand or describe things, right? But if it's not describing things in reality, that shows us that the math doesn't comport to reality. So, for example, right? The Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 24,901 miles. That's a little bit of calculations, people figuring stuff out. It exists with math. We get it. Does that comport over to reality? Do we go outside and test that the Earth is that claim that they say the radius, diameter, circumference is? No. It doesn't comport to reality, Kevin Kozlana. So then, therefore, the math for the globe is not real. It's just math. That's all it is. It's not reality. Like you said, let's get back to reality. Yeah, let's do that. Where is the globe existing where the math shows that outside the Earth is a globe? Nowhere is the answer. Huh? That about sum it up for you, cowboy?
I'm not a cowboy. Not for sexist.
Well, you should be, because you're acting like one when you're coming in here, acting like I know the Earth's a globe. You don't know that. You believe it.
I do know the globe. Can we try to be Christ-like before Mother's Day?
No. Listen, like every other cult member of the globe comes in here and says, I know the Earth's a globe. You don't know that. You believe it. Yeah? Let's call it for what it is. It's a belief. Get on with our day. Move along. Yep, you believe the Earth's a globe, just like every other cultist believes it's a globe. Does it exist in reality? No. Yeah, you are. It's called a heliocentric, sun-worshipping globe cult.
Space monkey religion, like what QE says, right?
Yeah. Space monkey is just a little bit of extra flair to it, but essentially at its core, it's a heliocentric, right? Sun in the center, sun-worshipping cult, and you love to be a part of it. You defend it. You wake up. You come in here all the time. You want to act like it's real, and it's not. It just really isn't real. We're not revolving around the sun. There's no evidence of that.
So which gaslighting script you're reading from Indio or Quantum Razor?
I don't care, dude. My name is Alpha Veritas. Get that shit straight.
Yeah, you work in the meat factory, beating your meat off.
Dude,
yeah,
you're the one.
Kevin Kozlana, here's the thing with you, man. When I laid it out for you, here's the facts, right? Earth does not exist as a globe. You come in with your butthurt feelings and telling me what I am. I mean, if that's the best you got, dude, I'll take it. You can call me whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you realize the Earth isn't a globe. That's what
it's a globe. I know it's a globe.
Kevin,
you can keep saying that all day long. It's never going to turn it into one just because you believe it is. Cult members believe that what their religion is saying is true. Doesn't make it true, Kevin Kozlana. Sorry.
Alpha, I already was on him about
your
math.
mic is effed up, T-Dub.
Yo, you got some bad distortion, T-Dub. On a reconnect, bud.
Yeah,
Besides, it sounds like it's in water.
Yeah, that was intense. Kevin, when you told us how you knew that the Earth is a globe and that the universe, the space is real. You admitted that you went to a priest.
When?
You said, I went to my astronauts and they told me how I should view this video that throws doubt at the idea of space not existing. So don't accuse people of gaslighting you. You admitted that you went and sought counsel from your high priests.
I didn't go to church.
Figuratively speaking, yeah, the astronauts that you told us you went to seek counsel from.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, why is the horizon curved?
It's not curved. There's no demonstration of it curving. It's a horizontal line. That's why it's called horizon. Come on, Kevin. You're failing miserably at every single turn. You're coming to at least provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I just
horizon.
What the hell?
Horizontal line. Come on, bro.
Look, I just posted.
Let's say this. If you even think it's curving, then it's up to you to demonstrate how we understand the horizontal line, the horizon, to be straight, straight across. It's up to you to determine what is the math to show how much it's curving by. Now, if you don't have that, guess what? You just have a horizontal line, which means that the Earth is flat.
Okay, that's your assumption. You're gaslighting.
No, it's not an assumption. It's an observation.
It's not reality. You said it describes things, so we're in the same page.
Reality is when we go outside and make observations, and we all observe a horizon that's horizontal. So that means that we all observe a flat Earth, including you. Yeah, including you. You see a flat Earth as well as everyone else does.
That's what you assume and believe in.
No, it's not an assumption.
I know what I see.
Listen to me when I say this very carefully. People who think the Earth is a globe, all of them say that the horizon is flat. All of them, because this is what they say. The Earth is too big for us to see it like a globe. They all say that, except for globe cultists who want to adhere to the Earth being a globe like you. You say, no, the horizontal line, the horizon that looks flat, it's actually a globe. Who cares what you say, dude? Everybody else in the world is claiming that the Earth, what they see from observation standpoint, is a horizontal line and it's flat. Because that's what it appears to be. Except for you, Kevin.
Why is the red pipes bending in that picture?
Red pipes. We're talking about the horizon. Where do you see red pipes on the horizon?
I literally posted what you were asking. I gave you what you got to say. It's in the chat.
Yeah, what red pipes are you talking about when everybody goes to the beach and sees a horizontal line?
The side chat. Are you not checking the side chat that I just posted?
Perspective is why it looks like it's bending.
So when we're looking at the horizon, are we smushing the image that we're seeing from a computer screen where it like shrinks everything and distorts everything? Kevin Kaslana, that's disingenuous. That's not what we observe. You have to go to your little computer and punch in a few things and change the image. Kevin, you're not making an observation at this point. You're doctoring images. You're doctoring images, dude. That's not an observation of the physical and natural world. That's you and whoever else doctoring images.
Yeah, is that not
a doctored images, Kevin? Is that not a doctored image? Thank you.
My image or your image?
The image you posted, numbnuts. You posted in the text chat, the side chat. Remember you said, look at the side chat. So we did. It's a doctored image. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So therefore, it's not an observation of the physical and natural world.
It is an observation.
No, of the physical and natural world? No. It's a doctored image of what you think the horizon is based on you and whoever else doctoring this image. That's what you did, and this is what you're presenting to everybody. Look at my curved horizon. Yeah, because you distorted the horizon with your doctored image.
That was hilarious. Well, tell me, do compressed images trump first-hand observation?
Crickets. That's how we like it, Kevin. Stay silent when the truth is supposed to be spoken.
Why is the tabletop curving too?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Show the image where he hasn't cropped out the green table.
Yeah, but so the main point here, ladies and gentlemen, is a doctored image is not an observation of the physical and natural world. Kevin Kaslana should know this. Obviously, he doesn't. He thinks it's proving curve, and it's not. Is that all, Kevin? Got any more? Go ahead, Mr. Big Shot. You thought you had some globe evidence. Now look at you. All silent and whatnot. That's what I thought. That's without the mute button, bud.
Pregnant pause.
Yeah, that pregnant pause had twins.
What do you do, Kevin?
Hang his head in shame and forever be disgraced by the globe earth who gave him no honor.
And someone must have just thrown that in his DMs because it says forwarded. Well, he just brought it up out of the blue. So, yeah, someone's in his DMs.
Oh.
I'm gonna bet it's Rich Evans.
Hold on a second. Can I talk for a minute?
Nope. You didn't provide evidence of the earth being a globe, so no. Unless you got evidence of the earth being a globe, then yeah, of course. Take the floor. Got any more evidence?
I'm gonna wait to hear it in a better.
Say again?
No, I had it was for a job. That's why I muted myself.
No, we're looking for globe evidence. That's all we're concerned with.
No. The reason I muted myself is because I had a call for a job. And
That's
I got
good.
the job. I got the job.
Yeah, that's good.
About time.
And well, I mean, I'm still in the job. Just that I was waiting for a client. But yeah.
And you're getting worked. You're getting worked over here too. So welcome back.
Yeah, you got worked up. We pretty much exposed you from here to Kalamazoo, so I really don't know what else there's
I
left.
didn't hear you guys. I had myself muted.
Yeah, that's good. We didn't need you to interrupt, so it was a good thing that you were not here. Good thing. We don't need you here to expose you. The audience that's listening will listen back to the tape of you not interrupting a great exposure.
Why are you being obnoxious right now? Are you being aggressive?
Because sometimes people need to hear things like this, Kevin. You need to be knocked down a few pegs, which you thought you had all the answers and you don't. You need to hear this. Yeah?
There you go with the script again. Let's do the finale, dude. I get muted and kick off here for 2 days again.
Because you're walking around like you're the king of the castle, and you're not.
Okay.
You're just a jester that plays the fool for the king. Yeah?
I did provide what you wanted, but you ignored the evidence.
It's not evidence. If it was, it would substantiate the claim as it is. You brought it forward. You brought it forward as I'm explaining to you what evidence is, Kevin Kozlana. When you bring it forward as evidence and it's produced and we say, okay, let's take a look at this evidence. Wait a minute. It doesn't substantiate the claim. Let's toss it out. It's not evidence. Yeah? That's what we do. Not evidence.
Just breathe in and exhale. Relax.
Yeah. So you can do that. I'm not gonna.
I'm good. I'm drinking tea. You're drinking whiskey and some drugs.
Yeah, whiskey and drugs. Is that the best you got, Kevin? What else you got?
It's based on your behavior, not my behavior.
Yeah. Oh, so what? So now you're a psychologist, yeah? When did you get a degree? See how that shit don't work? Do you see how that shit doesn't work on you, Kevin, or anybody else when we turn it around and do it to you?
Your behavior doesn't reflect.
But the problem with you is you're making an incorrect assertion. It's not what's going on here.
Well, you don't have a thicker skin like I do? Seriously?
I don't give a fuck about a thicker skin.
You're working the meat factory, beating your meat off.
The only thing I'm showing is that you have no evidence for your claim. So after that, you can say whatever you like. All you're doing right now is throwing a tantrum because you don't have evidence for your globe. And as a cultist, as a globe cultist, it bugs you to no end.
And who's my leader?
Whoever you appeal to, the scientist. I'm not a scientist. This is who you appeal to. I'm not a scientist, but the scientist knows. I'm not a physicist, but the physicist knows. Whoever you appeal to, that's your leader. Got it?
Yeah, I don't have one.
Well, you just told us you ran to your local astronaut guild.
You didn't even ask me his name.
Well, he's your leader.
You don't
He's my leader? We haven't talked like in 2 years, dude. Crazy as hell for you to believe that.
He's your leader.
He's living rent free in your
He's
head.
my leader. That's what you believe in.
That's your high priest.
It's what you said. It's not what we believe. It's what you said. You appeal to him, so therefore he is somebody superior.
Yeah, but you weren't here, Alpha. You were beating off yourself on me.
Denying that he had a leader when he's telling us he went to a leader.
You keep saying that doesn't mean anything, dude, at all. You know why? Because there's still no evidence for the Earth being a globe coming from you, and we're still showing you how the Earth is flat. That's why it doesn't mean anything. So all the ad homs in the world are not going to save you from the fact that you don't have the truth, and we do. Anything else, Kevin?
Yes. You know what a curved horizon looks like. You don't need a scientist for that.
A curved horizon is not anything anyone observes except for globe cultists like you who doctored image. That's it. Those who doctored images, like you, are believing this fantasy notion. That's it. Nobody goes outside and sees a curved horizon. We all observe a flat Earth. Every single person on Earth.
You're still in the denial stage of grief, though.
This isn't denial. This is an observation. We're looking at the Earth, Kevin Kozlana, and so are you. You're just rejecting your observation. That's all you're doing. We're not.
There's no way you're this bricked, Kevin.
I can continue, Kevin. This is something that I do all the time. You will have nowhere to go. You'll get tired. You'll get frustrated, and then eventually you'll leave. I don't. I have endurance.
I know how you are, Alpha. I have known you since 2019. So compression doesn't mean the horizon becomes curved. It just becomes more apparent.
No. You doctored an image. Number one, you've doctored an image. So therefore, it invalidates what you're showing me as anything evidentiary. So you doctored an image. Number one, and that's hand wave dismissal right out the gate. You've already doctored an image. You didn't do just take a picture and say, there it is. Because you know when you do that, it's going to show the horizon horizontal, not curving, and flat. So, what we have here is somebody who's trying to attempt to show that there's curvature on the horizon, and there isn't. Except for you doctoring the image to make it look like there is, and giving a false impression of curve. That about sum it up?
Kevin, why the hell did they send you an image with the green table cropped out?
You already know, dude. This is not evidence.
What image are you on about? This is my picture. What the hell are you on about?
Who gives a shit? It's not a physical observation of the Earth.
Let's see the green table then. It's curved as well.
Welcome to Glober, bro.
No, bro. The table's flat, you moron.
Okay. The video of the Black Swan is doctrine to include a free frame, so it can be dismissed as well. Can we agree with that?
We're not gonna talk about your bullshit example of doctrine images. Only thing we're gonna accept is the physical and natural world observing itself to be curved if it is, and it's not. So therefore, you have nothing in this argument except for doctored images. That's all you got.
You guys been arguing since 2015, which is fucking crazy.
No, this is your argument since 2015, Kevin. Because globe cultists.
No, I already know where I stand since 2015.
Yeah, I know you're a globe cultist. We all know that by the way you've been proving.
No, I just know it's a globe, though.
Yeah, you're a cultist. You don't know it's a globe. Once again, you just believe it is.
I do know.
That's all you're doing. No, you don't.
Absolutely.
It's apparent you don't know.
110%.
Yeah, how did they figure out the curvature of the Earth in ancient times, Kevin? How'd they figure it out?
Dude, that means all this Black Swan memes
How did they figure it out, Kevin? A long time ago. How did they figure it out? Go on, globe cultist. Do you know
Why
your
are we changing the topics here? Let's go back
because
to talk about reality.
Here's the thing. You want to talk about things you think you know, which you don't know. And if I ask you a question about history, you absolutely don't know that.
You guys say history is not real.
I want to show the audience
their story.
I want to expose you again. It's like tar and feathering, right? I want to make you look like a chicken because that's what you are. You're yellow, belly, dude. You're afraid. You're afraid. Yeah, you're yellow. You're afraid to show people how you know the history of the Earth being a globe was discovered by anybody. You don't know any of that information, do you, Kevin?
Well, you guys don't believe in history, so I don't know.
Oh, so now it's on us. It's our fault. Poor little Kevin doesn't know history.
At least I'm not the one who believes in the Great Reset. Like you
So
retards.
here we go. Here's another thing. For the audience listening, Kevin Caslana does not know where the globe came from. He doesn't know its origins. He doesn't know how they measured it to be a globe a long time ago.
It came from many things. So which part of history?
Well, name one. Name one.
Last year I did observations.
Last year, that ain't gonna work. We're talking about history, bud. Where did it originate from?
Well, last year of May.
No, we're not talking about last year.
Well,
we're talking about where did it originate from? Where did the globe concept originate from?
Navy Pier. That's where I did the observations.
Right. So you don't know is the answer. You see how you look, Kevin? You see how you look? Now, this is what's happening in real time. You're being exposed. You have no answer to the question because you don't know. You don't know, Kevin. You're just a globe cultist. Just own it, bro. Just own that shit. Say, yeah, I'm a globe cultist. I don't care what anybody says. The Earth's a globe. You could even chant it all you like. You probably get muted, though. But that's all. You're just a globe cultist, bro. Admit it. Own that shit.
Yeah, just admit it, bro. Come on.
Yep. All you got to do is own it, and then we'll move about our day.
Roger, you wanna wrap on this stuff? Let's go.
No, we're not gonna wrap shit up. No, what you're gonna do is sit there and let somebody else take the point that you can't carry because you're unable to do so. I eviscerated you, and you know it. So you're gonna pass the buck off to someone else who I'm gonna eviscerate probably, and then they will be like you, passing the buck off to someone else. I'm used to it, Kevin.
All I smell is a red herring from your tongue.
No, okay. Red herring, dude, not hearing.
Red herring.
So the problem you're having right now is you're trying to give the point to someone else. Poor little Kevin doesn't know history. Or if the Earth is curving or not. You're confused, bro.
Well, you're not a doctor, so you can't tell me if
I don't give
confused.
a shit what I am. What I'm doing right now is exposing.
Oh my lord!
You can't say anything about that.
I'm exposing you. Yes, I can. Kevin, you got nothing. You know what? It's better if you do pass the buck off to someone else. You're doing a poor job at this, Kevin. Go ahead, give it to your friend.
When you're down at the Y playing basketball and someone blocks your shot into the third row, I bet you go, you don't play in the NBA.
Bro, that was an amazing analogy, dude. That's
your nervous laughter. Your nervous laughter is noted, bro. Pass the buck off to somebody else. You inadequate little globe cultist.
Alpha's trigger, guys.
Pass the buck off, you inadequate little globe cultist. Pass the buck to someone else.
I don't hear trigger.
Dude, you're the one putting your meat on the meats, bro.
Huh?
What?
No, not you, Alpha. Works at a meat factory.
Meat factory.
Get smoked.
So what? Who cares? Who cares, dude? Because right now, the only thing that I'm worried about and concerned with is the fact that you don't have evidence for the globe, and I'm cooking you, dude. Like fucking a steak on July 4th.
Let's rap about it. Whoa,
no, I don't have to rap about shit, dude. I need you to pass the buck off to someone else because you don't have the evidence or what it takes to.
You're running for your life from the curved horizon. Wow.
What? Oh, if that's how you worked it out, doesn't look that way from the audience perspective. They hear you nervous laughing. They hear you nervous laughing. They hear you nervous laughing at what we're doing here, which shows that you don't have confidence.
You're gaslighting us shit as Indio and Quantum Razor together.
Hey, you're the one laughing, bud, not me.
Oh, he's name dropping, Cat.
Is that it, Kevin? Pass the buck off, dude. Little Kevin.
Cooked.
Do what you gotta do. Do what every moderator will do.
No, you're the one that you're the one that said, dude. You're like, hey, well, there's another guy in here. Let's, that's fucking right. Pass it off to somebody else, little Kevin.
Are you gonna concede?
No, you're conceding. You're running because all you got is a globe cult idea, dude.
I don't.
I've eviscerated you. There's no evidence you have to bring forward. None whatsoever.
Woohoo! You want a trophy too?
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes.
I want you to recognize who dominated you today. I want that shit to stick, dude. Yeah, it's gotta stick. It's gotta burn, dude. When you come back, you're like, fuck, dude, that's Alpha. I better not open my mic.
That sounds a little bit gay, not gonna lie.
Well, it's your mind's in the gutter. Let's say, not mine. I'm not. I know what I meant. I didn't mean it any other way. But what I said, it's not my problem. Your mind's in the gutter. Any more? Any globe evidence?
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
At least I'm not running for Horizon.
Globe. Go ahead, Kevin. Keep telling them how you believe the Earth is a globe. Go ahead. Tell them that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't believe. I know it's a globe.
You do not know it's a globe.
No.
You don't know, you don't know the origins. You don't know the origins of where it came from. You don't know how it's measured to be a globe.
I did.
You don't know jack squat.
I did. Yeah, but you want to rap about it at this point?
No.
You and I and the other guy
I'm done. I've already completed my mission, which was showing you to be just a clown.
A clown?
Yeah.
Yes. What he ate today.
So I like you where you don't have anything to say. That's what I like.
Okay, and
I've proven my point.
I gave everything what you wanted to hear, and you just didn't like it. And
it's not about liking it or not. It doesn't provide evidence.
Flat Earth. I get it.
It doesn't provide evidence. It doesn't.
You make money out of it, like Witsit does. Quantum Razor, he makes some money, hundreds of dollars out of it, scamming you guys out, give your allowance to this guy.
Yeah, who cares?
Come on.
Who
Hey
cares?
guys, that's so
shut up.
Globe-minded of you, dude. You stupid globe-minder.
Who cares?
Fucking dumb globe-minder.
Yeah, so everybody who's just making light of this, I want you to step forward and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe because Kevin Kozlana couldn't do so. So please, take the heat off of him. Take the heat off of him and take the point. How do you know the Earth's a globe? We'll go to you, whatever your name is. You look, you punched a bunch of keys in there. F-O-E.
Or something stupid like that. So globe-minded.
Yeah, so go ahead and tell us, how is the Earth a globe, sir? Please, go ahead.
That's such a globe Earth question.
What's happening? Are they like just cracked?
Did I crack the system?
They're fucking broken, dude.
They're coming in here all just jacked up and wow, dude.
Globe Earther.
Seriously, if you guys were able to at least put a talking point for the Earth being a globe, at least coherent, that'd be great. I would love that, and we could engage, have some meaningful discussion, perhaps. Or do you want to laugh like like you're doing now?
Globe Earther. You're so globe-minded.
Dude, he's just broken, dude. What the hell's going on?
Anybody else except for this guy who's laughing?
This is patient zero for globe mind syndrome. Hang in there, though.
Yeah, instead of chuckling, now would be the time to show people that you have some shred of intellect.
I have a really good question, guys. I'm gonna be completely serious. How does any of this
how about we
affect
just
your
get
life?
the guy
And
who
how
just
does any of
heard
this make your
nigger out
life
of
better?
here? How about we just get the guy who just had nothing to say but nigger out of here?
Shit, this guy just.
This
Oh
is the
my.
guy who came in here with nigger earlier, so we can get him the fuck out of here. That was him. We can get him back the fuck out of here. He doesn't.
Oh, this guy was the one that was triggered?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did Kevin go? Aw.
He's crying in the corner somewhere.
Come get you some, Kevin. I cooked that fool.
He's probably going to his local astronaut guild.
Yeah, probably gonna go soothe his wounds by Rich Evans. Oh, there. Poor little Kevin. Come here.
Yeah, as soon as you said it, Alpha, earlier, Rich Evans was in my inbox, so possibly.
Classic. Classic.
Oh, shit. I'm so glad. Oh, my goodness. Maybe their channel will gain some traction. Did you hear that the groupie that came in here?
Down there, note the time.
Groupie?
Yeah. You didn't hear him?
No.
Kidnap you?
What the?
He was talking about you, Alpha. So
Yeah, that was me. That was my wife.
Oh, nice. W. She sounds really feminine.
Yeah, she was shopping. And I was car.
What's up?
No, I said she was shopping. I was in the car talking to Kevin Caslana.
I think someone else is trying to chime in there. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. I was talking about the inbox. It keeps blowing up now. They're definitely
really?
listening.
They're obsessed.
Yeah, if I didn't have a numpty canvas, I wouldn't be able to paint my Rembrandts.
Facts.
Oh, thanks for that, Kevin.
What's a Rembrandt? Is that like a famous painting or something?
Painter, yeah. Long time ago, like
nice.
Picasso.
Nice. Very nice.
Pagana. Is he a part of the group?
You've been summoned, sir.
Hello?
Yep. Got you. What's going on? Do you speak any English?
Yeah, what are you saying?
We're saying hello.
Oh.
Your first day being a human being, bro? Welcome. You been here before? Is this your first time?
No, it's not my first time.
Nice. Well, what brings you back?
I don't know. I'm just listening.
We're doing a no listening panel today, so welcome.
You're doing a what?
Yeah, we're doing a no listening panel today, so I'm glad you can chime in. No listening, you hear me?
Oh, I don't care if people listening. I don't know why you care like that, but you know, he might be afraid of you.
Yes, he's just trying to. He's being a little hip, trying to get people to get on the mic. That's all.
It's an inside joke, because no listening panel. I mean, it's trademarked, by the way.
So is Water Hill buildings that move. What else?
Facts. That Water Hill thing kind of caught steam today a little bit. I don't know if you noticed that. I had to go back and listen to the original clip, Miggy. I think you came in right after that too. When I was talking to what's his name, Bob.
Science guy.
He's like, "Well, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig?" And I'm like, "Not a hill of water." He's like, "Actually, that's exactly what it is." Oh, really? Brilliant.
No, I came in with the French guy. Remember him? That's the clip that
Nico.
I remember.
Well, yeah, it was Nico. Nico, why did you say that?
Because we never really had conversations like those where people were just outright saying that well, you go up Seawater Hill and you go down Seawater Hill.
That's exactly what he's like. You're not on top of the hill. This is not a hill of water. You're on top of the hill of water.
Yeah.
Oh man. Like, Nico, why did you say that? Are you on top of the hill, Nico? I'll get the clip for you guys. It's actually so funny. I have it in my server. And then you drop the infamous line, "Clipcord, where you at, brother?"
Oh yeah. Was that the one? I don't know.
Yes.
That was the one.
Yes, that was the one. So iconic. Here it is. Right here. Let me grab the link. Someone should play it over their speaker. This is a good one right here.
Wait, weren't you engaging on that one, or was it just me?
Oh, that was me. I was like, that's not a. You're. What did I say? I just was like, you're talking about a hill of water, man. That's not our position. Like, it is not a hill of water. And then he turned around and was like, well, basically, it is a hill of water. Too funny.
Yeah, he did double down. I think it was the. Because I think we were going good until that point with that guy. And he just totally went hill of water on us.
Can someone play it, or?
Hey, the pop perns don't let you do that?
I don't think we have. Do we have that over here?
Oh, here goes nature. Nature will set you straight.
It's good.
Tell us why we're denying reality.
I'm gonna have to reiterate my point, my beef.
Reiterate. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have no problem with flat Earth. The issue is that flat Earth is used as a gateway drug for other conspiracies. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I respect conspiracies.
Goodbye.
You're not going to admit that you're using flat Earth as a gate.
Whoa. Oh, slow down, Captain.
I thought you guys were going to kick from the.
That was it. He left.
Wow. The drive-by?
Oh, shit. Did he leave on his own? I thought he got muted. No, he gone, man. He gone. He says the same thing every time he comes in there, though.
That I got no problem with flat Earth, and I had my hand over his already with the arrow ready to go. That's why he got muted like that. I know who it is.
Did he come by with another name, that guy? Or was it always nature?
I can't remember, but I mean, for the last week, he's been doing that shtick of like, admit it, like it's a gateway conspiracy, and it's just been that name for that long. Might have been some other bad actor before.
Hey, at least we got Oliver back in the chat.
That's always fun.
I can never tell who's speaking because the room's always massive.
Facts.
Oh, Creation Bear. Yeah, I'm just on phone, so I don't really see it like you would on laptop.
I'm on phone too. No worries. But we're always huge. Pause.
Have you guys sorted out the container riddle yet?
There's no riddle.
Well, the container conundrum then.
There's no conundrum.
Conundrum? What's going
Just
on?
like you have parents, we have a container. We don't need to know anything about them parents, and you don't know much about the container.
Maybe he's having a parent's conundrum.
You can have an inference that, like, I could say, for example, I could point to certain inferences in cosmology or physics, but then say, well, I can't know that. Arguments seem to suggest it, but I can't know that. Do you get how that's different from the literal antecedent being, I require parents because I'm alive, so I came from parents?
You have to have come from parents. Period.
Yeah, but that I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing. That is
Okay, I can help you out. You ready about your container? Here's how it goes. Space is fake. We don't need a container. How you like that?
No, because I don't deal with those sorts of claims.
Sorry.
It's not a claim.
Yeah, but it's like
you need a container. You need a dome. You need to have space. Space is fake. We don't need all that shit you want.
How do you know space is fake? Because you're saying that as a knowledge claim. I know space is fake. How do you know that?
You know, can I just say something real quick? There's a knowledge base of like what the pressure values are there above in the highest levels of the atmosphere. How do you know that's what's substantiated to be? I'm asking you that, Oliver.
I'm going off the data given by other people.
Which data? Wait, yeah, that's ambiguous. You're gonna have to point us to a source. Which data?
Well, I assume it would be like weather balloons or high altitude.
No, because the farthest they go is to the stratosphere. Then you still got the mesosphere, you still got the thermosphere, and you still got the exosphere. So, within those, how do you know the pressure values where they say low Earth orbit is, where the Kármán line is? How do you know the pressure values are said to be what they are?
I go off what's reported.
What is reported? I'm asking. Where's the data? What's reported?
Is the fact that there are reports in dispute?
I'm asking what reports, Oliver?
Yeah, but why do we get why does the discussion always involve?
Don't ask me questions. I'm asking for the reports you're saying exist.
Yeah, but
where are they?
It's like me saying like I'm drinking Coca-Cola right now, and you just saying prove it's Coca-Cola, prove this, prove that, prove the ingredients.
I'm asking for the very specific thing you think exists. You're like, there's data. I'm like, okay, where is it? Where's the data?
I'd just link you a website, wouldn't I?
Yeah, but is it going to show the very specific pressure values and how they were measured, not calculated? You know, measured.
I don't have the measurements with me.
Oh, that you said that they were on data somewhere.
Yeah, they're going to be recorded somewhere online.
Yeah, right. So now, where are they recorded? I'm asking for the data. I'm saying if you think that's what is going on up there, like you're arguing with us, then how do you know that's the case for the pressure values up there? Where's the data?
Are you disputing that pressure decreases the higher in altitude?
I'm disputing the fact that you think there's a super low vacuum up there where space is. I want to know how you know that. Where's the data?
What is the alternative?
That you don't have data.
I don't personally have data. You're right.
You just said you did.
No. Anyone has access to this. It's whether you trust it.
Okay, where do we go look for the data that the air pressure values have been measured? Where?
Google? Bing?
In other words, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I'd be searching it in a search bar just like you would.
Well, you're right, because you're making a claim to knowledge that exists, where right now you don't know if it does or not. So you don't know would have been the better answer.
Well, if you want to hold me by that standard, then I don't know. But then I don't know most things.
The problem is that, it's not an all or nothing fallacy. The problem we're getting
you being
to
a dumbass isn't our problem.
The fact is you didn't even know the claim that you laid is that the pressure values up there is said to be a vacuum of space, which satellites exist and stuff like that. Nobody in this room has any data to support any evidence there's 10 to the -6, -17, or any of that business to be what they're claiming the vacuum of space is. No one has that information. So
Yeah,
you couldn't possibly go on Google and find something that doesn't exist. Is that pretty clear?
You're saying it doesn't exist?
No. Unless it does, prove to me where it's been measured.
No. Right, no. Do you see how it's a counterclaim to say it doesn't exist?
Yeah, because you think it does, and you haven't proven how it does. So I'm asking for the evidence that it does.
No, so, right. When we're talking about stances, we're talking about...
You don't have to tell me what I'm saying. I'm telling you, if you have some sort of data to back up the claim that the pressure values are said to be measured way up there to be a vacuum, then show us where.
Show you.
Yep.
He's Googling, guys. Gotta give him a chance to chat GPT it real fast.
Yeah, I can do it.
I like this stalling tactic that they use every time. Show it. So wait, you want me to show it? Yeah, show it. Show it.
What am I showing exactly?
Yeah, he's gonna say that. I'm waiting for that.
Notice how our problem turned into his problem because he's gonna prove space is there now.
Yeah, need a container.
He's not gonna be able to though. I guarantee it.
So wait, the container conundrum is his. It's his conundrum.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's claiming space. That's from now on, you flat earthers. It's their problem, not our problem.
Well, this is one of the points that I was bringing up to highlight the fact that there is no evidence that the measurement of the pressure values up and where they say it is exists like they say it does. It's even worse than what we've even imagined. There isn't any evidence that the 10 to the -6 exists.
So,
or 17 or whatever.
Can you tell me how pressure works as you go higher up?
God damn it, I distracted. I'm sorry, guys.
No. No, the point is up until like where balloons, as far as balloons can go to measure, that's as far as the data goes. As far as anything beyond that, sorry, you don't have any of that information to be measured. It hasn't been done.
So when jets go really high up, right?
Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions, just support the evidence. That's all we need. This is a stall tactic. You're going to talk about
really high up. They don't go really high up either because there's not enough pressure for them to keep flying. Just like rockets can't fly in outer space. No pressure.
Do you know about like spy planes? Like back in the day?
That sounds like something you see on TV, dude.
Yeah, just cut the old crap cake, bro. No, dude. We're not going to hold on. Just prove that it exists like they say it does or don't. Fucking shit or get off the pot, bro. Yeah?
Nobody on this channel defends flat Earth. That's the crazy thing.
For fuck's sake, dude.
But you don't. Nobody on this channel actually defends flat Earth.
What is there to defend? I didn't make up
the container.
Space floating around, hanging on by a cord and whipping around the rocket. I didn't make all that up. You did.
The container. None of you defend it.
You made it up.
All right. So for now, you don't know how there's a space up there, right? The vacuum of space. You don't know how that exists. Is that what we're hearing?
I don't know how that exists.
Yeah.
None of us do. I don't have the secrets of it.
All right. So wouldn't that be the end of the argument? Okay, I don't know if space exists. There it goes. All of the mythos goes bye-bye.
No, that's not how an argument works.
Well, it works this way because you're not substantiating the claim that the vacuum of space exists like they're telling us.
Do you realize you can confirm something exists without knowing the underlying explanation for why it exists?
What the fuck?
Right. Okay. You come across just something, right, that you haven't encountered before. Do you know exactly how it came about and how it works? To just know it's done.
You're saying it wrong.
If I brought a PS5 to a tribal community, right? Can they not confirm the existence of the PS5 because they've never come across something like that before? Is that how it works in your guys' minds?
So how is this analogous to the vacuum of space?
Because I don't have to know what exactly space is, like the explanation behind the cosmos. It's just that we observe space.
No. Now we observe space between us is not like the vacuum of space where they said the satellites go. We're talking about the area that's outside of the Earth's atmosphere. When you start traveling to the upper parts of the thermosphere, there's said to be a Kármán line. And beyond that Kármán line is said to be a super low pressure value. All of this information to substantiate the claim that up there is a specific type of unique place cannot be substantiated. Do you get it?
Do you just say that things
Do you get it, sir? Oliver, come on, man. You got to work with me here. Do you get what I'm saying or not?
No, that's why I'm disputing it.
Okay. So there's this mythos, right? That rockets are leaving the Earth and they're going to the vacuum of space and yada yada yada, pressure values on and on and on. And then when I ask you, how do you know that exists? Like the way they tell us it exists, you either say I know that it exists or I don't know it exists. Like they tell me, one or the other, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say with confidence, I know it. I know space exists. I know there's much lower pressure up there.
All right. Well, how do you know that? That's the next question. How do you know that?
Again, it's all of the evidence humanity has gathered.
You haven't given any. There hasn't been any evidence produced, except for you saying that it exists. It's a claim. That's the best you have is a claim. Now we need to show some hard data, some facts, some evidence.
Celestial objects.
For God's sakes, dude. We're talking about the pressure values.
Yeah, but then what is up there in space?
Why are you asking me? You're supposed to substantiate it, not me.
Yeah. And I'm saying, what is the alternative explanation?
You haven't given the evidence that the vacuum... Okay. So, no evidence for the vacuum of space then?
So is the moon just like a big weather balloon? Like, what's the moon doing?
Why are we going to speculate about what the moon is or what it does if we don't have a way to substantiate the claim?
Because we do have an explanation.
Hey, bro, we're not going down with your sinking ship. Sorry.
Yeah, keep your space mythos to yourself, man. Nobody else needs to think about it like the way you do.
Right, okay, call it my space mythos, even though I was born long after a time where this space mythos was established by all of humanity.
All of humanity.
Yes.
So everybody thinks of the vacuum of space just like you do right now.
What, everyone thinks exactly like I do? No, the vast majority of people on planet Earth know that space exists.
Yeah, like the vacuum of space, like they're telling us with ball planets and, satellites and all that kind of stuff.
That's what we see.
We don't see that. Your mind actually starts filling in the blanks. You've been fed a story about what that is up there, and you're just, pushing it forward.
The story seems to comply with observations by amateur astronomers.
Dude, you do not know the pressure values up there. So how can you tell anybody else that's how it is?
I don't know. I don't know the pressure values inside your engine when you switch the ignition on.
Okay, that's not analogous because you could test it. You can actually get my engine and then test to see the pressure values.
But you're going to ask me now, show me the evidence.
you can actually find out whether or not there's been an instrument that can detect pressure values in that region that they say they're going, in that altitude that they believe that they're telling you they're at. You're able to demonstrate what is the device that measures pressure values up there like they say they've been doing. What is it?
Well, I guess I'm going to Google this one since we're not bothered about searching our own claims.
Yeah, well, that's your claim, right? Because you think the vacuum of space exists with the negative pressure values, and I'm telling you, there's nothing that they've done to measure that. But
it's your claim that there has to be a container there, Oliver. You said there has to be a vacuum, so you need a container. So that's your problem now. No longer you can say it's our problem because it really wasn't our problem.
Yeah.
Space is fake.
You need a no. Again, you keep saying space is fake. Again, that's a counter.
Then all you got to to debunk Radwin, show how you know that that's true. Substantiate the claim that space is a reality. Do it. Prove him wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove everyone wrong. Do it.
So, do you just make up unsubstantiated claims and then say
it's not our claim. We're telling you that's what we're being told. What you're being told. All you got to do is back it up. You're like, yeah, that's what everyone's being told. Like everyone on planet Earth, like you said, was being told this. Yeah.
You're making a counterclaim.
For God's sakes, bro. Like you won't even advocate for your own position. That's what it looks like.
Oh. Hey, isn't it worth standing up for? Isn't it worth fighting for?
Yeah, he's abandoning ship. He's like, dude, hell nah. Because you know very well that you can't substantiate any pressure values being measured farther than the stratosphere, alleged stratosphere. Yeah.
So it just sounds, from what I've been looking at, that they use like barometers on some satellites.
Really?
Yeah.
What type of barometers? Can't be mercury pull barometers.
He's having trouble.
Well, I'm trying to actually read sources as opposed to just argue nonsense.
So yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is you need to realize that this whole time, up until right now, you always thought it was a foregone conclusion. That's just the way it is. We know the vacuum of space is exactly what it is. Yet not understanding how they figured out any of the pressure values up there to substantiate the claim that it is what it is.
Yeah, do you know exactly how your car was made from scratch?
Oh, for God's sakes, who cares? You're not proving that space is real. You're not doing that. So why do we have to take anything you say about it being, it's a real place? You didn't support it.
It's because it's called argument from the strongest reason.
Really?
I go outside, I'm wet, the strongest reason, clouds in the sky, I feel patter on my head, it's raining. Argument from the strongest reason.
The strongest reason that there's a pressure value that's said to be around 10 to the negative 6 right at the Kármán line. Does that sound like a strong reason?
The pressure pressure exponentially decreases with altitude. That makes sense.
No, that it's said to be a specific pressure value at the Kármán line.
Well, why would it be otherwise?
Because you didn't substantiate it. Duh. You or anybody else that advocates for this position have not substantiated it. And I'm calling you guys out on it because it seems like you've been getting away with this for far too long. Now that I'm doing it, you guys are like, don't know what to say.
Yeah,
with good reason.
Yeah, because you're not asking omniscient people. We all have to delve into, if you're going to ask a specific question.
Yes, but that's highlighting the problem, though, Oliver. You guys don't know what the information to substantiate the claim of the vacuum of space is. You're taking it on credit. I'm highlighting the problem.
I could just give you a source now. on the different types of barometers used.
No, I don't need that. I need for you to articulate the point well enough to say that you know that that's exactly what it is. You can't do that. You know it, and I know it.
What?
The audience now knows it.
The audience is a bunch of retards.
Right. Some of them were actually advocating for you, but I'm pretty sure you just turned a lot of them off. Some of them are probably like, you know what?
Posted something from sentintospace.com. Oh, it's some dude's website. What the fuck? He sent dinosaurs up and cookies and any cheesecake or anything like that?
Okay, we'll look for a different one.
He's scrambling now. Where can I go to substantiate the claim that it's been measured to be those pressure values?
He's scrambling. He's flustered.
You are.
Dude,
you are
brought
scrambling.
in somebody that's interested in the same question, and I told him, just listen to the guy in VC. He can't do it either. And he proved me right, dude. All you have is stories. Spaceman stories. Go up there, fly in rocket, float around, chase each other in gorilla suits, play ping pong, throw water at each other. We're in fucking $1 million equipment, PLCs and shit. Just throw water around like we do at my work. We just throw water on everything. It's fun.
Oliver, you've been living in a dream world.
Yep.
It's time to wake up. You don't have any evidence to substantiate the claim that the pressure values are said to be exactly what they're telling you. So, how do you know the vacuum of space is what they tell you it is? So we don't need to advocate anymore for that position being contained up there because you can't even substantiate that it's a vacuum of space. How weird is that?
I don't get how you guys think to substantiate it. Do you accept the principle of argumentum a fortiori? Like argument from the stronger reason.
Yeah, you've already said that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because you can't specifically tell me what the information, how they substantiate the specific claim of the specific pressure values that are said to be at the Kármán line. You don't know how to do that from the strongest reasoning position. You couldn't do that. You could only say it can go exponentially, lower pressure, but you wouldn't be able to tell me at 65 miles above the Earth's surface, it's said to be the 10 to the negative 6, bro. Not with the strongest reason argument. Sorry. Back to the drawing board, Oliver.
Right.
There's no way out of this, bro. I've got you dead to rights. There's no way out of this. The only way out is concession. I concede. That's it. A simple concession would end this whole thing.
Conceding that what?
That you don't know how space is real, Oliver. I said it before. You're living in a dream world.
I'll happily concede on that. I literally conceded on that earlier. I don't know how space is real.
All right, Bob's your uncle. Thank you.
But then we're just getting down to basic metaphysics rather than tell you I don't know how any. Right. Try to follow because you guys don't really seem to do philosophy. I don't know how anything fundamentally is the way it is. So do you understand?
Dude, every freaking time, dude, you guys get pinned down. You appeal to this epistemology. It never fails, man. I swear.
Well, metaphysics.
I swear it never fails, dude. Nah, bro. No, you're not a brain in a jar and all this other gobbledygook. It's not going to save you this time.
What?
It's not going to work.
You're appealing to this standard of knowledge which you don't even apply.
Now, here we go. How can you know what you know? Right, Oliver?
Yeah, exactly.
For God's sakes, dude. the oldest trick in the book.
We can give an analogy. There are animals I have never seen in person, but I can say, okay, I have it on good authority they exist.
Yeah.
Right? But I could say every video of them is CGI, every concept drawing, every photo, everything. It's all fake. It's all to spin some conspiracy. You know, the colossal squid conspiracy.
Yeah, but you're doing too much. That's doing too much. All you got to do is say, okay, let me check it out. That's it. If somebody shows you something you've never seen before, you could say, cool, let me just check it out. And then when you do, you're like, all right, it's there. That's it. That's where the argument ends. It doesn't need to go. You're trying to draw it out and paint this huge picture about how philosophy is introduced. And dude, just if you have any doubts, right, go and see if it's real, validate it, and then come back and be like, all right, so I didn't know if it was actually real. I checked it out. There it is. And yeah, it's real. That's it.
Right. So again, I bring up this example. Say you're wanting to confirm whether colossal squids exist, right? Do you just say I do not know they exist at the moment, like regardless of everything on the internet?
Yes.
Right. So can you do that with other things?
Well, like space? Being told that it's a certain pressure values?
Right. Yeah. I've never been to Hawaii.
Therefore, you do not know it exists. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. That is your okay? That's your epistemology.
Yeah, because when you actually go there and visit the place, you're like, hey, look at it. It's here. But it doesn't matter about you saying whether or not it exists or not. Somebody can tell you there's things that are happening in that location that you may question, right? Like, wait a minute, how does this flower actually grow over there? I don't think that's true. And you go over there and you see the flower flourishing and all that, then you're like, oh, it can grow here.
Would I have good reasoning backing me to doubt the existence of, say, like Hawaii or Mexico?
Listen, man, like nobody knows your mind. You can question whatever you like, but the point is, as far as I know that the point is, as far as evidence goes, it can be either substantiated or thrown out, depending on if you're able to prove it or not, right? So when you have the evidence put forward that this thing exists, you can be like, okay, I've examined that you said that this exists. Now let me go and check to verify it does. When you go, then the evidence is substantiated, and it stands to reason that you were maybe having doubts, but it does exist. So now you don't need to doubt. So if it doesn't exist, if you go to the location and you're just in an open ocean, then maybe perhaps it was all a hoax. But you proved it, right? So the evidence they had for the claim was put forward, but then you've dismissed it and said it was not evidence after all.
Yeah, but I was just going to say I may get a call in a few minutes, so I may have to go off anyway. But I don't take that standard of knowledge when it comes to skepticism, because then I'd just say, like, I have no reason to believe the world outside of what I've traveled actually exists, and that to me is like
morning.
That's the conclusion of your argument, though.
Warning, warning. We got a jar forming around you.
Yeah, I said that before. That's exactly what I was saying earlier.
It's the only thing they have left. And even in your jar, why is it flat still?
Oh, shit.
Well, what good reason would I have?
Yeah.
What good reason outside of where I've directly travelled would I have to say, right, anything outside of that exists, that also exists?
Because other people live in the same realm that you do.
Yeah, they make claims. They make claims. Billions of people could come into this server and claim to you there's a globe. So what does the ad populum argument matter here?
Well, the point is when claims are being made, the only thing we care about is them people substantiating their claims. That's it. That's all. At the end of the day, that's all what we really care about. If you said something, how do you know what you said is true? Can you prove it?
Yeah.
And if they can prove it, then good. If they can't, then oh well.
Could I continue to doubt them? So say my mate takes some holiday snaps.
Not if they proved it. Not if they prove it. Let's say they give you a methodology to prove the thing that they're talking about, right? They showed you a methodology you can test and repeat and do the same thing yourself. But once you validate that test and the method, then it's proven. And you can't come back and say they were lying or they're just making something up because you can prove it for yourself.
So photos and videos wouldn't be good enough. I can't confirm.
Listen, that's what you consider evidence, right? But until you can confirm that evidence to be valid, then you can only go based on it could be true. But then when you validate it, then it is true. It is true because you validated it. You tested the claim.
So it could be true that my mate went to Japan. Not it is true that my mate went to Japan.
Correct.
Yeah,
because think about it like this. Perhaps your friend thought he was going to Japan, all full knowledge telling you that, and he didn't really go there. And so the land that he experienced was another land, but he thought it was Japan, and he was fully convinced telling you it was Japan. Yet you were like, well, my mate's in Japan. And he thought he was in Japan too. But then it turns out he was actually, in the Bahamas or whatever. Who knows? Just name any other island. The point is, if you're talking about someone being somewhere and they're telling you they're from that place, validation is crucial. Right? You have to know whether or not it's the place that they're exclaiming it is.
Say I book a flight there, right? I go on the plane, get there, right? How do I know I'm not in the Bahamas?
Well, there's certain features that Japan has to show that it is what it is, right? But if the other person is telling you that they're in a location and you're just taking them on credit that they're there, then you wouldn't know until you can validate that they're actually there.
Again, certain features, they could show me that in videos or pictures. Literally one of the snaps was just Mount Fuji in the background.
It doesn't matter. Right at this point, it doesn't matter. The only thing that you got to do is validate the claim.
But how? If I'm seeing that, right, if I take the exact same trip as him, how do I know, right, all of this, it's all a lie, it's actually in the Bahamas?
No, because Japan is distinguishing features that it has, right? So all of those things, when you go there, you validate whether or not it's there or not. Like you use empirical evidence, you use your senses. You can detect the world around you. That's why you have senses, so you can understand the physical world around you. So when you go there and you realize that that's where it is and you validated it, doesn't need to go. You're doing. See, here's the thing you're doing right now. You're trying to make it sound like even when we know something, we may not know the thing that we know. I know what you're doing. It's the old 23 skidoo. You think that you're going to get away by me getting more into let's lean into empiricism. How do you know exactly that's what you're knowing about the thing that you think you know? Dude, this is a tired song and dance. I know every which way you want to go, and it's not going to work. So you either know or you don't know. That's the binary position. And if you say you know, then you have to validate it. If you say you don't know, then you haven't validated it. It's that simple.
Yeah, I completely reject that standard of epistemology. I mean,
because you think you're a brain in a jar, bro. Like, obviously.
No, I don't.
Really? There's a possibility you can be, right?
Yeah, but argument
there
from
There you go.
What?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're pointless to talk to now.
What? Literal children.
Well, I mean, if that's what you believe, you're a brain in a jar. How would you know?
Yeah, because I've spoken to 10-year-olds who are more mature in conversation.
Right. Oh, here we go.
Because they got more imagination. They're willing to entertain your fucking brain in a jar bullshit. Is that it?
That's so true.
Hey, Uncle Bob, we could be a brain in a jar. Yeah, that's fun. Let's pretend.
Right? Do you understand?
He's upset because we're not imagining with him. He's so upset. You can't believe it.
Do you understand the difference between hypothetical possibility and like probability?
This guy's prolonging it, isn't he? He's just trying to figure out an angle that he's going to be right. He wants to leave the internet with at least a win. He's like, let me leave the internet with a W, guys. Can I do that? And we're like, no.
Mate, you literally award yourself a W every sentence.
Well, that's because you're making it so easy. You're making it so easy to get a W, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, but mate, this channel is that Obama meme where he's just putting a medal on himself.
That's funny because it sounds like that's what you want to do right now with your long-winded explanations of how epistemology works. That's what you're trying to do, bro. That's called projection. You're trying to make it sound like that's what I'm doing, but in reality, that's what you want to do.
Well,
you want to put that medal on your chest.
Yep. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I can because it's so you make it so easy, dude. I'm not the one who's talking about. Well, when it comes right down to it, we really can't know anything. We're just brains in a jar. At the end of the day, how do you know what you know?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you want to leave here with a good feeling that no one can actually understand reality. You want to leave the chat and like, I did my job. Now everybody's confused. Nobody knows what they actually know. Not even flat earthers. But wrong. Sorry. We do understand reality because we acknowledge our senses. We know that's how we need to know what is real and what is not. You, on the other hand, you don't really know if you're schizophrenic. You don't really know if you're a brain in a jar. You don't know if you're in a simulation.
Yep. There
you go. Whereas in, like T-Dub just mentioned it, you probably would have more leg room to talk to a 10-year-old because they would probably imagine with you. Imagine you could be a brain in a jar. Like, yeah, you would love that. Whereas we don't do that. We nip that in the bud.
Yeah.
Pretty quick.
You're doing great. Carry on.
Oh, I know, but you don't have to give me the okay. I know that.
Yep. So, did anybody actually want to explain this container conundrum?
Oh, God.
Hey, listen, Oliver, check this out. The reason why I don't have to say anything about it in a container is because space is fake. What do I need a container for?
Right. I'm going to ask this again. I think for like the 10th time. How do you know space is fake? Because I could just adopt the position happily. I don't know space exists.
Okay, let's do it like this. How do you know the flying spaghetti monster's fake?
I don't.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
So I could say this flying spaghetti monster exists. Now what?
Substantiate it.
No shit. That's pretty weird coming from you.
You got to substantiate a flying spaghetti monster, but he doesn't have to substantiate mythical outer space where you float around and you run around in monkey suits and all that shit.
See how that works, Oliver? Because what's good for the goose, right?
I don't see any evidence of a flying spaghetti monster. I see, during a clear night sky, evidence of space. It's that simple.
See, you see 10 to the -6 vacuums when you look up?
That's not what I said.
Well, that's exactly what they're exclaiming is up there.
That's exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Space is vacuum.
What?
Yeah, dude. I can't believe you. He makes it sound like it's profound, Radwin. It's like the most profound. What? Yes.
So it's space is 10 to the -6 what?
At the Kármán line. Pascal.
At the Kármán line. Is space the Kármán line?
Oh, God. So now you're going to question what your lore is. Why don't you go and look into that? You haven't done so. You don't even know.
Yeah, so that's not what space is then. Space is not the Kármán line.
You need help, bro.
Yeah, so space is not the Kármán line, is it?
Space, or low Earth orbit, is said to be the place above the thermosphere where the ISS is, 255 miles above the Earth's surface, right? And 65 miles above the Earth's surface is said to be the Kármán line. Beyond that is considered space.
Right, okay, so
you don't even know. See, here's the issue. You don't even know your own lore, so I have to tell you. That's exactly what they're saying it is.
So beyond that is space.
What they're saying.
Right. So I have reason to believe that. I have no reason to believe in a flying spaghetti monster.
They didn't prove it to you. How do you have reason for it?
Also, how many theists are in this server? Like, ironically, with you giving the flying spaghetti monster argument.
No one gives a shit. No one gives a shit.
Yeah, no, I think it's actually relevant to a fair few people since that's an atheist origin argument.
Dude, I could have used a different analogy. Would you like me to use the purple dragon with 3 heads? How about that? Is that better for you?
Could there possibly be a purple dragon with 3 heads out there in reality somewhere? Potentially, I have no reason to believe there's one on Earth.
So?
That's it. That's the argument.
Okay, but did you debunk it?
Did I debunk the purple dragon
with 3 heads? Yeah. Did you debunk it?
Being on Earth.
Existing.
No, I can't debunk its existence. I can't prove a negative.
What? You fool. I didn't give you any evidence that it exists.
Yeah, I can't prove a negative.
It's not your job to do that. It's my job. I'm supposed to support my claim, not you.
You can justifiably deny the existence of the double-headed purple dragon, bro.
Yeah.
On Earth with a reasonable...
God.
No, when we're saying on Earth, right? Yeah, I can say I've never seen any scant evidence, nor would physics even suggest that dragons can be a thing. So yeah, I would lean on the side of
It's very simple, man. Have you not seen those fireballs in the sky that shoot around the sky? There you go. That's the fireballs they throw.
Fireball.
Yeah, you're calling meteors or something.
What
that's a two-headed dragon. That's a two-headed dragon shooting its fireball.
Right. So can you show me the dragon?
There you go. That's the thing. That's the question. I can't substantiate that.
No, it's too dark out. I can only see the fireball. What do you think of that? But I saw the fireball, so there's a dragon there.
Yes, so show me the dragon.
Is not enough with the fireball?
No, because I've got no reason to believe it's a fireball either.
Well, you don't see it shooting across the sky?
Yeah, but that's not a fireball.
What is it?
What, an asteroid incinerating?
Well, what's your explanation then?
An asteroid incinerating.
Can you prove that?
Can I prove that?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys honestly think like a shooting star is?
It's a dragon. It's a two-headed dragon throwing fireballs. So, you don't like my explanation?
Or any like what do you guys think in general of cosmology? Do you think it's like the entire thing with like thousands of volumes and scientists and all
But
this.
that's a no to Radwin's question.
Do you think it's a fairy tale that everyone's concocted?
La La Land.
Or you think it's a fairy tale that we concocted?
I spoke. No. I'm not saying you. None of you guys have done science, so no. You've made no contribution to this alleged fairy tale whatsoever.
Astronomy and cosmology are not science. It's not natural science, bro.
Well, okay. I'm not. In fact, I'm not even bothered about your guys' like proprietary definition of science. But I'm just interested. Like, do you think everybody?
Not our definition.
Who the fuck's got a trademark on it?
Do you think everybody is busy just making things up for shits and giggles?
No, they believe it, dude. Yeah, you're not taking the news that the Earth isn't a ball very well, Ollie.
What are they making it up for shits and giggles?
Just for
you. You know, Michio Kaku.
Guy,
Michio Kaku.
Be looking up.
Sorry,
not at the ground where we're talking about.
Michio Kaku said, right, nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. They think it's all like we make observations, we do tests, it's a tedious process. No, wrong, he says. It's all guesswork, leaps of logic.
It's funny that you mention Kaku, considering he's not even taken that seriously in particle physics for backing string theory.
Now he's a joke. Now this one, now all those guys are jokes.
Wait, no, hold on. He's a respected scientist for the work he's done, but he's such a strong advocate of string
He's
theory.
not a scientist. He admitted he isn't. He said, nobody that I know of in my field, that would be theoretical physics and cosmology, uses the scientific method.
Yeah, no one called him out for that. Does anti-flat earthers throw anyone under the bus that goes against their anti-flat earth zealotry?
Use the method called look up at the sky, make up a story, tell your friends about the story, and pass it around.
Guys, why would everybody just be going on with this fairy tale?
He just explained it to you. A few people may be lying, and a bunch of people like you believe the story and parrot it. Yeah.
What are they lying?
You're not lying, Oliver. No one's saying you're lying, right?
Why would we be lying about the two-headed dragon that shoots fireballs from the sky?
What, in terms of, like, why would you be lying about this dragon? I mean, you might believe it. What am I supposed to make of it? I don't know you.
You don't believe our two-headed dragon in the sky that throws fireballs? You see the fireballs in the sky, right?
Again, I'm questioning that they're fireballs.
I mean, don't you see a streak around on the sky?
Yeah, it doesn't look like a fireball. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't look like a fireball.
Does it have a tail?
What does like a comet hitting the Earth have a tail? Or hitting the atmosphere?
Have you seen a comet hit Earth?
I don't even get what you're going with.
It's only a model. What I'm saying is, we have a theory out there, an idea, and you haven't disproven our idea.
Do you genuinely believe your alternative explanations for shooting stars is like dragons and fireballs?
That's not the question. Can you disprove my idea?
What, you saying capable of disproving your idea? Me, like directly.
Right, can you disprove our idea that
I am not
two-headed dragon in the sky throwing these fireballs, and then once it hits the sky, it has the tail with the looks like a fire.
I am not capable of directly disproving that.
It's not falsifiable, is it?
Yeah, you could consider it near unfalsifiable.
So is it true then? I mean, could it be said to be true?
No, I would just say if I was holding to my guns, I don't know, but it sounds ridiculous.
Well, so does outer space.
Why?
Because you can't have gas pressure without a container, dude.
Okay, so we've got finally background to the point.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see what I'm saying? You're trying to show us that outer space is real, but there's gas pressure here on Earth, and there's just a vacuum. I mean, a lower pressure system. If there was gas pressure here on Earth and there's a lower pressure, the gas pressure would expand to all available locations.
Right, so why does it get lower as you go higher in altitude?
Are you talking about the delta?
Yeah, the change in pressure.
It doesn't matter. You need gas pressure to start with.
No,
what comes first?
no,
Gas pressure?
no, you can't.
What
No,
comes first?
hold on.
The gas
Hold-
pressure or the gas pressure gradient? Can you have a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure?
Yes, of course you need gas pressure.
Okay, so you need a container to have gas pressure, to have a pressure gradient.
No.
Yes, you do. Because without gas pressure, you don't have gas pressure gradient.
No, you need a force imposed on it to give it a pressure.
Oh, now you have a force? Where is that citation, please?
Again, like a citation that there's forces.
No, a citation that all that's required in order to achieve gas pressure is gas and a force.
That's
An
that's how
invisible,
gas pressure.
non-physical force.
Yeah.
Yeah, give us a citation or a demonstration of that, please.
A demonstration. Right, you can hear my mic, can't you? Right, just drop something. There you go. There's your force.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, that's kind of how forces
No, that's
work.
begging the question.
In fact, I'll throw it up in the air so it's got velocity. Oh, it came back down.
I'll tell you what, throw a helium balloon.
Yeah, it's going to keep rising.
Why?
It's going to keep rising.
Why is gravity not putting it down?
It won't last forever. It will not.
So what I asked for, you did not demonstrate.
Demonstrate what?
Achieving gas pressure using only an amount of gas and your invisible non-physical force. That's not a force.
That
you
how
can
is
think
it?
of as a force.
Right, right. Okay.
May I interject quickly? I just want to point something out. Oliver, I just want to point something out to you, right? Your assertion that there's a force, for example, like gravity, that is pulling and keeping the gases down, is analogous to anybody saying there are invisible unicorns and leprechauns pushing down all the particles that go up. There's your force. It's literally analogous to that claim because there's no demonstration of it being so.
What?
Yeah. It sounds ludicrous, right? And I'm doing that on purpose to elucidate the point that any assertion that there's something doing something without proof of it is folly. Now, the thing is, the math would check out, right? Because anyone can grab the negative 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downwards, right?
Yeah.
Anyone can grab that number, plug it into the equation or into the formula or whatever, and get the same result from one to the other. But the explanation as to why that's happening is more of a philosophical stance than anything else. So the assertion of, I think it's this cause versus that cause versus the other cause, it's really,
But this is a red herring.
This is the problem.
Wouldn't the observation of the force regardless?
This is a red herring.
Right. Say there's no theory of gravity whatsoever, right? Let's just take out the theory of gravity. Let's not even refer to the word. Let's not even refer to the terminology of gravity, right? I drop something. There appears to be a force, doesn't there?
There's a phenomena that the thing goes down. Now, if you measure the rate of acceleration, okay, you take all the variables in play. You have the temperature, you have the humidity, pressure, et cetera, the density of the medium, wink, wink, right? And you get you sort all those out. Then you do that same phenomena in another medium, another pressure value, another temperature, et cetera. You may get a different value, especially if you do it in another medium, right? So now, when you do that step, you're actually starting to see some differences caused by the difference in medium, or the value, or the substance itself that you're actually dropping. It too has a different density, right? So you might observe something different from those. So from that standpoint, those the densities of the medium and the object are the only things that differ from one step to the other.
The densities are the only things that differ.
Mm-hmm. You do a test, right? You take an apple, you drop it in the air, right? You hold it up in air, you let it go, and it goes down. The apple has whatever, fucking 1.5 grams, per centimeter cubed. That's its density. Okay?
Yeah.
You take that same apple, you put it underwater, and it goes up.
Yeah.
Air has a certain density, water has a certain density. Right? You can compare those relationships. And that's it. Yeah. That's all really you can do at this point. Right.
So we're saying the densities is what causes different results.
The relationship between the density of the object and its surrounding medium are the only things that we can look at this point, right? And ascribe that relationship has something to do with the phenomena.
Right. Okay. So we take a wooden ball, right, of a certain size and shape, and we take the exact same lead ball, far more dense, right, and we drop them from the same height in the same location, right. What happens?
They both fall.
Yeah. Which one hits the ground first?
I wouldn't know, but if you look at the the drop tower, everyone knows about that. You see that different objects of same mass or same weight, I should say, but at different densities, they have a slightly different rates of acceleration.
Yeah. So what was it? A feather in a bowling ball, was it?
Right. The wooden ball and the lead ball hit the ground at the same time.
Hey, we're going to introduce a third thing, right? We're going to introduce a third thing. A helium balloon.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, a helium balloon. Except, guess what? I'm not going to drop the helium balloon. Shut up for a fucking second. I'm going to pop the helium balloon. And what's the helium inside the fucking balloon going to do? Is it going to fall down?
Do you guys realize you're contradicting like physics 101?
Answer Stephen's question.
Oliver, we know that you were told. Okay, we were all told basic physics. We were all told. We were all
when I was a kid.
We were all told in basic physics that everything accelerates downwards at the same rate. We were all told that, dude.
Okay. Right. Were you shown?
In class?
Oliver.
No. And that's what
he does. Oliver, you see that Oliver, which is going to hit the ground? Oliver, which is going to hit the ground first? You've got your wooden ball, you got your lead ball, and you've got your gas from the helium balloon that was popped.
Yeah.
Which is going to hit the ground? Which is going to hit the ground first?
Well, the helium balloon doesn't hit the ground.
No, not the helium balloon. The helium from inside the balloon that got popped.
it doesn't hit the ground.
Ah.
Yeah.
It destroys your fucking gravity fantasy, bro, and your outer space religion.
What?
Yeah. So is Oliver agreeing that when the helium balloon is popped, the helium from inside the balloon goes up? You agreeing with that, Oliver?
Yes.
Awesome. Then you've just shot yourself in the face.
This is Mick. I don't. So I'm saying you drop a lighter ball, you drop a heavier ball. They're the same surface area, they're the same size, and you're saying the heavier ball will hit the ground first.
Excuse me. There's a caveat there. Nice little swindle there. Are these balls made of the same material, sir?
What, wood and lead? One's heavier than the other, dipshit.
One's wood, one's lead. Okay, so different densities. Excuse me, I missed that part. No, they would not fall at the same rate, sir. But the problem is, if you take one lead ball and it weighs a kilogram, it's made of lead, and you take another ball that's made of wood, but also weighs a kilogram, they will still fall at a different rate. See the image that or the GIF that Radwin posted. I tagged you in it. Okay, these are little elements, little I don't know how big they are, whatever the size of your thumb or something like that. You got lithium, you got beryllium, and the other ones I forget: aluminum, iron, lead, etc., etc. And they're all falling within the tower. Like there's this giant, compartment with a camera in it. It's pressure is minimal, right? It's basically a vacuum, and they're dropping that from 100 meters or something like that. You can see the rate of acceleration is different than all the other ones. The ones that are going up slowly, right, perceptively, it's because they're accelerating differently than the ones that are kind of still hovering around the ground.
Which video are you showing?
Oh, 35 minutes past the hour, sir.
Wait, which video? Where is it?
35 minutes past the hour.
Oh my
God. That's not the name of the video. Where's the link?
Oh, Radwin can maybe link it to you if he has. Because this is a GIF, right, taken from their official video. They put it up on YouTube and shit. The name is something Drop Tower. It's escaping me right now. Forgive me.
Guys, it's just a contradiction of basic physics. I've done this.
It's not a contradiction, sir. It's not a contradiction. See, it's going against it's going against the initial lore, right? Because at the time, everyone was told that it seemed to be valid, but now with
yeah, I've watched it with my own fucking eyes.
But how does this prove your outer space vacuum?
Where'd you watch, sir?
We did an experiment at school. We literally dropped two balls of different masses from the 5th floor or something.
Right. So did I, sir. Right. Now, what was your margin of error? What was the height? Well, all these things you can't really get out of a 5-story thing with school children. You don't have high speed, high rate of high what the fuck rate fuck me the what's it called rate frames per second video that you can slow down. You don't have all that shit. With this type of equipment, you can actually expand out that test out to a scale where you're actually able to peer into these finer details. And that's what they did. This is what they found. Now, if you can find something that goes against this, or you can scrutinize it and find error in it, I'd be more than happy to look at that.
Right.
Anyway, my point is we've digressed from the main point that this mysterious force you're calling gravity, taking that word and taking the word out of thin air.
No, I literally said we're not even going to mention gravity.
Then what's the force that you're ascribing to the reason why gases stay down?
Right. So there is a force.
I don't know. You're the one that's telling you. You're the one that's saying it.
Is there a force?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, that's what I observed.
You tell me if it. Wait. Do you mean like a force isn't like a standalone, force in and of itself, or is it something that is emerging from the relationship between the two things, the medium and the object?
What does that mean as a sentence?
What does that mean? I'll say it again. I have something standalone that is acting upon another thing, right? Like, for example, gravity emerging from the center of mass below an object and pulling it down. Or you don't have that, but there does seem to be something emerging from between the medium and the object itself. There's a relationship there that creates a certain phenomena. It's not complicated, dude. It's one or the other. This has been going on for a long time. People have been duking this out, and it seems like everyone's just gravitated, no pun intended, to the former because it fits into everything else somehow. But how is the question? That's what we're asking you.
What? It's literally both. It's literally both.
Literally both. Okay, how did we determine that?
You can do these things in near vacuum and drop them. So there is obviously a relationship with the medium at the rate of
course
fall.
There is.
The fall.
Yeah,
the fall.
Well, check this out. No, well, hang on. No, you're whistling past the graveyard there. In a vacuum, where you have a medium of basically zero or approximately zero, there's always still something in there, but it's for this purpose, for illustration purpose, it's negligible. You have basically a zero density, right? And then you have an object that is a greater than zero density, right? The medium is less than the object. It's going to go down. The math still checks out, dude.
It going down is what we're calling the force.
So the phenomena of going down is what you're calling a force.
Yes.
That's retarded.
Only acts on some things.
Right. Tell me how it's retarded.
Because a phenomena, right, you're calling a force. That's not the definition of a force. A force is something that acts upon something else.
Yeah.
It's a standalone, quote unquote, entity, if you will, that does work to something or whatever.
Okay. Can we establish?
You're conflating. This is the weird part, man. You have the cause and the effect all kind of like tied into each other, like a fucking knot of spaghetti or something. You have to make a distinction between the two, sir.
What?
Think,
because everything you're saying is retarded nonsense. So I keep having to clarify
you can't parse through the logic because you're a fucking moron. You've been in here for a long time, and many people have tried to impart this to you, but you cannot work it out. You cannot make it. You cannot see the delineation between one and the other, and it's fucking stupid.
Can't have something be both the cause and the effect, ding dong.
Like, come on, man. It's not hard.
Right, watch the video I just sent you, and there's loads of these on YouTube. There's loads.
Let's work through one at a time, dude. Let's work through one at a time. Does anybody have the drop tower in full? I know it's only like 15 seconds or something like that, but it's more official. It might, calm this guy's fucking pants. Oh, it's already there.
Because I'm speaking to dribbling retards who are telling me my own experience of reality was fake.
Dude,
who are telling my own experience of reality is fake.
No,
DJ
Oliver,
called
no one
it.
said that. It's not that,
He
dude.
called it. He said you were gonna start, talking shit about us pretty soon.
Jenna, try shutting the fuck up.
Yeah, he started calling us driveling retards, and now he's talking
Yeah,
to
I
you.
love that. After he was just like, "Huh? What?
What?
I don't get it. Huh? What? I don't get it." You want to be like, "Huh? What? I don't get it." Right? But you call us dribbling retards. Isn't that fucking cute?
Yeah, Jenna, I say that because you are a dribbling fucking retard.
Yeah, that's your opinion, yours, and your
That's not an argument, man. That's not an argument. Now the
Share
thing with
your
with your little high school experiment, dude.
No, you're right. It's not an argument. It's not an
There's
argument.
such a small scale that you can't notice the fine tune differentials between things. In this experiment with the actual elements, differ. Like it's controlled to a more finer degree than the shit that you guys are able to pull in high school.
What, do you know when you say if you want to prove a claim, do it, verify it, test it, then
Right.
didn't do that. Then make
go
sure
through the drop tower experiment. And check this out, right?
Make sure the fuck up for 10 seconds.
Shut your
Make
fucking
sure the
mouth.
fuck up.
Don't
Make
fucking
sure
talk
the
to me
fuck
like
up.
that.
Make-
No, shut
make
your
sure the
fucking
fuck
mouth.
up, you
Go
dribbling
repeat
retard.
the drop tower experiment and come back to us. Go repeat. Go repeat the drop tower experiment and come back.
Well, your trap, you little
Yeah,
trap.
he called it. He was gonna spiral out and
come
talk
back.
shit about us before you leave.
You little boy, shut the fuck up. I don't think why you're telling people who have the ability to mute your dumbass to be quiet. You be quiet, stupid.
Roll back into text chat. You'll see. I said, as soon as he's ready to go, he'll start. He'll be on us. It'll be all about us, calling people names, whatever.
Yep, and Jenna called it out, and he interrupted because it was so true, and it hurt his feelings.
Yeah. Got pinned down. He didn't like it.
Dude, that's the easy out. You crash out.
You gotta love that, man. When you scruff them and put them in their own piss and they just squeal.
That was easy. I mean, you said it couldn't be the cause and effect. He's like, what?
Bro, shut the fuck up. Make sure the fuck up. Make sure the fuck up. Make sure the fuck up.
I heard you the first 20 times. What else do you have to say?
You're spamming, dude. You're crashing out.
Are you gonna actually watch anything?
Why do we need to watch shit we've already seen before?
I can check it out. I haven't seen it, but we're still midway through midway through the initial part of the conversation. The drop tower. Now, what you're saying is correct, right? If you want to really be sure, you got to prove it. You got to do it yourself, right? So the drop tower thing would be something that you may want to replicate, confirm what they're doing and what they're saying about what they're doing.
Hold on. This counter experiment you're showing me of a GIF. He shoots stuff up in it. He shoots stuff up in a spring.
No, that's not it.
Is that what's happening, retard?
Does anybody want to explain it? Because he doesn't. It's hard. It is hard to kind of gauge from that camera.
Explain it to me, the retard. Explain it to me, the retard.
Everything's being shot up from a spring, guys.
No. So what's going on, sir, is they have a capsule. Okay, a giant. I think it's like 5 feet by 5 feet or something like that. Right, and in it they have little nuggets of different elements, lithium, iron, etc., that weigh the same. But we know that these elements have different different density.
Tower. They put the capsule in the tower. They close it up and they pull the vacuum on it. So everything, including that little contraption, is also inside the same pressure. So it's all in a vacuum. They pull it up to the top. In this video, they've changed it since this was shot because of this video. They pull it up to the top. They wait till it's perfectly stopped, and they go click, and they let it go. And that's what you're seeing when you see him start rising. That's when they click, they let it go. Lithium falls the slowest, as you see. When you see him bounce, that's when they hit the bottom and bounce around.
Right. Do you know what a major problem
Rest
is?
the video for you so you don't freak out, so you can see how it's done.
Do you know what
Did you get that retard?
Sorry?
Did you get that retard?
I got the video. Do you know what a major problem is with the experiment?
There's no problem.
So you don't even want to hear it.
2 seconds ago, you said there was a spring involved. Now we have the problem?
I want to hear him lay out what the problem is. What's the problem? What is it? Lay it out.
Right.
The problem is it debunks his whole same rate argument.
Facts.
So we're dismissing the high school drop test of telling students like within a fraction of a second they drop a ball, and they hit the ground at the same rate. And your alternative groundbreaking experiment is let's get these like lead and lithium and stuff coins. Let's release them in
check it
some.
out. Yeah, you guys are releasing.
They're materials of different density.
Of a building is not, and you're releasing it in air pressure. Things will fall at different rates anyway. So to prove that it's
right,
everything at the same rate, you get rid of the air pressure and you put it in a vacuum. And that didn't happen in this. So I guess gravity's not a thing.
Called eliminating variables. Something you might want to do in an experiment, retard.
Right. Do you understand what surface area is?
Holy shit, bro.
I posted Bremen Drop Tower. What's inside? Go ahead and watch it. It's 5 minutes long. You can see how it's done. How they seal it up, close it up, goes on up, and they let it go. And it hits the bottom like a missile.
But you're using different materials. Yeah, no shit.
But Oliver, see, I can appreciate that you brought up something like surface area, right? But you see, it would only apply in something that is not like this one, where they actually pull all the air out and they create a vacuum. So there's no resistance against anything.
Yep.
Right? Just like in an experiment that you would do or a test that you would do with high school students, where you take a feather and you drop it and, it kind of floats, but then you drop it within a vacuum and it goes straight the fuck down.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a non-issue.
Well, I'm watching this video.
You know what the problem is, yeah? They're using different densities and different materials. Yeah, no fucking shit. Isn't the claim that everything falls at the same rate? Except for these things that aren't falling at the same rate? My God.
Yeah, well, he also had a claim of these two objects are different densities, right?
What is this showing?
That you're wrong.
What? No. Tell me what's happening. What is this showing?
You can't figure it out? Are you not able to figure it out?
So hold on. You're providing a video and then you're telling me to explain the video when you're the one saying
we just explained it. Radwin already told you exactly what's happening.
So just tell me. Okay, just tell me again.
Want to hear it again?
Happening.
Again. All right, guys. Damn, bro. Holy shit. One more time for the retard, guys. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Somebody want to take it? I'm about to have lunch.
Go ahead, Radwin.
Me? No, man. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Yeah, I wasn't here. What are you talking about? I thought Oliver left.
Oh no, he came back, dude, and he's disputing the video. He wants another explanation.
No. I'm not disputing the video. I'm asking you to explain what the video is showing. I'm just saying.
How the tower works.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing liquid go up a funnel as something drops. What is this showing?
Oh, the tower works. Another experiment they did.
Yeah, what is it showing?
How the tower works.
Like, how many times do you have to say it?
Am I not saying that correctly? Am I having a stroke, you guys?
You might need to speak in like Chinese, or I'm not sure.
You're coming in loud and clear for me. I don't know what's happening.
So what are you
What does a tower
providing?
working mean?
What are you providing?
Can I point out he lost concepts of words now? He said, "What does a tower working mean?" So he doesn't know what any of those words mean. Somebody doesn't know what the sun means. Somebody doesn't know what the word move means. There was something else this morning. So this is some kind of syndrome going around. They no longer know what words mean.
What are you right? What is it showing evidence of? What is it showing evidence of? Because you linked it. I'm asking, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to substantiate a claim with? Like what is it trying to, what are you trying to show with it?
What this experiment does is suggest that different elements fall at different rates. Period.
Where is it in the video that it shows this?
You see the elements, right? All lined up in a little row, like little ducks in a row, right?
Just show where in the video it's showing this.
Dude, it's in the GIF, for God's sake, man. If you want to go in the video and see the whole thing where they
that's the Bremen drop tower.
I thought it was the Wardenclyffe, but yeah, basically the same idea.
No, but
the one in the GIF is the Wardenclyffe drop tower. And maybe there was a link of two different replications of the same thing.
So somebody provide the correct link then.
Yeah, I just want to double check here. Forgive me. Drop experiment. Or the Bremen. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, Bremen. That's fine. Yeah, the Swiss guy or something.
Yeah, the Bremen drop tower. What are you trying to show with it?
Yeah, so you see in the GIF, right? Because that's all I really refer to. Because the other one is just an extended version of that, but that's the main meat of the whole thing, right? You see each column, right? LIBEB, etc. Right? Those are the element symbols for each of them. Lithium, etc., etc. Now they're inside a capsule that has been vacuum sealed. There's a camera inside, right? And then they drop the fucking tower. Now you see some of the elements, they kind of rise independently at different rates and shit.
Yeah.
Right? That's indicative that they are falling slower than the other things.
Oh, I got one of those guys that thinks
this level of
Come on.
at the same rate. We got one.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What?
So this you guy, you think everything falls at the same rate?
Yes.
Yeah,
he already disproved it doesn't. He already disproved his own fucking idea and still wanted to go back to lead and wooden balls after he admitted that helium gas doesn't fall down with the balls, does it?
Yeah, T-Dub already debunked it with his balloon explanation, adding the balloon into the example with the two objects. Furthermore, at what point did he examine the globe claims like this? Does he examine the globe with this level of incredulity?
Right. Can I ask? Were the coins, as this kind of shown, or cylinders? Were they the exact same surface area?
Yes.
Excuse me, I already told you, dude. The surface area is negligible. Even if they're not the same, the main key here is that they have the same mass with the same weight, but they are of density, so they have different sizes. So naturally, of course, they're going to have different surface areas. But it doesn't matter because it's fucking it's vacuum sealed, so there's no air to push up against any larger surface from one to the other. I already explained this to you, dude. Think about it.
Yeah, you got to look at it. That's when the bell rings.
Do you have more information on the link?
I don't personally, but in the past, I've seen they published a paper alongside the video. I don't have it on hand, but maybe somebody else does.
Yeah, I would ask for the paper rather than a GIF.
Right. Well, the GIF is just a quick, a little quickie there, quick intro. The video is, part of their publication, so it is substantial. But the paper is certainly supported. So if anybody has that, that would be grand.
Do you question the globe in such a way? Your globe claims ever?
Yes.
Name something
Which
that
one?
you question.
Which one? How so?
Which globe claim do I question? I was questioning distance observations for a bit until I looked it up.
What'd you find?
That you can have quite extreme atmospheric effects.
Anything but level, right?
Well, no, you literally asked me, have I done research upon being curious about something or bringing something into doubt?
Yeah, I asked that question. And did you apply the level that you're applying to these topics? Like, did you ask for a paper on how refraction works, or does it apply to certain distances only? Did you do any of those things?
Well, yeah, I've looked at papers on refraction. I was looking in textbooks of the physics of light and how, like, you kind of have certain mirages.
You post that textbook so I can read it too.
So you're trying to figure out why you see too far, huh?
Sorry?
You're trying to give reason to why you see too far.
Was it me trying to give a reason? Or me looking for one?
Or you found apologetics? Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
You found
it. No, it wasn't apologetics. Any explanation could be considered apologetics.
So what was the explanation for that rate of those atmospheric, in your words, in quotes, conditions? What were the rates? What were the numbers for those?
What were the numbers?
Any possibility it was just direct line of sight?
Well, no, because then it's inconsistent with other observations.
Right. You've already made up your mind.
It's inconsistent. It's Roto.
Right.
It's
you dismiss it.
It's
I hear you.
Yeah, I tend to dismiss inconsistent things.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So what are the numbers that are absolutely empirical for your those atmospheric, your words, observations that prove, these long distance observations are invalid?
Sorry?
What are the numbers for the atmospheric conditions that you claim prove otherwise for the long distance observations, that they aren't long distance observations, that something's happening in the atmosphere and these conditions are happening? What are the numbers for those atmospheric conditions that you claim happen?
What, like the refractive index?
I'm gonna go ahead and charge you.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
The numbers.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
what
go ahead and
papers
charge
did
you.
you reference? Could you post for us so we can look into those numbers that were empirical for you that prove that those long distance observations aren't long distance observations, but atmospheric conditions?
Yeah, this wasn't something I looked up yesterday.
But you should. I mean, could you get those numbers for us or those papers that you used to reference?
Not right now, no.
Well, I wouldn't say that's a problem, Oliver. I got you. I got you covered. You see in the chat, there's 2 images I posted. These are screenshots I grabbed from the Walter Bislin's Advanced Curve Calculator. Okay. And I was trying to model the black swan that everyone talks about in the room. Do you see those 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in the first image, actually, check out the second image first, right? This is what we would what we would expect to see in the black swan. The 2 oil rigs, one is 9.41 miles away, the other one is 6 point something. Okay. In the second one, you see highlighted at the bottom, I put a refraction of 0. Right, so it's just an ideal case where there's no refraction. Earth curve would cut off about 44.68 feet from the bottom. You see that at the top. This is the top highlighted number, the purple one with the green little squiggle. Okay, and the second one in the middle somewhere, you see a target lift relative horizon 0 feet. There's no kind of apparent effect of creating, the thing to appearing looking higher or lower because there's no refraction. Follow so far?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So 1 foot observer height, target distance 9.41 miles. The size, I looked it up. I think this was Platform Habitat or Hill House, one of the 2. Further, the one that's more far away, right? Size of 98 feet from the bottom to the top. Right, surface of the water to the top of the thing. Now, in order to actually get the effect that we observe in the Black Swan video, right, we observe the thing completely flush, basically. Right, we see the bottom of the platform. Right, so it's as if to say, at least when it comes to modeling, that the platform itself was lifted by the complete amount of that was cut off, right? Such that it's flush, so there's no hidden height. So in order to actually create a target lift at the horizon of about 44.6 whatever feet it was, okay, you actually have to slide the refraction index to 0.989, which is almost basically 1, right? Now, it's not 1 exactly, right? Because 1 would actually create an infinite plane, technically speaking, because you have, you're dividing by 0 in the denominator or something and whatever. Anyways, it's not exactly 1, but sufficient enough, close to 1 than 0, right? And this calculator would qualify a refraction index of 0.989 as being extreme. So what I think it was Ranger who was asking you before, what are the numbers for something like this? Maybe not this specifically, but in general. What numbers, what combinations of temperature, air pressure, humidity, et cetera, actually yield something like this? And is this actually even feasible in something like the Black Swan in that area of the world?
Just to add a caveat to what you're talking about there, yeah, that second platform out there is 9.41 miles away. But more importantly, the horizon behind that oil rig would approximately be 10 miles. So, and actually, the observer height is less than 1 foot. We rounded up to 1 foot. It's actually 8 inches. So, you are seeing 10 mile out a horizon from 8 inches above the surface from the shoreline. You're seeing too far. You're seeing too far to be on the globe with the radius that you're given. You're seeing way too far.
Yeah, the horizon is a total, is complete other animal in this argument.
Right.
It's so much more difficult. Yeah, I love it. But so I'm trying to start easy, right? The platform's getting obvious. We have the measurements and shit like that. If we can sort that out, which I have yet to hear anybody actually do, then maybe one could actually get into the figures of the horizon and shit. But somehow I doubt that.
Yeah, Mick, 100%. That's exactly what I was asking, because if you were to imply that atmospheric or atmospheric conditions are the answer for all these long distance observations, you would be wrong based off of your explanation. So yeah, that's basically what I was getting at.
How would you be wrong?
Say again?
How would you be wrong?
Yeah, the atmospheric conditions you were alluding to for the explanation of these long distance observations is invalid. It doesn't apply to every single long distance observation.
Yeah, why would it?
Why would it? Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
you can show examples of mirages and refraction happening, but it doesn't happen in the way that we're presenting it to. For long distance observations, it doesn't bend a horizon horizontal straight right in front of you at eye level.
See,
why not?
In actuality, what you will see is this, what you see in this black swan example, consistently. So if you're looking for consistency, this is it. But it's going to take you wanting to see it, right? It's right in front of you. It's there to be seen. This phenomenon, zooming in, right? Increasing the aperture of the eye. And lo and behold, what happens is direct line of sight. This isn't just an observation. This is the way the entirety of the plane is measured and used. So in distance operations like flight, for example, or roads or tracks or pipes.
Or even further, when you apply like solar filters to the lenses, when you can see even further. Oliver, you know how you apply a solar filter to a lens and you can see even further and you block out the light? Where's your refraction then?
What?
The long distance observations, when you're increasing and you can see farther. Have you not seen those? Yeah, you've seen those. So you know how the light's blocking out, you're canceling out light and you can see further. Is refraction being applied then or not?
So you can see lower frequency EM waves further.
No, you can see further. You can see a horizon.
That's what I'm saying.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, guys. Go on the link.
Yes, guys. Yeah, there's no use talking long distance observations with this guy because his ultimate usage of it is a wild card chanting refraction.
So here we go. Filibustering when we're actually getting.
Ollie, you've been talking non-stop for 2 hours, you moron.
You guys have dominated all the conversation. I get in here and there before I'm interrupted.
That's because your arguments are weak.
So we're talking about lower frequency EM waves, aren't we?
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about your endless refraction chantings, bro. It's useless to talk to you. You throw it out like a wild card.
You're not even looking to understand what you're disputing.
Okay, well, let me ask you, how long have you been telling yourself that things you see in the distance aren't actually there? They're just a refracted image that you're seeing.
You'd measure that.
No, I'm asking you, how long have you been telling yourself this? Because I know damn well prior to the flat Earth conundrum, you never saw something in the distance and you said to yourself, "Well, it's not. That's actually not the thing I'm seeing. That's a refracted image of it." Because that thing I'm seeing is obviously over the ball, long gone.
What?
Huh?
Yeah. What's the numbers for that refraction you claim, and how do you apply it to every long distance observation? That was my question. You can't do that. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, because it's variable.
If you're looking at this with globe-colored glasses on, right?
It's like asking, what number do you use when you're measuring something? Like, what
If you're looking at this, if you're looking at this by giving the globe the benefit of the doubt, then you're just basically saying, I'm just going to say it's unfalsifiable. It's you're making it unfalsifiable.
It's not unfalsifiable.
Then what falsifies it then?
Well, Oliver, you've already said.
Again with interruptions. I can't even get a point out. You're looking at.
All right. Well, hold on, Oliver. Now, you already said that you are going to dismiss this information. You have already made your mind up. Now, haven't you?
Yes.
When I posed the simple question to you, what about these things actually being in direct line of sight? That's foreboding, isn't it?
This is what I mean. I'm still waiting for that link. So I can go away and investigate. Do what you guys always say: research. I'm waiting for that link.
If you knew how to research, you might be able to find it yourself.
Oh, you're going to be kidding yourself, is what I'm proposing to you. By your own admission, you are willingly kidding yourself, and you will do so by dismissing information because it's not consistent with, I guess, your academic herd. I'm assuming.
So when you put on that screenshot, Dr. Air Pressure. More information can be found on the website atomz.com. Right, go on atomz.com. Oh, right, here we go. There might be something here.
Wasn't the radius derived from an angle to a non-refracted horizon by Al-Biruni? So is it like refracted or not refracted? You guys' whole radius is derived from an angle supposing the horizon is not refracted.
Yeah, there are such things as clear days. Peak visibilities. Yeah. That's what we look for when we take
Al-Biruni did it on a zero refraction day?
He's not going to have a clue what you're talking about. Tell me, so we got to go to this website. Is that how you verify and falsify things? What do you do in reality? Like, what can I do when I go outside my fucking front door to falsify or verify the globe? I don't want to go to a fucking website.
So stop asking me for links to everything.
So tell me what I do. I'm outside my front door. What do I do now?
Well, for starters, T-Dub, you're going to have to wait until it gets light. And then you got to wait for a day with no refraction. And then he said just a minute ago, it's measured. What's measured? And how do you
see what happens when he doesn't have a keyboard in front of him? He's fucked.
Quiet.
I think he sounds like he's reading.
He sounds like he's reading.
You can hear the cogs turning, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to shut your retarded voices out while I look on this website. I'm going to have to come back.
That's not very nice. I haven't spoken
He's researching.
Good call.
Oh, rude. Getting pissed off.
Why
I need someone to tell me what to think. I'm looking up I'm looking up what to think.
Looking at you provided me with a link, dipshits. Do you want me to read it or not?
Hey,
Yeah, go on.
that's enough
Go
with
fucking do
the
your reading.
enough with the
Right.
insults.
So it turns out I'm doing something quite rational, aren't I? I'm actually
No,
reading.
you're reading a link that was sent to you by people you think are retarded.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A retard could tell me the sky is blue. It doesn't make them not a retard. They're right about that claim.
Okay,
You'd
so
probably
then,
argue,
yeah.
you'd probably argue about that though. Sorry, boss.
No, he's sharing his pain. It's fine. Hey, you've kind of did someone piss in your Wheaties about halfway through this call, Ollie? What's going on?
You want a cold beer, Ollie?
Sounds like you prefer a cup of tea.
No, Earl Grey.
Hot.
So is he just at the crash out phase? Like, there's nothing new coming from him at this point. He's just mad, or what's going on?
Researching.
Okay, just sounds like he's pissed off and not really able to come up with much else.
No,
he went
he
to the dark
included me
side.
in with retards, and I haven't even spoken to him yet.
Yeah,
Very
fuck
nice.
you. You guys are fucking retards.
I love it.
It's not exactly clear which. It's not exactly clear which one is his paper. If you go on the actual website, like if you guys have actually looked at this before, but it's not exactly clear which one is the paper.
Yeah, I'm actually. I'll second that. It's actually kind of hard to weed out there.
Yeah, exactly. And they're all just providing stupid background commentary while I'm actually trying to look at the source.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I respect that. I'm actually trying to find it myself, but I'm only finding papers on this, like the schematics of the tower. The tower itself. That one particularly, we had seen it in the past. You know that drop. Okay, so the drop.
Search the Internet Archive or whatever it's called and see if you can find it there.
Yeah, well, that would be easier if we knew the name. Right. So the drop tower experiment or test that we're talking about, where the various elements drop at different rates. In the past, every time someone had cited it, the video they would also post the link to the actual paper that they published alongside with it. Now that's what we're trying to look for.
There's a 1 hour video on YouTube with everything on it.
Do you have a link?
I'm driving at the moment, but it was posted the other day. What's the name of the professor? Did it?
Oh shit! In the video, does it say?
Because it came up with a really weird combination of words on YouTube. It took a while to find. Like a Russian name or something like that?
Yeah. No, nothing in the description.
German.
Of this video.
I think he's German, maybe. AI knows.
Is AI here? No.
I think he's rebooting.
I mean, if he wants proof that not everything falls at the same rate, all he has to do is go outside and look at a fucking cloud.
No, just like, can anybody else who's physics literate see how stupid what he just said is?
C-Dub, do you have a paper on those clouds? I need a paper on it.
I can't believe in clouds unless I get a paper about them.
So nobody else. Nobody else is concerned. Nobody else is concerned that he doesn't understand what a cloud is.
Wait 1 sec. Are you arguing that that gravity makes the Earth a sphere? Is that what you're doing?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
The gravity makes Earth a sphere. Yes, gravity is what's alleged to have formed the Earth. Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, can you prove that?
Can I prove that? Not to you right now, no.
No, not even right now. Like, could you ever prove that?
What?
Could you?
Yeah, what was the level of validation you put that claim through? How did you prove it to yourself?
Guys, if you try cutting your traps for 1 minute, so the thing I found on his website, because it just goes into.
You're so rude to me, man. I'm not rude to you.
It's Basic Approach in Physics and Astronomy, Physics of Elementary Processes by the guy who allegedly did this, right? And it's saying, hold on, wait, I'll just post.
What?
So it's showing this book, and it's saying there's links to all the chapters. If you try downloading them, I get nothing when I try to press the button download. If you go on the actual links below them, I get. Well, I'll just link the URL. It's easier if I just link the URL.
Yeah, I guess they were told to take it down, huh?
I'm more interested in this gravity causing spheres. Where do we see this?
Yeah, but I mean, believe whatever you want. I don't care. But
No, it's not believing. Like, because the only reason you would have brought up the drop tower is because you would have made a silly comment like, all things fall at the same time in a vacuum. And then someone would have said, we've got evidence that it doesn't. And then you'd have to agree to it. Well, that doesn't really matter. But the actual topic of the forum is the shape of the... Hang on, I haven't finished yet. The shape of the Earth. So that you would have to link gravity to the shape of the Earth somehow. Yeah? Hello?
I've got to be honest, like deadly serious. I never know what your guys' leading questions are even on about.
So you don't
just follow them. You have because
you
you're trying to.
You don't understand that I asked you a question. How does gravity make the Earth a sphere? And you're saying that I don't know. You don't understand my leading question. Amazing.
You Are Not Religious wants to prove gravity to you guys.
So, do you want me to ask it, rephrase it, or how does gravity make Earth a sphere?
Why bring up gravity at all?
How does gravity make? What you want an explanation? How does gravity make Earth a sphere?
I want a demonstration.
Well, I can't give you a demonstration, can I?
No.
So don't you have to have the mass to have the gravity?
No, he's got no empirical data for his claim.
So you got to have the mass to create gravity, but you're saying that gravity existed to get the mass pulled together.
Yeah.
Allegedly. It's kind of jacked up, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying about jacked up? Yeah.
Your reasoning, he's done.
Yep, destroyed.
Do you know what gravity is?
Fundamentally, no. No, I have no idea what gravity is. That is like a serious answer. I have no idea what gravity is.
I commend that.
Wait, hold on. Can I just say, for the record, anyone on Earth who says, I know exactly what gravity is lying to you anyway. And that is the view of the scientific community.
Well, what are you believing in then?
Nobody knows what... Sorry?
What are you believing in if you don't know what it is?
It's the phenomenon observed. We don't know what causes it.
Yeah,
What
like a direction.
What phenomenon? What might you be talking about?
It doesn't have a phenomena.
Gravity.
What phenomenon? Is gravity a phenomenon?
Yeah.
He doesn't have it. We explained this to him earlier with a fucking helium balloon.
I see. So you're talking about objects going up or down, specifically, correct?
Sorry?
You're referring to objects going up or down, specifically, correct? When you say you observe gravity, that's what you actually mean, right? Objects going up or down. How much do you recognize what you call gravity?
Yeah, you're just calling the phenomenon.
What's the phenomenon?
Gravity.
Objects. So objects.
Gravity.
Phenomenon.
You don't say gravity is the phenomena. You point to, like Newton did, the apple goes down. It fell from the tree.
Yeah,
down.
due to gravity.
Yeah. So we see the phenomena, but you keep just saying gravity.
Yeah, because it's gravity.
No, the phenomena is the apples falling from the tree. That's the phenomena, the dependent variable, where you don't know that you just said what the cause is of the dependent variable of the apple falling from the tree.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sure Cheetah probably.
No. So the descriptor for that force is gravity. Okay, thanks. We've finally got the
Don't
paper.
beg the question. Do not beg the question.
It's not begging the question.
Yes, you are. Don't say force then. Don't say force then.
Shut the fuck up. I can say whatever I want.
No, you're not begging the question.
What?
Oh.
Okay, let's put it.
Mother like that.
Let's put it like this. You claim there's a force that pulls things down. That's gravity. Okay. Now we can just make a counterclaim. There's a force that pushes things down. Who's true?
There's a force. Wait. So go through them two scenarios again.
You claim that there's a force pulling. I can make the claim that there's a force pushing. Who's correct?
Well, relatively speaking, would both be right.
So how do we not beg the question and affirm the consequent that it's just one thing and not the other? What do we need to do?
Because relatively speaking, would both be right.
I'm asking you what we need to do to prove one or the other. What do we need to do?
It could be neither, just one or the other, because we're just talking in colloquial terms.
Yeah, okay, but you claim that it's this one. How do you prove that it's this one? Because I can make a counterclaim.
Your counterclaim isn't mutually exclusive, you fucking idiot.
No,
it's a low standard.
Hold on.
That's a low standard if you don't think it's worth knowing one from the other.
Excuse me. I'm asking you to build a scientific hypothesis.
And I'm asking you not to be a fucking idiot. So,
Oliver, please.
You could.
There's literally no way to. You don't need to insult me. I'm asking you to prove your fucking claim by using the scientific method. That's what I'm asking you to do.
The push and pull, like, these are just things we can ascribe to any force.
Shit.
Yeah, so
That's why he's asking you.
It's relative. It's inconsequential.
Oh shit!
So it's not. So it's not one or the other. You fucking gormless twat.
Hey, Jedi.
He descended into nothing but insults. What's wrong with him?
Has this fucking idiot ever tried using a door?
Yeah, exactly.
Pull or push inconsequential there, you retard.
Right. And what? Yeah. And what is the door having done on it?
Is it being pulled or pushed? You know, you're the kind of idiot that stand outside a shop going, ooh, pulling the door, and then somebody, little lady walks past you, pushes it, gently glides in.
Yep, that's me.
I'm just
Yeah, and
asking
you
you
see
which.
that you see
Which
that
one is
you're
it?
the only one insulting people as well. So just chill out because
No,
you've got nowhere to go. So you
no,
don't
because
need to insult people. Just answer the questions and be simple, right?
no, because I'm talking with a bunch of retards. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but you're the only retard in the room at the moment. So
Yeah, well, a group of retards is going to call the one non-retard in the room a retard, aren't they?
Well, then the one retard do the same thing the other way around.
Oliver,
Yeah.
you've been
it's all
Yeah.
relative. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go and read this paper anyway.
Can you read? I mean,
Well,
Oliver, you've been like getting like full on gangbang the entire time I was here. How can you say? How can you call us retards?
You say
everything
this.
that you said,
But you're
everything
gonna
that
say
you
this.
said,
Say this to every Glober.
everything that you've been bringing up has been being addressed.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No.
He said nuh-uh. He said nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, go clean up there and maybe come back.
Go and read. Go on. Off you go.
Unless you want a little one-on-one with Jedi.
Yes.
I'd have a moderated debate if you wanted to in the future.
Okay. I'll be moderator now. Go ahead.
No, I'm not having a debate moderated by another flat Earth retard.
How do you know I'm a flat earther?
It's okay, buddy. I get muted.
Here comes flat earther names, call people names, and spiral out, and come back in a few days, and that's all cool.
I don't. Hold on. I don't just.
No. You said something. I need to reply to it. How do you know I'm a flat earther?
You're in a flat Earth server arguing against me.
How are
You're a
you,
flat
you
earther.
idiot?
Sorry.
I guess that means you're a flat earther too, huh, Oliver? You're in a flat Earth server, idiot.
Well, that's nonsense logic, isn't it?
Okay, Oliver, what point do you need ironed out and let Jedi have a one-on-one and we'll all sit and listen? As long as you can behave yourself, you just moderate yourself. Be a gentleman.
Yeah, we don't need a moderator. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jedi will walk you through. No problem.
All right, everyone mute up.
Oliver, do you understand why I gave you the scenario of making an alternate claim?
Get closer to your computer or something.
You robot in just a little bit, Joe.
All right, no worries. I'll be back.
Try and keep it together, Oliver.
Do you have to keep on insulting people because you're backed into a corner? Is that why you do it? That's what it sounds like.
No,
It sounds like, oh shit, I got no answer for this. Let's call them fucking retards.
You wait for a response and then you just interrupt. But this is it's childish anyway. But I give ad hocs to people I have no respect for in an argument.
Okay, all right, that's fine. At least we know where we stand, because I just jumped into this 20 minutes ago. So apparently the guy's been talking to you for a couple of hours, and you're still at this stage after a couple of hours. That would say to me that you have no intention of listening to anything we're saying.
Well, hold on. The fucking phone. I'm literally reading one of the papers you sent, but this isn't going to be
read and talk at the same time.
Shut the fuck up. This isn't going to be a 30-minute read. I'm going to need to go through this, so I'll go through it. I'll come back if I ever.
Do you speak to people like that on the street, or you run the risk of getting your head kicked in? If you're on the street.
No, I treat Okay, so again, asking these rhetorical questions.
So just be respectful, like you said. Yeah, even though you don't respect us, you can be respectful in your speech. You don't need to fucking go off talking about the topic.
Timbo.
Hey, I haven't finished yet. So we're talking about the topic. You don't need to go off and start fucking speaking like an idiot. All right? Just stick to the topic, and that's it.
You literally inject an insult right in there and then say, oh, well, you can be respectful, you idiot.
All right, well, Jedi's back. Just listen to what he has to say before you leave and read your papers. Jedi's back. You can talk to him for a little bit
I
before
said
you leave.
I said like an idiot. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
call you an
Oh,
idiot.
I didn't say an idiot. I said like an idiot.
Yeah. It's different, isn't it? All right.
Stop
See you
thinking
later.
like this. Go and read your paper.
I'm gonna go read this paper anyway, and I'll come back when I've fully absorbed it.
Thank you. Come again.
Yeah, and for the record, I think the paper he's talking about is the Bremen drop tower test paper thing.
Bremen. That's it.
Yeah.
There was an obscure Google search, YouTube search name for it, but I ended up finding it.
Oh, you too, eh? Yeah. It took me a minute, but I think Oliver and I were both scrambling for it. I got it. I posted it in the chat. If anyone wants to refresh on it.
Okay, you are not religious. You're up. You're just spiraling away in chat. Go ahead, take it away.
If they're not going to talk, I'm going to talk.
Mental gymnastics that some of the newcomers do.
Your mic's shit, man.
Oh, sorry.
That's how you should be.
Like, what's the argument for the Bremen drop tower anyway, though? Like, what are they arguing against it? Like,
All things fall at the same rate in the Bremen drop tower. Not everything falls at the same rate.
yeah, but what's that? Like, and then what are they arguing after that?
Oh, because, gravity makes the world go round. And it's a ball and blah, blah, blah.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Oh.
How you doing?
Good, yourself?
I'm doing really great, and I'm here to debate.
Okay. What do you want to debate about? Reality?
No, we're gonna debate about flat Earth.
Why?
Yeah, that's reality.
Why?
Go ahead.
Flat Earther, then?
Go ahead. What? Like opening statement?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. State your claim.
Go ahead.
Why are you debating flat Earth?
Go on.
It was great. We got a real debater in the room finally.
Debater. I'm a debater. I'm a fighter, not a quitter.
Go ahead, make your claim.
Yes.
Oh, dude, call me tomorrow, not today.
He's a fire
First claim.
starter.
Okay, tomorrow. What's your claim?
Tomorrow. Call me tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
You're the
Not
only one
today.
with an accent in here at the moment, mate. So.
Okay, but not today. Don't call me today. I'm busy.
Did he come in here broken or did he have a claim?
I don't know. He said he came in for a debate and then
Shut your
started
bitch ass
debating
up.
about
Shut
today
your
and
black
tomorrow.
ass up. Dumbass.
All right, get the fuck out of here, you moron.
You're no Giga Chad.
I'm a hyper giga chat. That's true. Not just giga chat.
Okay, now you're just showing us you're 15 years old. So fuck off.
Fuck you, kangaroos.
Yeah, I like them too. I love kangaroos.
Oh, fuck your kangaroos, then.
You probably will.
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy's a great debater.
Always a degenerate, huh?
It's a really
That
well
was like
put
that
together
guy
argument he
last night.
presented.
Kept on talking about cock and balls. This guy wants to fuck kangaroos. Bunch of weirdos. I want to debate. I want to fuck kangaroos.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
That was my summary.
Just out of curiosity, for any Australian, Could you do it from behind? It's not like a sheep, is it? Would you
I
have
don't
to
know.
go
That's a
at your
pretty.
pace?
Yeah, it's a pretty big tail, man. Like
That's what I'm thinking. It's getting in the way, isn't it?
I suggest
Yeah.
consent.
Their arms are shorter at the front, so you can lift the tail up higher. It's fine.
On a more serious,
actually-
I've been
I don't
listening
even
for a
know
bit.
how they mate. Actually, I've never seen it before. So
You've never watched kangaroos?
I think the big male pins them down on the ground or something.
Yeah.
Sounds rapey.
Yes,
Gotta catch up on your David Attenborough, bro.
I know.
On a
Let's
more
just say
serious
she
note,
doesn't run away.
just is this the level
Yes,
of
we need a
what's
pompous
being brought
Brit
here?
to tell us about our own fauna, right?
As always.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, Brit. I didn't. No Brit told you about. I asked how kangaroos mate. You Aussies went. Oh, I don't know, mate. I've never seen one of the little buggers doing it.
Yeah, we're not perverts, mate.
Yeah. I don't go watching the roos doing rooting.
Kangarooting.
Here we go.
I think
How
I
you
was
doing,
a
Adam?
serious question, if I could.
Yeah.
Is this
What?
the level of rebuttal that is here? I've only, I don't join a lot. I heard a guy that wouldn't know what to do when he encountered a push-pull door because he'd say, well, push-pull is equivalent.
Oh, that was one of the better ones. He's probably like one of the top tier glowers that we've had.
He's researching that now.
Fantastic. The only other thing I could say is your level of patience is exemplary, gentlemen and ladies who didn't pipe up, but yeah, outstanding. It's
Yeah, you got to like water off a duck's back in here, mate.
It's good to see you, though, Adam.
that starts to be it. Bit of free time.
You should be here more often.
Agreed.
Do wander about and listen when I get 5 minutes, but
Yeah. No, it's good stuff.
I'm writing a book. I'm writing a book right now.
You've been writing a book for fucking ages. It's always coming out according to QE. When's it coming out, man?
No.
There's going to be no printers when that comes out.
It's supposed to be up before my birthday. You've got 3 months.
We never put that time limit on it.
Flat by then. They'll be having it all over the. You'll be buying flat Earth T-shirts before that book comes out.
Yeah. It stopped being a reminiscence and became something that might be useful to you as a reference tool to quickly cite stuff. That's kind of why the effort's going in. You know what I mean? It's not
How to
it's not-
structure it.
Now, how to make sure every argument is nailed down. A little bit like when you listen to Jedi, yeah, where arguments are nailed down because somebody's got it, and there are a number of us that can do that off the cuff. Putting it into a book is really hard, honestly. But hopefully that's what it's there for. Because I keep saying to the guys, remember, we want the guy to read this chapter so he can recite it in the pub and destroy everybody. A bit like here. It's kind of listening to these is trying to get each topic that they'll try to put to you succinctly whilst keeping it a flat earth book.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Are you trying to
yes.
keep it in language that everyone understands? You know, even if they're not in the topic.
It's fine.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Not only that, but also have to educate people.
Just try not to make. I know it's hard not to. But
I think it's hot.
how about you have one of your cheese sticks instead? Is that good?
I want a cheesesteak.
Can someone reach him? I'm driving.
Everybody wants a cheesesteak. Who is it?
I think it's hot.
Oh, he's muted now. Someone got him.
Thanks, mate.
Mozzarella sticks are delicious.
That's a little cheese
Thanks,
stick.
now I'm gonna go make fucking mozzarella sticks. And I didn't plan on eating them tonight. No, I'm gonna go make them.
Getting paid on sharing them, sounds like. But yeah, Adam, man, I think that making it in the reference format kind of gives it a timeless aspect to where, you know, it won't just be a kind of a fad thing, that it can be interesting 10 years from now kind of thing.
That's kind of what we're hoping for. But it obviously it's Nathan's book, yeah, and the journey is his. What we're trying to do is kind of pad it with stuff that's citable, references that kind of proves the arguments that we've all encountered over these 10 years. Hence why, like, even though we don't know what the title of the book is from one week to the next, yeah, the kind of the core of it is those housekeeping questions. Not that those housekeeping questions are what proves flat Earth, which why the last chapters kind of get address that, but it's kind of the journey we've been on, and the kind of crap that I've listened to tonight, the kind of nonsense, non-substantiable religious rhetoric that Ballers put at you. So he's kind of trying to deal with that, but then how to deal with it with citation. As opposed to, yeah, I tell you, well, every point that you try to make, we're trying to give citation as proper rebuttal.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Everything you claim you can back up right away.
Yeah.
Or everything that's a counterclaim, I suppose. Yeah.
It's kind of like the additional information section in the 24/7 server. Like we were talking about gravity earlier, right? There's plenty of citations in there that show that gravity isn't a force. So there's about, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, 7 citations. I can imagine that's kind of going to be the type of thing that's going to be in the book. Going to talk about this. Well, these are what the experts say, this, that, and the other from this university or from this lecturer says this point, saying that this isn't actually the case or something like that.
And just in case everyone didn't know, you can go to QE's website and grab anything you need from there as well. And it's easy to learn and easy to grab the citations and the argument as well. In case anyone didn't know.
You want a sneaky bit? This is what we did the other night. I'll give you.
Yeah, I want a sneaky bit.
And this is the point. Within these 2 paragraphs, there are 2 citations. Okay, so the king and queen of natural science are experiment and hypothesis. To dismantle the globe narrative, we must first bow to the king of the scientific method, experiment. Yale physicist Ramanujan Shankar puts it bluntly. And this is citation 1 from Gerard Professor of Physics of Yale on the wave theory of light, the 22-second mark, web link to the YouTube video. The only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. Experiment is the ultimate arbiter of truth in natural science, the crucible where hypotheses are tested and either forged into knowledge or shattered into dust. Citation from Luer's Computational Chemistry, Introduction to the Theory of Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, 3rd edition, 2016. The final arbiter of truth is science. In science is experiment. The experiments don't spring from the void. They demand the queen of the scientific method, the scientific hypothesis. Precise prediction about how an independent variable, the cause, affects a dependent variable, the effect. Caltech physicist Sean Carroll argues, hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in potential outmoded visions of science. They are the whole point.
Fucking point.
Did you guys read that link for the study you posted?
Well, here we go.
Yeah, we've gone. This is why it's taking so long. Yeah.
Did you read it?
He's talking
All of
about
it
what you
from top to
Adam.
bottom, or use
Adam.
it as a citation.
He's talking about the paper he's gone and read. He thinks he's that important he can just jump into a conversation and thinks everybody knows what we're talking about.
Oh, sorry, we weren't talking about the thing we weren't talking about. We were talking about. I
the
forget the
Bremen
rules.
drop tower. Yeah, that's it. Bremen drop tower. That's what his paper is looking at.
The paper you gave me, Zaz's drop experiment, a potential support for the weak equivalence principle, right? The abstract, it doesn't even say abstract, but I'm not sure. The paper seems more like a criticism. This article reviews a free-fall experiment performed by Dr. Julia Imre Zaza in 2004 using the SARM drop tower in Bremen, Germany. Dr. Zaza has always tenaciously maintained that the results of the experiment provide evidence of the groundlessness of the weak equivalence principle. This article presents an analysis of the available data which shows that, contrary to what Dr. Zaz claims, the experiment he performed is actually one that supports the weak equivalence principle.
Okay, how?
This is the paper you provided.
Hey, how? How does it support it?
Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the link?
No. How? Okay, so you're going off. You're reading a summary.
You explain it to me like I'm 5.
All right. You read a summary, right? That supports what you think, right? So how does that drop tower support what you think?
Right. So I'm just reading this.
I know that, but how does it support what you think? You can't just read. It's like reading the heading of an article, and it says something, and then you read the article, and it doesn't say anything about the heading of the article.
That's literally what you guys did. You send me something with criticism.
Okay, so how does it support what you believe? Go ahead.
How does it support what I believe?
Yes.
So the experiment inside I'm going through it. It says, inside the aluminium capsule there is a plastic container which creates 7 vertical ducts, each of which sample of lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminium, lead is placed at the bottom respectively. Behind the container there is a graduated background which allows to detect, albeit roughly, the position relative to the capsule during the fall, up to an elevation of 35 centimeters. It's equipped with a camera. Unfortunately,
the definition support your argument.
Right. So I'll just skip to that bit then, since you wanted me to read it like a bedtime story to a 3-year-old. Watching the video.
I'm just asking you how it supports your argument.
Yeah. Watching the video from the beginning.
And giggling, right?
Watching the video from the beginning, since the recording starts a few seconds before the release of the capsule, we realize the moment of release. This can be seen from a slight movement of the video camera with respect to the capsule, and is most likely due to the elastic return of the materials previously stressed by the tensions generated by the weight, which after release disappear. This phenomenon has been the subject of discussion and the reason for doubts on the validity of the conclusions reached by Zaz, because it is believed that these deformations have exerted an impulse at the time of the release on some samples, in particular the lithium and lead ones, which has impressed them an initial velocity relative to the capsule upward directed that would explain their movement during the fall, to the detriment of Zaz's explanation of the weak equivalence principle violation. As we see from the following paragraph, this phenomenon explains the relative movement of the lithium and lead samples, but not of the carbon one. A first qualitative description of the experiment highlights the following. Number 1, the samples that move are only 3. Lithium, carbon, and lead. Number 2, immediately after release, the lithium and lead samples begin to move upwards. Sorry, that was number 2. Number 3, the carbon begins to show a slight movement tilting around frame 436, corresponding to the instant 1.16 seconds from launch. During the fall, the lithium sample also had a rotational motion and a slow drift to the left, which led it to impact against the wall of the duct. Shortly before the crash, the lithium and lead samples reached an elevation of about 9 centimeters, the carbon one just over 2. The free fall time...
sounds like a null result then, yeah? Would you agree with that?
But it's... Well, the going through problems with the experiment.
Yeah, I know. So you go, okay, you don't need to keep reading. Would you call it a null result?
I'm not sure.
No...
I didn't do the experiment. I can't. I can't call it.
Just listen. If they're discovering problems with it, then you'd throw that out, wouldn't you?
I don't. This is the thing. I give people.
If you discovered problems with your experiment, would you throw it out or not?
If you know their problems, yes.
Yes or no answer, dude. Yes. Yes, you would. Okay, let's throw it out. Okay? So, because it's a silly argument. You're arguing that everything falls at the same rate in a vacuum. All right? And then someone will say, oh, okay, no, it doesn't. All right? So we've got no results so far. So what does this make a difference to the Earth being a globe or the Earth being flat?
Right. My
don't have a result.
My problem was with people in here saying that the equivalence principle doesn't apply.
Okay, so you're arguing with people and not information.
That was what was in dispute.
People are in dispute. What?
The arguments were in dispute. Why do you phrase things such a weird way? The arguments were in dispute.
Yes. So does that make a claim to the shape of the Earth?
It debunks the claim that the weak equivalence principle didn't apply.
It doesn't. It just throw it out. You just throw it out.
Yes.
Oliver, at best, all it does is pose questions about it and critiques some of its legitimacy. It doesn't completely.
Read the paper. They say this.
It's suggestive at best, dude.
Okay, do you want me to just skip to the conclusions bit because it's really short? On the basis of what has been examined so far, the following conclusions can be drawn, albeit provisional. Number 1, and there's only 2 points on this. Number 1, the experimental data, it says do not, but I'm going to correct that to does not, provide evidence of different accelerations between capsule and samples. Number 2, although the error of the calculated displacement compared to the experimental one is only 2.6 centimeters, which is very small in percentage terms compared to a fall of about 110 meters, we consider the error to be very significant because it indicates that the estimated values for the Hemi charge to mass ratios in our theory could be incorrect. In particular, the relationship between that of the neutron and of the hydrogen atom would need to be reviewed. Apart from these considerations, the question remains problematic and needs further study. Also, because the quoted values of the Hemi charge to mass ratios lead to good predictions of the G values measured in the experiments, there is evidently still a lot to think about. That's the conclusion.
Right. So it's suggestive that this thing might have some error in it. Great.
But you when you're talking like mass to charge ratios, this is beyond my level of physics, and I can guarantee I know more physics than you guys.
Oh, you think? Eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you.
But I'm not I'm not at that level of like particle physics that I could start doing some critique of like mass to charge ratios. Yeah, I don't know that shit. So that's what I'm saying. When you guys bring something and suddenly we have to start deep delving into physics,
That's the
can
whole
we?
point.
Can we? Yeah, but can we just admit that maybe we might need a bit more backing in terms of our knowledge of theory to properly discuss what's going on with light?
As
what's
long
going
as
on
you
with...
do for your beliefs, as long as you do for your beliefs, then yeah, we will.
Making claims about light and the flat Earth.
Just on that, I've been listening. I understand it's
Closer to Mike.
we're talking about. So, just as I'm not sure the gent that's here that's raising this, but does this then have implications on ethical end times, G? If we were to accept a WESP, a WEP, a weak equivalence principle. If we accept if we're accepting that, does that not have knock-on effects if we apply that to local level Newtonian mechanics?
Not if it agrees with experiment. That's what you're always saying. If it agrees with
but none of that agrees with experiment. There's nothing experimental that can be used to demonstrate these principles, can they? Because these are principles to mitigate for a theory that isn't a real scientific theory. It's just an idea. These are principles that explain why we don't see the thing we should see, aren't they?
If it agrees with experiment, it's not just an idea.
So if we take weak equivalence principle and strong equivalence principle, the two aren't real, are they? They're apologetics for a reason why a theory doesn't work.
Then everything is apologetics because it's just people coming up with shit to describe things.
Fine. Yeah, I can move forward on that principle if we agree on that. But yes, so we agree that WEP and SEP are basically apologetics for a broken principle. Yeah.
A broken? No, it's not a broken principle. It works. It's not a broken. It's a broken theory. It works.
It's not broken. It works if you let me introduce my principle.
Apologetic. So if we go to strong EP, then we're going into bending space-time, aren't we? But whatever it is, it requires apologetics because it doesn't quite work right. So if we view it from this way, we can say it's this. Or view it from this way, we can say, we have to bend it this way for this apologetics. That's the reality of what we're saying here.
No, it's just what agrees with. It's what agrees with experiment.
Let me come back to your interruption. What we're not dealing with is experiment. Yeah? Are we? We're not there. And you brought that in, and I thank you for doing so. That is the whole point. So all of what we're discussing is conjecture at best. It's theoretical physics. Yeah? I may have indicted it, calling it apologetic.
Conjecture.
And my apology for doing so, but it is fundamentally theoretical, isn't it, in its nature? But if we're going to talk about reality, you brought it up. What experiments have we got that can support these things? That's where we should move forward from here, after we've outlined what definitions mean or don't mean in reality. What experiments have we got, dude?
Gravity, you've got loads of experiments. I mean, the most basic is the Cavendish experiment.
Brilliant. Take me through it. What is the independent and the dependent variables in this experiment?
The dependent variable is the change in arc. In modern days, done with a laser, but back in the days of Cavendish, it was done with the tension, like the torsional displacement of like a string hanging on masses. Is that
the independent or dependent?
Oh, that's word salad.
That's the dependent. That's the thing you're measuring. The independent variable in the experiment would be the masses you're controlling for and the distance between them. You can have multiple independent variables when you set up an experiment because you can be controlling for lots of things.
That wouldn't be science. No, they're called control variables. And yes, if you're going to set up an experiment, if you're intelligent enough and you've developed your knowledge sufficiently to recognize that there are certain things that are going to skew your empiricism, and you identify them, you put the subtitle of them as control variables. Yeah, you're going to want to control them because they're going to interfere with the results of the thing that you're trying to show will affect a change. The thing you're going to manipulate to show a cause and effect relationship. So you are, if there are other things that you think, oh, well, this will change it as well. Well, you're going to want to keep them the same, aren't you? Obviously, yeah. That's science.
Well, it'd be the masses.
We're in agreement.
Yeah, but again, the thing would be the masses. Yeah, you're right. The control variable would be like the thing, kind of how you set it up, and it's things you're keeping the same, basically. Whereas
you're lost. So help me here. What's the observed phenomena? Because I know we've jumped ahead to controlling stuff, but what's the thing in nature that we've observed that we're going to now manipulate to see whether we can elucidate the same effect? So what's the thing we've observed again?
The thing you observe is that in terms of the better modern experiment, it's the laser moving position.
In nature. What's the thing in nature that I'm going to test the cause and effect relationship of? What have I seen in nature that I'm going to test scientifically?
It's the idea. The hypothesis is mass attracts mass, and the Cavendish experiment is testing that principle.
Slow down. We've got to hypothesis, but what do we need? Hypothesis is lovely, isn't it?
Also, you mix up independent and control variable.
Brother, we're on the same page. Chewy beans. Brilliant. We're at hypothesis. I think that's a little premature. Now, before hypothesis, surely we must observe something that we want to say, ooh, now, what's the cause of that? So what are we looking at that we're going to say, what's the cause of that? That we're going to formulate a hypothesis, the Queen, as I think I mentioned earlier, yeah, before taking it to the King experiment. So what have we seen that we're going to then formulate a hypothesis about?
Things falling, things orbiting.
So if things falling, brilliant. All things fall.
You can't say things orbiting. You've never seen that happening. It's only things falling.
I've never seen that happening.
No, you haven't. So let's just go with things falling.
It always just boils down to telling me like my eyes are telling me a bunch of bollocks. My eyes are feeding me the globe Earth agenda.
When the hell have you seen an orbit?
Just answer Adam's question.
Orbit. I agree with you, Oliver, that I've seen things fall. Okay.
Is the moon falling?
Oh, that was his question. Do all things?
So no, it's not all things are falling. Things are also orbiting. And there's no point telling me my eyes are what's seeing bullshit.
No, you don't need to say that.
You made the statement that all things fall, and I said, do all things fall? Now, you invoked orbits, a strange heliocentric non sequitur in this argument. I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to work through it. So we can maybe, once we've got an observed natural phenomena, yeah, we can get to hypothesis. I'm not attacking you. Let's just work through it, Oliver. Yeah. So, what's the thing that you've still? I want to know the cause of that. Are you Newton? And have you seen an apple fall from a tree? Is that what you want to investigate.
You've even admitted in this channel that Newton didn't base it on like an apple dropping on his head.
I didn't say that. I asked you. I tried to give you a weak analogy. It wasn't a gotcha.
It's the observation of orbits and things on our Earth. Just for some reason, I jump up in the sky and I don't just keep going at that velocity. I fall back down. There's something pulling me down or pushing, whatever. Use your relative terms. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Perfect. So if I jump up, then I come back down. That's your observed natural phenomena.
Yeah.
What do you think the cause of you jumping up and coming back down is?
That was why the theory. Well, Newton just gave it as like laws. Newton didn't know why it happens. He just said mass seems to attract mass. That was the totality of his explanation, and that's pretty simple. Mass seems to attract mass.
That's his supposition.
It was Einstein that
Is that
came
his
forward.
conclusion or the supposition? Well, the reason this might be happening is because maybe mass attracts mass. Maybe.
That's what we're observing.
Yeah, so why don't you start asking question? You've already said it. Cavendish, mass attracts mass. Why did you have to bloviate so much?
Okay, fine. Let's say we don't know if mass attracts mass, but we put forward the hypothesis, right? We think mass attracts mass, but let's prove it. Let's eliminate the chance of anything.
Can we? I'm going to give you something, but I was just jumping up and down on the ground. Now, you're saying to me that the reason I returned to the ground is not because there's nothing in between after I use my muscles and jump up in the air, but because mass attracts mass. And so the observed natural phenomena is me returning to the ground after I've jumped up from the ground, leaving the ground. And the cause is you're suggesting that we're going to put into hypothesis and then, fingers crossed, take to experiment, is because mass attracts mass. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Right. So the Cavendish experiment, and obviously I think we get far better results in the modern era because we're far better at creating instruments than Cavendish was in the 18th century or whenever it was. But we set up the experiment.
No, dude. If you're going to rubbish what you're going to say, cite an experiment that's better today that will make your case better, surely. I'm on your side, bro. Come on.
Yeah. And you've literally you've got videos of the Cavendish experiment online. Quite a few people have replicated this experiment. Because it's such a famous one. Every result pops out the same value.
Just to pause there. So now, whilst not there directly in Dr. John Dee's garage, me, Sleeping Warrior, Dr. John Dee, and his other friend from the university did a lot of work on this, replicating it as best we could with ultimate shielding, stuff that Hillbilly Blue Balls and the likes with their wooden stuff never did. So when you make the statement that everything gives the same results, would you stand by that, given that I could lead you to stuff that would demonstrate that it doesn't?
If you can give me a source.
Dr. John Dee website. Yeah, go there now. Watch the whole Cavendish replication attempts at much as you requested, at much higher levels of empiricism than that Cavendish with his two balls in a shed would have produced in the 1700s. Yes, so go there.
Wait, Dr. John Dee with a H.
A D with a D. Not doing
No, 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 no. John with a H or just Jon.
Let me see if I can just grab it for you, and I'll put it in the text so you've got his website. It'll take me a minute, obviously. Right. I assume that's a moot point. You requesting some additional source, which will obviously destroy your point. But
by the way,
move on.
Well, there's an old historical figure, John Dee, but I don't think that's the guy you're talking about.
There's a friend of mine, and when I pointed that out to him, I said, "Do you know who you're on about? You're talking about the famous Squire from Elizabethan days?" And he said, "No." I don't know why he didn't, but it's still funny that he does use it. But he's a fantastic empirical person that takes observation and puts it back at you ballers.
Why? I don't.
Anyone in chat that could help me that could just quickly post
One thing I don't understand with this, even though obviously I'll investigate it, I'll look into it, like, see what they have to show. Like, I never try to ignore this counter evidence. But do you never find it like a bit kind of silly that you dismiss every experiment done by the general scientific community that leads to one result, but then you find this one person. You find this one person.
This is the best thing, Oliver. Oliver, this is the best thing. So I'm a pharmacist, and I actually quit A-level physics at the end of the first year and replaced it with psychology. Now, part of the frustration was this kind of crap that once I went from GCSE physics, which I did very well at, and I did GCSE chemistry and A-level chemistry, stayed with that, and maths. When I did the physics, I got very frustrated. First of all, it went into electronics, but we did this pseudo experiment, and it sticks with
pseudo experiment?
When I was 17. So the Cavendish, mate. So it's part of the A-level curriculum that for you to try and attempt to replicate this with, it's fast. So we're there in the lab, a young 17-year-old, the Adam Meakin. He's there he is, trying to do this, and no one's doing it. Everyone's getting pissed off. Now, before this lab, we've done the drop a ball experiment, dropping ball bearings and timing them so you can work out the rate of gravity. And I remember saying to the teacher, "This one's crap. I can't get anything, nothing. It's even going the wrong way." He says, "Yeah, don't worry about it, lad." No one ever does this one. Right. I could then cite you to Nottingham University, where they will show you...
What?
They will show you... No,
is this just personal? Is this going the wrong? What do you mean a drop experiment?
That was you just trying to use a bullshit disclaimer that people haven't never done this. I've just tried to say to you, I actually, with regards to the Cavendish, have done this at A-level. Okay, been there, seen it, done it. When I went to the teacher, and like the rest of the class, this thing doesn't work. It's not a cause. It's not an experiment. Yeah, it's a parlor trick that sometimes may give you the result you're looking for, but 99 times out of 100 it doesn't, which is contrary to where this conversation started. You claiming that at every point it yields the same results. Do you remember your claim at the beginning of this bit?
Yes. Literally.
So do you now think that your claim is true or false?
Yes.
Yes, it's false.
Oliver.
Yes, it's false, or yes, it's true?
It's true.
Adam. Dude.
Dude, what?
Yes, it's false.
How could it be true if you were just complaining about finding examples?
No.
Yeah,
yes,
even lovely.
Fine. Yes, it's false. It's fine. So, yes, it's false. Right, brilliant. So we're now at the point that this experiment doesn't yield the same results each time. Let's carry on with you citing it for validation of mass attracting mass.
You what? So you're claiming we did it in how? Okay. How did you do it? How did
I'm
you
not
do it? Go
claiming
on.
anything. You came
How
here
did you?
and you
How
said
did you
Cavendish
in high
proved
school?
mass
In
attracts mass. And by making that statement, you then said that all results of this experiment yield the same results. I then gave you personal testimony, and I can show you lots of things where it doesn't. Okay. Now, so we
how
got
did you?
to the point where I think you've accepted that this experiment doesn't yield the same results each time, and you're going to now conclude as to why you're using it as a citation for why mass attracts mass. Am I wrong here? Or am I? Is it me that's not keeping up with the debate?
Adam, what did you do? How did you set up the experiment in high school?
No, right, dude. Do you need a third recap on the conversation?
How did you set?
As opposed to you allowing me to take you back to 1990-ish, right, at High Pavement College in Bestwood, Nottingham, whilst they're talking about the lab experiment, yeah? What are you on about? Like, right, I said, prior to that, that was my personal statement on actually having been asked to do it in A-level physics. Now, prior to that, I cited Dr. John Dee's stuff, which is actual university grade replication of this stuff, which doesn't give you the same results as you say you get every time you do this experiment. So I'm bringing you back to the point because you've got a bit of Alzheimer's, and I'm working with that because I do deal with elderly and handicapped. So
you're not even describing. You've given no description of how you did this experiment, but you seemingly have vivid memories.
You see where you've got lost. You've got lost in me doing it when I was 17 years old, as opposed to the point.
How did you do it? How did you do it? Describe the setup. How did you do it?
Moderators,
describe the setup.
Finish the point, and one of you. I've done this 3 or 4 times.
You're refusing to answer.
Moderators, can we take a pause?
Trying to deflect.
This is getting very silly.
It's fine. He's tried to deflect 3 or 4 times. Oliver, it's not going to regale you what the experiment is. I will in a minute when I regale my story at A-level. But Adam.
And Oliver's gone.
He ran away.
Oh, well.
So I assume we can conclude from that the non-experiment, which doesn't reveal the same results, i.e. Cavendish, doesn't demonstrate that mass attracts mass.
I called it in chat that you didn't set up the experiment right. That's what his question was going to be. That's the next question every single time. Well, how did you set it up? Oh, I see. So if you set it up right, it works. If it doesn't work, you didn't set it up right.
It's the same old thing. I remember being 17-year-olds in the chemistry lab next door, and we put the kettle on, right, and we left it on, and the heater was working. That water never boiled in that experiment. It never worked. Never worked.
Thanks for getting rid of him. Is there anybody else here? Do we have any newcomers or anything that would like to speak, ask a question, make a claim?
Let's see. You're saying are you making the argument that mass attracts mass? Is that the? Okay. I was gonna say, I don't know. It's like bent space time, in my opinion, which is obviously the same thing. No.
Sorry, hold on. It's obviously the same thing. Mass attraction.
Exactly. So it's stupid to say that. I agree.
Drop me. All right. You said that with the same thing, right?
Just curious. Do majority of the people in here believe the Earth is flat?
No, it's not a belief. It's an understanding of how the Earth is measured.
Gotcha.
It's like I don't believe I'm 6 foot tall. I measure the empirical truth that I'm 6 foot tall. Even though.
Right. Or, you know, I don't need to believe in weather.
I mean, even our greatest like theories are just theories usually. You know what I mean? Just like a belief based on evidence. It's not like empirical. I mean, there's certain things that are laws like gravity, but most things that we like currently believe, quote unquote, in science are just like theories.
Those Newton's laws of gravity.
What is that?
Those Newton's laws of gravity that you're talking about.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
When they superseded and kind of replaced in 1915, though.
Correct, by the theory of relativity.
So no longer laws. Were never laws in the first place.
I guess that's one way you could look at it.
Yeah, they were. You're right. They were the same thing. They were nothing.
Yeah, definitely not the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's better to keep things as like theories. So, I mean, we're always going to like override it eventually, more than likely. Or should say like historically, we're going to override it. Anything we currently believe at some point. So,
well, I guess if we had an experiment demonstrate any type of idea about the experiment would be the demonstration of empirical truth, right?
I mean, depends on like how many decimal points you can calculate to. Like, empirical truth is a weird thing in that way, in like science.
Well, if I can demonstrate this to cause that, then this causes that, right?
If it seems that way, yeah.
Cool.
Like causality, is that what you're saying? Like,
yeah, causality. Yeah, what causes the phenomena to happen? That's what we're trying to answer with these gravitational, quote unquote, theories that we've got.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But the reason they're all the point I was making was that even though you can maybe say that this is one thing is caused by another, like you're still calculating that to a certain decimal point, like with everything, right? It's never entirely accurate. That would be impossible, or seem thought to be impossible right now.
Science isn't quantitative; it's qualitative, and that you're demonstrating that lack of respectfully, yeah. Heat causes water to boil. The numbers, to however many decimals that you invoked, is kind of irrelevant to the cause and effect relationship. The qualitative aspect of it is, yeah, what we're focusing on, not the quantity. Does that make sense?
Sounds like a no from that gentleman.
Probably thinks you're talking to me.
Oh, I don't know. Did he leave?
Yep.
Oh no, come back.
Okay.
How rude of you, Adam.
I don't want to be funny, but is that 2 for 0 tonight, gentlemen?
Yeah.
You know what? I guess what really pisses me off the most, Jedi, is every time I join here. This is probably about the 6th time I join at the very end of some good content. It really pisses me off. I gotta get my timing right here.
Hey, lucky we're live on YouTube, so you can watch it back.
You know what? Thank you for the reminder. I will certainly do that. Yeah. Okay. Good. I always forget about that one.
The last hour and a half have been especially amusing.
Yeah, Adam, this is Brandon, our local meteorologist. You want to talk to him?
Oh, no pressure.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Brandon, by the way.
Local meteorologist.
Chemist versus meteorologist. Fight!
How come it's still cold here in Ohio? What's going on? Why can't we get any warm temperatures consistently?
Gravity.
And south.
No.
Right?
Yeah, it's gravity.
I
No, so no. But on a serious note, they got so the meteorologists will use a fancy term for this pattern we're in called the omega block, right? That's the big buzzword. You basically just have a giant bowling ball low pressure over Ohio, and it's making it a little bit colder than normal. But alas, it will warm up next week. Looks like, well, supposedly, according to the weather models, depending on if you take it as gospel or not. But yeah, so temporary.
Yeah, you see, whereas a chemist will say, don't sit about and make shit up about the sky that you don't really understand. Start a fire, a combustion reaction, and stay warm. Good night.
There you go. Bingo.
Was that pressure coming from all the lakes?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of makes a horseshoe over them, doesn't it?
I'm sorry?
It kind of makes a horseshoe over them.
Yeah, and in many cases, I mean, if we were talking about Chicago, you get these lake breezes that form. They basically form kind of these miniature cold fronts, and it's due to that temperature differential between the water body, the lake, and then the land that's inland. You can get these lake breezes that form, especially when it gets hotter out. Not now, but usually in July and August, when it really starts to heat up. Get more surface heating.
That's not the rotation of the Earth causing that wind, then?
Well, you all know I'm a globe-tart at heart. I haven't been phased yet by alpha, but no, I mean in terms of what you're talking about, it's in terms of scale, it's like more of a mesoscale phenomenon. So when I say mesoscale, it's anywhere between the surface to about 2 kilometers off the surface, and we're assuming at sea level in this case. So, but yeah, very very more closer to reality, so to speak.
Closer the clouds to the ground when those tornado horns go off in my town. So I'm 1,100 feet in the air, where I sit.
Yeah, that'd be also, tornadoes are also a mesoscale, right? So, synoptic, when we talk about our good friend, I know you and I have talked about it, the good old Coriolis effect, right? And things of that, shit like that, usually it's about 3 to 5 kilometers and up until you get to about 12 kilometers to the tropopause. So,
last one that rolled through, I looked over the other neighborhood and they were getting hammered with rain, and it looked like the clouds were so low.
Mm-hmm. We got it bad here in Illinois when they were what's the word, when they till the soil and they kick it all up. I think that's the right term you use, but we had a pretty bad windstorm move through and kicked up all the dirt, and it basically turned into a big just dust storm. Visibility dropped to like nothing. It's awful. But
Great Dust Bowl.
yeah. Well, and by the way, quick shameless plug. I don't know, this hasn't really been making, I guess, headlines in the science world, but for the first time since the 1970s, there will be a massive field campaign out in the plains, basically called Ice Chip. And similar to what they did in the 2000s chasing tornadoes, the difference is they're just chasing hail. So they're going to spend like 2 months out there in probably the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, just chasing hail. and getting a better understanding of it, right? So the research itself is not, tied necessarily to the climate change discussion. It's just mostly an operational field campaign to determine how can we better just forecast for hail. Because right now, if you were to use a conventional WSR-88D radar, it doesn't do very well at being able to discern the shape of the hail that's actually falling to the ground. It can only guess, right? So the idea is to get a better understanding of the science itself of hail, and they're going to be doing that for 2 months. So I couldn't do that. I'd go insane, just fucking chasing hail.
Sounds like insurance company would like to know.
Well, that's a great point, because one of the big backers of it is the insurance industry. So yeah, they definitely want to know. They really care about it.
Every single. Oh, I'm so glad right now. So far, I think we're out of hail season. That our cars didn't get hit. So.
So.
So there's your official flat Earth weather forecast from Brendan, the not a flat globe earther, flat earther.
Nope, just pure globetard, pure globetard. Gotta make a shirt out of that, dude. That'd be nice to wear.
How is that?
How is what?
Your globetardness.
My globe. Well, funny enough, it's kind of ironic. I joke with everybody here that I say I'm a globetard, but yet
paying attention to nature so much.
Well, no,
I was buddies.
exactly.
Listen, I was buddies with the weatherman. Okay.
No,
they're basically like jazz performers.
We get paid to be wrong,
and they keep the same hours.
Yeah,
and like the same substances. Just saying, anyways. But yeah, how the hell are you still? It's the Coriolis chant that has you lost in the outer space thing, or what? I heard you bring it up.
Oh hell yeah! No, and I still got to touch base with Alpha.
So wait, you think the toilets? Do toilets go counterclockwise in different hemispheres?
No.
Toilets don't, but tornadoes and hurricanes and monsoons and all that shit go different directions.
They do it in the southern hemisphere, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is cap.
What, that they go in different directions?
Forming only one direction?
I wouldn't say only one. No. Depends what hemisphere you're in.
Oh, come on. That's complete cap.
From when our alarms are going off, and that generally tell me which way shit's moving towards me.
In the northern hemisphere, they tend to be right movers.
So it's basically you're just when I said how is that, you're basically just brainwashed. You laugh at the idea of toilets, and then you're going to tell me that tornadoes only form in one direction in the northern hemisphere? That's cap.
Have you ever seen a tornado that moves to the west?
I'm not talking about you're talking about the rotation of them.
You guys are idiots. The Earth is a globe. I don't know why you think it's flat. It's not.
Brandon's not an idiot. He's just brainwashed. He's a weatherman. He's a performer. Relax, lady.
Just to answer your question.
Who's that lady? When I was talking about rotation, you started talking about the ways the directions they move. Get a grip, bro.
So,
and also, don't tell me that tornadoes only move in one direction either.
Well, they don't. They can move. They can be right movers.
Okay.
Can I not answer? Really?
No. Yeah. Well, when you kind of cashed out when you hysterically laughed at the idea of toilets.
Yeah, because it's funny.
What about Sphinx?
Okay, can I answer both your questions?
No,
please?
What about Sphinx?
Give me the decency to answer your questions.
No, what about Sphinx? You've got hurricanes being affected. How about Sphinx? Are they not on the spinning Earth?
Can I answer your questions?
I don't know. Can you?
I can if you'd let me. Okay, so thank you for the clarification, first of all. When we're talking about tornadoes,
No, you're
right?
the one that
No,
will be.
you
You're
just
the
said
one
you
that
let
will
me
be
answer.
clarifying, homeboy.
No,
I'm the one setting you
let me
straight.
answer.
I'm not clarifying. I'm setting you straight. You're trying to clarify.
No, I'm answering your question. Can I answer? You just said I could answer your question, and then you're
Yeah,
interrupting.
but you're going to start talking out of your ass if you're going to tell me that tornadoes only
Then if I
spin
talk
in
out
one
of my
direction
ass,
in
then
the
you can
northern
prove me
hemisphere,
wrong. But give
and
me
that
the decency
tornadoes
to answer
only
your
go in
question.
one direction.
All right, let's hear
Okay.
let's hear his whole thing so we can hear it out.
And then pick it apart. Yes, but afford me the opportunity. So
there's no picking it apart. You're brainwashed. You're talking out of your ass.
Then if I'm talking out of my ass, would you at least hear my
Well, how
answer
the hell
and
can I
then
pick
apart?
it?
That's how
Consider it
science
picked
works.
apart.
You let me answer your question and
Consider
then you pick it apart.
Go ahead.
Are you new to this, VC? Has this guy been around?
No, I've been
You sure?
listening to you for years, Brandon. I just
For years. I've only been around for 12 months.
Globe card is a little weird, bro. Yeah, for years. Okay. I've heard you for at least a year. Have I
there
not?
You go. That would be more realistic.
We've spoken before.
We have, and I've never had you actually straight up interrupt me and not allow me to answer a question. This is very
you're talking out of your ass. I've never had you go into hysterical laughter when I brought up Coriolis that you brought up. So go on, Brandon. You're back from commercial.
Thank you. So, in terms of tornado motion, I'll start there and we'll talk about rotation. Storm motion can either deviate to the right, known as right movers, or deviate to the left. Funny enough, you're laughing too, all right? So you can pick it apart in a second.
The reason he's laughing is because he doesn't give a shit
there's
which way they
motion,
move.
right? Now, in terms of rotation, yes. In the Northern Hemisphere, you can have both clockwise and even anticyclonic rotation. But most commonly in the Northern Hemisphere,
now you're backtracking from what you originally said.
Hey. I'm still finishing. You'll have a chance. You can have both. However, in the Northern Hemisphere, what is more common is clockwise rotation relative to a mesocyclone. I am done. Now go ahead.
Yeah, who cares what's more common? It's more common for a storm to go west to east. Who cares what's more common?
Even ask a fucking question if you didn't care.
You're the one pointing to Coriolis for why you're lost in an outer space religion.
Yes, and I was talking about tornadoes first. That's what you were bitching and complaining about.
Which apparently aren't bound by Coriolis, as you just clarified.
Well, if you'd like, I'd love to go into that. But again, you keep jumping down my throat. I actually answered half of your question.
Dude, stop. The sanctimonious bullshit. You're a weatherman. Relax.
Okay, meteorologist, but thanks. I'm not on TV either, by the way.
Now you're splitting hairs.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about Coriolis too, or do you want to pick apart the tornado thing? Because you said I was wrong on that.
It's bullshit. Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that the Earth is spinning?
No. How is it bullshit?
No, listen. If you're gonna talk about Coriolis, then we need evidence that the Earth is spinning in the first place. Otherwise, it's just a weatherman's wet dream.
Perfect. I'm happy to go into that, but you're saying I'm wrong on the first part of the question. You're not even following your own conversation. You're just blabbing. That's all you're doing. Droning on.
Now you're projecting, Brandon. Do you have any evidence? Dude, do you have any evidence the Earth is spinning for this Coriolis to mean anything?
Yes. Would you like me to answer?
Yeah. No circular reasoning, please.
Now let's go to Coriolis because you already lost some tornadoes. I'm not even going to waste my time on that. For Coriolis, right? When you take, let's think about this conceptually.
That was unnecessary, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Let's think about this conceptually.
Okay.
Right? So you take a tropical system, right?
No. I know you want to move on. You gave quite a statement there.
Yes.
You just made the statement that hemispherical...
About Coriolis? Well, let me answer. You're not even going to answer.
No, you're spinning into circular reasoning.
Statement, so you can't...
You didn't even let me finish. You don't even know shit.
It's already circular.
No, it's not. You didn't even hear me. I was 5 seconds in.
No, I asked you to pare back before you got onto the next topic in terms of what you just admitted with regards to your meteorological knowledge. I just wanted to reaffirm that, if that's okay with you.
To reaffirm my meteorological knowledge? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, the one that you just espoused. You just said that rotation of any cyclone or anticyclone is not dependent on the hemisphere from your perspective that it's in, because we have examples of both anticyclone and cyclone in the north and commensurate in the south. Do you agree?
That's not dependent on the hemisphere. It would the ambient environment is dependent on the overall hemisphere, like the atmosphere relative to where it is.
I didn't ask for mitigation. I said you cited that both have been observed in both hemispheres as you described them.
Oh, right? Yes, correct. Yeah.
Right. So there's no causation here. When we're talking about any spinning Earth, because you've exemplified that both have occurred, and contrary to the cause that you may want to imply later, that can't be the fact, because you've just cited that both have been observed, contrary to any presupposed cause, because one's going one way, one's going the other. So that can't be the cause, because we've seen the contrary in both, as you would describe as hemispheres, haven't we? Just so we can move on the clarity of the point you made, not mine.
Got too hot in the kitchen for Brendan.
Did he just run out? Is that 3-0? 3-0! 3-0, Jedi! Eat my goal! Yeah, even Jedi's run. These guys are terrible bullshitters, aren't they? Don't even know their own rhetoric. And then they even undo their own argument and then run when you put it back to him. I didn't even speak. I just put his own argument that he said. And he ran. Very telling.
Well, you've eaten all the hors d'oeuvres, man. We got nothing here. We're starving.
Come on. Bring me the steak, baby.
Yeah, that Brendan character's got a weird angle.
He's another closet flat earther. As soon as he gets away from his stardom, he'll join us.
What happened to Brandon? I stepped out for like 5 minutes.
I stepped in, Jedi. And he ran.
Is that number 3? What the fuck?
3-0, baby. 3-0.
Not Brendan.
Yes.
Shit.
I've got witnesses.
Let's try to get some weather info out of him.
Fuck.
I just got him to admit that cyclone direction has got no relationship to any presupposed Earth rotation by his own testimony, mate. His words, not mine. And then he ran. Like a little girl.
Oh dear.
3-0.
I guess. Yeah, I might have to go back and listen to that then.
Oh, you should. I had him. That's why he ran.
He should have stuck with the shithouses. He would have been better off.
Come on, main course has got to be coming up. Who's next? Anybody in here that wants to have a discussion about the nature of reality, the shape of the Earth, anything?
Hey, Twonga, step up to the plate.
He's more like a shitty wine. He's not the main course, but you could give him a try.
Shitty as in you'd still use it for cooking or not?
Yeah, you might add it to a stew or something, yeah.
The plunger's kind of like a clownfish in the anemone, or whatever they call them. And so yeah, it'd be a little catch, but yeah, he kind of likes to. I think he knows. Twonger, I believe, knows that we're right, and he's just coming to grips with it.
No more contenders?
Hello?
Hello, welcome in.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man?
You guys think the Earth is flat?
We don't think it. We can observe it, measure it, and
I
use
disagree.
it as such.
I disagree. I think you're wrong. I don't think it's round, but I think it's possibly another shape.
Because round's a shape, right?
I mean, a ball is a shape. A sphere is a shape, right?
There you go.
There's no way perfect sphere ball, right? It would be like a smooth, polished object then.
Got any evidence for that?
It has to be a pyramid or a trapezoid.
I'll take that trolling as a no. Straight to a troll.
It's a triangle! It's a...
Immediate tap out. Fair enough.
And you got the red mic right before it, so even if he comes in, he's out for 45 minutes.
Yeah. You're not supposed to freak out so quick, dude.
Yeah, at least prove you know what your ABCs are before you have a meltdown.
This is our first time doing this.
Sounds like I just missed something funny.
It was like an Insta spot. Straight to a freak out.
Just instant freak out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Oh,
love
I
it when
had
they
to
say...
ask
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I just had to ask him for evidence of globe, and he went straight to, it's a triangle!
It's a pyramid. I love it when they say, "Well, Earth's not flat. It's a cube." And I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, hang on, cubes have flat surfaces.
Yep. Didn't think that one through.
No.
Punching themselves in the face.
Yeah, we know it's just because like when they think of flat Earth, they're thinking of an actual shape, right?
How many sides does a flat have?
Right.
Yes.
So what happened to Oliver in the end with the drop tower thing? I think I missed it in the last 30 minutes or so. Anything come out of that? No? No. Okay.
Don't know, mate. That happened before I got in here.
Adam took him to the woodshed.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I went back and listened to that clip. Adam, you're exactly correct. His own claim back in. Just rudely left. Just bolted halfway through the conversation. That's fucking rude.
I can only assume because I pointed out he indicted it himself. in his claim. He could therefore no longer invoke any causal relationship to something that he just demonstrated there is no causal relationship to.
Exactly. Yeah. That must be the reason why he left.
Maybe he had a meteorological emergency.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Mm. 3-0 to Adam then. It's going to be some kind of comeback.
At the point I'm thinking, get out now while it's good. Get out, me kid.
You can stick around for this, man. Like 10, 20, it'll be fine. Flat Earth.
Yeah, but if Chris Woods had retired at Christmas, he'd have a better goal ratio than Erling Haaland. But he hasn't. You know, I'm thinking.
Yeah. If he carried on scoring, you might have had Champions League football.
It's not out yet, baby. It's not out yet.
Gonna get it though. It's been a slide for the last month, dude.
I don't see. People might want to paint it like that, bro, but I don't care because where we are, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, it's an improvement, right? There might be a silly disappointment, but the season ends at the end. Where you are in the middle is silly. You know what I mean? So.
Hope you do get kind of European football at the end of the season, though, even if it is conference.
I was talking to the neighbour tonight, right? And I'm saying it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You go into Champions League and you get your ass handed to you. You get a load of money. Or you go into Europa League and you are like a finalist, like Man U or Tottenham, who are and get less money.
Yeah.
Wow. I tell you what, mate, at the beginning of the season, I don't care. As long as I'm not going down, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've had 25 years of shit.
You should get European football, though. You've deserved it.
Whatever we get, we'll be grateful for, because it's unbelievable still, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Completely agree.
3 years ago, I'm crying in the garden, like, knowing my son's going to see proper football. He's never seen it. I've never took him to a proper first. You know what I mean? I was brought up on European Cups and
of course.
Cups, you know what I mean, and so I don't care. It's fantastic. I'm happy. Barcelona or Bruges, mate. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm jealous of that. Not when over here, American sports, if we had relegation, or is that what they call it?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would fix a lot of the problems in the leagues, because a lot of teams sandbag for. I love that whole concept.
Yeah, it's good having like a kind of pyramid, like one league on top of another. It does mean relegation into professional football from like a non-professional standard, but to like jump up from say conference, Premier, and then very quickly try and get reward TV. Fucking, you've made it.
Is it just me, or is Jedi dropping in and out?
That's probably me, mate. Thanks for letting me know.
Now it's perfect. But yeah, you were.
Yeah, I was just saying it's good having leagues that way, and especially having European competition as well, because it means a lot more money for clubs.
Yeah.
Wrexham's the great example. It's merit based. Yeah, you shouldn't be so shit or so good that you can't get into something. But Wrexham's the good example. Yeah, they've built stuff and they're building year on year. Now they might have a lot of money, like the Arabs had, to make Man City the bag of shit wank team, pseudo pretenders that are a big club, to make them a big club, or like Abramovich with his millions, make Chelsea a big club who weren't a big club beforehand. Yeah, there are lots of big clubs, but it's based on how you perform on the pitch. And how you perform on the pitch is based on what your community, certainly in British football, can bring. But be that. That's why nobody moaned about Abramovich, yeah, or the Arabs, yeah, or be it Deadpool. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who brings it. You bring it, and if you're there and you're prepared to gamble your own money to help and this is the important thing with British football, help a community, and also get a bit of glory on the pitch. You'll never make money, but you'll be famous in history, and you have a chance. It's a bit like the American dream, British football, whereas American football is the opposite. You've got no chance. The little guy from Kansas can't, or from Springville, can never get his team to win the Super Bowl. They're precluded from it. That's the kind of difference I see between the two. Still a bit rigged, but
there's one, and I kind of tried to touch on it earlier. Mostly American games are just American. When we're talking about British football, we're also talking European football, going to places like Germany, Europe. You don't get that in American. You don't really go and visit like Mexico to go and play American. Very
chopping the crap.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
I got your point. American football's crap. I agree with you, Jedi. You can't disagree. Not sure it was earlier, just talking about that, but all of British football, I think more than half the Premier League is now owned by Americans, just incidentally. Chelsea, who I mentioned, you know what I mean? Man United, the biggest footballing club in the world. Americans own it all now. Bournemouth.
That's the Catholic Church.
Doesn't own football yet. That's when we know we're screwed. Yeah. These sacraments. I don't mind a transgender flag and a taking of the knee. If we're having mass before kickoff, you know you're controlled.
Is anyone speaking, or I just free to ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You can come back to the user.
Right, yeah, it's a short question. It's what incentive is there, but for the scientific community and for governments worldwide to lie about the shape of the Earth? What do they gain from it?
You.
Me.
Yep. You're
What do they
carrying
gain?
their water.
I'm carrying the water. What do you mean? Like, explain.
Well, it seems that you'll just adopt any belief system that they give you. That seems handy.
Oh, that's
Whoever
pretty. That's a good answer, to be honest.
A question I could put back to you. Is it important in life to know why? I'm talking about dealing with somebody on the street. Is it important to know why somebody's lying to you, or just sufficient to recognise the fact that they are lying to you for you to move on? from their lies?
Both are important, because I want to know why they're lying to me. You know, what do they gain from it?
Lovely, but start with the first point. Yeah, but to want to know why they're lying, you to be able to proceed at that point with any endeavour needs to have recognised one point or the other. A, that they're not lying, in which case you wouldn't engage in the endeavour, or B, that you do recognise they are lying to you. Now, then at this point, then your motivation changes, doesn't it? You want to know why they are duplicitous, lying shithouses. Yeah. Now that may elucidate further knowledge, or it may not. Yeah, it may be a futile project. Is it not sufficient to recognise that they're liars?
Right, okay. Assume I was a flat earther and I accepted that the round earth was a lie. You know, my question still stands. What does the government gain from lying to everyone else?
What do you gain by knowing what the government gains?
I don't gain anything. It's curiosity.
For you to know, like on many levels, in many topics, that once again, your government is lying to you, and for you to move on.
I mean, that depends on every person. It's different. You know, maybe some people aren't that curious. I mean, I'm curious as to why they would be lying to me.
That's a very different question. So now you're getting into governmental politics. Yeah, you're stepping outside of flat Earth, aren't you? Because you're not asking why, because it's one of many lies now, isn't it? So the question you're now asking is, why do government lie? Now, one of the lies you've identified is probably vaccines. One may be flat Earth. One may be this. All of them now sit into this separate topic. The header, why do government lie? A separate question that you can indict us on. Nothing to do with us as to why governments lie. They lie for many reasons. Now, irrespective of what they lie for, if I can demonstrate to you that they're lying about when they show you just a simple thing like, this is a picture from space, and this is the curvature you can see. And if I can show you that's a lie, well, that's sufficient for me to no longer hold their future testimony with any merit. Yeah?
Okay. Let's shift it from government to the scientific community. Why would the scientific community lie to me?
Who are they? Is that
scientists?
Okay. They got a big centre where they all meet up, or
right? You're going to go to the argument and say that,
like, if you went.
What scientist? Which lie?
Sorry.
What scientist and which lie?
You know, I'm just talking in general. The scientific consensus is that there is a
in general. In general,
scientific consensus.
Yeah, the general consensus. Yeah, I mean, same thing. It means the same thing.
Sorry to interrupt. I apologise. The scientific consensus about the shape of an object. There couldn't be any such thing.
So you're saying there's no consensus that there's a globe Earth among scientists?
Agreement. Okay. Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what the scientific method is and what it shows?
Well, enlighten me. You know, all I know is there's a hypothesis, and then you test the hypothesis to get a theory.
Bingo. So hypothesis, a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, and an experiment that validates the hypothesis. Okay? Now, you understand that we're elucidating cause and effect relationships. I haven't said shape yet. Would you agree that to figure out the shape of an object, that's more of a geometry question, right? It's not a question for the scientific method, is it?
Right, yeah.
Awesome. So you understand why I said there couldn't be no such thing?
From what you said, I want to agree with you, but I'm trying to formulate and sort of argument against that because it feels as if there's something wrong with that chain of reasoning. You know, if you have a cause, right? You know, if you have an effect, say for example, you know that some experiment shows an effect that is only possible on the globe Earth, and there's sort of an implication That effect can only happen on the globe Earth.
Possible. Okay, only possible on a globe Earth when, what have we got to beg the question at the Earth's about to formulate this argument, or what type of scientific experiment are we going to use to denote a curved surface? We're talking about
that's not my question.
We're talking about a surface. I get you, but we're talking about a surface description, a shape, right? That's geometry, dude. We're not going to be doing natural science here. We're not going to be formulating a hypothesis. We have no phenomena.
Right. So, how would you explain the things that scientists say can only happen on the globe Earth using a flat Earth? Well, I mean, that's not my question, anyways. That's far from it.
Scientists are not saying that. Not getting it.
Right, I know.
Can I interject here just for a sec, Jedi? Because I am going to shoot off, but it's literally the other bit I was going to share with you of the book, and it's very pertinent here.
Yeah, please.
It's just a little paragraph after some citation. The first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena, a measurable effect in the physical world. Globe is a concrete noun, a descriptor of shape, not a phenomenon. It's a what is question, not a how or why question or cause and effect. The question of a globe lies in pure geometry, not physics or natural science. Shapes are measured, not manipulated to reveal cause and effect.
Mic drop.
Yeah.
I'll add this quickly, that flat earthers are saying the Earth, as it currently is the flat Earth. So anything that currently works on the Earth would therefore work on flat Earth. And I'll
Right. I think old Hoss Radburn answered my question in the chat, but just one last thing before I go. Take, for example, Newton, and he had the apple that fell. It didn't actually fall, but just let's assume it did. Would you describe that as being the scientific method? He had a hypothesis that, well, he didn't have a hypothesis at first. He said that, an apple fell, there must be gravity. So, couldn't you apply the same thing to, global Earth?
Dude, hold on. What was Newton's hypothesis?
I'm not saying he had a hypothesis at first. Maybe he just observed an apple fell and he made an explanation around it.
Is that science?
That's not science.
This is quite an interesting point. And I'm not attacking you, dude, because genuinely, you've elucidated that. But Newton saw the apple fall and he thought, "Oh, gravity." Is that commensurate? Those things you've described, as you understand, commensurate with the scientific method? Observe a natural phenomena, yeah. Suggest a possible cause and mechanism, yeah. Cause and effect relationship. Are we there? Do you understand why what you think Newton's thing isn't science? It's a man just making stuff up, something that actually he may or may not have said, but fundamentally he disavows in later life. This is the point you guys need to grasp. If you're going to invoke science, invoke it. And what the guys here will hold you to is, if you're going to say, prove that cause and effect relationship, prove it first. Start with your apple, make it into science. Yeah, I'll let it fall, as your apologetics suggested. Maybe it did. It did. We all know apples fall from trees. Not daft. Yeah, start there, work out, and see if you can figure out a cause of the apple falling. And then, if you did, you would have scienced it, wouldn't you?
Is that 4-0?
It's not run yet.
Okay. No, I have nothing more to say because I'm not really well read in the philosophy of science. So,
the first step of the scientific method is what? It's to observe a natural phenomenon. Now, I've got no issue with both you and me looking at an apple and watching it fall. Now, you science the shit out of that for me, pal. Come on. I'm on your side. I'll help you. I won't berate you. Take it forwards.
Right, an apple falls, there must be some reason why it falls.
Brilliant. But now we're suggesting there's a cause of that apple falling.
Right.
Brilliant.
So there must either be something in the apple, something inherent to the apple that makes it fall, or there must be some outside phenomenon, from the earth, for example, that causes it to fall. Maybe a bird, cutting away at the branch.
Yep. I could just take the apple up to the tree, couldn't I? And then let it go.
Let it drop, yeah. Right, so you have to prove that there is a cause. And okay, so what if you prove that there is a cause, that it's been released from your hand? But then you have to explain why it being released from your hand causes it to fall.
In that case, simple logic would lead us to the conclusion that the cause, if we were to use that analogy, would be me taking it up to the top of the tree and letting it go. That would be the cause of the apple falling in that case.
Well, why is it that...
Yeah, okay.
Why is it that releasing it from your hand causes it to fall? Why is it not the case that the air holds it up? We know that.
Why the hell would that happen?
Because there's air between it and the ground, and I've carried it up into that space where I've had to expend energy lifting it up, haven't I? Up and above the vacuum where there's no structural support for the apple. And even when I've got out onto the edge of the branch and I'm shitting it a little bit because I'm hanging out on a tree and I'm still holding it to prove my point, I'm expending energy holding it, aren't I? Before I let it go. Now, at that point, it has no longer any structural support holding it. So it goes back to equilibrium, doesn't it? But the cause in that case of it falling is me getting too scared on the branch and having to let the apple go. After I carried it all the way up to that height.
Right, but, releasing the apple from your hand, letting it just be in air, why does the fact of it being in air, but without being supported by anything, why does it mean that it's going to fall? We say it's self-evident, we say it's a stupid question, but why? Why is that the case?
Are you invoking the question, why is up and what is down?
I'm not asking what's up and what's down. I'm asking why does it fall?
You are.
Why does it move?
Okay, why doesn't it fall up?
I don't know. Why it falls up? That's why I'm asking. What is the cause? Maybe from that cause, maybe from the explanation.
It's an apple, and you've took it up a tree and you've dropped it. And the only way things drop is down to the ground. It's natural law. It's obvious. Never ever, something heavier than the medium it's in only ever goes down to the ground. These are things we can observe and confirm, aren't they?
Yeah, we can observe them, but we're asking why. Why is it the case?
Okay, lovely. Okay, why? I don't know. You tell me how we're going to science the cause of why is down then. Because is that where we're at now?
So I make an explanation. Say I'm Newton. I say that gravity exists because an apple fell. Now, immediately, immediately, who's going to accept
that? I'm not prepared to not accept it. I just need a Socratic way of moving forward. You just said gravity. I could just as easily say three. What does QE say? Three-toed gnomes. Whatever. I could just
invisible
as easily say
three-toed gnomes.
Yeah, I could say leprechauns, couldn't I? Well, leprechauns or unicorns, as Nathan would say, pull it down. Now, and that would be silly because we all know that's daft. Now, you said gravity. What's that?
Let's just say it's a fall.
You can't say. You can't say because of circular logic. It's the thing that pulls things down, can you? So, what is it? How are you going to validate this thing that pulls things down? Well, show it me.
Right, so I'd make a theory. No one's saying this theory is true as of yet, but then I would take that.
Pause. Now, a theory. Are we talking science now?
Theory in colloquial language. I would
Hypotheses.
Colloquial or scientific theory?
I'm speaking in scientific. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to discuss science in colloquial terms, which I think is very possible.
You invoke the term theory, and all I'm asking you to do again is to clarify what theory are you now going to elucidate? Is it a scientific theory or colloquial term theory,
Right.
as in is a story?
Right. Forget about the word.
So I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to help. The
No, of course,
theory
yeah.
you're going to invoke, I assume it's going to be backed up with experiment. Because that's what a theory is, isn't it? It's a supposition you can draw, a conclusion you can draw after experiment, yeah? Do we agree on that?
Yeah, we do agree. Okay, let's just drop the term theory. And
No.
I say,
Do we agree that that's what a theory is? One or more experiments that demonstrate your point is when you can say, I've got a theory in the realms of science.
Yeah.
Is that what a theory is when we use the term theory?
That is what a theory is, yeah.
Is that how you were using it? Just so we can carry on.
No, I meant as in, I have an explanation, I call it gravity. And then
story. So not theory. I've got a story. Dude, and I'm happy to hear your story as long as I know it's a story. So you've got a story about gravity. Let's hear it. Because I've got a story about Narnia in a minute.
At this point, gravity and three angels holding the apple, they're equally as possible. They're possible because they're not logically, impossible. I'm talking about there's a difference between science and sort of mathematical logic. It's not in that sort of logical sense, not false. But
okay, so I get you. I got you. So we both agree that if we invoke the term gravity, not talking science because it's not demonstrable with experiment.
Yeah,
the thing we're invoking. We could just as easily invoke a theoretical angel, to use your vernacular. So
exactly,
angels, gravity, they're all stories, but neither are theories, are they? In the scientific sense of what a theory is, in terms of it having any validity.
It's a hypothesis. Yes, it's a hypothesis. Three angels.
No, a hypothesis is a suppositional question that you're going to take to experiment, to test the cause and effect relationship.
Right.
So when you say hypothesis, you mean I'm guessing and making shit up, or do you mean hypothesis in the terms of science and the scientific method, where it means the supposition you're proposing to take to experiment?
Okay.
What do you mean?
By hypothesis, I mean asking the question: are there three angels holding the apple? Is there a force
So not hypothesis in the terms of science. Then hypothesis again, the theory way you used it in the colloquial street sense, not in the methodology that invokes any validity to you invoking the term. So if we can swap the words, can't we? Just for story each time. Or I'd like to tell you that I believe. To invoke the terms theory or hypothesis is to steal valor, isn't it, of what people think science means. You're not invoking science, you're just invoking your story, aren't you? That's cool.
To go. It's one question.
Okay, before you have to
how's the way I said my three angels? Are there three angels holding up the apple? How is that different from your definition of a hypothesis?
Because it wouldn't be a hypothesis, would it? Unless you're going to test. How are you going to take one?
I can test it.
Way? Okay. If it is, if there are three angels holding up that apple, right. I will prove there are by taking one of the angels away and the apple will fall. Or maybe, just to make sure I've made sure my experiment is fully falsifiable, I end up taking all three of those angels away. Can you do that in experiment?
Well, you'd first have to observe if there are any angels. Right? That's the first thing.
You know what an angel was, wouldn't you? Quantify it to be able to take it away. So, just as we use the analogy with angels, the same applies to gravity, doesn't it? If we're going to science it. Just as we could ridicule the angel analogy, the same applies when we substitute for the word gravity. It's just as ridiculous and ludicrous an absurd endeavour to try and to remove something so that we can science it and manipulate it when we don't even know what it is.
Right.
Can't see it. It's a bit Ethereal almost.
Even aside from all of this, isn't the consensus in the scientific community that gravity is a theory? It's not something that's logically certain. Something logically certain.
Theory. What do you mean by theory?
What I mean is that what I mean is that gravity, right? It best describes
No, not
how
gravity.
the world currently works.
Yeah, you just said the scientific community have consensus, which in itself is worth naught. But you said they have a theory. So again, are you using the term theory here, not in the scientific sense that you related to the community that you imbued, yeah, but again in the colloquial sense, they all think, even though they've got no experiment to back up why they think that. Is that the way you use the word?
In this case, I mean the scientific definition.
What's the scientific theory of gravity then, please?
The theory is that something that has mass will attract something else that has mass as well.
Wow. I mean, how to hang yourself. I've not ridiculed you until this point. Listen to yourself.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. No, you're welcome to. You're welcome
right,
to.
So I'm going to give you a moment to Google, breathe.
Okay. Listen, there is no
iron theory, which is something which is substantiated by one or more experiments that will prove gravity. Off you go, breathe.
I'm sure.
It's not
there's a very well-known experiment. There's a very well-known experiment that proves gravity. It's this one where you have two bars. Where I have used the. I'll just find the name of it very quickly.
Stop.
Two Cavendishes before midnight. Brilliant.
Someone's going to need to throw your life buoy in a minute. Don't get the experiment because you said it's in the scientific term of theory. So there will be at least one experiment that will validate your theory. Go and find it.
That experiment. Yeah, I'm finding it right now. That was what I was going to do.
Yeah, but isn't it weird that you don't know it to hand?
I never claimed to be a physicist.
It's fundamental of everything you've just been espousing. Yet you need to Google it. Isn't that very telling?
Well, not every scientist remembers a formula for something. They search for those formulas.
We've engaged.
They can't use it.
Dude, we've engaged in gentlemen. Isn't it very telling that you need to Google at this point?
It tells nothing.
Person, if you were on the other side, or if you're just a neutral listening to you and me, isn't it very telling that you need to Google this?
It tells you nothing.
No, it tells you nothing. You don't know it, doesn't it? It tells everybody.
No, it tells me I haven't remembered it. It doesn't mean that I didn't have to apply it in this discussion.
Your religion.
I'll tell you what.
You've got to Google it.
If you want some outsiders, it's more telling of what he's going to Google. Not that he's actually going to have to Google it. He knows what he wants to try and say. It's interesting what he's trying to say.
It's the
if he did listen to the 20 minutes past of the conversation, we're literally going around. There we go. Thank you very much.
Here we go. Don't you try and take my 4-0, can I?
No, that's why I shut up, Adam. Oh, we're so yours, dude.
I think we're good. Come on, dude.
It's the Cavendish experiment. You've heard of it or not?
I think, are we at the point where you're prepared to admit that you have no scientific basis for your religious belief about gravity? Because you can't give me one experiment to
I just told you the experiment.
Theory in the scientific terms, yeah, using science as the arbiter of what the word means. You can't provide one experiment to support your theory.
I just told you the experiment.
For any theory to exist, there must be at least one or more experiments to support it.
Okay.
Are we at least at that point of recognition of the actual facts on the table? Yeah, because this isn't an argument. This is just factual, isn't it? There are no scientific experiments that support your claim of gravity. There is no experiments that back up the theory of gravity, because there is no, in the fully scientific terms of what a theory means, there is no theory of gravity.
Again,
because there is no experiment who supports.
Again, I've told you the experiment like 3 times now. The Cavendish experiment. I'll just send you in the chat. No, you're going to laugh because I know the argument you're going to say.
Okay, let's do Cavendish, you and me.
Right, okay. What you're going to say...
How can you know the argument that he's going to say if you had to look up the stuff in the first place?
Listen, that's not an argument. Right?
What are you psychic? You deliberately looked up Cavendish in order to invoke the argument that he's going to say that you don't know about.
No. I knew the experiment. I knew what it was. I just didn't know the name because I forgot the name. You know, that doesn't mean anything. In any case, forgive me if I'm wrong, but your argument is going to be that the experiment measures the gravitational constant or whatever it is, but that doesn't prove gravity. That doesn't prove that there is something called gravity. But if that...
Dude, Cavendish experiment. Google it properly. What was it set up to do? What does it do? That's the first. Even though it's not an experiment, when they set this up, what was the aim? What were they trying to calculate?
Measure the force of gravitational attraction between masses in a laboratory setting.
Wrong.
I need to grab a beer. Ladies and gentlemen, take over somebody. I've got to grab a beer.
Right, I have to go as well. I'll be back in half an hour if you're still here. Other than that,
Okay.
You need to find the paper and read the title.
Nice one.
Don't take this as a win. Don't think you've won just yet.
No, just go get Cavendish's original paper. Go find the original paper and read the title.
Right, yeah, sure.
Half time, buddy.
No, is that 3.5? You can't have half a goal, can you? So
it is. I mean, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to declare the victor at the moment, dude. He's still battling on. I mean,
we've got a penalty at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's half time.
Half time.
Well, we're coming back in with there's a penalty in play, so
Well, I'm off for an IPA. I'll be back in 3.
All right. Have we got any half-time entertainment?
I don't know. Where's our singer?
Don't know where Flatsy is.
I booked Shakira. You guys happy with that?
What, now Shakira or 20 years ago Shakira?
Oh, it doesn't matter, mate.
10 years ago.
I booked her dancing under a triangle with an eye on the top of it, I think.
Jeepers. The hell? That's all perfectly normal, I'm sure.
Dang, I was hoping for Homer and Ned Flanders flooding the arena.
Come on, I offer you Shakira and you want Homer and Ned?
Yeah.
He gone?
Yeah, he said he'd be right back.
4-0. That's it. It's gone. 4-0.
No, you're not claiming that as a point.
He said he'd be back in half an hour.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I'm sure.
Has been trying to...
Yeah, right.
Well, we'll give it half an hour and see what the score is.
He's gone for a bacon butty.
I want one now.
It's awful, isn't it? I just thought the same.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I will see Liz, the Iron Maiden, next week. Anything you want me to say to her?
Yeah, I love you, Liz.
Heard that.
She's a top lady.
Yes, she is.
Kind of sadness of some of the pathetic infighting in Flat Earth.
It is, Adam. I will be at Karen's place next Saturday.
Enjoy. I'm sure it'll be a very etheric feeling.
You going Bigfoot hunting?
I was going to say that. You beat me to the punch. Nah, Karen and I are pretty cool. We're good.
I met Karen in Amsterdam. Nice lady. Chatted to her a number of times in Arwen stuff back in the day.
Yeah, she's pretty cool with me. She lets me do a lot of things at her events, so it's pretty fun.
Did you say she lets you? What? Lets you?
Very kind of her, isn't it?
Yeah. I do a lot of cooking, so I sell food and I take the proceeds and give it back to people in the community who need money, who are in dire need.
That's awesome, man.
If you see any of the other guys from Iron Realm, give them my love. Good days.
I will see Cammy and of course Zach, because Liz is staying with them.
Yeah, good days. I was honest, even now, it was me that did Cammy's logo. I want to say good days.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I got to hang out with Josh and Walt from the Iron Realm last year.
They're the guys that eased me into this back in the day. And Savage, if you watch Iron Realm, And James in Canada, who's, I don't know.
Yeah, I remember.
Why it's so funny. You sit and listen tonight to the level of argument. Yeah. And it's not just reversed, the position from 2016. Yeah. Everyone on this side is at least 10 times more informed than any of the ballers were about their rhetoric. All of us. Yeah. Different levels you hear, but everyone can destroy these muppets. It's like the end of the Matrix, isn't it? All of us are a little bit Neo with these fucking idiots, frankly. Why are they here? They're either mental or they're paid, aren't they? They're either fucking lunatic psychos, yeah? Who've got real problems that they hang about in places like this, or they're paid. It's great news.
There's three categories.
Fantastic.
I think there's three categories.
You can add some more for me tonight.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I won't name all of the categories, but I agree with the one given. They're most just stupid or paid. Because of the way that they behave sometimes, right? Especially the ones that you're pointing out, the ones that hang around. The ones that have been hanging around for the last, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. The ones that hang around and have servers and all of this type of stuff.
Why the path is righteous.
Mental illnesses, those ones.
Righteous is probably a bit too much, but it's why it's worth pursuing, because it's so antagonistic to the system, the user. Yeah? Why so much energy expended? The only reason is they're all freaking mental, these people that turn up, or someone's paying them to do so. And if it's the latter, we win. We're so winning. Can't be that many mental people in the world, can there? As mental as what I've got.
I think
seriously, that fundamentally religious, yeah? Yeah, more. Yeah, this is not Allah Akbar, is it?
Well,
This is Allah
here's
Helios.
a statistic I like to play with. So over 50% of the 50% of the world are average intelligence or below. You can't argue with that.
I don't even think it's about intelligence, because there comes a level that unless you're dealing with absolute abject retards, and the reality is when you listen to the conversations we have with these guys, they're not that. You listen to me in QE, he'll go, he's a retard, I'll say he's not. He's a shithouse. Yeah? They're not retards because of the way they... Listen to tonight. They're not unintelligent. They can't not figure this out. Yeah? They're fundamentalists at best. Fundy fuckwits. And that's being kind. Yeah? At the worst, they're paid shills who are traitors to their own knowing. Yeah? So, either way, we're winning, aren't we? In the early years, there was arguments put to us that we had to work through. Yeah? But there's nothing being put to us anymore, other than confirmation that we're right and they've got no argument. Why tonight's so much fun? I've really enjoyed it.
It's been fun having you around, bud. You should pop around more often.
I will do.
Yeah, it's good to see you on the server again.
Yeah. I don't avoid anywhere.
Bring chocolate same with you as well.
What, bro? Sorry.
Yeah, we just all said in the other chat
right, man.
that it was good having you here.
When it's declared 4-0, I'm leaving. I'll come back. Okay. What time is it 4-0? You said half an hour, didn't you, Jedi? Right?
Is he really worth a point?
Yeah, it's been about 10-15.
Wasn't the reason for coming. I was just listening. I came in, I was sitting there. But actually, this would be quite nice to use, because I keep asking, I'd like a bit of critique of me. I want QE to take this, because he's like a bull in a china shop, and I argue that he should just breathe a little bit. Is this available? This?
Yeah, it's on the live stream on YouTube too. Do you want me to send a link in the chat?
There you go. I know that's a bit Nathan Oakley being lazy, but that would be amazing. I'd like to stick myself on the block. I want these guys to have a go. I know I won 4-0, hence why I'm so cocky. I wouldn't have picked a fight I lost, but he's got nothing for this Tuesday, so I think this will be a good topic. Promote the server, it'll be good fun, won't it? So. Tell you what, though, as I came in like a bull in a china shop, it's a very different demeanour, isn't it? In here, you know, to flat Earth debate, yeah. You know, if you just the mindset you have to sit in the room is very different. A bit like working in the shop or sitting in a health authority meeting.
Oh yeah, you caught on it right at the beginning when you jumped in, or after your first conversation. There's a level of patience that we kind of display, and you've got that in abundance, and as you showed within the last 3-4 conversations that you had. I guess on FED, I don't think that patience is shown all the time by Nathan. It's a different vibe, dude. Do you know what I mean? He wants to come in and quickly smash down. Same with QE sometimes, wants to quickly smash it away. But there's a level of patience doing it 24/7 for years.
That's kind of why I'd like to cite it, Jedi, yeah? And it's not an indictment on the guys because they're different arenas. But when we come into these arenas, like I said, listen to me straight away. I'm like, ugh! I'm in FED mode. And I'm like, oh, take a chill pill, Meekin. Yeah? And got my shit together for this room. And I kind of like to make that point. Yeah? Because as old schoolers think we can wander around just being ourselves. And that's disrespecting the house you're in.
Is that a proof of adaptation?
It's certainly, yeah. Evolution, if you could define it, I'd accept that too.
Adam, I sent you a link to the live stream, the one that's going out.
Any flat earthers here? I just have a. I'm sorry, just have a quick question. Oops.
Game on, Mr. Meekin. He's yours.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yep.
We got.
Yeah. So who's a flat earther here?
All the cool people. That's all you need to know.
What, do you want a roll call or something?
Yeah, just ask your question,
I'm asking,
dude.
do you believe in the flat earth myth?
Who cares? Just ask
Yes
your
or no?
question, dude.
I'm
People in
asking,
here understand that the Earth isn't a spinning ball.
Well, my internet is trash. Do you believe in the flat earth myth?
No, we're not talking about maps, dude.
Thank you, by the way. And I'd go with all the people without a bow tie. I'd probably flat earthers.
Yeah, no worries. The majority of people in here are flat earthers, dude. Just ask a question.
Do you believe in the flat earth map? Yes or no?
Map?
Yeah, the flat earth diagram.
Flat Earth, which show it to me.
I mean, the standard one that all flat earthers believe in.
The standard one that all of us believe in. Wow.
Do I think the map is the terrain? Do I think the map's the terrain?
What? I'm still I don't know. Do you believe in it or do you not believe in it?
How about you narrow it down a little bit? Post up inside chat what your perception of our beliefs are.
Yeah, you're using words that no one knows what you're talking about.
There's just one
dude, pump the brakes.
popular.
So that would make it quite easy.
Okay, it'd be like saying, "Hey, do you believe in God?" And someone says, "I don't know what that is." Can you describe?
No,
what
people know what
is?
God is.
No, they don't. There's some people who
know
really don't. They don't know what you are talking about. So when you say, "Do you believe in X?" describe it in full detail so someone can give you feedback on what the fuck you're talking about.
That's not even a logical comparison.
No one knows what you're talking about. Nobody knows.
I did. Well, for the sake of discussion, just assume no, people don't believe whatever it is you're thinking about. Continue.
So what is it that you don't believe in? The flat earth map?
No, I don't believe in the Earth being a spinning ball of water in a vacuum. It's not a question of a map. We're not talking about beliefs in
How does it look like? How does it look like?
When you go outside, right? That's the Earth. Motionless. Flat horizon. That's what it looks like.
Well, yeah, just because you don't feel it doesn't mean it's motionless. But I'm just asking about how you think it looks like on a bigger scale.
It's just motionless because it's motionless. There's no spin. There's no wobble. There's no tilt. Unless you can prove any of these things. Can you?
So do you, again, I'm trying to understand, do you...
I'll take that as a no then. I'll take that as a no. So yeah, we don't believe your belief about the globe, and we're not positing a belief in a map. So you can drop that question.
I think he's going to
How does the Earth look like? How does the Earth look like?
When you go outside, I told you. Go outside, you can see it.
Oh, the
what do you
Earth,
think it looks like?
Not to the scope of my vision. The entire Earth.
We're not attempting to present that. That's not our attempt.
So whose perspective would you get that from?
So
whose
you don't know
would that come from?
So you know the Earth is not a globe, so you must have an alternative. What's that?
Well, it's just measurably flat and motionless.
What is it, like a triangle? What is it?
Nah.
He hasn't quite got
Flat
it.
isn't a shape, dude.
Yeah,
you understand? Flat isn't a shape. It's not. Oh, what shape is flat?
Oh, no.
Could you draw a flat? Draw a flat in the chat.
No, the Earth has bounds. It's not infinitely large. In order for you not to.
Okay, where are those bounds? You found them? How far does it go? What's the size?
According to you, because
No, I didn't make a claim about that. Don't straw man. Don't straw man. Don't say you claim this when none of us claimed that.
Is
We're
the
not
Earth
claiming
flat or
its
no?
size.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is
the
Earth flat or no?
Yeah.
Okay, how does it look like?
Like flat. Go to the beach. Go outside, retard. You ever seen the horizon? It's flat.
The Earth in total, how does it look like?
The Earth.
Oh, you don't know? You don't know? Oh my god, it sucks.
Don't know what?
Yeah. I figured.
What are you talking about, dude? You know, this is a very weak attempt. It's a very weak attempt or whatever it is you're doing, dude.
I don't give a shit. You can believe whatever you want.
I know you don't. I know you don't. I know, but we're not talking about belief.
I'm not
dude.
wasting
This is
my
where
time
you're getting confused.
sitting on Discord discussing.
Oh, you're not wasting your time. I'm not wasting my time talking about Earth on Discord as you're talking about Earth on Discord. You fucking retard. What are you talking about? That's exactly what you're doing right now. Are you confused? Dude, it's obvious you're upset and you're not actually trying to have a proper conversation. You're trying to do a little globy dance. So, I mean, we can do the globy dance with you if you want, but don't start pussying out and be like, I'm not going to waste my time.
I don't give a shit what shape the Earth is.
Okay, put yourself on mute then. Put yourself on mute then. Prove it. Prove you don't care by stop being a whiny little bitch. Yeah?
At 4-1. He's ran. That's 4 to Meakin, 1 to Cyclone.
Right,
I'm going to catch up with you, Adam.
The Cavendish experiment, right? It measures the force of attraction between the two masses, right? We agree on that, or?
You're not going mass attracting mass right now. Are you serious?
Wait, Cyclone, is this the guy that was?
He's back.
Adam was speaking. He's back. Oh, Adam's got to go finish his conversation with him.
Pause. No, I know the conversation's important, but the clock is even more important. Jedi is 23.
He made it back, dude. Yeah, he made it back, dude. I'm sorry, second half.
How long did he have till?
Oh, he had half an hour. Yeah, he made it back into.
I've got. Remember, flat earthers are honest. Okay.
You got okay, cool. So, yeah.
No,
second half.
Because I've had too many IPAs and I can't remember. I thought it was about 25 past, but there you go.
Oh, I mean, look.
Being the very generous Christian person that I am.
We want to see the second half, dude. Come. Let's play the game.
Where were we? We were at. What was the purpose of the Cavendish experiment being set up, weren't we? What was it set out to define?
I'm the density of the Earth, the relative mass of the Earth, right? Yeah.
Just under 30 minutes later, we answered the question. This is the level we're dealing at. So carry on with your argument.
Right. As part of that experiment, you can calculate the force of attraction between the two masses.
Pause. Sorry. It was set up to do what? Deleted account.
Calculate the relative mass of the Earth.
Calculate the mass of Earth. Is calculating the mass of anything, but I mean, only in its solely definitional sense, is that an experiment?
Not an experiment, no.
No, if I was to weigh how big your ego was, would that be an experiment?
Would you say
and then having taken the weight, divide it by the volume of your presupposed ego to calculate its density, would that be an experiment?
It wouldn't be an experiment. I just have one question for you.
No, dude. dude, you spent half an hour to come back with an answer you should have known, because it's the thing you cited as why mass attracts mass. I asked you what asked you what the experiment did. It took you half an hour, just under.
Yep.
And Jedi gives you credit for that. You made it. Yeah, well done. I mean, not on my point. I thought I was 4-0 up. Apparently, 3-0. It's half time. But now you've come back and you've told me what it does. Now, fundamentally, me calculating the density of anything, does that fit within the remit in terms of definition of experiment?
According to your definition, no, it doesn't.
Not my definition. No, because that's rude, isn't it? And disingenuous of you. Whose definition?
Definition you find in dictionaries.
And
in
science?
Used by scientists.
Right. So
yes.
It's not an experiment then. Are we happy to move past that point that the Cavendish, whatever it is, couldn't, in any scientific term, be called an experiment, yeah?
Still saying that if we change what we're measuring...
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you...
I'm asking you now.
After half an hour's Googling, for you to come back and tell me that the Cavendish experiment, Witsit bookmarks around experiment, you recognise that the experiment is actually to calculate the density. Could you classify the calculation of density of anything as an experiment? If you could, outside of the Cavendish experiment, would you like half an hour to find something where you could show the calculation of density of an object is an experiment? Or would you like to
no?
The calculation, I've not finished speaking, or would you like to concede that the calculation of the density of anything is in no way an experiment?
Right. Have you finished?
No, I need you to answer the question, not have I finished.
That's what I'm asking. Have you finished? Right, have you finished? Because my answer is no, it's not an experiment. I'm saying if you take the experiment...
Perfect, stop. No, stop. That's where we need to stop, because remember where the conversation started. You were going to give us something experimental that was going to demonstrate gravity. Now, by your own admission just now, you've just admitted that this Cavendish experiment isn't an experiment in the terms of what science would define as an experiment. So, we're not going to continue, are we, with any Cavendish nonsense from this point, because you've just admitted that calculating the density of something isn't an experiment, haven't you? Yes or no?
We can continue.
No, we can't.
I'm saying if you modify what you're measuring,
no, we can't, because you cited the Cavendish experiment as the experiment that would prove mass attracting mass or gravity.
Giving you a new experiment.
Now, we need to go back and not discuss the Cavendish experiment, but for you to now find another citation to prove your point. Not argue around something that you have already just admitted to everybody in the room is not an experiment, therefore not scientific proof. So we don't need to continue with this point about balls in a shed, do we?
You can continue, because you're saying we have to go back and find a new experiment. What I'm saying is you modify the experiment and measure something else. You measure the force of attraction between them. They're going to be calculated.
We're providing scientific proof, an experiment that demonstrated your point. You mentioned Cavendish. You have come back after half an hour and pointed out to us that Cavendish actually calculates the density of something, therefore precluding it from the definition of experiment. You've said that. So we're back to square one, aren't we? Not dealing in Cavendish, because you've admitted it's not an experiment, therefore it's not relevant to your argument of what you're going to provide as evidence. Remember where you were talking. I'm the one drinking IPA, right? and I'm more up to date than you. This is terrible, son. Have you got Alzheimer's? Yeah, your experiment. Do you need another half an hour?
Okay. Well, I'll give you an experiment, right? You take the same apparatus that Cavendish had. You take the same method. You simply measure instead of trying to calculate the mass or the density or whatever. You measure the force of attraction.
Pause.
It's an experiment.
The same. What experiment? Can you cite the paper, or are you just making this one up now?
I'm making it up. Because you're not accepting the original one.
No, well, I can make shit up all day, but you were going to provide us with an experiment, not something you could do, you might do, not a reinterpretation of something that's already occurred. You're going to provide us with citation of an experiment that proves your point. Not tell me that Cavendish could mean something that it doesn't after you've already come back after half an hour to tell me that actually Cavendish means it's a way of calculating the density of Earth. Your admission, not mine.
You're saying it's not an experiment because the original goal was to find the relative mass.
You said it was an experiment. I never said it was an experiment. Don't put words in my mouth.
You're saying it's not an experiment. You said
it's not an experiment. You said it's a calculation of density. You agreed with the fact that it's not an experiment. So why are we dealing with it?
You believe it's not an experiment as well?
I believe it's not an experiment, just like you testified to it not being an experiment. Yes.
Yes, I still stand by that. What I'm saying.
So why would we want to deal with this non-experiment moving forward?
Because I'm saying if you
want to strap a hypothesis, new hypothesis onto an old experiment, demonstrating you have no knowledge of the scientific method, or
I'm telling you,
get this Cavendish density test.
I'm telling you, if you simply don't, calculate the density of the mass, what you get left with is an experiment. Because in the process of doing the experiment, you're calculating the force of attraction. You're finding, not counting, you're finding it.
What's the hypothesis of the new experiment that doesn't exist that you're postulating right now? You can go into your pseudo explanation of something that doesn't exist, but how you'd like to imagineer it. You need to cite the experiment. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just you rambling like a lunatic. You understand?
Yeah, we need to get this moving on. It's going nowhere.
Right.
The force of attraction as superseded by Einstein?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Okay, that's completely overruled then. We can just scrap that.
No.
Yeah, come on, Oliver. Give us something else. This isn't working for you.
You know the formula F equals G, M1, M2 over...
So you haven't heard the latest hotness called Einstein. General relativity.
That would be theoretical physics, wasn't it? And therefore preclusory of experiment. So let's get back to the topic at hand and deal with what you said you had proof of, which is experiment.
Yeah.
Okay, so just provide it, dude. Now you ran off. You took half an hour to realise the experiment you thought you had was actually just a density calculation. So do you need another half an hour so that I can claim 4-0? Because I've got to go to bed. I just need you to concede. Yeah?
Can I just ask you one question?
4, not 3.
Right, can I just ask you one question? You promised to answer.
Just give me the experiment that proves your point.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Ask me a question. We're not at that point. That's disingenuous of you. You're at the point.
You have to concede.
No, you're at the point where you disappeared for half an hour and you've come back. Right? And you recognise that the thing you cited as an experiment isn't an experiment. So you're now at the point where you've got to provide the experiment, not ask me a question. That's disingenuous.
You're not accepting it as an experiment because you said earlier.
That's not reasonable of where the conversation over the past hour or so has gone. It's not reasonable for you to do that. It's for you to go either concede the point that there are no experiments and then maybe ask me a question, or provide the citation where you've got experiment to support your point. But it's not for you to start a new topic. That would be rude and disingenuous of you.
First of all, you're saying provide me an experiment. You're saying provide me an actual experiment that's been done. That's different from a theoretical experiment. And I'm telling you, if you reject
Theoretical experiment, what's that? What's a theoretical experiment? You're now talking nonsense.
Okay, theoretical in the colloquial definition. I'm telling you that.
Oliver, you already know we're not interested in the theoretical and hypothetical. You know we're interested in the practical and the real.
Who's Oliver?
Whoever you are.
Right, yeah. Anyways. I'm telling you.
We're not interested in theoretical. Give us practical. And this isn't an experiment, and you're talking about a gravity that's 100 years out of date and isn't even used anymore. So please, stop wasting everyone's time with this.
Okay, sure. If you want, I'm telling you, right, there's an experiment, right, that can be done, that probably has been done in many laboratories.
Probably.
You're just denying.
Probably. We're denying your probably.
If you go to any school, you take the demonstration, you take the camera.
Why are you saying probably then? Just get it, dude. Get your experiment, get the data, present it. Don't just be like, probably at some point, some guy probably did something, and you're denying it. That's ridiculous.
Okay, right. I'll concede if you just answer my question. Just
No. Concede first, and then you can move on to another question.
It's just part of the discussion. I still see it.
Yeah, you can just concede that this isn't getting you anywhere closer to Earth.
Okay, yeah, sure. I can see. I'll give you the satisfaction of,
There's no satisfaction. It's just honesty, dude.
In any case, can I ask you a question now?
No, deleted. Let's come on. We spent a fair bit of time, and it's reasonable at this point for you to just admit that there is no scientific experimental evidence that proves gravity or even demonstrates its existence, right? That is actually a fact, okay? Now, for you to move forward with any integrity, you've got to at least recognise that point. You've spent a lot of time with these people, and they're very polite and patient, more polite and patient than I. But to move forward, for you to have any purpose, you've got to at least recognise that point, then go on for your next beating, yeah? Which is fine, but at least recognise this point. Don't try and move on. That's rude. And again, as I said earlier, disingenuous of you, sir.
I'm not being rude. I'm sorry if you feel like that. I'm clarifying a point. I'm asking you a question. I can clarify the point so we can move forward. Okay. Not move forward in that sense.
Yes or no answer then. Do you have any scientific experiment where you can demonstrate experimentally gravity?
There might be, but I don't know. Right? I haven't.
No. So the answer is no.
I'm not a computer that has all the answers.
Right. So the request for a genuine person to answer was yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
You chose to mitigate with ignorance, which is very telling in of itself. I'll ask you the question again. Do you have any scientific evidence with experiment that demonstrates gravity? Yes or no?
No. Currently, no.
Right. No. Then we can move on, can't we? Brilliant.
Right. Okay, great. Okay.
It was a great discussion. Thank you for your time. It's been really enjoyable. And we got to a conclusion. Brilliant.
Right, just one question.
Right, yeah, you can ask your question now.
Well, okay, great. So if I you know the equation F equals G M1 M2 over R squared, right? You know, force of attraction in Newton's laws. You know that formula, right?
Newton's laws. Yes, I'm aware of
Newton. Right, Newton. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. So if you find the force of attraction, and you know the masses, and you know the radius, and if I did that experiment on in multiple different places, and if I solve for G, would that prove to you gravity?
It would have in like 1895 before Newton's laws of physics were proven to be false. So whatever you do would be a fool's errand if you were to follow Newtonian mechanics, wouldn't it? Because for the past 105 years, 7 years, yeah, they've been disregarded and known as false, and people have moved forward with the pseudo-Riemannian bending of space-time. What are you on about, mass attracting mass? That is ridiculous. Up to today, in the so-called scientific community, nobody other than retards or religious idiots believe that mass attracts mass. Everybody of any sound mind and cognizance knows that the reason shit falls down is the bending of a pseudo-Riemannian fabric known as space-time. Yeah? For you to suggest otherwise, or to invoke any form of calculation where mass attracts mass, is, quite frankly, sir, heresy.
No, Newton laws aren't describing reality. They're telling you, how it can calculate certain things.
Nah, just replace your G with your A for your angels, and you've got your proof for angels.
Classical mechanics. Classical mechanics works very well for stuff that's not, too small or too large, which is, the Earth, which is
you can't have a theory of gravity that's supposing to explain everything and then say, well, this bit only explains when I drop this rock. Doesn't explain anything else. That's not even how the concept of gravity is supposed to apply. So, dude, dude, we can't do the whole hour on gravity if you're still stuck in 100 years out of date, not even parroting the correct current believed form of gravity in the mainstream. We can't do that. Either you get with the program, which is the actual globe model argument being Einstein, or we move on to something else.
Okay, so you're conceding that if you were, we lived 100 years ago.
No one's conceding anything, dude.
Right, no, that's what I'm asking. If you concede, whether or not. I'm saying
no one's conceding anything. You don't even know what gravity is. You couldn't even define it.
Okay, great. I'm saying.
Is he sniffing glue, Cyclone? Just pause, dude. Just add it. Right. This is where you become disingenuous, yeah? I've just pointed out to you in a light-hearted, satirical manner about how outdated your explanation is, yeah? And you try to turn that round as if it's no, it's a loss. It shows your ignorance earlier on in your apologetics. Either that or you were just a liar that now wants to move towards Einsteinian theology, yeah? Either way, your word's worth nothing, is it?
No, I don't see what I'm doing is how it's disingenuous.
You don't see how you're just operating as eroded in this room over the past hour or so. You genuinely, as a human being, can't see how you chat shit, contradict yourself, try to rebut with a propositional stance, which you then admit is out of date, doesn't undermine you as a credible person.
Well, I've only just joined into this pretty late, but we could give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you're just operating under, say, a secondary school level understanding of what they've told you gravity is. But then if you don't concede when pushed and pressed that you don't actually know about this, which you basically have conceded, and that you're out of date with the rhetoric, you can't just keep pushing forward, dude. You need to be humble and be like, okay, I'm wrong about what I think gravity is, even according to my side. I need to go and look into that and then come back spouting the correct rhetoric. You can't just bulldoze through and be like, well, it's 100 odd years out of date, but it's right, and the Earth's a globe. Come on, dude. Get real.
Oh, I'll concede that my conception of gravity isn't 100% right, but...
Right, so maybe try an argument that doesn't revolve around a topic that you don't really understand.
Right, yeah, sure. I'll keep that in mind for next time. But, gravity, classical mechanics, and Newton's laws, they still apply.
Oh my god.
The normal mass.
Dude.
Still apply.
What did I just tell you? You literally didn't even skip a beat. You just did exactly what I called you out for doing, and what you've been getting called out for doing for the last 30 minutes that I've heard. Come on, dude. Either move on to a subject that you can actually speak to, or just drop it.
Yeah, because you don't sound like a really arrogant sort of person, like maybe a little passive-aggressive, but I mean, it kind of feels weird having to mute you, but we will if we have to.
Yeah, no, you're polite enough, that's fine, but you just need to, like I said, just accept that you don't know enough about this subject to make an argument out of it, so don't waste our time trying to. Just be honest.
Sure, I'll concede that. Then I do concede that. So my final question before I meet myself. The formula F equals ma. We can calculate F using Newton meter. You can calculate mass using scales. How come Okay. Any object on Earth, if I solve for g in that equation, if I solve for the acceleration, I get 9.81. If I do it on the moon, I get a different value.
Sorry,
How come?
Interjection. Any object.
Yeah, any object, yeah.
Okay, gas. What's gas do?
Oh shit!
Floats.
Yeah, gas expands. Gas expands, doesn't it? So that's infinite degrees of freedom. Okay, which vectors gravity?
Sorry?
Which vectors this gravity? What direction does gravity go?
Downwards.
Okay, and gas does what now?
Floats.
Expands, doesn't it?
Expands, right?
Yeah, omnidirectional, infinite degrees of freedom. Just one direction. So, no, not all things fall.
I mean, there'll be a reaction force with the air molecules, or gravity is not the only force acting in the on the gas, right? You know, there's other forces.
Yeah, the T temperature is going to give it kinetic energy. It's going to move in a direction. Collision.
Yeah, that just
right.
Yeah, that just means your argument for everything going down due to gravity is debunked on its face, because not everything is going down. So, there you go.
Right, okay, sure. But I'm just asking, why is it that value of A, that value of G in F equals ma, why is it always consistent? Okay,
It's not.
It's made up from people dropping apples. But as Jedi's just explained to you, it's not applicable to all things that you would describe the M value to. Be that an apple, a helium molecule, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, all of those molecules that you ascribe an M value to, even though you did give away earlier that we have to weigh them to make up this concept of M. But fundamentally, yeah, if you're going to invoke that Newtonian concept, which you seemed strangely gave up earlier, F equals ma, then the M of your gas particles should affect their behaviour. But they don't, do they? There is no additional force acting on gas particles, even though they've got an M. I'm not sure why you would raise that, because it seems to be a G destruction point.
Yeah, and the 9.81 is an agreed average that was decided at an international conference back in like the early 1900s or something, maybe even earlier. It's not a constant, like you're thinking.
Strap-on. It's a strap-on when you have to presuppose a ball. Yeah, it's a consequent. If you're going to accept those physics, then also if you're going to invoke the fact that mass attracts mass, then you apply that additional force, that additional acceleration to the path of the gas particle. Therefore, it's not just a straight line collision based on standard Newtonian mechanics. There's an additional force and acceleration applied. Therefore, the path wouldn't be straight based on the impact and direction of angle of the last collision. It would also be curved down based on an additional applied downward vector, which is what Jedi implied, based on the presupposed G, which is, of course, not there in reality.
What did you call it? A what on?
Hold on. Let me just say to the guy, who is it we're talking to? Whatever his name is. Are you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel?
Yes, I am.
Server?
Yeah.
So we've got an additional information section where it's all alphabetized, and if you go under G, you'll see a channel on gravity with a load of different resources. So since it sounds like that's what you're currently interested in, I would advise taking a look through some of those resources, having a bit of study time. You'll find it interesting.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll give it a read.
Good man. Any other questions?
No, not really. No.
All right. Well, if you do have any, feel free.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, man. You've been a good sport.
Yeah, so same to you. I think someone in the chat has a question. So.
Oh, questions.
What's the question?
Is Grandpa Fiddle playing? No one cares.
Oh, great.
Unless Adam wants to meet him.
No, he doesn't.
Adam, have you met Grandpa Fiddlebone?
Is this going to be a pleasure? Or I might have to go and get another
Certainly
IPA.
not, Adam. You're going to need to have a shower after this.
Well, I feel dirty.
How
Most
much
likely.
beer is
Oh,
left in that one?
Now you tempted me, Cyclone. Now you tempted me.
Adam is a sexual deviant, so he can handle it.
Well, okay, well.
Find here.
Oh, shit. Called out.
What's up, Flats?
Well,
I think that explains the use of strap-on.
Yep.
Well.
Yep.
Is that what he said? He said, did you say it as a strap-on? That's a strap-on freaking part of your theory?
Just
you
remember,
actually
deleted,
say
you're at the back end of it.
Halt. Phil. Kind of.
But my bet would be that Grandpa Fiddlebone can't even engage in one serious topic. From the beginning, he'll just be trolling. Try him, though.
Yeah, let's have a look. Have some fun. Grandpa Fiddlebone, meet the Adam Meek.
Hello,
Meek,
ladies and
Grandpa
gentlemen.
Fiddlebone.
What's up, Grandpa?
Considering the planar Earth's geostationary flatitude, how do you justify the gravitational flux anomalies juxtaposed against the heliocentric orbital parabolas and satellite-captured spherical curvature, while dismissing the relativistic space-time warp evidenced by NASA's extraplanetary imaging?
Did you stay up all night working on that?
Just reading that Chat GPT was a struggle.
Whatever do you mean by that?
I would consider it a misconstruction of the bullshitization of the interpretation of a dropometer's readout production for idiots to think that something that they can't measure is based on dropping balls in a vacuum, and any change in difference validates their potato Earth.
Well, to me, it sounds like you're ducking the question.
No, I
He
was just
answered it.
responding with nonsensical, biblical, hyper extension of words of nonsense, so that you don't really make a point. That is
Well, you
worthy
didn't once answer the question about the orbital parabolas.
I'm sorry, boys, because I was talking. So triggered already, Grandpa. Calm down.
Well,
old
I'm
man.
responding to you in a calmly
Calm
manner.
down there, fiddle bone, Grandpa.
Well, my decibels are lower.
No. I was talking. So when I
Yeah, but my decibels are lower than yours.
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
Turn
is
up your
that how
hearing
you're-
aids. Oh,
or
man.
is he quit because he knows?
Go
he's
ahead.
doing
You
that?
have my permission to talk. Go ahead.
Hiss my chuddies, Grandpa. So you need to respond to what I said, because you obviously got it, which is why you interrupted. So what was my rebuttal?
You monkeys believe in flat Earth.
Oh, is that a
here
white
we
knight?
go.
Is that a white knight? This is brilliant.
Yeah, if anything, we can move to the White Knight.
I guess they're primitive.
No.
We are not the monkeys here. We are
Hey,
humans, not the
are you
monkeys.
telling me? Hold on. Are you telling me, monkey
dear
comment
God.
guy?
Sorry, Cyclone. Sorry.
I was just going to quickly say. So, are you saying you don't believe in the theory of evolution? To the guy who just made the monkeys comment.
That'd be collapse.
Oh, collapse. I recognize that name. Triggered before. Triggered on arrival. So, do you not believe in the theory of evolution? Collapse.
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
Well, I'm just asking. Do you believe in it or not?
I believe in evolution.
Okay, so you think you come from monkeys?
I come from Homo erectus. That's where I come from.
Where does that come from?
I don't know.
Don't they say it's some ape-like creature?
No idea. Didn't
It's
make
a
any
man.
comments. Well, they
a
do.
man key. It's not a monkey. It's a man key.
So really, you're the one who thinks you're a monkey. So, monkey person, what's your best evidence that the Earth It's a spinning ball.
Wait, so even when I look it up, we just have a common ancestor, but we're not actually monkeys. Interesting.
Oh. So you just popped into human form.
So this is like the flat world research here. We just blur out assertions and assume.
No, you just popped into reality as Homo erectus.
Yeah,
is that
because
right?
the only other logical possibility is just that, right? Good one. Nice.
You must have been a fish at some point, right? As
What does
well.
that again have to do with anything I just said?
Well, you're just a fish monkey person, but that's okay.
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
Well, you came in talking about monkeys.
What did I say?
Something about flat earthers being monkeys, when you're the one who thinks you come from a monkey.
Did I say that?
So I was just highlighting the irony.
That's interesting. I just kind of like made a comment about how we actually don't come from monkeys. We just have this
Yeah,
shit.
you don't know what you come from because you're not up on your religion.
2 sentences
You don't
ago,
know
I
what
thought
you
you
come
said. Oh, I thought 2 sentences ago, I said that we came from monkeys. Interesting.
No, that's just what you think, even though you don't know that's what you think.
Oh,
that's
so
what you
I
think. You're
I don't know it, right?
That's what you're
So like I
supposed
made
to
a
think.
comment that I didn't actually make a comment, but you were able to read
That's all right. It's all right, collapse. All right, collapse. You can move on to your globe proof. I get it. You're not a monkey person.
This is like an easy demonstration you guys are retarded, right? I mean, this is like I didn't even actually
Okay,
apply
yeah,
to
that's fine.
show
That's
you guys are
fine. We're so retarded we can't figure out we're on this giant spinning ball that you've got loads of evidence for, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what's your best evidence?
The easiest evidence I could demonstrate right now is going to be the pictures from NASA.
What pictures? Pictures from space?
Yeah.
How'd you know they're real?
So look at the source.
And what does the source do to prove that they're real?
So when I actually examine the source and understand it's NASA, and I see their objective, which is going to be outer space exploration, then I understand. By also understanding the fact that they've been to outer space, I conclude, okay, this picture they took, when they also happen to be in outer space, is going to be real. Yeah.
But that's the claim, though. That's the claim, though, that they went to outer space. That's what they're claiming. How do you know that's true?
There's multiple evidence. There's videos of rockets going to outer space. This is nothing new.
Yeah, but you know people can make videos of things that aren't real, right?
Can you prove it's not real? Because you're making a
I don't have to.
claim right there.
No. It's your positive claim as the videos and the. So you're not claiming that the videos.
Hold on.
So you're not claiming
I'm saying it's going to be based on what I observe. I'm not making a sort of claim based on something I don't.
So you're not. Okay, so you're not claiming that the videos are proof.
The videos are proof. Again.
Oh right, so you are making a positive claim then. Well, there you go. So now you're going to have to prove that those are real.
What this proves is you're retarded and you don't know what a positive claim is. Everything I just said.
Yeah, it's like when you say we've got videos that prove the Earth is evolved.
Over me when I'm
you would have to evidence those. Well, dude, you're going to keep mumble coping, which is what you're doing. A little bit of mumble cope. We got you photos from NASA.
This is your way of pivoting and trying to hide from the point.
No. We're
shut
not
the
pivoting.
fuck up and let me finish.
We're trying to get you to tell us how you verify any of those images and videos are real. How'd you verify them?
So I'm going to get back to the point that I'm saying, and then I'm going to address the point that you made. If I'm looking at a video,
Your
and
point
I said,
was photos from space. We want you to verify them. How do you prove to us they
I don't know
are
who you
real?
are, random idiot. Nobody's talking to you. Relax.
Random idiot? Check this out. Shut the fuck up. Thanks, QE.
Man, they're so...
Random idiot. How about you get to the point of verifying these images? You've made a claim. Now stand your ground and back it, or step off. Either way, I don't care.
Before you do, just chill. I don't want to make this all about me, but respectfully, it's all about me. Right. So this guy interrupted while suddenly I was given the challenge of Grandpa. This rambly Alzheimer dude came on. In the middle of it, a white knight jumped in. Then this grandpa dude's been new. It's only because I'm new here. You got to explain the rules to me. The rambling grandpa dude gets muted. The new guy comes in talking his own shit. Not reckon.
Yeah. So
what I want to know is that 4-0 Jedi? What I want to know.
Yeah, Grandpa's like one of our fluffers. Right, so when we don't have any new people, the old anti-flat earthers who've embarrassed themselves for over a year. They'll come on and get some chat going, and then we get a new person who gets triggered by that and jumps in, and then we say, got one, and we speak to the new guy. But to be honest, this guy might not be new either, so if you want to go back and try Grandpa again, you can feel free.
It wasn't said, like, I understand now. Grandpa's a bit like a Brenda, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
There you go.
Just make it a 5-0 if you like.
I'm just catching up. There's no,
So, I mean, we can either do that, or we can get this guy to explain how he verifies that the space cartoons are real.
Well, that'll be fun. I'd like to prove that this thing that people say isn't actually a photograph is a photograph, even though the source says it's not a photograph. This will be good. Go on.
Interesting. So which picture did that say is not a photograph? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, well, you show me the one that you claim is a photograph.
So maybe stop making a claim about stuff you don't know. You retard. Another claim, another assertion
There's
by
no
a
need for
retard.
ad hom, is there? It demonstrates your case is very weak. If you start out with, I'm retarded, even though you're responding to the salient point I put to you. Doesn't show you in a good light, that, does it? So, shall we...
Yeah, drop the insults, dude.
Yeah. So, given that NASA describe these things as images and refute that they are photographs, would you like to show me the photograph that you think NASA's produced that proves your point?
Hey, new rule. No more muting. Okay.
Are we coming together, or?
Hey, old rule. You don't run the show.
Okay. I guess you just don't understand I'm an alpha male. So you
There
better
you
stop
go.
messing with me.
Baseless assertion fallacy, but carry on.
Yeah, so referring back to what you just said, me calling you a retard is not in any sort of contradiction point with anything I just said. It doesn't
Dude,
make it
we
more
don't
true,
care about
that's
your
true.
insults. We don't care about
I
your
gotta-
pokes. Just provide your evidence. Just the evidence.
I don't care about what you care about. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, just your images, just your cartoons. Post your favorite cartoon.
Hey,
That's what you're
remember
doing
my
right
rule.
now.
Don't talk over me, buddy.
Just mute the cunt.
Yeah, he's muted.
I got a better idea.
Surely
When you
my
post
way.
your favorite cartoon, maybe we'll unmute you and talk about it and make fun of you a bit more.
Half a point.
No, you can take that as a full point. No, those ones are easy.
5. That's 5.
All right, Grandpa, you're back in the frame. What have you got for us?
Oh, thank
Other
you
than a
so much.
ChatGPT prop. So
Really
here, just
appreciate
just to lay the setting though. Don't just read ChatGPT prompts that you yourself don't understand. Just have a real conversation using your brain.
Well, I
and we'll go
posted
from
it
there.
in the chat.
Yeah, we don't care though, because clearly you don't understand what it was actually saying. Just use your
It's a
words.
static geoplanar continuum, and I'm looking for.
Right, no, but you're trying to make an argument that the Earth's a ball. That's what you believe. So let's hear that evidence.
Well, I was looking for the reconciliation, or whatever.
What, the fact that there's no curve? How do you reconcile that
Well,
with
I'm
the globe?
specifically talking about the geoplanar continuum.
Right, so if it's planar, it's flat then.
In a geoplanar sense, you could think of it that way.
Well, there's no curvature, so what other way are we going to think about it?
Oh, I'm looking for some reconciliation. It's that simple.
Well, we're looking for some curvature. It's that simple.
You're saying in like
guess
an
you don't have any.
amalgamation sense of some sort?
No, like in a balls have curvature sense. I'm sure you can't comprehend that.
Yeah, but
Do
you were
understand that?
referencing some continuum.
Let's check that. Does a sphere have curvature?
You were referencing some sort of continuum.
Uh-oh.
That's all.
Grandpa, does a sphere, a ball-shaped object, does that have curvature?
And from the perspective of the geoplanar spectrum?
It's a close-ended question, old man. You should know that by now. Yes or no?
But I'm simply asking, like, from
Does a ball have curvature,
Someone
Grandpa?
asked you a question. You should have answered that first before
it's a
you asked.
clarifying question. It's just a clarifying
It
question.
doesn't need a clarifying question. It's just,
No,
does a
it
ball have
does.
curvature? Does a ball have a
Yeah, but
curved
I'm
surface?
asking from a
So would that question need clarification? No. Let's say you've got a basketball in your hands. Is that a
Okay.
curved surface? It's like a
Oh,
curve.
what day of the week is it?
See, this is what I mean. Remember when I said he couldn't engage seriously on a single topic? This is
Whatever
what he does.
do you mean? It's a clarifying
The
question.
guys comes to the flat earth, they're going to come and dunk on the flat earthers. Flat earthers are so dumb. They don't
Whatever
know
do you mean
what
by
a ball
that?
is. They don't know that balls have curvature all of a sudden. They don't know what up means. They don't know what down means.
A spatial problem.
So does a ball have curvature, Grandpa? You don't know this
Well,
as a
that's what
globe
I'm
believer?
That's what I'm trying to get at
I'm
here.
trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if a ball has a curvature.
Well, I'm
Okay,
asking-
Grandpa. That's all right. Does anyone else in here know if a ball has curvature? Was that too hard a
No.
question?
Yeah, a ball would be curved.
Anyone else? Who have we got? Oliver? Siamese cat? Questions? Comments? Confirmation that balls have curvature? Any of the above?
Oh, Mushkane's in here too.
Mushkane, why do you think the Globers are unable to confirm if a ball has curvature? What's that about?
Oh, well, you got to reconcile from the amalgamated planar geoid, so I think we got to.
Fuck you, Mushkane. Fuck you.
Yeah.
He's sticking
He was just
together with
looking
the
for
boys.
reconciliation, man. That's all.
Yeah. I don't know, Grandpa. I don't know how you're going to manage this if you don't know the balls have curvature.
Well, it depended on the spectrum. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah. No doubt. But the Earth doesn't have curvature, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Well, it matters if you're looking at a different perspective from a geoplanar scalar factor.
Well, you're just looking at it from your perspective, though, right? From your perspective, it's all just flat and motionless.
Well, from an absolutistic and relativistic perspective, the question could have different contextual. Absolutely.
Absolutistically.
Well, from a relative matter, sure.
You mentioned earlier about the perspective from a spectrum. Could I ask, what spectrum are you on?
Well, there's a heliodynamic skeptic spectrum, and there's a disillusionment factor that goes into this as well. So there's a couple different options and ways I could take this question if you are really interested.
Not on the comprehensive acoustic spectrum, where you actually took in what I asked you. That'd be too much.
So from like a Fender Rhodes?
I mean, a Fender Rhodes, exactly. Let's just throw words out there. How about a Bender Doze? I have no idea the analogy you're talking about, but carry on, Grandpa. What, just to check, what's your daily dose of Don Epizil, Grandpa? Just so I know what I'm working with.
Oh, that's HIPAA. Under HIPAA.
You know, you could take you could take a super skeptical perspective.
Oliver.
Absolutely, you can.
No, I mean, as in you can literally take such a